Ah, save me! Help me! Various cries and sounds of struggle echoed through the air. Sheng Nian, in a state of panic, rushed out of the door, her ears filled with desperate screams. Her eyes met with terrifying scenes of destruction, and her nostrils were assaulted by the stench of blood and decay. Having escaped from the house, where she had been imprisoned for nearly 3 years, she was met with a mass of corpses surging like a tide below, their gaunt faces draining of color, her feet frozen to the ground in horror. The sky was dark, devoid of any sunlight, as the zombies continued their frenzied assault on the base. Sheng Nian, a familiar voice called from behind her. Her scalp tingled. A deep-seated hatred surged within her as she turned to face Song Junin, who stood clean and composed, looking down at her with a malicious gaze. A whirlwind of emotions assaulted Sheng Nian's mind in that moment. Why did you harm Hui? Why did you do this to her? Song Junin, you are less than human, more beast than man. She drew the fruit knife she always carried and lunged at him. Before the blade could come close, her wrist was seized with a powerful grip. Seeing the powerless state of Sheng Nian, Song Junin laughed with delight, licking his lips as he said, "Your sister had quite a flavor. Though too stiff, she needed some proper teaching. It's a pity she couldn't bear it and bit her own tongue to death." Fury surged within Sheng Nian, her eyes blazing with hatred. Through gritted teeth, she fixed her gaze on Song Junin and declared, "One day, all that we have suffered will be repaid to you. You may not live to see that day." Song Junin reveled in the sight of her anger, relishing her helplessness. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a helicopter approaching, and with a swift motion, he lifted Sheng Nian and dangled her precariously over the railing. Around them, people were fleeing in panic, while the tide of corpses had already breached the base, attacking and tearing at everything in a frenzied, horrifying excitement. Sheng Nian glanced down at the zombies, their ecstatic cries sending chills down her spine, her hair standing on end. "Out of respect for our past as husband and wife, I shall mercifully send you to meet your parents after this. You will never see me again." Song Junin's cheerful voice rang out. With bloodshot eyes, Sheng Nian stared at him, and in the next moment, the hand gripping her clothing loosened, revealing his blindingly sinister smile. Her body plummeted, the zombies waiting below to feast. "Song Junin, I shall await you in hell." Her piercing scream echoed through the base, swiftly swallowed by the sounds of gnashing teeth. "Elder sister, wake up." A light and melodious voice drifted to her ears. "Hui, it was Hui." Sheng Nian's eyes shot open, the bright light momentarily blinding her, and instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her eyes. She was not dead. Impossible. She had clearly been thrown down by Song Junin. The zombies had pounced, and she could vividly recall the stench of their decay and the sensation of her flesh being bitten away, the pain so intense that she wished for a swift end. Yet she had endured the dismemberment until her consciousness faded. Remembering the terror that pierced her soul and the deep-seated pain, Sheng Nian curled up her legs, tightly wrapping her arms around herself, her body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing her sister's shivering form, Sheng Hui sat at the edge of the bed, puzzled, reaching out to pat her back in an attempt to comfort her. However, as soon as she made contact, Sheng Nian recoiled in fright, retreating to the corner of the bed. "Sister, did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid. I'm here with you." The gentle and soothing voice filled the room. After a long moment, Sheng Nian cautiously lifted her head, and before her stood a delicate and lovely face, framed by a pair of deep, clear eyes. She was momentarily taken aback. She had not seen Hui like this in such a long time. Her gaze shifted, taking in the soft, pink, tranquil room, with the window wide open, warm sunlight streaming in, creating a beauty so enchanting it felt almost unreal. She had not seen the sun in over 2 years. To think that after death, not only had she glimpsed the sunlight, but Hui was also by her side, it all felt too good to be true. Sheng Nian stared blankly at the scene before her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Sister, what's wrong?" Seeing her sister in tears, Sheng Hui panicked, hastily grabbing a tissue. Her sister had always been calm and composed, never crying or causing a scene. With a beauty that turned heads, consistently earning scholarships and accolades, the envy of all as the quintessential exemplary child. Even Sheng Hui had always looked up to her. After all these years, to suddenly see her sister in such a terrified state shocked Sheng Hui, who quickly attempted to wipe away her tears. As the warmth of Wei Hui's touch reached her, Sheng Nian grasped her sister's wrist. It was real. Hui, you're alive, you're alive. Her expression turned ecstatic as she embraced Hui tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. The latter was left bewildered by this sudden display. Alive? She had always been alive. Did you have a bad dream? Should I call Brother Jinan for you? Song Jinan? No, don't call him. At the mention of his name, Sheng Nian exclaimed in alarm, every hair on her body bristling in rejection. Her memory of him remained fixed on the moment he had twisted her around and tossed her into the horde of corpses. Seeing her reaction and her emotions in disarray, Sheng Hui was left even more confused. What on earth was happening? Had she experienced some profound shock after waking up? Could it be that she had quarreled with Brother Jinan? After a few minutes, Sheng Hui cautiously glanced at her sister, relieved to see that the tears had ceased flowing. Sister, they'll go heat up some milk for you. You need to get ready. We have to go try on wedding dresses with Brother Jinan this afternoon, and time is tight. Once her emotions had settled, Sheng Nian looked at the date on her phone, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had returned to 3 years ago. Today was a full week before the apocalypse was to unfold, and also a week before her wedding to Song Jinan in her previous life. The apocalypse erupted on the day of their wedding. She had witnessed mutations unfold before her eyes, people devouring one another, and the world descending into chaos. Initially, both families had managed to evade the zombie onslaught, accompanying the rescue team to the Xinchuan base, where in their quest for supremacy amidst the apocalypse, he had shamelessly turned around and handed her over to. Recalling Song Jinan and the atrocities he had committed during the 3 years of the apocalypse, along with the tragic deaths of her loved ones, Sheng Nian trembled with rage, her heart brimming with resentment ready to erupt. Song Jinan, in this life, you shall pay for your blood debts in kind. Chapter 2. The resource system downstairs. Sheng Nian cradled a warm glass of milk, entranced by the cozy scene before her. Her father was engrossed in the news. Her mother was cooking in the kitchen, and her sister was washing fruits. This tableau was, to her, akin to a treasure gem. Nian, what's the matter? Did you have a quarrel with Junin? Sheng Minghua, who had turned his attention from the television, noticed her dazed expression and the redness around her eyes, and inquired with concern. Retracting her gaze, Sheng Nian suppressed the tumult of emotions welling within her and shook her head. Her mother, Kai Chiu, emerged from the kitchen, her tone sharp. That boy doesn't seem sincere at all. With just a week until the wedding, he dares to show you a sour face. If you truly marry him, will he even regard you? She was oblivious to the particulars of the situation, but anyone who upset her daughter could not be a good person. Sheng Minghua felt a headache coming on at her interference. Why say such things now, with the wedding so imminent? Jun-in and Nian have shared years of camaraderie, and he seems gentle and courteous. Besides, she chose him herself. Your words may only distress her further. Hearing her father's words, a flash of anger flickered in Sheng Nian's lowered gaze. Her hands clenched the fabric of her pants so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Song Junin. He was anything but gentle and polite. He was a beast in human guise. His actions, despicable and revolting, made her skin crawl. Nian? The calls pulled her back to reality. Looking up, she saw her parents watching her with concern. Striving to muster a smile, she said, I'm fine. However, her smile only deepened their worry. They exchanged glances, each understanding the other's unspoken thoughts. After Sheng Nian finished her meal and retreated upstairs, Kai Chiu sighed as she watched her daughter's silhouette vanish at the staircase. What could have happened to make her so troubled? Did Song Junin say something? Hui, go ask her. If that boy is indeed unworthy, then this wedding should be called off. Sheng Minghua's expression was grave. He believed Junin had shown good character, and their family seemed sincere. They had met several times and the conversations had been pleasant. If they were to become in-laws, it would not be a poor choice. But everything hinged on Sheng Nian's feelings. If she felt wronged, no matter how decent the in-laws were, they were not needed. In her room, Sheng Nian sat before her vanity, gazing at her reflection. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like dark ink. With a refined nose and lips naturally tinted like rubies, complemented by porcelain-like skin, she was breathtaking, and even she found herself momentarily entranced. As she reached out to touch her smooth cheek, buried memories resurfaced, tormenting her already aching heart. Nian, he said that as long as you serve him, He can guarantee your family's survival at the base. What a pity. After pursuing you for so many years, was it not for your face and body? To give it all to that old man is truly unjust. Your sister is delicate and charming. Though not as striking as you, she could suffice to meet his needs. Song Jun's arrogant words and repulsive visage haunted her like a specter. Staring intently at her reflection, she opened a drawer and retrieved a pair of scissors. The blade aimed at her face. The cold metal sent shivers down her spine. She closed her eyes briefly, recalling the 3 excruciating years of suffering during the apocalypse. In a prosperous era, her beauty was an asset, but amidst chaos, it became a peril, attracting unwanted attention. Whether from Junin or others, countless individuals coveted her. Clenching the scissors tightly, she prepared to plunge them down when a startled voice cried out from behind her. "Sister, what are you doing? Don't do anything rash." Sheng Hui rushed forward, attempting to snatch the scissors away, cautious not to harm her in the process. Opening her eyes, Sheng Nian was met with her sister's panicked expression, and she set the scissors down, hoping to ease the tense atmosphere with a smile, but found her lips unresponsive, unable to form any expression. "Sister, you can share anything with me. We can think of a solution together. Please, don't harm yourself." Sheng Hui's gaze remained fixed on the scissors, fearful of any impulsive actions. "You wouldn't understand, Hui." The calmness in her voice was chilling. In a world ravaged by chaos, her beauty would only become a burden, attracting endless troubles as long as it remained intact. The memories of being confined in a dark room, trapped in a cage, yearning for death yet unable to attain it, she would rather die than endure that again. "Sister." Sheng Hui could not comprehend the myriad of emotions swirling in her sister's eyes, nor the desperate struggle of someone bound by invisible shackles. "Do not tell them." Sheng Nian averted her gaze from Hui Hui's concerned eyes. "Then give me the scissors, and please, do not harm yourself." Sheng Hui left with the scissors in hand. Sheng Nian stood by the window, gazing at the warm sunlight and the vibrant green trees, beginning to contemplate what preparations to make. Having struggled for 3 years in a world shrouded in darkness, she had never imagined there would be a chance for a new beginning. In this lifetime, no matter the circumstances, she would protect her family at all costs. Just as she intended to jot down a list of supplies, the roar of a car engine suddenly echoed from downstairs. Peering out, she saw a blue car parked below, and shortly after, a man stepped out. Dressed impeccably in a suit and with his hair neatly styled, the moment she caught sight of his face, Sheng Nian's pupils constricted, blood rushing to her head. Song Junin. They were to meet so soon. At that moment, he wore a radiant and warm smile, looking every bit the gentleman. Yet that blinding grin pierced her heart like a dagger. As her mind clouded, Sheng Nian felt herself collapsing to the ground. Just as she fell, a transparent screen materialized in her darkened mind. On the screen was a line of text. "Welcome to the resource reward system. Please choose whether to bind." 2 options appeared below, yes or no. The resource reward system? Sheng Nian felt a flicker of doubt, yet she chose yes. "Congratulations on binding. A storage backpack has been randomly gifted, available for extraction at any time." As the words vanished, a brief manual appeared on the screen. Gradually understanding her new reality, her consciousness began to return, slowly opening her eyes. Sheng Nian wished to digest the information her mind had just absorbed, but was startled to find several people gathered around her bedside. Among them was Song Junin. Chapter 3. The marriage is called off. The hatred and resentment brewing within Sheng Nian's chest threatened to engulf her entirely. If she could, she would have relished the thought of ending his life with a single stroke. In those fleeting seconds of tumultuous thoughts, the remnants of her rationality pulled her back to reality. The apocalypse had not yet arrived. There was ample time for revenge. For now, her foremost priority was to prepare for the impending doom. "Nian Nian, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Would you like me to take you to the hospital?" Song Junin, oblivious to the hatred flickering in Sheng Nian's eyes, expressed his concern with tender affection. She averted her gaze, unwilling to behold his hypocritical facade. Kaichio, noticing her daughter's reaction, immediately darkened her expression and coldly remarked, Nian has not been feeling well these past few days. Let her rest before trying on the wedding dress. You should head back now. What ails her? Should I take her to the hospital? Has she been overworked lately? It's all my fault. I should have ensured she had proper rest. I could have handled these matters myself, Song Junin lamented, displaying a countenance of guilt and concern that could move anyone. Indeed, even Kaichio, despite her dissatisfaction, could not voice any reproach. Sheng Nian's delicate fingers clenched the blanket tightly. It was this very hypocritical demeanor that had led her to believe in her previous life that Song Junin genuinely cared for her, when in truth, he was always calculating. He had traded her life for his own, even threatening her with the lives of her family, leaving her trapped in a cycle of despair. The fury within Sheng Nian could no longer be contained. With a sudden motion, she threw off the blanket and raised her wrist, striking his face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply in the room. The others were momentarily taken aback by her unexpected action. Most astonished was Song Junin. The usually calm and gentle Sheng Nian had never exhibited such a fierce side. After the initial shock, he felt the sting of pain on his face and, bewildered, asked, Nian, what's wrong? Is it pre-wedding anxiety? I don't blame you. I'll bring the wedding dress to your home tomorrow. So you won't have to run around anymore. Just focus on looking beautiful on our wedding day. Song Junin, I will not marry you. You should abandon those unwarranted thoughts. From this day forward, stay out of my sight. Sheng Nian's breath was uneven, her crimson eyes fixed on him, revealing her unbridled animosity. Each word she uttered was icy and resolute. I will fulfill everything I have previously declared. She had vowed that the misfortunes endured by her family would be repaid upon him, and she had also promised to await him in hell. The room fell into a deathly silence. Kaichio and the others stared in shock. Song Junin was frozen in disbelief. The depth of hatred reflected in Sheng Nian's eyes sent chills down his spine, leaving him puzzled. Unwarranted thoughts? Had she uncovered his hidden schemes? Impossible. He had concealed them well for so many years. Just last night, they had spoken on the phone. How had she transformed into a different person overnight? The affection they once shared had turned into animosity. Nian, have you heard something from someone else? After all these years, do you still not trust me? Get out. My daughter has made her feelings abundantly clear. Why do you linger? Leave now, or I shall not hesitate to take action. Kaichio rolled up her sleeves, fiercely pushing him toward the door. Their daughter, whom they had nurtured with care, had never raised her voice at anyone. Her current fury could only stem from an unforgivable action on Song Junin's part. Recalling the look in her daughter's eyes, Kaichio's anger surged. As Song Junin stumbled to the door, he desperately sought to explain, but was interrupted. Auntie, there has been a misunderstanding. My feelings for Nian are genuine. You must believe me. Believe my daughter, or believe you. Do you think I'm a fool? Get far away from here. If Nian doesn't wish to marry you, then this engagement is over. Do not harass her again. Kaichio forced him out through the front door and only returned upstairs after watching him drive away. In the room, the family turned to Sheng Nian, who had descended from the bed, standing before them with a calm demeanor, her beauty and grace undiminished, as if the earlier scene had been a mere illusion. Mom and Dad, regarding my relationship with Song Junin, I am at a loss for words, but I will not be with him. I hope you can understand. Her tone softened yet remained resolute. Sheng Minghua and his wife exchanged glances, perplexed. They sensed an air of maturity about their daughter, who had just graduated from university and was poised for a promising future. You are an adult now. We will not interfere with your decisions, Sheng Minghua stated, nodding gravely. If you do not intend to marry, what are your plans? Will you work at a subsidiary, or do you wish to start your own business? Neither. Sheng Nian suddenly raised her gaze, her eyes serious as she addressed them. What I am about to say, please do not dismiss outright. I urgently need your assistance. In a few days, a global catastrophe will occur and human civilization will be overturned amidst continuous natural disasters. She recalled the day the apocalypse first struck. It was just past 4 in the morning, and while she was engaged in her makeup routine, the sky outside blazed a terrifying red. Just as the wedding was to commence, it began to snow heavily. Reflecting on those memories from years past, Sheng Nian's tone grew somber. As her thoughts returned to the present, she noticed her family regarding her with peculiar expressions. Unfazed, she continued, I understand your skepticism, and I assure you I am not hallucinating, but I need to prepare certain items. Mom and Dad, let me compile a list. Seated at her desk, she began to write, first listing various food supplies, then essential living items, and finally, some controlled tools. She was acutely aware of what would be necessary in the coming apocalypse, and her writing flowed swiftly. Sheng Minghua furrowed his brow in concern. Was his daughter suffering from some mental strain? Had she had a disturbing dream? Minutes later, Sheng Nian handed over the meticulously written list to her father, her gaze imbued with unprecedented seriousness. Dad, trust me. He examined the comprehensive list of items, recognizing that these were not whimsically conceived but rather premeditated necessities. Taking the paper, he met his daughter's earnest gaze and ultimately chose to remain silent, turning to assist her in preparation. The family had been deeply impacted by the day's revelations and gradually exited her room. Shortly after they left, Sheng Nian recalled the visions that had flashed in her mind. After a moment's hesitation, she attempted to mentally invoke system. Immediately, a transparent panel materialized before her. The apocalypse had not yet commenced, and the tasks had not been activated. The only visible item was a binding reward, a storage backpack. She mentally commanded extraction. In the next instant, a black backpack appeared in her hands. Chapter 4 Farewell to Li Yuan. Sheng Nian meticulously examined her inconspicuous backpack, both inside and out. The bag was so ordinary that it could be carelessly discarded without drawing attention. Recalling the information about this storage backpack in her mind, she casually grabbed a stack of books from the shelf and placed them inside. The backpack felt remarkably light, rendering the stack of books seemingly invisible. Simultaneously, a new interface appeared in her mind, depicting the storage backpack. It showcased hundreds of compartments, arranged in layers and rows, reminiscent of a bookshelf. The stack of books she had just placed inside occupied only a small portion of the first compartment. A quick assessment revealed that to fill this compartment, she would need at least 100 books. With renewed curiosity, Sheng Nian reached into the backpack, mentally envisioning the books displayed in the virtual compartments. In an instant, these books materialized in the backpack, allowing her to return them to the shelf. Witnessing this phenomenon, a thought began to blossom in her mind. Upon descending the stairs, her father left to procure items from her shopping list, while Sheng Hui stepped out, leaving only Kai Chiu at home. Nian Nian, where are you headed? Kai Chiu inquired, noticing the unfamiliar black backpack on her daughter's shoulders. Her eyes filled with concern. Unlike her usual well-groomed appearance, Sheng Nian donned a simple black tracksuit, her hair pulled back into a high ponytail, her face devoid of makeup, exuding a vibrant energy that starkly contrasted with her typically gentle demeanor. I'm just going to buy a few things, no need to worry. Sheng Nian replied with a reassuring smile, striding out with her long, slender legs. Dazzled by her smile, Kai Chi was left momentarily dazed, only to realize that Sheng Nian had already vanished from sight. Outside, the world basked in bright sunlight, and a gentle breeze enveloped her, evoking an exhilarating sense of rebirth. The present world appeared orderly, everything functioning smoothly, and few could foresee that these tranquil days were numbered. Arriving at a supermarket, Sheng Nian casually filled a shopping cart with various food items, carrying 2 hefty bags upon her exit. Once outside, she sought a secluded corner to stow the bags into her backpack. In mere moments, the contents of the 2 large bags vanished from her grasp. The transparent panel before her displayed the items, with not even a single compartment occupied. As she glanced at the backpack, it remained devoid of any weight, leaving her reassured. She continued this routine, visiting various supermarkets nearby, each time seizing an opportunity to stow her purchases in the backpack. After a bustling afternoon, although her collection of food and daily necessities seemed substantial, it filled merely 5 compartments of the storage backpack, insufficient for a family's needs over a fortnight. Incremental purchases were not a viable solution. Only bulk buying would suffice, yet there was no guarantee that the compartments could accommodate excessive quantities. Pondering her options, Sheng Nian retrieved her phone and opened a shopping app. She swiftly ordered a plethora of essential household items, including several compressed foods, selecting local delivery options that promised arrival within 2 days. As dusk approached, Sheng Nian found herself seated beside a flower bed, gazing at the crimson hues painting the evening sky. Exhaling a heavy sigh, just as she contemplated returning home, her attention was captivated by a figure in the distance. The silhouette, framed by the setting sun, cast a long shadow on the ground. Upon recognizing his face, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Li Yuan. The name nearly escaped her lips. Memories of her previous life surged back, recalling his ink-black eyes gazing at her, his voice calm and reassuring. I will take you away. Those were his first words to her, and also his last. During the 2 years of her captivity that followed, thoughts of him always rekindled a flicker of courage within her. To Sheng Nian, he was the beacon illuminating her entire world, a form of salvation. She had never anticipated encountering him again before the impending doom. Reflecting on his fate in her past life, Sheng Nian inhaled sharply and began to approach him. At that moment, the man had already boarded a military green SUV. As the vehicle roared to life, someone knocked on the window. It was a young and beautiful girl. Li Yuan pressed the window down, his cold, serious demeanor fixating on the girl before him. His voice was devoid of emotion as he inquired, "What do you want?" Sheng Nian remained unfazed by his attitude, meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve. In a few days, this area will become unsafe. If possible, head northwest, and remember, do not linger in this city. Her tone was grave, her composure steady, devoid of any hint of jest. Observing the girl in her early 20s, Li Yuan's expression grew even more serious. Spreading rumors is a crime, he stated curtly before driving away. Left standing there, Sheng Nian lowered her gaze, contemplating his words. He had neither refuted nor agreed with her, and it felt almost as if he was cautioning her. It was as if he possessed knowledge beyond her understanding. The thought startled Sheng Nian. If Li Yuan were indeed aware of something, why would he remain in this city? Why had he met such a tragic fate in her past life? A chill coursed through her body. Upon returning home, Shang Minghua was already there. The family awaited her arrival, visibly relieved to see her unharmed. The items you requested are in the basement, and some need to be custom-made, which will take about a week. A week? Sheng Nian instinctively furrowed her brow at the mention of such a delay. Noticing her concern, Sheng Minghua added, I've offered a premium to expedite the process. In the ensuing silence, he posed a question. Nian Nian, I need to know the extent of this disaster. How long will it last? What is its nature? He trusted her, yet the situation seemed too implausible to accept. He required a gauge to determine if further preparations were necessary. The duration is uncertain. It could last years, even decades. This disaster is catastrophic, and no one will escape unscathed. Father believes in you. Should we inform your uncles and aunts? Do we need to make additional preparations? Sheng Minghua inquired solemnly. Regardless of the truth, it was prudent to be prepared. Sheng Nian shook her head. Such matters, once spoken of, would not be taken seriously. If it incites societal unrest, we would also be in jeopardy. She was no altruist. After enduring years of apocalypse, her priority was the safety of her family. The fate of others was beyond her concern. Recalling the actions of her uncles during the apocalypse, a cold smile graced Sheng Nian's lips. Chapter 5. Everything belongs to me. This is the third day since Sheng Nian awoke. The food and daily necessities she purchased online were all stored in the basement. Whenever she found a moment, she would transfer these items into her storage backpack. She had yet to disclose the existence of the system in the storage backpack to her family. The more people who are aware of such matters, the less favorable the outcome tends to be. The various items she ordered online had accumulated significantly, filling the basement and occupying a substantial portion of the backpack's compartments. Food and daily necessities comprised half of the load. Observing the packed compartments, Sheng Nian felt a growing sense of confidence. Now, she awaited the delivery of the custom knives her father had ordered. Having loaded the basement's contents into the backpack, Sheng Nian returned upstairs. As she approached the door, she overheard Kai Chiu engaged in a heated argument on the phone. Just look at what your son is. My daughter has always been well-mannered and sensible, yet he has made her faint with anger. What use is such a scoundrel? My daughter is kind-hearted and has not confronted you. But that does not mean our family can be bullied. You better get lost quickly. Seeing her mother defend her so fiercely warmed Sheng Nian's heart. Over the past few days, Song Junin had been incessantly messaging her, but she had blocked his contact without a second glance. It seemed his family could no longer sit quietly, prompting them to call her home. I haven't caused you trouble, and yet you come looking for it? When will you repay the 50 million you borrowed last year? I tell you, for every call you make, I will demand repayment. With that, Kai Chiu hung up the phone. Turning to Sheng Nian, she expressed her discontent. I never realized this family was so despicable. I see Song Junin wants to marry you merely for our family's wealth. Previously, she had hesitated to voice such sentiments for fear of straining their mother-daughter relationship. However, after these past few days, Sheng Nian had completely lost her feelings for Song Junin, allowing her to speak freely. There was no need to waste time on them. They would receive their just desserts. Speaking of that family, Sheng Nian's voice remained icy. She intended to repay Song Junin for the suffering he had inflicted upon them. In the final 3 days, Sheng Nian had asked her father to procure a substantial quantity of pharmaceuticals. Many of these medications were limited in availability and could only be acquired through specific channels. Fortunately, her father held a respected position in Xinchuan City, allowing him to navigate these transactions with relative ease, albeit at a higher cost. Within a couple of days, all the medical supplies were moved into the basement. Sheng Nian observed the boxes of various medications accumulating there and estimated their types. Most were common medicines such as cold remedies, pain relievers, and anti-inflammatory drugs, along with boxes of cotton swabs, bandages, and tourniquets. She understood the scarcity of these items in a post-apocalyptic world. Initially, she had heard that Li Yuan had gone to a pharmaceutical factory to gather medical supplies, which had led to shaking off those thoughts. Sheng Nian carefully stored the medical supplies into the storage backpack. Once everything was packed, only 5 virtual compartments remained. Nian Nian, the custom clothing you requested is ready. Take a look. Sheng Minghua had not yet finished speaking when his gaze fell upon the now empty basement. Just an hour ago, the medications he had personally brought in filled much of the space. Now, his gaze shifted to the silent face of Sheng Nian, and he chose not to inquire further. Instead, leading her outside, a small truck awaited them, laden with custom-made, highly insulated cotton and down jackets, along with several blankets. This is the final batch. Your custom knives will be delivered tonight. After delivering this information, Sheng Minghua and his team moved the insulated blankets and clothing into the basement. Once they finished, he refrained from asking Sheng Nian what she planned to do with them, allowing her the time to decide. She followed suit, packing these items into the backpack until the last 5 compartments were filled. As twilight descended, the 4 members of the Sheng family gathered around the dining table. The dinner was sumptuous, yet no one seemed to have much of an appetite. Kai Chiu appeared anxious, glancing at Sheng Nian before finally asking, Nian Nian, what time do you think the disaster will strike? What form will it take? For the past few days, she had refrained from contemplating this matter in detail, but today, her restraint faltered. I'm not sure of the specifics, just sleep well. I will take care of everything. Sheng Nian's calm demeanor inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance in her family, who hesitated to press further. Not long after dinner, someone knocked at the door. It was the delivery of the custom knives Sheng Minghua had ordered days prior. 4 large knives were presented in specially designed long boxes. As the boxes were opened, the knives gleamed ominously under the light. Picking up one of the long, imposing blades, Sheng Nian's delicate fingers glided across its surface. Her gentle and beautiful visage, juxtaposed with such a formidable weapon, created a striking contrast. Sheng Hui also picked up a knife, exclaiming, "Why is it so heavy? They are made from special materials." The total cost for the 4 knives was nearly 7 figures, Sheng Minghua explained. All 4 knives shared similar materials, being swift and sharp, with slight variations in design. But overall, they were quite similar. Sheng Nian did not linger. She adjusted to the weight of the knife for a moment before glancing at the front door as she ascended the stairs. Mom, Dad, please lock the door before you sleep tonight. After she went upstairs, Kai Chiu began to tidy up the dishes, securing the front door before hurriedly gathering their belongings. She started with the jewelry, bank cards, and various clothes, moving with relentless urgency. The night was long, and Sheng Minghua did not intervene, only providing her with a backpack for food and vegetables. As the night deepened, Sheng Nian lay in bed, the large knife resting on her nightstand. Sleep eluded her. Visions of being trapped in that room, confined in that cage, haunted her mind. She dreamed of Li Yuan, recalling how he had claimed her when she fell into his hands, vowing to take her away. The final image froze in her mind. Song Junin lifting her and throwing her from the upper floor, surrounded by countless zombies that tore at her flesh. Sister, are you having a nightmare? The anxious voice of Sheng Hui broke through her thoughts. Time passed slowly, and Sheng Nian gradually regained her composure. She sat up, drenched in an uncomfortable sweat, and drank the warm water Sheng Hui had brought, her throat still hoarse. What's wrong? I'm scared. I can't sleep, Sheng Hui admitted, clearly having been awake all night. Don't be afraid. Your sister will protect you. Smiling gently, Sheng Nian reached out to stroke her head. Glancing at the clock, it was already 2 in the morning. After taking a shower, she emerged to find Sheng Hui fast asleep, changing into a practical black outfit. She leaned against the window, gazing at the horizon. The sky, which should have been pitch black, now bore an ominous crimson hue. The apocalypse is about to descend. Chapter 6 Side Quest. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the morning. Sheng Nian leaned against the window, her gaze penetrating the glass as the crimson hue stained the horizon. At that moment, in the villa district, a cleaning lady who had risen early was seized by the neck and bitten by an assailant, succumbing to the ground in mere seconds. Witnessing this scene, Sheng Nian gripped her large knife, her eyes resembling bloodshot orbs, exuding a chilling coldness. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. In just a few seconds, the cleaning lady who had fallen began to rise from the ground, her movements stiff as she wandered aimlessly through the neighborhood. Sister, sister, Sheng Hui, unsure of when she had awoken, stood beside her, pale-faced and trembling, as if she might collapse at any moment. Observing her sister's state, Sheng Nian felt a pang of compassion, yet she stated, "Do you see? This world is in chaos." She yearned to protect her family, yet they too must learn to fend for themselves. "What shall we do?" came the quivering voice, laced with undeniable fear. In this brief span, the number of grotesque and stiff-moving figures downstairs had swelled to 5 or 6. The thought of such a rapid spread sent tremors through Sheng Hui's entire being. Sheng Nian comforted her by patting her back, reassuring her, "Do not fear. I am here." At that moment, a sudden chime resonated in Sheng Nian's mind. A sound that was remarkably crisp. Simultaneously, a translucent panel materialized before her, inscribed with the words, "The apocalypse has descended, and the resource reward system is now active. Please complete the tasks. Otherwise, it will affect the release of new missions." As the text faded, another line emerged. Side quest. Eliminate 10 low-level zombies to obtain 10 low-level crystal cores. In the lower right corner, the reward was depicted as an apple. This was the first task. Failure to complete it would result in subsequent tasks being withheld. Having reviewed the mission, Sheng Nian tightened her grip on the knife, preparing to practice her skills downstairs, when she felt Sheng Hui clutching her arm, fearfully exclaiming, "Sister, they are approaching." Below, 3 zombies were advancing toward their home. Sheng Minghua and Kai Chiu hurried upstairs, their expressions fraught with panic. "Nian Nian, what should we do now?" They were startled as they beheld the gruesome figures outside. Realizing that until this point, they had dismissed Sheng Nian's previous warnings as mere nightmares. But now, it dawned on them that she had spoken the truth. "Stay here and do not move. Do not open the door for anyone until I return." With that, she brandished her large knife and prepared to go outside. Their instinct was to stop her, but she turned back to reiterate, "Remember, for anyone." Without looking back, Sheng Nian's slender silhouette, juxtaposed with the formidable knife, descended the stairs, etching a lasting image in their minds. Kai Chiu leaned against the window, anxiously watching as Sheng Nian opened the door and struck down a zombie with a swift swing. Tears welled in her eyes as she murmured, "What has our Nian Nian endured?" At that moment, Sheng Nian exerted every ounce of strength to finally dispatch the second zombie. Her breathing grew labored, her arms ached. And before she could catch her breath, another zombie, drawn by the scent of the living, lunged at her. The zombies moved slowly and awkwardly, making them manageable foes. Chapter 7. Awakening of Extraordinary Abilities. Feeling a gust of wind sweeping behind her, Sheng Nian swiftly turned to the side. In the very next moment, a long claw reached for the spot where she had just stood. With one failed attempt, the zombie lunged at her once more. She deftly swung her large blade. Bringing it down straight onto its head, the zombie was cleaved in two. A crystal core rolled out, catching her eye. Upon seeing the small, white orb, Sheng Nian's icy expression softened slightly as she stepped forward to pick it up. Before she could rise, however, the zombies nearby began to sluggishly converge upon her. There were far too many of them, and her stamina was nearly depleted. If this continued, the horde would only grow, making her escape increasingly difficult. With this thought in mind, Sheng Nian secured the crystal core and began to retreat. As she passed the previous villa, she glanced up, then, as if nothing had transpired, she departed hastily. "Nian Nian, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Just as she reached her doorstep, the door swung open. Once she stepped inside, Sheng Minghua quickly locked it behind her. The stench of the pursuing zombies lingered, drawing nearer by the moment. Watching the approaching undead, Kai Chiu and Sheng Minghua felt both anxious and fearful. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Sheng Nian reassured them. "Shouldn't you take a shower first?" They noted the foul odor of blood and decay that clung to her, which they found rather overwhelming. Mentioning a shower, Sheng Nian frowned slightly. The water may have been contaminated. Turning on her heel, she made her way to the kitchen and turned on the faucet. A stream of murky water flowed out, laden with impurities resembling dirt, rendering it a sickly yellow and unfit for consumption. Seeing this, Sheng Minghua and his wife were alarmed. "What do we do if the water is unusable?" "Don't panic. We will find a way." Sheng Nian calmed their nerves as she returned to the living room. She placed her recent acquisition on the table, a white orb, approximately the size of a marble, dull and lacking luster. The family exchanged glances, puzzled by its nature, and inquired, "What is this?" "A crystal core," she explained. She cleaned the core and held it in her palm. In her previous life, shortly after the apocalypse began, she had been imprisoned and had never utilized a crystal core to awaken her powers. Back then, even a mere guard dog could oppress her at will. Recalling those sunless days, a surge of hatred swelled within Sheng Nian, causing her grip on the crystal core to tighten. Noticing her altered demeanor, Sheng Minghua and Kai Chiu exchanged worried glances. "This is produced from the brains of zombies, and has a certain chance of awakening human potential. This is the only one I have found so far. I will try it now. Remember, while I am upstairs, do not open the door for anyone." With a brief explanation, Sheng Nian wasted no time and ascended the stairs, eager to enhance her abilities. Concerned, Sheng Hui followed closely. "Sister, Could this have any side effects? How long will it take? As she prepared to swallow the crystal core, Sheng Hui's heart raced, her gaze fixed intently on the white orb. Is it really safe to consume? Sheng Nian reached out to ruffle her hair, but paused, noticing her blood-stained hands. She then lowered her hand and smiled gently. Her voice as soothing as ever. There won't be any side effects. I'm not sure how long it will take, but I'll wake up once I absorb it. With that, she placed the crystal core in her mouth and swallowed it. While I am unconscious, take care of Mom and Dad. Do not concern yourselves with anyone else. In this situation, human hearts are the most perilous. I understand, sister. Sheng Hui nodded resolutely, remaining by her side. Lying on the pink sheets, still stained with drying blood, the scene appeared somewhat jarring yet oddly harmonious. Not long after swallowing the crystal core, a tumultuous pain surged through her insides, as if her organs were being violently stirred. A low groan of agony escaped her lips. Realizing something was amiss, Sheng Hui gasped in horror and rushed forward to assist, but upon seeing her sister curled up in pain, she hesitated, frantic and uncertain. Sister? What's wrong? Didn't you say there wouldn't be any side effects? What is happening? Soon, the pain radiated from her abdomen to her limbs. Each bone felt as though it were being torn apart. Chapter 8. Wind Elemental Abilities. Sheng Nian awakened her wind elemental abilities. In her understanding, the most prevalent powers were those of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Beyond these, it was said that there existed the exceedingly rare mental abilities. However, after struggling in the apocalypse for 3 years, she had never heard of anyone possessing such powers. She recalled that in her previous life, Li Yuan also wielded wind abilities. She wondered where he might be at this moment and if he had awakened his powers. Just as this thought surfaced, Sheng Nian shook her head, dismissing the trivial musings. She took out a map, studying it intently for a considerable time, contemplating their next journey. Sheng Minghua and the others observed her in silence, quietly retreating to avoid disturbing her. As they watched the mutated creatures wandering nearby, they moved cautiously, fearful of alarming them. When would this ordeal come to an end? The world had become increasingly incomprehensible, with bizarre beings emerging that she could hardly process. Kai Chiu guarded the large boxes of supplies she had organized, her expression tinged with melancholy. They had been confined within the house for days, witnessing the growing number of strange individuals outside, their anxiety escalating with each passing moment. They had seen people attempting to escape, only to be caught and torn apart by the zombies, their mangled bodies staggering back to their feet and wandering away. The world they had known for decades had vanished. Observing their dwindling food supplies, Sheng Minghua fell into a contemplative silence before stating, "Let us follow Nian Nian's decision." Sheng Nian descended the stairs, wielding a large knife with newfound agility, far more proficient than before. I have analyzed the route. We will depart from Nanan City and head northwest today. Her previously pale complexion had regained some color, and she exuded a newfound confidence, no longer appearing as detached and brooding as in recent days. Noticing this change, Sheng Minghua felt a slight relief. However, he soon grew puzzled and asked, "If we are heading northwest, why not take the western market route? Going through Nanan City would require a detour." As soon as the question was voiced, they noticed a shift in Sheng Nian's expression. Her lips pressed tightly together, and she remained silent for an extended moment. Sensing her sudden emotional instability, Sheng Minghua sighed softly. He had observed a marked change in his eldest daughter's demeanor lately. She seemed burdened with unspoken worries, her vacant gaze unsettling him at times. The living room fell into a profound silence. "We will go through Nanan City," Sheng Minghua declared. Sheng Nian simply nodded in response. Soon, the family hastily gathered their belongings and made their way to the basement. In the basement were 3 vehicles belonging to their family. They chose the Land Rover that Sheng Minghua usually drove, with Sheng Nian at the wheel. Bursting out of the basement, they encountered several zombies staggering in the road. Her expression remained calm as she pressed the accelerator, hurtling forward and colliding with them. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as several zombies were flung aside. Kai Chiu and Sheng Hui, startled, clutched the handles in the vehicle and instinctively turned to look back. They saw the recently dismembered zombies, seemingly unfazed by their injuries, clambering back to their feet. Witnessing this scene, their faces drained of color. The vehicle soon drove past a villa. Sheng Minghua glanced up and casually asked, "Your uncle lives up there. Should we check if he is still around?" "He is not," Sheng Nian replied nonchalantly, her tone devoid of emotion as she pressed the accelerator further. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sheng Minghua pondered her words. "Not there? What did that mean?" Before he could grasp the implication, A cry for help pierced the air. Here, help us, please. The desperate plea echoed nearby. They instinctively turned their heads to see a woman and a 7- or 8-year-old girl crouched by a floor-to-ceiling window, their faces streaked with tears. A mix of fear and urgency etched upon them. Just behind the house, 2 zombies were shambling towards them. Sheng Nian did not turn back. Her gaze fixated on the security booth at the entrance of the villa complex. The security system was robust. Only someone could exit by opening the gate. You all wait in the car. I will go open the gate, she instructed, brandishing her knife as she stepped out and strode towards the security booth. Please, save us. We promise we won't cause you any trouble. The mother and daughter, witnessing her descent from the vehicle, fell to their knees, pleading with tears streaming down their faces. The little girl joined her mother, pressing her small palms against the window, her fear palpable, yet she stifled her sobs. The sight tugged at the heartstrings. Still, Sheng Nian did not glance back. Her focus remained solely on the security booth. As she approached, her grip on the knife's handle tightened. When she was merely 2 or 3 meters away, Sheng Nian slowed her pace, vigilant of her surroundings. Just as she reached for the door, someone in uniform lunged at her from within. The figure moved with startling speed, leaving no time for an ordinary person to react. In that critical moment, Sheng Nian thrust her knife forward. Its blade slicked. Chapter 9 The Only Path. A piercing scream echoed through the area, filled with terror. Sheng Nian maintained a stoic demeanor as she observed several zombies relentlessly reaching out towards them. In a swift and fierce motion, she brandished her large knife, striking down as she advanced with long strides. With several decisive slashes, a few zombies collapsed to the ground, their limbs still twitching, yet devoid of any ability to harm. The woman, crouching and clutching her head at the car door, felt no pain for a long while and attempted to turn her head. She saw the zombies lying just a meter away, and beside them stood a beautiful girl with a cold expression, her hand plunged deep into a zombie's skull. When she withdrew her hand, dark crimson brain matter dripped onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, the woman felt a wave of nausea wash over her, and she bent down. Retching, Sheng Nian, who had not found the crystal core, cast a fleeting glance at her, her expression indifferent. If you wish to die quickly, do scream louder. With that, she turned her attention away and took the driver's seat. Seeing her about to leave, the woman, disregarding her discomfort, hurriedly climbed in. The Land Rover sped away, leaving behind a few zombies that were headed towards the very spot where they had just parked. Once they exited the villa district, Sheng Nian drove with determined purpose towards the southern city. The outside world had transformed drastically. The streets were littered with chaotic collisions of vehicles, and zombies roamed aimlessly. The towering buildings seemed to be shrouded in the lingering scent of post-war smoke. The once vibrant city of Xinchuan had become a desolate wasteland. The occupants of the vehicle observed the scenes flashing by, their spirits dampened. The atmosphere grew somber. We truly thank you for saving us. Or else my daughter and I might have perished. A cautious voice broke the silence within the car. Sheng Nian paid no heed, her face as cold as ice. Her gaze focused intently on the road, indifferent to the mother and daughter in the vehicle. Kai Chiu felt a pang of sympathy but understood the gravity of the situation. With a sigh, she said, "We haven't done much. There's no need for thanks. Please find a safe place to disembark. Our journey is still long, and it's not appropriate to bring you along." In times like these, there was no room for ambiguity. The woman, clutching her daughter, held back tears. Her head bowed in a pitiful manner, biting her lip to stifle her cries. Their family had little to say, turning their gazes to the window. Yet the girl in the woman's arms fixed her determined gaze on Sheng Nian, saying, "Sister, could you take us with you? We won't be a bother." "Taking you along would indeed be a burden," Sheng Nian replied flatly. The girl's expression fell, and the atmosphere in the car grew even more oppressive. Suddenly, Sheng Nian slammed on the brakes, the car coming to an abrupt halt. This unexpected action startled everyone inside, their bodies lurching violently against their seats. "Nian Nian, what is happening?" Kai Chiu's inquiry was cut short as her eyes fell upon the horde of zombies ahead. In an instant, her hair stood on end. So many zombies. The road ahead was teeming with zombies clad in dark blue uniforms. There were at least 100 of them. These creatures, initially wandering aimlessly, turned their attention towards the approaching vehicle, their stiff movements shifting towards them. "Nian Nian, back up," urged Sheng Minghua from the passenger seat, panic evident in his voice as he saw the zombies closing in. Sheng Nian's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her almond-shaped eyes ablaze with urgency. This was the only route leading to the southern city. "Nian Nian, if you don't reverse now, it will be too late. They are closing in," Sheng Minghua shouted in desperation. "Sister, they are coming." Sheng Hui's panicked voice echoed in the car. The vehicle faced the path to the southern city as the dense throng of zombies advanced towards them. Just as the nearest zombies reached out to grasp the vehicle, a surge of intense emotion flickered in Sheng Nian's crimson eyes. With a swift motion, she engaged reverse and pressed the accelerator, the car shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. In the rearview mirror, she saw the zombies being left far behind, and Sheng Minghua exhaled a silent sigh of relief. He was about to discuss a new route with Sheng Nian when he noticed the unfamiliar, cold expression on her face. Her features a mask of indifference, her eyes swirling with countless emotions, rendering him speechless. The others in the back seat could not see Sheng Nian's expression, their thoughts still clouded by the recent harrowing encounter with the zombies, their hearts filled with dread. How had the world descended into such chaos? With so many flesh-eating creatures, where could one find safety? This question had haunted them since the onset of the apocalypse, preoccupying their minds with thoughts of where they might survive in peace. Sheng Nian offered no response. She glanced at the fuel gauge and drove into a gas station. The station was cluttered with a few parked cars, appearing eerily quiet, as if devoid of life. "Stay in the car. I will assess the situation," she instructed, stepping out with her large knife. The others remained in the vehicle, alertly scanning their surroundings, too fearful to breathe. Upon entering the gas station, Sheng Nian's gaze immediately fell upon a woman in employee attire at the cashier's counter. The woman, now a ghoul, was frantically clawing at the entrance barrier, seemingly trapped for an eternity. Detecting the scent of the living, the zombie became agitated, desperate to escape. Witnessing this, Sheng Nian swiftly dispatched the creature. She then took a cursory glance at the small convenience store within the gas station. The shelves were neatly arranged, untouched by looters. She quickly gathered essential food items, making several trips to fill the trunk and even the front seats with supplies. Once she had sufficiently stocked up, Sheng Nian began to refuel the vehicle. "Nian Nian, be careful." As soon as the fuel nozzle was inserted, a collective gasp erupted from the others. Almost instinctively, Sheng Nian grasped her knife and turned, only to see a particularly swift zombie charging towards her. It was running. Realizing the gravity of the situation, her heart sank. Before the zombie could reach her, she waved her hand, unleashing a blade of wind that severed one of its legs. It felt no pain, merely scrambling back to its feet, roaring as it approached. Just as Sheng Nian prepared to strike again, a sudden gunshot rang out, and the zombie fell lifelessly to the ground. She caught sight of a tall, imposing figure. Chapter 10. Bestowing the crystal core. In the distance stood a man clad in black, his tall and slender figure strikingly conspicuous. His sharply defined features radiated a certain gallantry, and within his deep, jet-black eyes lay an air of coldness. Armed, he stood a mere 10 meters away, gazing at her over the fallen corpse of a zombie. Not far behind him was a military green off-road vehicle, occupied by several individuals, all of whom were attentively observing them, specifically, staring at Sheng Nian. Dressed in a fitted outfit that accentuated her flawless physique, her hair was elegantly tied up, and her stunningly beautiful face bore an incongruous expression of indifference. Most striking were the dark crimson stains of blood splattered across her face, neck, and hands, a stark reminder of the undead and Apos' demise. They had witnessed many women trembling in fear, succumbing to despair, and even attempting to take their own lives over the past few days, yet none had exhibited her fortitude. Sheng Nian cast a glance at the vehicle, familiar faces fleetingly passing before her eyes. Retracting her gaze, she focused on the figure so close yet seemingly worlds away. Suppressing the tumult within her heart, in a voice as calm as she could muster, she uttered a simple, "Thank you." After nodding at him, she wasted no time approaching the zombie, raising her sword to deliver a decisive blow to its head. A pool of dark blood oozed forth. Without flinching, she reached into the creature's skull, retrieving a small orb. This crystal core differed slightly from the one she had obtained earlier. While it appeared somewhat dull and lacked the luster of pure white, its hue leaned towards a pale yellow. Realizing this, Sheng Nian felt no joy. Rather, her mood grew increasingly grave. If her memory served her right, trouble was imminent. Reflecting on the memories of her past life, Sheng Nian silently stored the crystal core away. Upon rising, she noticed that everyone from Li Yuan's group was fixated on her. Their gazes varied yet inscrutable. She had no intention of deciphering their thoughts. To her, they were mere strangers. "What did you just extract?" Li Yuan's steady and melodious voice broke through her thoughts as she was about to enter the vehicle. His tone was soothing, imbued with a certain charm that could effortlessly quell one's anxiety. In her previous life, that very phrase, "I will take you away," had sustained her through 3 long, torturous years. Turning back, Sheng Nian met his gaze. After a brief silence, she strode over, standing before him and locking eyes. Li Yuan towered over her, compelling her to tilt her head to meet his gaze. At that moment, he lowered his own. Their eyes connected, and an uncanny stillness enveloped the air, as if they existed in a realm apart. His eyes were captivating, reminiscent of an endless starry night, and in that moment, Sheng Nian saw her reflection within them. A sudden wave of inexplicable satisfaction washed over her. To see him again in this life was truly a blessing. "This is the crystal core," she said, placing it into the inner pocket of his clothing. Meeting his gaze once more, she lowered her voice. "Consume it. There is a chance it may awaken your abilities, though it may also fail." In such close proximity, she could discern the faint scent of his shower gel mingling with the metallic tang of blood, whether his or hers indistinct. They had never been this near before. Aside from the overwhelming impression of his height, Sheng Nian felt her heart racing uncontrollably, yet she forcibly suppressed these feelings. Her delicate features remained composed, her striking cat-like eyes reflecting the resolute and stoic countenance before her. For a fleeting moment, when Li Yuan beheld the mirror of his own image in her pure gaze, he paused, then quickly regained his icy demeanor. "What are your plans?" he inquired. It seemed he had either ignored or internalized her earlier mention of the crystal core. "Head northwest. Proceed with caution," he instructed, his calm and pleasant voice etched into Sheng Nian's memory. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement, responding, "You too, be careful." With that, she turned and walked towards the vehicle, each step resonating with the awareness of being watched. The haunting memory of Li Yuan's tragic demise in her past life surged within her, an emotion arising from deep within her heart. Sheng Nian bit her lip, forcibly repressing that tumultuous feeling. She and Li Yuan had no past together, nor could they have one in this life. Some outcomes were beyond her control. As these realities settled in her mind, Sheng Nian gradually regained her composure. Upon entering the vehicle, she noticed Li Yuan's tall figure taking the driver's seat, and soon, the vehicle roared to life. Mere seconds after they departed, she too started the engine, following in their wake. This was the only path left to tread. The road leading to Nan'an City was obstructed by hordes of zombies. Inside the military green vehicle, several individuals remained lost in thought, still processing the earlier events. "That girl is truly fierce. Did you see how she was covered in zombie blood? So much of it. I wonder how many she has slain," Guoqing remarked, filled with admiration. "I must say, her demeanor is strikingly similar to the captain and Apos. Two icebergs, indeed. And I noticed, even without the captain and Apos' gun, she could handle the zombies herself." Zhao Changming recalled, earnestly analyzing the scene. Their conversation flowed, filled with praise for Sheng Nian. Yet, Li Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he sat in the front, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the distant, blood-red horizon, his handsome brow furrowing in concern. The sky was too peculiar. Behind them, Sheng Nian drove, maintaining a suitable distance from the vehicle ahead, neither too close nor too far, with no intention of overtaking. As dusk descended, the number of wandering zombies along the roadside dwindled, posing little threat. "Nian Nian, where will we sleep tonight?" Kai Chiu inquired. "We'll camp outdoors, setting up tents. There's an open area ahead that was once planned for a hospital, but construction was halted due to recent events." As the vehicle came to a stop, Sheng Nian approached the trunk to retrieve supplies. Though it appeared she was extracting items from the trunk, many were actually drawn from her storage backpack. The group busied themselves setting up 2 tents, settling down to rest and prepare a meal. Holding her sword, Sheng Nian surveyed the surroundings, standing atop an elevated point. Feeling the evening breeze against her, gazing at the blood-red sky, her heart heavy with foreboding. Chapter 11. He believed in her in the distance. A military green vehicle came to a halt. The terrain was open here, and ahead lay a mountain village, making travel difficult. Thus, they decided to rest for the night. Li Yuan stepped out of the vehicle and gazed at the fiery horizon, his handsome face set in an expression of cold determination. As if recalling something, he turned back to look in the direction behind him. His gaze landed on a distant vantage point, where a graceful figure caught his eye. Though too far to discern her facial expression, he could almost imagine her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation, suddenly jolted back to reality by the unexpected image in his mind. Li Yuan withdrew his gaze and retrieved a small orb he had earlier pocketed. The tiny orb lay quietly in his somewhat rough palm. The girl had said it was a crystal core, with a chance of activating extraordinary abilities. He cradled the crystal core in his hand. Observing the 2 tents set up by Guoqing and Zhao Changming, and instructed, "I have matters to attend to. You will take turns keeping watch. No one is permitted to approach my tent. Understood, they replied, standing upright and responding with utmost respect. Once back in his tent, Li Yuan prepared the crystal core. His thoughts lingering on that enchanting visage, and without hesitation, he swallowed it. He believed in her. Soon, his body reacted. His limbs felt as if they were undergoing a rigorous forging process, and an overwhelming wave of pain engulfed him. Li Yuan furrowed his brow tightly, gritting his teeth, not uttering a sound. His large hand clenched into an iron fist, veins bulging at his temples as if he were enduring excruciating agony. Time passed slowly. The horizon appeared stained with a vast expanse of crimson, as if it were continuously spreading. Nightfall gradually approached, creating a bizarre scene where two colors met in the sky. Within the tent, the ordeal continued. The pain did not diminish with the passage of time. Rather, it intensified, coursing through his bones, body, and nerves. Suddenly, an involuntary low groan of pain escaped his lips. The expressions of the two outside the tent stiffened. What is wrong with the captain? Is something amiss? Guo Cheng anxiously glanced towards the tent, adhering strictly to the rules and refraining from crossing the boundary. Zhao Changming shook his head, his demeanor equally grave. I suspect it is related to the girl we encountered earlier. What are you talking about? Guo Cheng looked at him in confusion, completely baffled by this line of reasoning. He remembered the girl vividly, primarily for her decisive and efficient methods of dispatching zombies. But how did that relate to the captain? The more anxious he became, the more unruffled Zhao Changming appeared. I am asking about the captain. What does the girl have to do with this? You don't understand, Zhao Changming replied. Upon hearing this, Guo Cheng nearly suffered a heart attack. Angered, he turned away, ignoring him and resuming his watch over the tent. As night gradually consumed the land, Sheng Nian sat on a stone at a vantage point, her large blade planted beside her in the earth. Behind her stood a tent and a vehicle. The night was eerily quiet. Everyone had fallen asleep. Her clear eyes scanned the landscape through the dimness, occasionally resting on the two tents in the distance. The dark tents loomed like small mountains, with the light of a flashlight flickering intermittently, indicating that someone was keeping watch, just as she was. Li Yuan. The thought of his name sparked a fleeting warmth in Sheng Nian's eyes, quickly replaced by clarity. After an indeterminate amount of time, a chilling breeze swept through, striking her face. This wind felt unusual, carrying a hint of dampness that tousled her hair. Sheng Nian extended her hand, the delicate outline of her palm barely visible in the darkness. Suddenly, she pivoted her hand and grasped the hilt of the blade standing beside her. Rising to her feet against the cold wind, her sharp gaze pierced the distance. In an instant, she spotted dozens of zombies slowly climbing up a slope. Seeing this, Sheng Nian's attention first fell on the two tents. They were merely a few dozen meters from the slope. Once the zombies reached the top, they would be the first to attack. Without delay, Sheng Nian activated her system task panel. Glancing at the task progress, she hurried down from her vantage point and awakened Xing Minghua. Dad, zombies are coming. I will deal with them. You keep an eye on the surroundings. If anything happens, get in the vehicle. I will return promptly. Having been on high alert these past 2 days, Sheng Minghua and the others quickly awakened at her call. Upon hearing the mention of zombies, they anxiously surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. Everything was silent. They saw and heard nothing, yet their fear deepened. Can you handle it alone? I'll go with you. Sheng Minghua insisted, reaching for another large blade to accompany her, but Sheng Nian halted him. There is no time. You all stay here and wait for me. With those words, she did not allow them to respond and swiftly vanished into the darkness. By the time she arrived, several zombies had already crawled up. The night severely limited visibility. Even with her activated abilities, it was still challenging to see clearly. Those who had not yet activated their powers had to rely on tools for illumination. At that moment, Guo Cheng wielded a flashlight in one hand while swinging a steel rod to strike a zombie's head. Unbeknownst to him, 3 zombies were stealthily approaching from the other side. Sensing movement, Guo Cheng shone his flashlight, revealing grotesque, decaying faces looming before him. His pupils dilated as he prepared to swing the steel rod to defend against their attack, when suddenly, a blinding flash of cold light caught his eye. The nearest zombie's head was severed cleanly in half. Before he could react, the glinting blade struck again, and a second zombie's head fell to the ground, splattering black blood onto his arm. In quick succession, a third zombie was effortlessly dispatched. 3 corpses lay before him, and he hadn't even had the chance to strike back. At that moment, Guo Cheng directed his flashlight toward the lovely face just 2 meters away. The night was dark, yet her face shone pale against the backdrop. It was the girl he had seen earlier at the gas station. upon recognizing her. A sense of familiarity. Chapter 12. His abilities. The moment Guo Cheng beheld the multitude of zombies descending the slope, his complexion paled, and he felt his footing slip slightly. How could there be so many? Gripping his steel rod tightly, he looked up at Sheng Nian, who stood resolute, her piercing visage illuminated by the night breeze that tousled her hair, emanating an ineffable aura of strength. This girl was a formidable match for their captain. Shaking off the inappropriate thoughts, Guo Cheng inquired, "Shall we each take half of these zombies?" Before he could receive an answer, he witnessed Sheng Nian strike with precision, causing one zombie to collapse stiffly. Her speed was astonishing, her movements ruthless. With each swift cut, another zombie tumbled down the slope. In barely 2 minutes, she had dispatched half of the zombies. Guo Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Abandoning his intention to wield the steel rod, he opted instead to illuminate her path with a flashlight. "Attention, there's one on the left. Careful, one is approaching from the right. There are 2 at 1 o'clock. Their collaboration proved remarkably efficient. Before long, the last standing zombie also succumbed. The beam of the flashlight revealed a gruesome scene, with the slope strewn with the lifeless bodies of zombies. Despite the overwhelming stench, Guo Cheng surveyed the area, relieved to find the danger had passed, and then directed the light towards Sheng Nian. Seeing her descend the slope startled him, prompting an exclamation. "What are you doing?" He illuminated her path, clearly witnessing her pause beside a zombie's head, her right hand delving into the skull. Guo Cheng was taken aback, perplexed. What could she possibly be doing? Before he could ponder further, he observed her hand excavating something from within the head. A wave of nausea surged uncontrollably within him as he envisioned the dark, viscous brain matter. This girl was truly terrifying. This was a zombie, after all. What bizarre behavior. Having collected the crystal core, Sheng Nian glanced at him briefly, noting his distress before returning to her grim task, methodically repeating the process at the next head. After examining all the skulls, she ascended with 3 crystal cores in hand. Guo Cheng remained hunched over, his eyes reddened from retching, his facial expression reflecting his discomfort. Why must you torture the brains after slaying the zombies? Gazing at the beautiful girl before him, he could scarcely believe the grotesque actions he had just witnessed, had he not seen them with his own eyes. Sheng Nian tossed 1 crystal core to him. "This item has a certain probability of awakening abilities. Consume it when the moment is right." Her voice was devoid of inflection, utterly calm and emotionless. Staring at the object in his palm, Guo Cheng's expression became one of ambivalence, nearly discarding it. This was the contents of a zombie's head. How could he possibly swallow it? He was about to inquire further when he noticed Sheng Nian turning away, leaving without a backward glance. As she passed by the tents, Sheng Nian paused, glancing at one before resuming her stride as if nothing had occurred. Internally, she recited her mission. A transparent mission panel materialized before her. The task of slaying 10 zombies had been completed, while the objective of acquiring 10 crystal cores was only halfway fulfilled. She retained 2 crystal cores. The reason she had given Guo Cheng one was that in her previous life, he had been one of the few to extend kindness towards her. He was also the only one beside Li Yuan who genuinely wished for her to escape from her predicament. "Nian Nian, how are you? Are you all right?" Upon her return, her anxious family members regarded her with trepidation. Kai Chiu inspected her thoroughly, relieved to find her unharmed. "I'll clean you up quickly. You should rest." She used a small amount of water to wipe Sheng Nian's face and hands, followed by wet wipes to remove the bloodstains. Once she had finished, Kai Chiu retrieved milk and bread from her backpack. She had initially gathered several boxes of valuables and jewelry, but ultimately, only food was taken. Seated in the driver's seat, Sheng Nian stared ahead, hastily consuming bread to satiate her hunger. Suddenly, she heard the sound of gulping behind her. It was the mother and daughter duo. They had fled with nothing, having subsisted on a few packets of biscuits and a bottle of mineral water throughout the day. Though they were not fully satisfied, they remained silent and compliant. Glancing at them through the rearview mirror, she observed their embarrassment as they clutched their stomachs, and then averted her gaze. Kai Chiu sighed inwardly. In their current environment, the food they possessed was more precious than gold. She hesitated to share with strangers, but upon witnessing the small girl's timid demeanor, fearing to be a burden, her heart softened. Opening the bag Sheng Nian had obtained from the gas station supermarket, she extracted 2 loaves of bread and handed them to the duo. "Make sure to ration it." "Thank you, thank you." The mother and daughter expressed their gratitude, taking the bread and eating it slowly, mindful of their hunger, yet careful not to consume it too quickly. Observing them delicately cradling the bread as if it were a rare treasure stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Kaichio. She was not typically inclined toward compassion, yet witnessing the plight of a child in need tugged at her heartstrings. Noting that Sheng Nian did not object, Kaichio pondered for a moment before offering a box of milk to the little girl. The young girl looked up with clear eyes, her voice bright as she said, "Thank you, Auntie." This simple address struck a chord in Kaichio, prompting a deep sigh within her. The vehicle was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the soft sounds of eating. The night stretched on, and not far away, within a tent, Li Yuan awoke from his pain-induced slumber. Beads of sweat glistened on his handsome face, revealing a hint of weakness, yet something about him felt distinctly altered. Sitting upright, he gently closed his eyes, and an invisible mental force radiated outward from him, rapidly expanding. Although the night remained dark, every blade of grass and tree was meticulously encompassed, vividly manifesting in his mind. Realizing this, Li Yuan felt a mixture of astonishment. Was this what the girl referred to as an ability? Soon, his mental energy extended toward the Land Rover, where 6 individuals resided. The young girl who had provided him the crystal core occupied the driver's seat. He attempted to disperse his mental energy further, but it encountered some restriction, sending sharp pangs through his brain. Just as he contemplated retracting his mental energy, he noticed the girl suddenly turn her head. Her sharp eyes filled with wariness. Chapter 13. The new Chuan base captain, how are you feeling? As Li Yuan emerged from the tent, Guoqing and Zhao Changming quickly gathered around him. His expression was icy, exuding an aura of coldness that enveloped him entirely. In his current state, he appeared no different from usual. Observing his composed demeanor, they began to question whether the hushed cries of anguish they had heard inside the tent were mere figments of their imagination. "I'm fine," Li Yuan replied tersely, his gaze drifting towards the horizon where a blood-red hue was gradually emerging, and then to the ground strewn with the corpses of zombies. Noticing the direction of his gaze, Guocheng hastily remarked, "Those zombies were all dealt with by that girl we saw during the day. Her methods of extermination were astonishing. I was utterly transfixed." As Guocheng spoke of the girl, Li Yuan recalled their first encounter, when her clear eyes boldly met his, warning him of the city's dangers. "What surprised me most was that after slaying the zombies, she proceeded to excavate their brains and handed me this," he continued, revealing a crystal nucleus he had pocketed. "She insisted I swallow it. Who would dare eat something like this?" Li Yuan's eyes narrowed as he observed the crystal nucleus, catching a glimpse of Guocheng's unvarnished disdain. "Did she give this to you voluntarily?" he inquired suddenly. Guocheng was taken aback, nodding in response, still struggling to grasp the implications. Li Yuan turned away, coolly suggesting, "Find an opportunity to consume it." Why does the captain's demeanor seem somewhat intimidating? Guocheng exchanged glances with Zhao Changming, only to find him fixated on the crystal nucleus in his hand. By 5 in the morning, daylight had fully arrived. The sky was awash in red, suffocating the earth beneath it. The landscape, entirely obscured, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, akin to a massive stone pressing down, rendering them breathless. Silence enveloped the group, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Sheng Nian drove steadily westward. Shortly after, they encountered Li Yuan's vehicle, which had just started its journey as well. Upon seeing Sheng Nian, Guocheng cheerfully greeted her, "Thank you for last night. May I ask your name?" "Sheng Nian." As she pressed the brake, Sheng Nian turned her head and met Li Yuan's gaze. "I am Guocheng. Where are you heading?" he inquired eagerly. "A base has been established in New Chuan City, and it is exceedingly safe. We plan to head there. Would you care to join us?" Upon hearing the term base, Sheng Nian's demeanor shifted drastically. Her expression turned frigid. "No," she replied curtly, releasing the brake and flooring the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward with a jolt. The shrill sound of the engine reverberated in Guocheng's ears as he stared blankly at Li Yuan, bewildered. Why does she seem angry? No one answered his unspoken question. Guocheng, feeling somewhat at a loss, settled back into his seat, refraining from further inquiry. Inside the Land Rover, the atmosphere was thick with tension. "Sister, they say they're SA base, and it's very safe. Why aren't we going?" The young girl in the backseat asked timidly, her uncertainty palpable. Sheng Minghua and the others remained silent, fully aware that Sheng Nian was upset. Though they did not comprehend the reason, they had no intention of provoking her further. As the little girl's voice faded, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air. The force of inertia sent their bodies lurching forward uncontrollably as the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Without looking back, Sheng Nian calmly instructed, "You two get out and follow them to the base." "Sister." The little girl was taken aback by her eerily calm tone, unsure of how to respond. The woman hesitated, clutching her daughter, torn about whether to comply. They had witnessed Sheng Nian's formidable prowess in battling zombies. If possible, they would prefer to remain with her. However, they were not inclined to go to the base. The base was populated and fortified, offering a greater sense of security. As the woman weighed her options, Sheng Nian and Apos' voice cut through the air once more, sharp and commanding. "Get out." Startled, the woman quickly embraced her daughter and exited the vehicle, which sped away without a second glance. Kaichio leaned against the window, watching as the mother and daughter grew distant until a military green vehicle came to a halt before them. Nuchuan Base. The phrase echoed in their minds. They had never heard of this place before. From Sheng Nian's reaction, it was clear she was aware of it, yet she seemed to harbor a profound aversion towards it. Understanding her stance, they refrained from broaching the subject. Currently, they remained within the confines of Nuchuan City, having made little progress the previous day. To reach the West City, they must first traverse through Nuchuan City, a journey that would likely take another day or two under the current circumstances. Though they felt a sense of urgency, none dared to voice it. While contemplating these matters, Shang Ming was suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes widening in horror. Nian. There's a vehicle ahead. Be careful. Two cars lay haphazardly across the road, remnants of an unknown accident. A disoriented figure staggered near the vehicles. At the very moment Sheng Ming was shouted, the vehicle did not slow down. Instead, it surged forward. A loud crash echoed as the impact jolted the family, their hearts racing in their chests. They witnessed the figure being thrown aside, struggling to rise. Their hearts pounded erratically as their gaze fell upon Sheng Nian's face. Her eyes were devoid of emotion, cold and unfeeling, instilling fear in those who met her gaze. When had their once gentle and optimistic daughter transformed into this? The speed of the vehicle remained unrelenting, barreling towards the city center. There were two routes leading to the West City, one through the city center and the other skirting the outskirts. As they observed the increasing number of abandoned vehicles strewn across the road, their spirits sank further. Nian, the closer we get to the city center, the more people there will be. Wouldn't the outskirts be a better option? Sheng Ming could no longer contain his concern. Sheng Nian pressed her lips together, offering no reply. Yet, her grip on the steering wheel remained steadfastly directed towards the city center. Realizing this, Sheng Ming sighed, resting his forehead in his palm, furrowing his brow in desperation. He pondered why Sheng Nian had become so obstinate and extreme in her views. Chapter 14. Mission accomplished. The speed of the Land Rover gradually diminished. As they gazed ahead, the entire city appeared to be in disarray. The roads were littered with various vehicles emitting black smoke, and unsteady figures meandered about. The city had lost its previous vibrancy and clamor, now enveloped in a suffocating stillness, permeated by an ominous atmosphere. Once they entered the city, the tension within the vehicle escalated. Sheng Ming and his companions quietly gripped their broadswords, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Even the zombies, staggering towards them from a distance of merely a dozen meters, filled them with trepidation. Suddenly, the sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. Their path was obstructed by several vehicles involved in a chain collision, rendering further progress impossible. Nian, what should we do now? The area was cluttered with haphazardly parked cars and wandering zombies. Exiting the vehicle would pose a significant risk. Sheng Nian contemplated the blocked road ahead, scanning the vicinity before stating resolutely, we will find another vehicle up ahead. Despite her insistence on traversing this route through the city, Sheng Ming refrained from opposing her. The family began to gather food and necessities from inside the car. Sheng Ming carried a box, Kai Chiu slung a large backpack over her shoulder, and Sheng Hui held several bags filled with food and fruit, each also gripping a broadsword, making their movements somewhat cumbersome. With her black backpack in place, Sheng Nian led them forward, stepping over the curb. Suddenly, strange noises emanated from the disordered vehicles lining the road. They turned to see numerous zombies struggling to crawl out, frantically advancing towards them. Witnessing the undead emerging from the nearby cars, Kai Chiu and the others' eyes widened in horror, an uncontrollable wave of panic surging within them. Nian. There are so many of them, Kai Chiu exclaimed, her face pale with fear. A glance revealed dozens of zombies converging upon them, including a towering male zombie, a female with stiff limbs, and a small one grinning grotesquely. The sight of these grotesque visages sent shivers down their spines, igniting an instinctual urge to flee. Sheng Nian extended her hand, focusing her energy, and in an instant, several razor-sharp wind blades shot forth, precisely severing the heads of the nearest zombies. With an overwhelming number of zombies surrounding them, there was no time to search for crystal cores. They had to keep moving forward. Her expression remained impassive, her demeanor icy. Any zombie that drew near met its demise at the hands of her wind blades. However, after only a few uses of her abilities, she began to feel a sense of depletion within her. Furrowing her brow, she gripped her broadsword once more. Newly awakened powers could not be overexerted if her stamina waned. It would lead to a deficit, complicating future upgrades of her abilities. Before long, they reached the end of the congested road. With a collective sigh of relief, fatigue washed over them. "Sister, should we take a break here?" Sheng Hui inquired. Sheng Nian glanced back at the dozens of zombies she had just dispatched. Tempted by the thought, "Very well," she acquiesced, observing as they settled on the roadside, while she, armed with her broadsword, began to extract the zombies' heads. Kaichio rummaged through their bags for food, wiping down some wilting cucumbers and tomatoes before beginning to eat. "Sister, I'm having a tomato." As Sheng Hui took a bite of her tomato, she caught sight of Sheng Nian cleaving a zombie's skull open, her pale hand reaching inside to retrieve a handful of foul, dark red matter. The taste of the tomato instantly vanished for her, and her stomach churned. But she stifled the urge to vomit. The preciousness of their provisions made the thought of waste unbearable. Observing Sheng Hui's struggle, with tears brimming in her eyes, Sheng Minghua and his wife exchanged concerned glances, daring not to look in Sheng Nian's direction. Having just dispatched over 20 zombies, they successfully collected 5 crystal cores. As Sheng Nian retrieved the last core, a crisp sound echoed in her mind. Ding! Task panel activated. The progress bar for the side quest was full, and the pending in the lower right corner shifted to completed. Additionally, a bright red apple awaited extraction. Sheng Nian clicked to extract it, and the apple materialized in her backpack. Simultaneously, the task interface refreshed, unveiling 2 new quests, 1 side quest and 1 main quest. The side quest, obtain a level 2 crystal core. Upon glimpsing the main quest, Sheng Nian's expression darkened, an ominous aura silently emanating from her. "Nian Nian, come eat something," Kaichio called out, noticing her stillness. Concerned about attracting the zombie's attention from afar, she kept her voice low. Sighing internally, Sheng Nian suppressed her growing agitation and approached. Clutching the crystal core, Kaichio prepared bottled water and tissues, as before, to clean her hands. "Would you prefer cucumbers or tomatoes? We also have biscuits and bread." Casually, Sheng Nian picked up a tomato and took a few bites, suddenly recalling the apple reward she had just received. She reached into her backpack and retrieved it. The apple was a vivid red, radiant and fragrant, looking exceptionally tempting. "You all should eat this apple. You should eat it. You've been working hard these past few days, and you haven't had much. What will happen if you continue like this and your health deteriorates?" Kaichio gazed at her with concern. In just a few days, Sheng Nian had visibly lost weight, her slender frame burdened by the heavy broadsword, exuding an impression of being overwhelmed. "Dawn and Oppos, worry, I'm fine." Amid their unmasked worry, Sheng Nian lowered her gaze. Sitting on the curb, she stared into the desolate city, finishing her tomato before savoring the apple. The apple was juicy, sweet, crisp, and fragrant, far more delicious than ordinary apples. Initially, she felt no difference, but once she finished the apple, her body underwent a transformation. Noticing the change, Sheng Nian stood up in surprise. The fatigue from earlier had dissipated, replaced by a surge of energy. The previous sense of depletion vanished, leaving her feeling invigorated. Was it the apple? Realizing this, she rose, focused her energy, and unleashed several powerful wind blades that sliced through the air with even greater precision than before. Examining her own palm in perplexity, Sheng Nian pondered, "This apple is no ordinary apple?" Chapter 15 Reunion at Noon. The vibrant morning hues gradually surrendered to a sullen gloom, as ominous clouds gathered in the sky, threatening to descend at any moment. Sensing the abrupt change in weather, the family hastily gathered their belongings and secured a rugged vehicle, setting forth towards the city center. The recent weather had been exceedingly peculiar. It appeared as though rain was imminent. As they gazed upon the dense, dark clouds looming over the city, Kaichio felt a sense of unease. The road ahead was already fraught with peril, and should rain commence, visibility would be further obstructed, complicating their journey. Hearing her thoughts, Sheng Nian lifted her gaze. Observing the ominous sky, her dark pupils reflecting an infinite chill, her apprehensions were materializing. They had scarcely traveled a few kilometers before they were ensnared in an immovable jam. The main thoroughfare of Xinchuan City was choked with vehicles, some having mounted the curbs, colliding with storefronts, while others were trapped in the middle, unable to advance or turn back. The air was thick with smoke and confusion, and countless zombies roamed the streets, making their presence known. As soon as they reached the intersection, they were compelled to halt. The sheer number of zombies surrounding the main roads left no room for escape. Even the slightest misstep could lead to a gruesome fate. The thought of such a horrific outcome left Kaicho breathless, suppressing any sound. "Nian Nian," she whispered. Sheng Nian turned to look back and quickly assess their surroundings before alighting from the vehicle, opening the door for her family. "Do not be afraid. Follow me." With her weapon drawn, she ensured their safety as they exited the vehicle. The stench of decay permeated the air, and the low growls from every direction sent chills down their spines. They swiftly sought refuge beneath a nearby building, dispatching a few nearby zombies. Just as Sheng Nian contemplated heading towards a side alley, a sudden scream erupted from above. "There are still people here. Help us, please." Several individuals were clinging to the barred windows of an apartment building, desperately waving for assistance. A jolt of alarm coursed through Sheng Nian. She glanced ahead and noticed the zombies on the main road beginning to converge toward them. "Run," she urged, leading her family into the adjacent alleyway. As they entered, throngs of zombies surged towards them from the street. The inhabitants of the upper floors were horrified as they witnessed the horde of zombies converging upon one spot. The alleyway also housed a few scattered zombies. Sheng Nian took the lead, dispatching the undead while guiding her family onward. With each swing of her blade, zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. Upon turning a corner, she was startled by a scream. "Sister!" She swiftly pivoted, only to find Sheng Hui sprawled on the ground, her ankle ensnared by the gnarled hand of a decapitated zombie. Sheng Minghua and Kai Chiu halted to assist, but Sheng Nian decisively severed the grasping hand. Sheng Minghua then helped her sister to her feet. Seeing the dismembered hand still clinging to her ankle sent a wave of fear through Sheng Hui, causing her to tremble. "Do not worry. You are unharmed. We must leave this place," Sheng Nian reassured her. After navigating several alleys, their legs began to tire. They had dispatched nearly 30 zombies. Yet Sheng Nian appeared unfazed, while her family struggled to keep pace. Exiting the narrow passage, they found themselves on a less congested street, where zombies were significantly fewer, and the traffic was less dire. A sense of relief washed over Sheng Nian. They could discern a potential route of escape. However, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The clouds above rolled ominously, as if darkness would soon envelop the day. Under such circumstances, continuing their journey was unwise. "There is a convenience store ahead. Let us take a moment to rest," she suggested, leading her family swiftly towards the establishment. The convenience store door was locked from within. As Sheng Minghua and the others remained vigilant against possible zombie attacks, Sheng Nian pondered how to gain entry. Unbeknownst to them, a military vehicle was advancing steadily down the nearby street. "Step aside, we found this territory first," shouted a voice from within as the shuttered door rose, revealing dozens of faces peering through the glass. These were robust, middle-aged men, and in the shadows behind them, women and children huddled together, trembling in fear. Upon seeing them, Sheng Nian's brow furrowed, her actions halting as she scanned the area, finally settling her gaze on a small shop a few doors down. "We should head that way," she declared. As she prepared to move, a voice called out in astonishment from beyond the glass. "Nian Nian, is that you? How did you end up here?" They turned to see a familiar face emerge, Song Junin. A glint of coldness appeared in Sheng Nian's eyes as she narrowed them slightly. "This is my fiancé. Open the door. Let them in." Song Junin implored the others beside him. "Outside is crawling with zombies. If you let them in, we might all perish," someone protested. Sheng Nian remained unhurried, crossing her arms as she observed Song Junin's expression through the transparent barrier. "Junin, you ought to consider our plight. Not long ago, they treated us poorly, and now you wish to help them?" A woman interjected, her face one that invoked a sense of nausea. She was Song Junin's mother. Remembering her past actions, a cold smile curled at Sheng Nian's lips. Song Junin appeared conflicted, guilt etched across his features. "Nian Nian, I truly apologize. It is not that I do not wish to open the door. The current situation does not permit it. I am genuinely sorry. I will make it up to you next time. Rest assured, I shall extend my gratitude in due time," she replied with a sardonic smile before turning away decisively, leading her family towards the neighboring shop. At that moment, a group of zombies, drawn by the scent of human presence, began to converge upon them. Chapter 16. Her strength outside the street. The zombies in the alley converged from all directions. The expressions of everyone present shifted. Those inside the convenience store saw the family of 4 gradually surrounded by the undead, feeling both dread and a sense of relief. I had said they were a family of calamity. Thankfully, they hadn't opened the door just now, or we would all be doomed. Song Junin's mother pressed against the glass, mockingly taunting, "Oh dear, in-laws, I am truly sorry. Don't blame us. After all, you were the ones who insisted on collecting debts. You should go down to the underworld to do that. Kai Chiu, infuriated, could hardly contain her anger, but seeing the increasing number of zombies, she forgot her grievances and anxiously turned to Sheng Nian. Nian, hui, you both go ahead. I will hold these things back. No way. Before Sheng Nian could speak, Sheng Hui's eyes were already brimming with tears as she clutched Kai Chiu's arm, her entire being trembling. Terrified, she could not bear to watch her family face danger. At that moment, Sheng Minghua and Sheng Nian were fiercely slashing at the advancing zombies. Sheng Nian's face was cold, resembling a fierce deity, her aura powerful enough to command attention. Follow closely, do not fall behind. Her voice, as frigid as a glacier, quietly bestowed strength upon those around her. With strides that conveyed determination, Sheng Nian led her family toward the small shop. She charged ahead, and as a zombie's claws reached out, her sharp blade flashed, bringing one to the ground. Within a mere 2 minutes, over a dozen corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Sheng Nian's hand reached for the shop's door. Sister! A sudden scream pierced the air. She swiftly turned, her dark pupils locking onto the 5 or 6 zombies that were about to pounce on Sheng Hui. With a powerful wave of her hand, a fierce blade of wind, like a flurry of knives, sliced through the heads of several zombies with precision and ferocity. Sheng Hui's pupils constricted, her heart seemingly ceasing to beat. She watched in disbelief as the zombies, now petrified, froze in mid-motion. They appeared unchanged, suddenly rendered immobile. Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed several halves of their heads slide off, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Her gaze followed to their neatly severed skulls, the wounds smooth and precise, as if crafted by machinery. Is this my sister's handiwork? The terror within Xinghu Chapter 17, Arboreal's ability at this juncture. Within the confines of the humble shop, Sheng Nian expunged the 2 reanimated corpses, casting their remains outside before commencing to arrange the locale for nocturnal habitation. The emporium had been pillaged, bequeathing only scattered victuals and domestic articles. Gaining respite, the family slumped to the floor, their countenances betraying profound weariness. Observing the visages of the mother and son, they were thankful the betrothal had been annulled, or else she would be consumed with regret. With a moment's respite, Kai Chiu's thoughts drifted to Zhang Qin's smug expression, provoking a surge of ire that constricted her very breath. Sheng Minghua, with a sigh, lamented, such matters are inconsequential. We must now contemplate our subsequent course of action. On this, their inaugural day within the city, the prevailing circumstances indicated that egress would prove a formidable task. Anticipating this somber topic, the gaze of the trio instinctively converged upon Sheng Nian, who, seated within the cashier's enclosure, perused a map with focused intensity, her thoughts inscrutable. Elder sister, might I request one of the crystalline nuclei extracted from the cranial cavities of the reanimated? Sheng Hui's abrupt inquiry shattered the tranquil atmosphere, drawing 3 pairs of eyes in her direction. Since the advent of the cataclysm, Sheng Hui had scarcely enjoyed restful slumber. Her once charming and vivacious countenance now bore the marks of fatigue, though her eyes retained their ebony brilliance. She met Sheng Nian's gaze directly, without the slightest evasion. Under such scrutiny, Sheng Nian's fingers, which held the map, trembled slightly. Her long eyelashes lowered, casting shadows over her eyes. With my protection. You have no need of such things. I do. Sheng Hui exclaimed, rising to her feet with resolute conviction. I wish not to witness your exhaustion, your burden, your perpetual composure and repression. Sheng Nian's fingertips twitched almost imperceptibly. She pursed her lips, inhaled softly, and murmured, to safeguard you is my greatest joy. To protect our parents, to shield my sister, to ensure their peaceful survival. This is my sole aspiration in life. Hearing their words, Sheng Minghua and Kai Chiu's eyes welled with tears. They averted their faces, concealing their emotions. Elder sister, I have faith in you, and I implore you to believe in me. I desire to fight alongside you, not to be a craven supplicant for protection. She harbored trepidation towards those grotesque, cannibalistic beings. Yet she dreaded even more the prospect of her sister's eyes transforming into stagnant pools. Confronted by such unwavering resolve, Sheng Nian experienced a moment of disorientation. At this moment, Sheng Hui was spirited and fearless. In contrast, during her 2-year imprisonment in her previous life. Elder sister, that beast Chao Zhigao has returned. I am terrified. Elder sister, I can scarcely endure any longer. I truly cannot. Elder sister, what am I to do? What will become of our parents if I perish? Then, Sheng Hui was enervated, despairing, and terrified, like a taut string on the verge of snapping. For a moment, Sheng Nian found herself unable to reconcile the two visages. Elder sister, you must believe in me. Sheng Hui's voice drew her back to the present. A faint smile of gratification graced Sheng Nian's face as she extended her hand, offering a crystalline nucleus. I believe in you. Accepting the nucleus, Sheng Hui nodded solemnly. Subsequently, she retreated to a secluded corner of the shop and holding the nucleus. She declared, I am aware that failure is possible, yet I must attempt it regardless. Even in failure, I have my sister. She omitted the final sentiment. Observing her poised demeanor, Kaicho panicked. Hui, should you not reconsider? Perhaps wait a while longer? I shall not delay. I shall exert my utmost effort. Sheng Hui ingested the nucleus. Witnessing her decisiveness, Kaicho rose in alarm, attempting to assist, only to be restrained by Sheng Nian's grip. This process must not be interrupted. Kaicho relented, though with great reluctance. They hastily consumed some provisions from the emporium, their attention riveted upon Sheng Hui's condition. Before long, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Disturbingly, she remained unresponsive, devoid of any movement. Observing this, Sheng Nian's countenance bore a grave expression. In her previous existence, she had not witnessed the activation of another's ability, save for her own experience. Upon ingesting the nucleus, her bones had felt as though they were being pulverized and reconstructed, causing excruciating agony. Yet Hui displayed no reaction whatsoever. Was this a harbinger of failure? The night deepened. A tempestuous wind howled outside, rustling the foliage. The family huddled against the shop's walls, dozing fitfully. Shang Mingguo and Kai Chiu, both in their 40s, had endured several sleepless nights and were now succumbing to exhaustion. Sheng Nian remained awake, her blade in hand. Seated behind the shop's entrance, her eyes partially closed, her ears attuned to any sound. Time ebbed away. The first rays of dawn infiltrated through the door's crevice. A faint, unusual sound echoed within the tranquil shop. Elder sister. A soft voice reached her ears. Sheng Nian's eyes snapped open, and she turned. Sheng Hui sat in the corner, holding in her hand a resplendent rose, just unfurled, its crimson hue strikingly vibrant. Observing the flower blooming from her palm, Sheng Hui was crestfallen. What manner of ability is this? She grasped the rose, and suddenly, ouch! It pricked her. Observing the blood trickling from her palm, Sheng Hui was exasperated. She had mustered such courage to attempt this, only to produce a rose? Of what use was this? To stab the reanimated? Sheng Hui, gazing at the fallen rose, began to question her very existence. Sheng Nian stooped to retrieve it, inhaling its delicate fragrance. Seeing her actions, Sheng Hui lowered her head in dejection, murmuring, Elder sister. I have failed. Hui has not failed. Sheng Nian chuckled, her tone buoyant. This is an arboriaceous ability. You can cultivate any plant. But I seem unable to. Sheng Hui attempted again, yet this time, not even a rose emerged, only a diminutive green sprout, so fragile that it seemed on the verge of withering. Such is the nature of newly awakened abilities. Proficiency will come with practice. Truly? Can I become as formidable as you, elder sister? Sheng Hui inquired. Assuredly. Sheng Nian smiled, preparing to instruct her in the art of wielding her newfound power when a sudden knock reverberated upon the shop's entrance. Chapter 18. Not a good person. The family's gaze was fixed upon the door. Kai Chiu, her nerves frayed, inquired, Who is it? Could it be the zombies? It cannot be. Zombies do not knock, Sheng Nian replied just as voices emanated from outside. We are the rescue team from Xinchuan base, the people from the store. You may come out now. It's the rescue team, Kai Chiu exclaimed with a hint of joy. Yet, she soon noticed that Sheng Nian's previously cheerful demeanor had darkened ominously. Her eyes, once warm, now bore an unsettling intensity fixed on the door. Realizing the shift, Kai Chiu's fleeting joy dissipated instantly. What is happening? She despondently glanced at Xing Ming was standing beside her, only to see him silently shake his head, offering no words of reassurance. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted. We are the rescue team from Xinchuan base, here to save you. There is no need to be afraid. The voice from outside was carefully modulated, neither too loud nor too soft, designed to avoid attracting the attention of any lurking zombies. However, Sheng Nian showed no intention of opening the door. She remained still, as did the rest of the family. With each subsequent knock, the sound grew increasingly aggressive. If you do not come out, what will happen? Suddenly, the door swung open. Sheng Nian's icy gaze fell upon the faces of the individuals outside. There were two people present. The one who had knocked was a young man in his 20s, sporting disheveled wine-red hair and an air of nonchalance. The other, as her gaze shifted, her expression sharpened with palpable intensity. Before her stood a face steeped in insincerity, one that had haunted her dreams repeatedly. The thought of severing his head surged within her. Even at this moment, the desire to end his life rekindled fervently. Greetings, we are the rescue team from Xinchuan Base, tasked with locating survivors. I am an ability user. Should you require assistance, I will ensure your safety, the man announced in a calm, measured tone, though his voice seemed steady. It betrayed an undercurrent of uncontainable excitement and impulse. This man, in his 30s or 40s, bore an unremarkable appearance. Yet his small eyes were fixated on Sheng Nian with unmasked scrutiny. And you are? A cold, derisive laughter echoed as Sheng Nian retorted. Kaichio gasped in surprise. What? They stared at Sheng Nian, entirely unaccustomed to this side of her. Her eyes sparkled with mockery, her lips curled in a sardonic smile, exuding an air of arrogant disdain that felt foreign. The former Sheng Nian would never have regarded others with such contempt. Chao Zhigao, who had been lost in thought, now wore a transformed expression. His small eyes narrowed to slits as he regarded the aloof and unapproachable girl, his anger only fueling his growing desire for her. If I am not mistaken, you possess wind abilities? He pressed, suppressing his ire while brazenly appraising her. Sheng Nian remained unfazed. Containing her impulse, she surveyed her surroundings. The nearby zombies appeared to have been lured away, as none were in sight. Alongside the roadside, amidst a cluster of disordered vehicles, an armored car stood parked. Undoubtedly, it had been brought by them. If she could eliminate Chao Zhigao, that vehicle. To be frank, I also possess wind abilities, and I awakened them earlier. If you join us at the base, not only will you enjoy its protections, but I will also impart some techniques related to your powers, Chao Zhigao coaxed persuasively. So, he has already awakened his abilities? Sheng Nian felt a flicker of alarm, her vigilance sharpening. Just moments ago, she had contemplated how to discreetly take his life, never anticipating that he too possessed powers. While the outside world remained fearful of zombies, they dared to consume crystal cores. Our base is still in its formative stages and urgently requires ability users. If you join us, not only will you reap substantial benefits, but you will also have no need to worry about safety or sustenance. What do you say? Would you consider it? Unnecessary, Sheng Nian replied without a moment's hesitation. Her rejection resolute. She understood better than anyone what kind of man stood before her. Chao Zhigao's patience was visibly waning, his expression darkening upon hearing her firm refusal. He had not anticipated that such a young girl would be so impervious to persuasion. Since you do not require our assistance, I wish you good fortune. I hope to see you again, unharmed by infection. With those words, Chao Zhigao turned and retreated to the armored car. The young man glanced back several times, casting regretful looks at the two figures. Chao Gu, are we simply letting them go? Rest assured, they will come to the base, Chao Zhigao replied. His gaze lingering on the cold, enchanting face before him, a shadow of a smile creeping into his eyes. Nian Nian, do you know him? Once the armored vehicle had departed, Kaichio finally voiced her lingering doubt. They had never witnessed Sheng Nian treat anyone with such palpable disdain. He is not a good person, Sheng Nian stated succinctly. She had no intention of elaborating further, turning her focus to examining the vehicle, determined to leave. The weather today was even more dismal than yesterday. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, threatening to descend at any moment. If her memory served her correctly, trouble was imminent within the next couple of days. If they could not exit the city today, the thought of such consequences tightened her lips, prompting her to hasten her search for a vehicle. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed nearby. They turned to look. It was the group of individuals they had encountered at the convenience store yesterday. Hello, I am Liang Pingjiang. The burly man standing at the forefront introduced himself. Sheng Nian did not even spare him a glance, continuing her inspection of two more vehicles in quick succession. None of the vehicles were operational, either they lacked keys, were out of fuel, or had suffered some malfunction. After several minutes of searching, not a single drivable vehicle had been found. Yang Pingyang, noticing Sheng Nian's disinterest, redirected his attention to Sheng Hui's face. We are a temporary team planning to head to Xinchuan Base. We would like to know if you wish to join us. There is strength in numbers, and it would be beneficial for mutual support. Going to Xinchuan Base? Was there not a rescue team just now? Why are you not following them? Sheng Hui regarded them suspiciously. Could these individuals harbor ulterior motives? The thought prompted her to tighten her grip on her weapon, prepared for confrontation at a moment's notice. A rescue team? Liang Pingjiang and his companions appeared puzzled, failing to notice Sheng Hui's reaction. What rescue team? Chapter 19. Self-reliance, do you not know? Just recently, that armored vehicle belonged to the rescue team from the Xinchuan base. Sheng Hui regarded them with a face full of skepticism. Those individuals insisted they were a rescue team dedicated to searching for survivors. And it was inconceivable that they were unaware of the many living souls present. Who, then, is lying? The group of over 10 exchanged glances, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes. We truly do not know of any rescue team, they stated. A brief silence enveloped both parties. Sheng Nian continued her search for a vehicle. After inspecting every car parked along the street, she found not a single one that was operable. Yang Pingjiang pondered for a moment and then spoke up. The roads on these streets are all blocked. Even if you find a vehicle, you want to be able to drive it out. I know of a place where there are cars. We can go there together. A pair of subdued eyes flicked toward him. Under her calm and indifferent gaze, Liang Pingjiang felt an inexplicable pressure but persevered. The city is swarming with zombies. The longer we linger here, the worse it becomes. Where are the vehicles? Sheng Nian inquired, her gaze piercing into him as if to read his very soul. Yang Pingjiang gestured toward the west, saying, approximately 1 or 2 kilometers away. We need to walk there. The distance was not insignificant, yet not exceedingly far either. After delivering this information, Liang Pingjiang fell silent, leaving the decision to her. She glanced skyward, and after a few seconds, she spoke slowly, lead the way. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. She had agreed to guide them. The group hurried back to the convenience store's entrance. There were few zombies in sight. If they were to leave, now was undoubtedly the opportune moment. They emerged cautiously, eyes darting around, fearful that a zombie might suddenly leap out at them. Most of them were elderly, women, and children, with several mothers cradling their little ones, all appearing rather grim. Sheng Nian cast her eyes over the crowd and counted more than 40 individuals. Among them, she noticed the family of Song Junin, who was hiding toward the back of the group. The sight of them sent a chilling wave through Sheng Nian, as if her very blood had begun to congeal. Song Junin kept his head bowed but, being tall, remained quite noticeable. Zhang Qin's complexion was far from healthy. The dark circles under her eyes rendered her rather haggard. It seemed she had suffered some trauma, as she was now exceedingly subdued, making no noise whatsoever. Next, Sheng Nian's gaze fell upon a nondescript middle-aged man. Is that Song Hua? Upon recognizing him, Sheng Nian's eyes swept over him quickly, and just as she was about to look away, their gazes locked, revealing a complex array of emotions. A faint, cold smile crept onto Sheng Nian's lips, which made Song Junin's heart skip a beat, sensing an unsettling premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, her clear, melodious voice rang in the ears of everyone present. We will proceed to drive now. The journey is approximately 2 kilometers. And someone needs to stay behind as a rear guard. Song Junin, that responsibility falls to you. Is that acceptable? Why should my son remain behind? There are so many people here. Why not choose one of them? Zhang Qin protested loudly, her voice breaking the tense silence and causing everyone to look around nervously, fearing they might attract a zombie. Of course, you may refuse. However, that would necessitate your self-reliance, Sheng Nian replied with a light laugh. Her smile was exceptionally captivating, with the corners of her lips curving upward, imparting a sense of warmth and comfort. Yet, her words sent a chill down their spines. Zhang Qin's face turned a shade of green with anger. She intended to argue further, but Song Junin restrained her with a hand. I agree. Then let us prepare to set off. Sheng Nian's smile gradually faded, her gaze lingering on him momentarily before she resolved to begin the journey. Traversing 2 kilometers with such a large group would undoubtedly be a daunting task. For reasons unknown, the zombies along these 2 streets had vanished without a trace. Clutching a large blade, Sheng Nian led the way, her demeanor fierce and resolute. Following her were a dozen or so young men, and trailing behind them was the group of elderly and frail. Bringing up the rear was Song Junin, who occasionally glanced at Sheng Nian's striking figure, his eyes betraying a simmering discontent. Junin, someone beside him called out, their voice fragmented. Observing his struggles, Song Junin quickly reached out to support him, an impatient flicker crossing his face. Dad, do you feel unwell? I cannot catch my breath. I feel ill. Song Hua gasped, his limbs appearing stiff, causing him to lag behind significantly. Seeing him move so slowly, Song Junin's patience wore thin. Pick up the pace. If you fall behind any further, you'll be left behind. As they urged him on, they traversed the 2 streets. At the end of the road stood several sharp barriers, flanked by heaps of zombie corpses. Upon witnessing this, the group hesitated, fear gripping their hearts. Some of the corpses were not entirely lifeless. They twitched as they caught the scent of human flesh, eliciting terrified cries from a few children. Stop crying. If you continue, I'll toss you to chapter 20. self-inflicted hardship as the oblivious crowd turned to witness the scene. A cacophony of piercing screams erupted. Sheng Nian's hand, which had just been raised, halted abruptly upon seeing the zombie lunging towards them. In a moment of desperation as the zombie's claws reached for Song Junin, he instinctively pulled someone from his side to shield himself. With a sickening sound, the zombie's claws plunged into Song Hua's body, blood gushing forth and pooling onto the ground. Just as the zombie prepared to lunge again, a sharp blade descended, severing its form and plunging it into silence. A heavy stillness enveloped the scene. Song Junin clutched Song Hua's trembling hands, overwhelmed with guilt. "Dad, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I was thinking." Nearby, people hurriedly retreated, creating distance from the father and son. Zhang Qin, momentarily paralyzed with panic, glanced between Song Hua and Song Junin before rushing forward to pull him aside. Anxiously inquiring, "Son, are you hurt? Let me see." As they stood together, Song Hua's stiffened gaze met theirs, his crimson eyes fixated on them. "Why? Your health has always been poor. Had it not been for your son, you wouldn't have survived this long. He is still young, with a future ahead. Helping him now fulfills your purpose," Zhang Qin asserted with a sense of righteousness. Those around her instinctively kept their distance, unease radiating from them. Stammering, Song Hua struggled to articulate a response, his body eerily contorting as his neck twisted and his arms grew rigid. "Dad, hold on. Once we reach the base, I will find a doctor to help you," Song Junin comforted, though his feet silently retreated. Song Hua's pupils turned a ghastly white as he gasped, a foul odor emanating from him. "Dad, please don't blame me. I truly didn't intend for this to happen." In that moment, a sudden gust of wind sliced through the air, severing Song Hua's head from his body. "Sheng Nian, what have you done?" Song Junin's heart raced as he turned to the direction from which the wind blade had come. Sheng Nian stood poised against the wind, her slender figure etched into his vision. A mocking smile adorned her exquisite face, and the scorn in her eyes pierced through him like a dagger. "What am I doing? Can you not see? He is a human." Song Junin's voice rose in intensity. "A human? Are you blind?" She scoffed, wasting no further time as she turned down the street toward the parking lot. The road was unnaturally quiet. Aside from the recent zombie encounter, they had only encountered a handful of others. The eerie silence heightened the anxiety among the group, each member trembling with apprehension, fearful of another sudden attack. After several minutes, they arrived at their destination, a bus parking lot filled with a disarray of vehicles, bloodstained stark against the ground. Sheng Nian approached the nearest bus, only to have a zombie, dressed in a driver's uniform, collapse at her feet. In a fluid motion, she sidestepped as it fell, still writhing on the ground. Liang Pingjiang, trailing behind, seized the opportunity to dispatch it. The bus was empty of passengers and other zombies. After a brief inspection, they confirmed its functionality and full tank of fuel. "Get on the bus," Sheng Nian instructed calmly from the driver's seat. The others rushed to comply, with the Sheng family remaining close to her. As the bus smoothly exited the parking lot, the sky appeared to darken, resembling the twilight hours of 6 or 7, though it was still before 3 o'clock. The journey was unusually smooth. Having witnessed the chaos of the city center, the sight of clear roads and sparse zombies cast a veil of doubt over Sheng Nian's mind. Given the population of Xinchuan City and its prior vibrancy, how could only a few zombies be roaming? Unless, inside the bus, an oppressive stillness settled among the passengers. As they relaxed from their heightened alertness, fatigue washed over them. Song Junin and Zhang Qin sat near the back, instinctively isolated by the others, who dared not approach them. The Sheng family remained vigilant at the front, eyes fixed ahead. "Nian Nian, are we heading to the base?" Sheng Minghua ventured, noticing the bus veering toward the outskirts. He had previously speculated that Sheng Nian's elaborate route through the city center was to avoid the Xinchuan base. Yet he now found her direction surprising. "They cannot survive out there," Sheng Nian replied. "These individuals require shelter to endure. Since I have promised them, I shall not falter." 2 hours later, darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The bus's headlights illuminated only a short distance ahead, severely limiting their sight. They were merely 20 to 30 kilometers from the base, and if they hurried, they could arrive by nightfall. However, the base would be closed at night, prohibiting entry. Thus they would need to wait until dawn. Before long, the bus pulled over to the roadside. "Nian Nian, let us have something to eat," Kaichio suggested, opening a box to reveal chicken legs, bread, and beverages. The aroma of the chicken soon filled the bus, accompanied by the sound of salivating passengers. "Mom, I want a chicken leg. I want a chicken leg." A young boy in Appo's voice rang out from the back. A woman quickly tore open a long-saved sausage and offered it to him, gently coaxing, "We're not having chicken legs. Let us eat this sausage instead. It's even tastier." "I don't care. I want a chicken leg," the boy shouted defiantly, swatting the sausage away and stomping to the front, puffing out his cheeks as he glared at Kaichio, hands on his hips. "Give me a chicken leg." Kaichio glanced down at him, replying, "There are no extras left." Her box contained only 2 chicken legs, one for Sheng Nian and one for Sheng Hui, while she and Sheng Ming was settled for mere biscuits. "You're lying. She has one," the boy accused, pointing angrily at Sheng Nian, who was still sipping milk, her chicken leg untouched. Casting a brief glance at him, she chose to ignore his outburst. Feeling snubbed, the boy's fury intensified as he spat in Sheng Nian's direction, missing her but hitting Kaichio's feet. "You wicked woman. Stingy. Not even one chicken leg. I hope you choke. Little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize this instant." The woman, hearing his insults, rushed over to pull him back, urging him to apologize to Sheng Nian. "I'm terribly sorry." Chapter 21. A life as Sheng Nian exuded an aura of gentleness. The woman's gaze fell upon the unopened drumstick in her hand, and she could not help but swallow hard. They were utterly famished, having consumed nothing but a single packet of instant noodles all day, and they hadn't even had a sip of water. With only the two of them, mother and son, left to rely on each other, it was no wonder that desperation had led him to offend you. While she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Sheng Nian's hand, awaiting her sympathy. Observing the mother and son, Kaichio expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Your son is hungry. But my daughter is not. I've brought so many people out, responsible for their comfort, and I haven't eaten anything all day. Am I not allowed to be hungry? Isn't there's still plenty of food here?" she continued, glancing awkwardly at their boxes and backpacks, noticing several plastic bags on the ground. "There is an abundance of provisions. A single drumstick hardly counts, does it?" The woman looked sheepishly at them. "I don't care. I want that drumstick. You wicked woman, give it to me." The little boy, unconcerned with the consequences, lunged forward attempting to snatch the chicken leg from Sheng Nian's grasp. She deftly raised her hand, evading his reach. In the midst of the boy's clamor, Sheng Nian opened the package right before his eyes. The tantalizing aroma of the chicken leg wafted through the air. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment as he swallowed hard in anticipation. Sheng Nian flashed him a smile, and both mother and son were poised to reach out for the coveted morsel. In the next moment, Sheng Nian took a hearty bite of the drumstick. "You wicked woman. Bullying a child. I'll get you for this." The boy's face flushed with rage as he attempted to strike Sheng Nian. Nearby, Sheng Ming was swiftly grabbed him by the collar, lifting him off the ground. The boy flailed his limbs, glaring furiously at Sheng Nian, who remained unfazed, consuming the chicken leg bite by bite in front of them. Once she finished, she cheerfully remarked, "Delicious." The boy, who had been suspended in the air, suddenly burst into tears, his eyes reddened. Kaichio, taken aback, had been concerned that Sheng Nian might relent and share the drumstick with the boy. But she never anticipated this turn of events. "Mommy, this wicked woman is bullying me. You must punish her." The boy broke free from Sheng Mingwei's grasp, clinging to the woman's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 22. Arrival at the base. A desperate scream echoed through the air. A shudder ran through everyone's hearts, and the timid averted their gazes, shrinking back in terror. A blade swung down, severing an arm that fell to the ground. The young man knelt in agony, his face flushed crimson, trembling uncontrollably as his heart-wrenching cries pierced the silence. Blood splattered across the ground. Several children, terrified, began to wail. Liang Pingjiang removed his t-shirt, rushing forward to bandage the wound, solemnly stating, "Xiao Hong, this thing will soon consume you entirely. To survive, you must sever your arm." His actions had been swift. The wound had not yet spread throughout his body, and under normal circumstances, survival was entirely possible, albeit with the loss of a hand. The young man trembled in pain, unable to move an inch. A few others lifted him onto the vehicle. Upon seeing him, those inside instinctively recoiled, their eyes filled with wariness. Sheng Nian sat in the driver's seat, observing the expressions and demeanor of everyone around her. Minutes passed as Liang Pingjiang and his companions cleared the vehicles from the road, allowing the bus to pass through smoothly. Not long after, the bus began to slow down. Ahead loomed a tall wall made of bricks, and a temporary sign hung in the middle, reading, "Xinchuan Base." The wall stood 4 to 5 meters high, obscuring the view within, though faint outlines were discernible. From a distance, it resembled an impenetrable fortress, instilling a profound sense of security. Upon sighting the base, excitement surged among those in the vehicle. The bus halted about 10 meters from the base, and everyone eagerly rushed out. Sheng Nian remained in the driver's seat, her cold gaze fixed upon the newly constructed building. The base, recently established, appeared as a formidable stronghold, seemingly capable of sheltering everyone. Yet, 3 years later, when the tide of corpses surged, this seemingly indestructible base fell within a mere 2 days. The powerful had already arranged helicopters to evacuate before the onslaught, leaving thousands behind to flee in panic, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate. As she gazed at the newly erected base, Sheng Nian's fingers gently traced the edge of her blade, her downcast eyes betraying her thoughts, obscuring the emotions within. Only a few remained in the vehicle: Sheng Minghua, Kai Chiu, and a dozen youths led by Liang Pingjiang. They did not leave, remaining in the bus. Miss Sheng, the Xinchuan base has just been established. With your capabilities, it would be effortless for you to secure a position here. Have you considered staying? Liang Pingjiang inquired. The others turned their attention to her, well aware of her strength and the safety they could find by following her. Sheng Nian remained silent, her expression grave, as if deep in contemplation. No one pressed her for an answer. The entrance of the Xinchuan base buzzed with activity, crowded with people eager to seek refuge. The youth stood quietly to the side, awaiting her decision. At that moment, several men emerged from a nearby exit. The foremost man was tall and strikingly handsome, exuding an air of righteousness. Upon seeing his face, Sheng Nian's heart skipped a beat. As they approached a military green SUV, the leading man unexpectedly halted, turning to gaze at the bus. From 20 meters away, their eyes met, and Li Yuan walked directly toward her. He stood outside the bus, knocking on the driver's window. The window slid down, and Sheng Nian met his gaze, her calm facade betraying an irregular heartbeat. "It's a pleasure to see you," he said, his voice gentle and clear, a hint of mirth glimmering in his deep, dark eyes. Noticing his smile, Sheng Nian was momentarily taken aback. In her memory, Li Yuan had always been serious and solemn, never smiling. Yet now, noting her surprise, Li Yuan continued, "Would you like to stay?" "Stay?" she echoed. Sheng Minghua and Kai Chiu exchanged astonished glances, realizing her reluctance toward the base. Yet, due to this young man's simple question, she had agreed to remain. "I have a place in the base. If you don't mind, I can arrange accommodations for you," Li Yuan offered. "Thank you," she replied without hesitation, accepting his proposal. Li Yuan then handed the car keys to 2 others and led Sheng Nian and her companions toward the base. As they reached the entrance, they encountered several familiar faces. "Little girl, we meet again," came a teasing voice. They turned to see the individuals who had driven the armored vehicle the previous day. Upon seeing that shrewd and scrupulous face, Sheng Nian's expression immediately darkened. Ignoring him, she followed Li Yuan into the base. Noticing her disregard, Chao Zhigao's expression turned ominous as he subtly glanced at Li Yuan and said, "Captain Li, the base has its rules. Anyone wishing to enter must undergo inspection. I trust you won't bend the rules?" Li Yuan ignored him, leading Sheng Nian and her group to the checkpoint. "Brother Chao, this Li fellow seems to have little regard for you. Just a newcomer. I wonder who gave him the audacity," a nearby youth complained. At this remark, Chao Zhigao paused, his gaze shifting to Sheng Nian and her sister, darkening ominously. Disregarding his duties, he approached the checkpoint personnel, stating, "This group poses a high risk. The reason for this person's severed arm is unknown. It could have been bitten by a zombie. They must be observed for a day." Chao Zhigao's words drew the attention of the armed forces, as the safety of the base was paramount. Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a potential threat. Li Yuan's cold, piercing gaze fell upon him. Meeting his eyes, Chao Zhigao smiled smugly, saying, "Captain Li, I only have the base's safety in mind. Surely you understand?" In response to his blatant provocation, Li Yuan remained unflustered, his handsome features inscrutable. "If I recall correctly, the task assigned to you remains unfulfilled, does it not?" Chapter 23. Let her take charge. As Li Yuan's words left his lips, Chao Zhigao's previously defiant expression instantly darkened. He gazed at the face he found so irksome, suppressing his irritation, and coldly retorted, "Whether I handled it well or not is none of your concern." With that remark, he wasted no further time and hurriedly departed the base with his companions. Meanwhile, Sheng Nian and her group were taken to the observation room after undergoing a thorough examination. The observation room was a square, enclosed space devoid of furnishings, save for a number of people scattered about. Upon their entrance, the number of occupants swelled to over a dozen, and the air grew somewhat stagnant. The individuals confined within appeared lethargic and dispirited, casually collapsing onto the floor with vacant expressions. Sheng Nian found a spot and sat down, placing her large knife beside her. The original group of 10 or so turned their gazes towards them, but upon catching sight of the gleaming blade and the numerous young men, they quickly averted their eyes. "I will come to fetch you tomorrow morning," Li Yuan said, directing his words at Sheng Nian. She nodded in acknowledgement. Once Li Yuan had left, Kai Chiu curiously inquired, "You seem quite familiar with that young man?" "We've known each other for several years," she replied, her demeanor remaining calm and composed, as if nothing had transpired. Observing her indifference, Kai Chiu's curiosity deepened. Their relationship appeared to be extraordinary, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed utterly ordinary. As she furrowed her brow, Sheng Ming grasped her thoughts. He silently shook his head, choosing not to voice his concerns. Time passed slowly. Outside, the sun blazed at midday. Yet the observation room was shrouded in a somber atmosphere. Suddenly, a pained howl echoed through the room. All eyes turned to the source of the sound. A young man who had lost a hand. His wound, untreated and devoid of any medication, throbbed painfully, and he writhed on the ground, crying out in agony. His cries instilled a sense of fear in the others, who worried he might succumb to the fate of a zombie. Before long, a clear space formed around him as no one dared approach. Out of the blue, a tall figure leaning against the wall rose and approached the injured youth. Sheng Nian crouched beside him, unfastening the fabric covering his wound. The gruesome injury was laid bare before the onlookers, who recoiled in fear, unwilling to draw near. After a cursory examination, Sheng Nian retrieved clean mineral water and a towel, tending to his wound with meticulous care. Subsequently, amidst the scrutiny of many, she opened her black backpack and produced several bottles of medication. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, culminating with her wrapping the wound in gauze. "He's already a burden. It's a waste to use these supplies on him. They'd be better saved for someone in need," a voice remarked. Others quickly chimed in. "Indeed. It's a pity to waste medicine on a one-handed invalid." One individual scolded Xing Minghua and Kai Chiu, "You have no business here, since it's none of your concern. My sister can choose to use her belongings as she sees fit." Sheng Hui interjected, unable to tolerate the moral high ground these commanders assumed. "You may not care now, but wait until you need supplies and find yourselves empty-handed," they retorted, adopting a lecturing tone. The Xing family chose to remain silent. As Sheng Nian finished dressing the man's wound, Kai Chiu opened her suitcase and pulled out 4 boxes of self-heating instant noodles. After days of consuming only cold, hard food, and with their previous travels, they had not had the chance to enjoy these meals. With time on their hands, Kai Chiu decided to prepare them. A few bottles of mineral water later, the room filled with warmth and the fragrant aroma of instant noodles began to waft through the air, awakening the appetites of the 30 or so individuals present. Those who had been meticulously rationing their biscuits now found themselves salivating at the sight of steaming noodles. "Isn't it a bit wasteful to use so much water on such food?" a woman in her 50s remarked, a mixture of envy and displeasure evident in her voice. They were nearing the end of their provisions, and the emptiness in their stomachs only deepened her jealousy at the sight of others enjoying a hot meal. Kai Chiu shot her a sidelong glance, noting her envy, but she said nothing, merely opening the lid and beginning to eat with chopsticks. Each box of noodles was topped with a marinated egg, and the first bite was nothing short of exquisite. The observation room resonated with the sounds of satisfied slurping. Yang Pingjiang, gnawing on a cold bun, glanced at the enticing noodles with longing, yet hesitated to voice his desire. Consequently, the young men beside him also cast glances at the boxes, opting to nibble on their cold buns instead. Once they had savored their meal, Liang Pingjiang approached Sheng Nian earnestly, stating, "Miss Sheng, we are all willing to follow you. We humbly request that you accept us." This declaration was a long time coming, as he recognized that the opportunity to speak might not present itself again. Sheng Nian regarded them thoughtfully. These young men, in their 20s and 30s, were still brimming with youthful vigor. "I shall not linger here for long. Following me may not be wise," she replied candidly. She felt no need to rely on anyone else's strength. She was capable of protecting her family on her own. Yang Pingjiang felt a twinge of regret and pondered for a moment before saying, "We are but a band of brute strength. If we do not align ourselves with someone, we will likely disperse before long. Once scattered, life may become even more arduous." It was evident that Liang Pingjiang genuinely cared for the welfare of his companions. Sheng Nian contemplated briefly, her mind conjuring the image of a strikingly handsome face. "You may follow Li Yuan." "Li Yuan? The captain who just brought us in?" Yang Pingjiang recalled the captain vividly, feeling both intrigued and hesitant. The mere presence of that commanding figure exuded an undeniable aura of authority, rendering him an imposing figure even in silence. With this thought, Liang Pingjiang delicately added, Captain Li possesses an extraordinary presence. Do you think he would be willing to accept us? Chapter 24. The coming catastrophe. Sheng Nian parted her delicate lips, uttering but a single word. She was acutely aware of Li Yuan's character. He would extend his assistance to anyone of sound morality and unblemished thought, including her former self in her previous life. In that life, she was an ordinary individual who had not yet encountered the crystal cores, yet was already marked by others. At that time, Li Yuan had also endeavored to save her, only to be met with her refusal. She wished to spare him from unwarranted misfortune. As memories flooded back, the hues in Sheng Nian's eyes softened slightly. Liang Pingjiang received her response without suspicion and began contemplating how to seize the opportunity when he met Li Yuan the following day. Time flowed slowly, and the occupants of the observation room began to succumb to drowsiness. Sheng Nian sat with her eyes closed, leaning against the wall. The stagnant air in the room bore an unpleasant odor. A faint sound of footsteps gradually approached. Sheng Nian subtly adjusted her grip on the large knife. Throughout her 3 years of survival in the apocalypse of her past life, she had scarcely experienced a single night of restful sleep. To evade the abuse she endured, she dared not let herself drift off, her senses attuned to the slightest noise that could awaken her. This habit persisted to this day. The footsteps drew nearer. Suddenly, the sound of a zipper echoed. Moments later, Sheng Nian opened her eyes to see the middle-aged woman from before, now rummaging through their luggage. By now, nearly everyone in the house had fallen asleep. Such a trivial noise could hardly rouse them. The woman unzipped the bag, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the abundant food within, as she began to salivate uncontrollably. Excited yet anxious, she turned her head, intending to seize an opportunity to steal something. However, the moment she turned, she met a pair of pitch-black pupils. At once, the air thickened with an oppressive silence. The woman's expression froze, her hand still buried in the suitcase, unwilling to withdraw. Ignoring Sheng Nian, she swiftly grabbed several packets of instant noodles. Just as she retrieved them, she felt a chill against her neck. A gleaming knife, sharp enough to dazzle, rested menacingly at her throat. The blade was cold and keen, threatening to slice her throat at the slightest misstep. The woman trembled, her hair brushing against the blade, and in the next instant, a lock of hair fell. Chapter 25. The unforeseen acid rain. The torrential downpour continued unabated, its relentless clamor igniting a sense of profound unease within our hearts. The observation chamber, sealed and isolated, offered no glimpse of the outside world, yet the cacophony of hurried footsteps, conversations, and desperate pleas seeped through the walls. We haven't been bitten. My daughter merely has a cold and fever. Please, let us in. A woman's voice rose in fervent supplication from beyond the door. Positioned adjacent to the base's entrance, the observation room captured the myriad sounds from outside with startling clarity. It was a strict regulation that those exhibiting unusual symptoms were barred from entering the base, leaving us powerless to intervene. The voice of a staff member punctuated the chaos. Moments later, the sharp cough of a child echoed, accompanied by the sobs of a woman. The outside world was rife with anxious clamor, while within the observation room, an oppressive silence prevailed. The entreaties were not limited to just a few. They multiplied, a chorus of desperation that fluctuated in proximity, some seemingly at our doorstep, others appearing to be 100 meters away. The sound of frantic footsteps reverberated, splashing water and striking a resonant beat upon our anxious hearts. This rain was ominous. We could not afford to be drenched. Amidst the tumult, a piercing voice bellowed, "Run. It hurts. Please run. Don't let the rain touch you. Mommy, it hurts so much." The various cries infiltrated our ears, intensifying the tension in the observation room, where nearly everyone held their breath, straining to comprehend the unfolding chaos. What on earth was happening? What was wrong with the rain? As those heart-wrenching screams echoed, Kai Chiu paced the confines of the chamber, glancing at Sheng Nian, who remained obliviously asleep. She felt an urgency to awaken her but hesitated, fearing the disturbance. 2 men crouched at the door's crack, peering outside, desperate to ascertain the situation. Confined within these walls, they had no means of understanding the turmoil that lay beyond. One individual, frustrated after futile attempts to connect to the internet, hurled his phone to the ground. What a useless device. No signal after all these days. A young man scoffed, mocking the disheartened phone owner. The latter's face darkened, and he remained silent, seething with indignation. The disarray of voices from outside persisted, gradually inciting restlessness among those in the observation room. When would the rain cease? When would they release us? Some began to pound on the door. "Open up. It's been a day. Hurry." Their cries grew louder, with some individuals becoming irate enough to kick the door. Amidst this clamorous uproar, Only Sheng Nian remained quietly seated against the wall, eyes shut, her silence a stark contrast to the agitation surrounding her. Under the mounting stress, Kai Chiu's own composure began to fray. She cast anxious glances towards the door, then back at Sheng Nian, her heart racing with worry. The haunting sounds from outside continued to gnaw at her peace of mind, leaving her restless and apprehensive. Suddenly, those standing near the door recoiled as if struck by an unseen force. "Water is seeping in." The exclamation drew every gaze to the threshold, where a small puddle began to form. Although the amount of water was minimal, a palpable panic ensued. It had only been a few hours since the rain commenced, and already it infiltrated our sanctuary. How torrential must it be? As they pondered this unsettling question, a young man stumbled backward, as though he had stepped on a nail, his eyes wide with terror. "This water is problematic. It ruined my shoes." His frantic movements drew everyone's attention to his feet, where a hole had formed, exuding a foul odor. "Is this rainwater? You can't be serious. Who would believe that?" A middle-aged man rolled his eyes and approached the puddle, reaching out to touch it. The anxious atmosphere slightly eased as his hand made contact with the water. "See, I'm perfectly fine." "Trying to scare me?" he declared dismissively. But at that moment, Sheng Nian opened her eyes, her icy gaze fixed on the audacious man. She watched him in slight astonishment at his bravado, just as she contemplated his lack of fear. The man's expression shifted dramatically. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, panic flickered in his eyes, and he frantically waved his hands, urging those nearby to bring him bottled water to wash his hands. "This water is indeed hazardous." His declaration sent ripples of alarm through the crowd. The skin on his fingertips, exposed to the water, was visibly damaged, revealing raw. Chapter 26. The arrival of Li Yuan. "Am I not worthy? My hand is nearly gone. And you still have the audacity to mock me?" The elder man seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration, itching to strike her. Yet, as he raised his hand, a sharp pain shot through him, causing him to draw a sharp breath. I warn you, you better fetch me some water quickly, or else." "Or else what?" Sheng Nian lifted her eyelids, casting a cold glance in his direction. Under the weight of her stare, the man's bravado diminished significantly, especially upon catching sight of the large knife she wielded. He swallowed hard, his tone softening considerably. "I mean no offense. I simply require water to rinse my hand. I truly only need a bottle." "One must bear the consequences of their own actions. No one can assist you," Sheng Nian replied indifferently, devoid of any intention to help. As the pool of water on the ground spread further, she rose and placed her suitcase flat on the floor, addressing a few youths nearby. "Lift him up and place him on the suitcase." The young men quickly understood she referred to Xiao Hong and hurried to comply. The suitcase was not large, but it could accommodate him just enough to offer temporary relief. Xiao Hong, who had been lost in despair, opened his eyes and beheld her exquisite face. His own eyes filled with a tinge of crimson. "Thank you," he said sincerely. Since being bitten by a zombie and losing a hand, he had relinquished hope. Yet, amidst a world where everyone was absorbed in their own troubles, this girl had considered him. A flicker of warmth ignited within his cold heart. Sheng Nian merely glanced at him, offering no reply, her gaze returning to the expanding puddle. If this continued, the room would be inundated within 2 hours. "What shall we do?" The others in the room began to notice the issue. Some, gripped by fear, shouted towards the door. "Open the door. Please, someone help us. We need assistance. Hurry." An array of anxious voices echoed throughout the room. Kai Chiu and her companions were equally frantic. "Nian Nian, what should we do now? We don't even know what's causing this water. It's corrosive enough to dissolve fingers. If we linger, will we not be consumed as well?" Unbeknownst to them, Sheng Nian had become their anchor in the storm. Whenever faced with a dilemma, they instinctively turned to her for guidance. Upon hearing Kai Chiu's query, the rest of the room looked to Sheng Nian, eager for her direction. Her expression revealed no trace of anxiety as she gripped her knife, her voice calm and melodic. "We will force the door open." With that, she unfastened her fitted black outer coat and tossed it aside before striding towards the door with purpose. Just as she prepared to strike the door, it swung open unexpectedly. In that instant, she met the gaze of Li Yuan, whose elongated, dark pupils locked onto hers. He stood at the threshold, holding a large black umbrella, and upon seeing her, he extended it in her direction. "Come out," he instructed, his voice gentle yet clear, imbued with an unhurried composure that inexplicably soothed those who heard it. Behind him, the rain poured relentlessly. Without hesitation, Sheng Nian stepped beneath the umbrella, standing alongside him. "Miss Sheng, I brought this umbrella specifically for you," Hua Cheng chimed in, approaching with 2 more umbrellas, his cheerful demeanor exuding a sense of sincerity. The individuals in the observation room rushed out, but upon witnessing the torrential rain, they hesitated, unwilling to venture outside. I will take you to your accommodations, Li Yuan informed them. And what of them? Sheng Nian's gaze swept over Liang Pingjiang and the others who followed closely behind. Though she was not one to meddle in others' affairs, she felt compelled to inquire, given their apparent goodwill. Liang Pingjiang, who had been worried moments ago, shot her a grateful glance upon hearing her question. Li Yuan's sharp gaze assessed the situation. Wait a moment. Someone will arrive in 10 minutes to assist. Thank you, Captain. Liang Pingjiang replied earnestly. After addressing the matter, Li Yuan led them toward the main building of the base. Those left behind watched their figures, sheltered under the umbrella, gradually disappearing into the curtain of rain, feeling both envious and helpless. They've left. Where do we go now? Yang Pingjiang's group awaited assistance, while more than a dozen others remained, scattered and disoriented. They were strangers to one another, with no familiar faces or designated shelter. Emerging into the unknown, they felt like headless flies. As they observed Liang Pingjiang's group being attended to, anxiety began to swell among them. Countless individuals found themselves in similar predicaments. At this moment, self-preservation took precedence, leaving little room for concern for others. Meanwhile, Sheng Nian's group had followed Li Yuan into a 3-story building. Upon entering, they noticed the black umbrella they had sheltered beneath was riddled with holes, a sight both shocking and alarming. What kind of rain is this? It's terrifying. In just a brief span of 2 to 3 minutes, the umbrellas they had used were rendered utterly useless. Observing the discarded, tattered umbrellas, Kaichio felt a wave of dread wash over her. What would happen if we were caught in this rain? No wonder the screams we heard outside were so frantic. Guoqing sighed, sharing his thoughts. This world has completely shattered my understanding. I've seen rain, snow, and hail, but never acid rain. Acid rain? Kaichio's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart constricting. How can it rain acid? What kind of pollution is this? Outside, the downpour continued unabated, showing no signs of relenting. At that moment, Li Yuan glanced at them and addressed Sheng Nian gently. The 2nd floor is where I reside. You may arrange your accommodations on the 3rd floor. Thank you, Sheng Nian replied politely, noticing her reserved demeanor. The typically taciturn Li Yuan fell silent for a moment before earnestly stating, You need not be so formal. I should be the one expressing gratitude. Hearing this, Sheng Nian glanced at him but ultimately chose not to respond further. The few words exchanged between them caught Kaicho's attention, pulling her focus from the rain. What is going on between those two? She pondered, bemused by their mutual expressions of gratitude. Chapter 27. He was caught in the rain. The 3-story building was spacious, with several rooms. Kaichio shared a room with Sheng Minghua, while Sheng Nian and Sheng Hui each had their own. On their way back, they were inevitably caught in the rain and were now preoccupied with managing the aftermath. Lacking bathing water, they could only make do with tissues for basic hygiene. In the room, Sheng Nian accessed her storage backpack and retrieved several sets of clothes, all of which she had prepared before the apocalypse. After distributing the garments to her family, she stood by the window, gazing at the world within the base. The small building was situated in the heart of the base, still distant from the residential area behind it. The latter was comprised of makeshift homes, simple structures inhabited by the ordinary populace of the base. In contrast, the base's administrators had designated accommodations nearby. From Sheng Nian's vantage point, she could clearly see the surrounding houses, resembling villas, constructed in an orderly and aesthetically pleasing manner. Chao Zhigao resided in the first one, while that person occupied the central house. Once upon a time, she had dwelled in the basement of that very residence. The rain poured heavily, and through the misty veil, Sheng Nian gazed at the opulent house, her eyes filled with a palpable sense of malice. Sister, a gentle voice called from outside the door. Sheng Hui stood at the entrance, her eyes wide with concern. What is it? Sheng Nian inquired. I think I got caught in the rain, Sheng Hui replied, stepping inside and extending her arm. There, on her arm, was a bloody puncture the size of a marble, with blood oozing continuously. Fearing to inform Kaichio, she had come only to her sister. Upon seeing the injury, Sheng Nian's expression hardened. She swiftly retrieved a large bottle of mineral water from her backpack, placing a bucket nearby, and held her sister's hand above it, pouring the water over the wound. Watching her sister douse the injury with such a large quantity of water left Sheng Hui speechless, her eyes wide with shock as she swallowed hard. Sister, that water is precious. This is too wasteful. With this much water, we could last for many days. Though she was baffled as to how her sister's backpack could contain such a large quantity of water, she did not dare to question it. Sheng Nian ignored her concerns, only ceasing her actions when she confirmed the wound was no longer deteriorating. Half the water remained. This is not wasteful, Sheng Nian replied coldly. Looking at her sister's frigid demeanor, Sheng Hui held her breath, thinking that since it was her fault so much water was wasted, it should be deducted from her drinking supply for the next month. With this thought, she felt a bit more at ease, just as she sighed in relief. She noticed Sheng Nian staring out at the gloomy sky. Sister, why is it raining acid? She asked, puzzled. This is not acid, Sheng Nian replied, her eyes revealing no hint of abnormality. She then added softly, this is acid rain. Sheng Hui furrowed her brow. Acid rain? The corrosiveness is too severe. It's been raining for nearly a day now. If this continues, won't all life on Earth perish? As soon as she voiced this thought, she was surprised to find Sheng Nian did not correct her. Does this mean it is truly possible? A desolate image flashed through her mind, causing her to shudder. Sister, it shouldn't reach that point, right? She clung to a glimmer of hope. In response to her expectant gaze, Sheng Nian's exquisite features remained devoid of any reaction, exuding a calm that was unsettling. Finally, her lips parted slightly as she stated coldly, not extinct. Sheng Hui exhaled a sigh of relief, but before she could fully digest it, Sheng Nian added, but it is nearly so. That breath was now lodged in her throat. Leaning by the window, Sheng Nian observed the eerie darkness of what should have been midday, her beautiful eyes resembling still waters devoid of life. This was acid rain, intensely concentrated, akin to sulfuric acid, the first natural disaster following the apocalypse. In her previous life, acid rain had persisted for a full fortnight. During those endless days of relentless rain, terrestrial plants gradually withered and animals slowly perished. The sea level rose, claiming aquatic life as well. Numerous foam structures were corroded, collapsing at the slightest touch. And then there were the people. According to preliminary statistics from her past life, the death toll from this acid rain exceeded 100 million nationwide. Countless bodies lay submerged in water, their flesh eroded, leaving behind nothing but shapeless white bones. Eventually, even those bones dissolved, leaving no trace. It was because of this catastrophe that she remained. She understood the dire consequences of this acid rain. Following this event, human civilization would crumble, and her nightmares would return. Lost in thoughts of her previous life, Sheng Nian's body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by an emotion she could not identify. Sister, what's wrong? What is the matter? Sheng Hui's anxious voice broke through her reverie. Opening her eyes, Sheng Nian slowly shook her head, stating, I'm just a bit tired. Sheng Hui merely stared at her sister's reddened eyes, lost in thought. Sister, it seems there is a despairing secret. This secret gnawed at her like an ant, gradually consuming her whole being. Downstairs, in the first-floor hall, Guo Qing watched as the water outside continued to rise amidst the torrential downpour, his head throbbing with worry. The rain corroded clothing upon contact. If it persisted, the consequences would be dire. Li Yuan's expression was unusually grave. Faced with such a natural disaster, they were powerless. We should send some people outside the base to gather any survivors and bring them in. Saving even one person is worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Guo Qing gritted his teeth, steeling himself as he grabbed an umbrella and rushed outside. As he left, Li Yuan furrowed his brow, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Captain, are you all right? Zhao Changming asked, stepping forward to support him. His gaze fell upon Li Yuan's left shoulder, where his clothing had already been corroded, revealing the stark whiteness of exposed bone. Seeing this, Zhao Changming's pupils constricted, and he instinctively held his breath. Captain, when did you get caught in the rain? Chapter 28. He was injured, Miss Sheng. Miss Sheng. Upstairs. Sheng Nian leaned against the window, her expression icy as she gazed at the scene outside. Zhao Changming's anxious voice drifted in from the doorway. She slowly withdrew her gaze and replied, What is it? The captain's shoulder has been drenched in the rain. His injury is quite severe. I wanted to see if you have any medicine here. He is injured? Her expression shifted, and Sheng Nian took a swift step forward, opening her bag to retrieve several boxes of ointment. These remedies had been collected by her father before the apocalypse, knowing that such a disaster would come. She had prepared an ample supply of this ointment. Sheng Hui's wound was not deep, and it had been washed out in time, so it did not require medication. However, Li Yuan was different. If his injury were not severe, he would not allow his subordinates to disturb her. As the door swung open, Zhao Changming's anxious face appeared. Where is he? Follow me. Noticing the items in her hands, Zhao Changming's eyes widened slightly, yet he revealed nothing, with her long legs striding ahead. Sheng Nian followed him downstairs. In the room, Li Yuan sat with his back to them, facing the window. The rain streamed down the glass, obscuring the view outside. He was bare from the waist up, revealing a well-defined physique, each muscle perfectly proportioned, his tan skin exuding a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Sheng Nian's thoughts were elsewhere. Her attention fixated on his exposed left shoulder, which bore a palm-sized wound, with raw, red flesh and alarming white bone visible beneath. This injury, was it from when he returned holding the umbrella for her? Her throat tightened suddenly, her breathing instinctively becoming shallow. Forgetting everything else, she approached him while opening the ointment and said, "I have some medicine here. Applying it may hurt a little, but bear with it." Zhao Changming, witnessing their interaction, felt a different emotion stir within him and quietly retreated. As the ointment made contact, Li Yuan involuntarily shivered, a low groan escaping his lips. "How are you? Do you need anything to distract you?" Sensing his discomfort, Sheng Nian felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest and gently inquired. Then, she noticed Li Yuan's gaze fixed on her, his dark, captivating eyes unwavering. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew quiet, interrupted only by the relentless sound of rain outside. His gaze was direct and calm, leaving Sheng Nian feeling flustered. She quickly lowered her head, her delicate fingers trembling slightly. The wound was significant, and she was careful not to cause him further pain, her movements gentle and deliberate. Despite the wound's grotesqueness, she felt no fear. Her nose slightly tinged with a sense of sorrow. The earlier torrential rain had not touched her, yet his shoulder had suffered so severely, and he had not uttered a word. After a long while, she had applied the ointment to every visible injury, with the glaring blood and flesh concealed. Her heart eased somewhat. She placed the remaining boxes of ointment on the table and said, "This is the rest of the medicine. You can apply it yourself later. Don't go out in the rain. Your life is the most important." Suddenly, Li Yuan stood up. He towered over her, his height nearly a head taller, exuding a subtle sense of pressure. "You too," he said, his voice soft yet resonant, sending a pleasant shiver through her ears. Sheng Nian took half a step back, creating a little distance. "I will," she replied, seemingly calm, but her pace quickened as she turned to leave. Upon returning upstairs, she found Kai Chiu and Sheng Ming was sorting through their supplies. Seeing her come up from downstairs, they casually asked, "How's the situation outside?" "The rain seems relentless. We probably can't go out for a few days. How long can we last like this?" They had already consumed a small portion of the food they brought. Based on their current daily consumption, the remaining supplies would last at most another 3 to 5 days. What would they do after that? They were aware that Sheng Nian was keeping secrets from them, like the supplies they had procured before. Even now, in such dire circumstances, they had not sought to pry answers from her. "The rain will not stop for the next few days, and we cannot go out. We can stay here without worrying about food," Sheng Nian replied unhurriedly. Seeing her calm demeanor, Kai Chiu asked, "Nian Nian, did you choose to stay here because you knew it would rain?" Sheng Ming also looked at her. She had previously resisted this place so vehemently that she would rather risk walking through the city center to leave. Yet, she had suddenly agreed to stay. Sheng Nian did not respond to the question. After this rain, many creatures on Earth will perish, and humanity will dwindle, but the zombies will grow stronger. "I've been thinking." Sheng Nian retrieved 2 crystal cores from her pocket. These cores had been collected a few days prior, and she had not revealed them until now. Kai Chiu and Sheng Minghua exchanged puzzled glances at the sight of the 2 cores. "What do you mean?" "I mentioned before that crystal cores can awaken supernatural abilities and strengthen the body, but there is a chance of failure. What I mean to say..." Sheng Nian hesitated, gripping the cores tightly. Her parents were growing old, and taking the cores might not be the wisest decision. However, if they did not consume them. Once the acid rain passed and the zombies grew stronger, the thought weighed heavily on her heart, as if a massive stone were pressing down, making her feel as though she could scarcely breathe. Seeing her distress, the couple instantly understood her intentions, exchanging a solemn glance filled with concern. "Nian Nian, we support your decision. You can give us the crystal cores. We do not wish to be a burden to you and we in this environment. And you need not feel any psychological pressure. This is not a guaranteed success," she said gravely. "We will do our best." Under their insistence, Sheng Nian handed over the cores. After cleaning the surface of the cores, Kai Chiu glanced toward the hallway and suggested, "I think that Captain is quite impressive. He has strength and responsibility, treating you and others differently. Is there any possibility between you two?" Chapter 29. Escalating situations. Sheng Nian's expression momentarily froze. Faced with Kai Chiu's probing gaze, she pressed her lips together and stated, "In this apocalyptic world, survival is of utmost importance." Upon hearing this, Kai Chiu sighed in disappointment. How could someone so young bear such an air of solemnity? Her demeanor resembled that of an elder who had witnessed the myriad tribulations of life. Her eyes calm and devoid of warmth, reflecting an unsettling detachment. This realization tugged at Kaicho's heart. Her daughter, once gentle and soft-spoken, excelling in academics, appearance, and family background, had transformed into this singular figure, solely focused on survival. The couple exchanged no further words, retreating to their room to consume the crystal course. Just as they swallowed them, Sheng Hui, still grappling with confusion, feared to disturb them and pulled Sheng Nian aside. "Sister, we both possess abilities now. Why must we insist that mom and dad consume them too? They are of advanced age. What if something goes wrong? We are fully capable of protecting them." She had intended to intervene when she learned of their decision but was too late. After the acid rain, the zombies will become even more ferocious. Their self-defense capabilities are paramount, Sheng Nian replied, her tone calm, devoid of inflection, as if recounting the plight of others. Yet, no one could fathom the tumultuous emotions of her trembling heart. Sheng Hui was taken aback. More ferocious? Are the current zombies not already fierce enough? A mere bite transforms one into a mindless husk, devoid of consciousness. What does more ferocious even entail? A shiver coursed through her, observing her pale complexion. Sheng Nian felt a pang of sympathy. She stood by the window, gazing at the waterlogged ground below, and sighed softly, in the face of this catastrophe. We have no recourse but to enhance our strength. Time passed. It was night. The distinction between day and night had become negligible, shrouded in darkness. The relentless rain never ceasing. As she lay on the wooden bed, Sheng Nian heard distant cries. "Help! Is anyone out there? Please save my daughter." The cries grew closer, each voice steeped in agony, piercing despair. Startled, Sheng Nian opened her eyes wide in the pitch-black room, staring blankly at the dark ceiling. Her mind flooded with visions of her imprisonment in a cage, her body marred by countless wounds. Her blood-stained fingers clutched the bars of the cage. Her gaze filled with despair as she scanned the empty basement, uncertain whether it was dawn or the dead of night. She was enveloped in hopelessness yet clung to a flicker of hope, calling out, "Save me, free me." Even in her weakest moments, hoarse and barely able to speak, she would look towards the exit, yearning for someone to rescue her from torment. But no one came. It was not until the day the zombies besieged the city that those who should have fled had departed, granting her a fleeting chance of escape. However, Song Junin seized her, casting her from a great height, where countless zombies ravenously devoured her. The visceral pain surged anew, as if those ravenous creatures were once again gnawing at her flesh. The haunting memories crashed over her like a tide, constricting her chest, rendering her breathless. She sprang from the bed, the rain continuing to pour. The water in the base had risen alarmingly. Peering from the upper floor, she observed numerous individuals clad in raincoats, wielding flashlights, desperately attempting to drain the floodwaters. At the entrance of the base, a throng of people clamored for entry, their pleas echoing in the night. Witnessing this scene, Sheng Nian lost all desire for sleep. As she stepped out of her room to assess the situation, she was startled by a slender green vine emerging from a nearby room. "Hui Hui?" she called out. "Sister," Sheng Hui responded, stepping into view, a long, slender green vine in her grasp. "I've been practicing my abilities and can now stimulate this vine. I feel I will soon master it." Since learning of the impending threat posed by the increasingly potent zombies, Sheng Hui had been consumed by worry, spending the night engrossed in understanding her powers. Seeing her sister's diligence brought Sheng Nian a sense of comfort. "Hui Hui, you are remarkable. We must monitor our parents closely. Inform me immediately of any anomalies. And where are you headed?" As Sheng Nian proceeded downstairs, Sheng Hui hurried to follow her, peering down the staircase, to investigate the situation outside. Upon descending, Sheng Nian found the house deserted. The rain fell relentlessly, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Observing the base, she saw individuals toiling with tools to clear the drainage, attempting to expel the accumulating water. However, the water's corrosiveness was overwhelming, forcing them to rotate every 10 minutes to avoid exhaustion. At the entrance, a dense throng of people besieged the guards to let them in. From her vantage point, it was evident that the crowd completely obstructed the entrance. And every couple of minutes, someone would collapse, only to be trampled by those rushing forward, heedless of the fallen. The sight was almost unbearable for Sheng Nian. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. Li Yuan, holding a large black umbrella, hastening towards the entrance, urgency etched in his stride. Following closely behind him was a woman. As Sheng Nian's gaze fell upon her, a wave of unease washed over her, and her focus sharpened like a blade. It was her, clenching her fists. An involuntary tension coursed through her body as her eyes remained fixed on the woman, who donned a sleek black leather outfit and sported a cropped hairstyle. Exuding a sense of sharpness, she maintained a distance of about a meter behind Li Yuan, who remained stoic and unyielding, while the woman animatedly conversed, her lips moving in fervor. Witnessing this, Sheng Nian suppressed the tumult of emotions within her. Grabbing an umbrella from the wall, she opened it and stepped forward. Chapter 30. Chilling back outside the base, a throng of people gathered, illuminated by a chaotic array of lights that flickered over faces marked by fear, terror, and despair. The air was filled with piercing screams, anguished cries, and guttural roars, creating a cacophony of chaos. Some individuals shielded their heads with clothing, while others used their hands. But these feeble attempts provided no solace against the torrential downpour. The cries of pain reverberated in the air as the crowd surged frantically towards the entrance of the base. Stones were hurled at the gates, and some were thrown at fellow individuals, a manifestation of the frustration boiling over from those outside. When Sheng Nian arrived nearby, she was met with this tumultuous scene. Rocks rained down inside the base, a violent outpouring of anger from those stranded outside. The security personnel within the base were thrown into disarray by the tumult. Everyone stepped back. "If you don't, I will fire," shouted one guard, standing at the entrance. A feeble beam of light casting upon him, drawing the crowd's gaze instinctively. He brandished a handgun. Suddenly, a stone struck him, fueled by rage. He raised his weapon and fired a shot outward. The sound of the gun echoed, and someone collapsed to the ground. The densely packed crowd paused for a heartbeat. But the next moment, a low, furious roar erupted as a wave of bodies surged toward the entrance, attempting to force their way in. "This is madness." The guard's heart raced, and he raised his gun, ready to set an example, but before he could pull the trigger, a figure intervened. It was Li Yuan. With a stern expression and serious eyes, he surveyed the dire situation outside and commanded, "Open the gates and let them in." "What gives you the right to issue orders?" A man retorted angrily, his rage palpable. Before he could finish his tirade, a gust of wind swept by, and he found himself thrown to the ground. Li Yuan, unfazed, turned to the dozen guards at the entrance and reiterated, "Open the gates. Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" A woman beside him questioned, her voice raised amidst the chaos. The base was in utter disarray, particularly at the entrance. Sheng Nian stood at a distance, sheltered under her umbrella, clad in black. Blending into the night, her gaze was fixed on the unfolding scene, ultimately resting on Li Yuan. In a previous life, it had also been he who insisted on opening the gates. Unlike then, she was present now, witnessing the turmoil from within the base. Previously, he had been among the crowd outside, stripped of all protective barriers, his mind consumed by fear and panic. At that moment, he stood under a beam of light, calmly demanding the gates be opened. Eventually, they were, and numerous individuals outside were saved, including her and her family. As memories of the past intertwined with the present, Sheng Nian was overwhelmed by a complex wave of emotions. Then, with a heavy creak, the massive gates swung open. The people outside surged forward, as if granted salvation, their footsteps splashing through the puddles that had formed. "Do you realize the chaos you are inviting by letting them all in? What if some have been bitten by zombies?" The woman's tone was a mixture of urgency and dread. Yet, Li Yuan remained indifferent, ascending the stone steps to observe the frantic crowd, his demeanor unyielding. Some individuals stumbled, falling to the ground, while others lay motionless, having succumbed to the chaos. Gradually, the living from outside streamed into the base, leaving behind a grim scene of bodies and the injured, sprawled in various poses. These souls could not be saved. Li Yuan lowered his gaze and descended the steps. "The captain has already acted on your orders," Guo Cheng hurriedly reported, panting and drenched in sweat. Li Yuan acknowledged with a brief nod, turning to return to his quarters. The woman, skeptical, queried, "What else have you arranged?" "What is it to you?" Guo Cheng snapped back, frustration spilling over. "Your leader is utterly irresponsible, passing off difficult decisions to our captain while he does nothing." Her expression shifted from anger to indignation as she pivoted and left, umbrella in hand. Li Yuan shot a warning glance at Guo Cheng, who, chastened, muttered under his breath, "It's true. Those people are no good. They claim you bear great responsibility, but they merely wish to use you." "Guo Cheng." Li Yuan's voice cut through sharply. Guo Cheng immediately straightened, silenced by the reprimand. As Li Yuan strode away, he noticed Sheng Nian standing a short distance off. Their eyes met. Hers seemed to pierce through him. He hesitated for a moment before approaching, instinctively angling his umbrella closer to her, shielding her from the rain. "Were you not in your room? What are you doing out here?" he inquired. "Just getting some fresh air," she replied absent-mindedly, still dazed from the chaos. Guo Cheng, trailing behind, couldn't help but interject, "Miss Sheng, it's acid rain out here. What fresh air could you possibly need?" Sheng Nian was momentarily at a loss for words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Li Yuan did not press further, simply holding the umbrella for her as they walked side by side towards their quarters. Guo Cheng, silently following, observed the harmonious scene of the two figures ahead of him. Upon returning her to her dwelling, Li Yuan and Guo Cheng disappeared into the enveloping darkness. Sheng Nian remained inside, watching their retreating forms, feeling no surprise. Li Yuan had always been a responsible individual. In her previous life, once the gates of the base flung open, the refugees poured in, filling the living quarters behind. To prevent any infected individuals from infiltrating, Li Yuan had tirelessly conducted counts for days. Yet, inexplicably, zombies had still managed to breach their defenses. At that time, he was blamed for the oversight. As she reflected on those fragmented memories without the interference of personal bias, Sheng Nian began to view the situation with objectivity. In such extreme weather, zombies would be unable to survive. They could never blend in with the crowd entering the base. Then, where had the zombies discovered within the base come from? In an instant, a chill coursed down her spine. Chapter 31. Collaborating with him, Sheng Nian had spent an entire night awake, stationed in the lobby on the first floor, her mind swirling with memories from a past life. Previously, she had been reluctant to recall these memories, and when she did, her thoughts were primarily consumed by the individuals who had caused her harm, fueling her own resentment and bitterness. However, now, as she stood from a different perspective, examining the details, she began to realize some matters might not be as straightforward as they seemed. From Li Yuan's oppression, to her own imprisonment, and then to Li Yuan's subsequent troubles. What had been overlooked in this sequence of events? It was not until dawn that Li Yuan and his companions returned, their expressions weary. Noticing her still waiting, Li Yuan accepted the towel she offered and inquired, "Why aren't you going upstairs to sleep? Is it that you can't adjust?" "No, I'm just contemplating some matters," Sheng Nian replied, her demeanor composed and serene. Guo Cheng and Zhao Changming exchanged glances, discreetly choosing not to speak. Li Yuan did not press further. After all, they were not particularly familiar with one another. The statistics are likely to take another 2 or 3 days to complete. Currently, most of our team members are injured, lacking sufficient water for cleansing and without any ointments. This will lead to the deterioration of their wounds, and if this continues, the situation will become dire, Zhao Changming stated. The base was still in its nascent stages, many aspects were yet to be refined, particularly in terms of food and medical supplies. If things persisted as they were, they would soon find themselves in a deadlock, and the entire base would come to a standstill, heralding considerable trouble. Investigate nearby hospitals and pharmacies, Zhao Changming suggested. The nearest hospital is 5 kilometers away, he added, studying the layout of Xinchuan City. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Li Yuan gazed outside at the persistent drizzle and solemnly declared, "Once the rain subsides, we shall organize a search for some medicine." The rain had been relentless for quite some time, and it was uncertain when it would cease. Starting today, the base was only providing one meal, consisting merely of a thin porridge with a few grains of rice and half a bun. If this continued, they would starve to death before succumbing to illness. Guo Cheng slumped beside him, his hand resting on his abdomen, appearing utterly drained. Zhao Changming spoke with a hint of gravity. It is said that during the early establishment of the base, the nearby granaries hoarded rice and flour, so it shouldn't run out so quickly. That cunning rascal. Who knows what malicious intentions he harbors? Does he plan to save the food for when he buries it? Guo Cheng's words were typically blunt and unrefined, devoid of any subtlety. At that moment, a bag was suddenly tossed their way. Without a second thought, Guo Cheng caught it. Upon inspecting its contents, which included chicken legs, bread, and some compressed biscuits, his eyes sparkled with delight. He looked up at Sheng Nian and exclaimed, "Miss Sheng, are these for us?" Seeing his exaggerated expression, Sheng Nian couldn't help but chuckle and nodded. With her affirmation, Guo Cheng hastily opened the bag, swiftly devouring a chicken leg before placing the bag on the table. "Captain, Zhao Changming, you must eat. After a long night of hunger, we can finally have a hearty meal." Li Yuan and Zhao Changming did not hesitate, and each took a piece of bread to eat. After satisfying their hunger, Guo Cheng expressed, "Miss Sheng, you are truly a blessing in my life. Without you, I might have starved to death long ago." "No need for gratitude," Sheng Nian replied nonchalantly. She glanced at Li Yuan, slightly pursing her lips. Noticing her expression, Guo Cheng and Zhao Changming exchanged knowing glances and silently rose to return to their rooms. Once they reached the corner, Guiqing turned back to peek at what the two would do. Zhao Changming stood beside him, observing. If the captain sees you doing this. Shoo. Don't speak, Guiqing whispered in alarm, covering Zhao Changming's mouth as he glanced back into the lobby. At that moment, he met Li Yuan's cold, indifferent gaze. A sheepish smile crept onto his face as he sheepishly pulled Zhao Changming aside. Why did you make a noise? I merely wanted to see if there would be any further developments between them. Now, I'm sure to face punishment tomorrow. Do you really think you are being discreet? Don't be foolish. The captain is aware of any stirrings here, Zhao Changming reminded him. With his expression stiffening, Guiqing obediently returned to his room, pondering how best to mitigate his punishment the following day. In the lobby, Sheng Nian and Li Yuan shared a quiet moment, the room enveloped in stillness, save for the gentle patter of rain outside. What is it you wish to discuss with me? Li Yuan inquired, his voice bearing a hint of fatigue yet remaining gentle. It seemed he consistently maintained this demeanor in her presence. However, Sheng Nian was not focused on these nuances. Her thoughts were consumed by the main quest of the supply system. Upon first encountering the task, she had no intention of fulfilling it, but now, perhaps an opportunity had arisen. I have some ointment, she stated. Her words caught Li Yuan by surprise, and he stared at her earnest expression. Realizing the implication of her statement. The kind you gave me during the day? Exactly, Sheng Nian affirmed with a nod. She had stored a significant amount of the ointment, occupying 2 compartments of her storage backpack. Li Yuan's expression did not brighten. Instead, it grew solemn. He gazed intently into her eyes, seemingly seeking to understand her motives. Why are you telling me this? No fool would willingly disclose such information. She certainly was not divulging it on a whim. An air of tranquility enveloped them. Yet Sheng Nian's breathing quickened. Her hands clenched into fists, her gaze shifting towards the window. Observing her internal struggle, Li Yuan remained composed, stating, if you feel uncomfortable, you need not speak. I shall pretend I never heard this. I wish to collaborate with you, she suddenly declared. Li Yuan's calm gaze remained fixed on her, awaiting her continued elaboration. His mind maintained its clarity, regardless of the circumstances. After a brief pause, Sheng Nian spoke with unwavering determination. I will provide you with the ointment, and you shall ensure the safety of my family. Even if you do not offer it, I will still protect you, Li Yuan replied, his expression unchanged, his tone steady, as if it were a matter of course. Moreover, he intended to act on this sentiment. Hearing his words, an indescribable pang of emotion surged within Sheng Nian. She bit her lip, suppressing the feelings that threatened to overwhelm her. If only she had been a bit braver in her previous life, would everything have been different? Suppressing her emotions, she endeavored to calm herself, and spoke. What I refer to is not the danger of a zombie attack. In response to his puzzled gaze, she continued. It is the threat from Jin E. Chapter 32, Water Elemental Powers Jin E. Upon hearing that name from her lips, Li Yuan's gaze deepened as he regarded her. How do you know this person? His tone was nonchalant, his voice seemingly unchanged from usual, yet it bore an added weight. Sheng Nian rose and approached the window, where the outside world loomed like a fierce beast in slumber, exuding an air of danger and dread. With her back turned to Li Yuan, she spoke with a semblance of calm. How I know is of little consequence. What matters is that you ensure the safety of my family before we depart. Her clenched fingers trembled slightly, betraying her effort to maintain composure. Fortunately, he could not see the emotions reflected in her eyes. Li Yuan remained silent, enveloped in a prolonged stillness. As time trickled by, Sheng Nian pursed her lips. Suddenly, she turned to him and stated, if you find my words troubling, you may disregard them. I promise you, he responded succinctly, his deep-set eyes radiating a quiet resilience. Those eyes seemed capable of piercing through the veil of her heart. Subsequently, neither of them uttered another word. Sheng Nian ascended the stairs, intending to inventory the ointments in her storage bag. As she reached the door, she noticed Sheng Hui pacing anxiously outside. Sister, Mom, and Dad still haven't awakened. Could it be? Do not fret. I will go check. Sheng Nian cracked the door open and peered inside. Kai Chiu and Sheng Mingwa lay still, as they had before, utterly unmoving. She gently closed the door again and said, such matters cannot be rushed. We shall wait until they awaken to call for me. Hearing this, Sheng Hui could only suppress her anxiety, biding her time. Back in her room, Sheng Nian opened her storage bag, her mind focused on the ointments. In the next moment, all the ointments materialized before her on the floor, leaving the 2 compartments empty. She gathered several boxes and bags from her room, placing the ointments inside them. Downstairs, Li Yuan remained in the hall. Upon hearing her footsteps, he turned to see Sheng Nian descending with a box in her arms. She set the box at his feet. You may inspect it, she said, before returning upstairs. After several trips back and forth, she finally transported all the ointments down. Li Yuan gazed at the small mountain of supplies, slightly astonished. Is there truly this much? Indeed. It is all here, Sheng Nian confirmed. Li Yuan studied her, his eyes betraying a multitude of thoughts. Suddenly, a scream echoed from upstairs. Sister, come quickly. Sheng Nian swiftly ascended the stairs. Upon arrival, she found her parents' door ajar, and they had awakened. Seeing them safe and sound, her anxious heart eased a fraction. How are you? Is there anything amiss? I feel perfectly fine, almost as if I possess boundless energy, Kai Chiu replied, extending her hands. With a surge of strength, a thin stream of water flowed forth, dampening the floor. Witnessing this, Sheng Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. Sister, what is this ability? Water powers? Indeed. It is water elemental powers, Sheng Nian replied with a light laugh. In her previous life, her parents had never attempted to harness their abilities. Even during the subsequent zombie apocalypse, they lacked the means to protect themselves. But now, it was different. Father, what about you? Sheng Hui's gaze shifted to Sheng Minghua. Sheng Nian followed suit. The latter's expression momentarily stiffened as he remarked, aside from feeling an abundance of strength. I don't sense anything unusual. What does this mean? Sheng Hui queried, perplexed. They were entirely clueless about these phenomena, having only received fragmented information from Sheng Nian. They haven't awakened their powers, but they've certainly Chapter 33 reunion of old friends dawn broke, yet the sky remained shrouded in a gloomy pall, with the incessant drizzle of acid rain persisting for several days. In such dire weather, the inhabitants were confined to the base, left to languish in inactivity. The cafeteria offered complimentary meals, but recently, the fare had dwindled to a thin rice gruel, and the bread rolls had shrunk to almost nothing. Kai Chiu and Sheng Hui had not ventured outside in days, dedicating their time to honing their abilities within the confines of their room. Over the past 2 days, the entire family had taken to bathing. Nian Nian, where are you off to? Sheng Minghua inquired as he stepped outside, encountering Sheng Nian. I'm just going to the base to see if there's anything I can assist with, she replied. Good timing. I need to help Captain Li. You can accompany me. Instinctively, Sheng Nian considered declining, but Minghua's umbrella had already shielded her from the rain. Reluctantly, she shelved her thoughts of refusal. The residential area lay behind them, a chaotic expanse filled with tightly packed buildings, each room brimming with occupants. This was a designated area for those under the base's care, where provisions, potable water, and medical supplies were scant. The majority of survivors had been allocated to this place. Miss Sheng, you're here too. Guo Qing greeted warmly as he awaited them downstairs. Together, they ascended the stairs. Statistical work is nearly complete. Only these 2 buildings remain, Guo Qing remarked. Once we finish, we can call it a day. The purpose of the census was to prevent anyone bitten from infiltrating the base when the gates were opened, as well as to silence any nefarious individuals. However, Sheng Nian understood that even with a census, some would find ways to perpetrate harm. Brushing aside those thoughts, Sheng Nian accepted the paper and pen Guo Qing offered. You and Uncle will survey this building. I'll handle the next one. Let us meet downstairs when we're done. Once he departed, Sheng Nian and Sheng Ming would commence their count from the first floor. As they opened the door to the first room, an unpleasant odor assaulted them, overwhelming their senses. The room was akin to a dormitory, housing a dozen individuals, a mix of the elderly, the infirm, and others in dire straits. The floor was littered with refuse and unspeakable stains. Upon entering, all eyes turned toward Sheng Nian, the pungent air thick with tension. Ah, a woman delivered to our doorstep? So pristine and lovely, why not offer some comfort to the brothers here? A man jeered, his tone dripping with mockery. Sheng Nian's expression hardened. Before she could react, Sheng Minghua strode forward, yanking the man off the bed and delivering a swift punch to his nose. The action was so swift and decisive it left onlookers astonished. The man clutched his bleeding nose, crimson rivulets cascading uncontrollably, while the others shrank back, silenced by the intimidation. What is your name? When did you arrive at the base? Minghua's voice boomed with authority. My name is Zhang Wei. I entered the base 3 days ago, the man replied, dutifully covering his wound. The others complied, providing their details as well. When they reached the last pair, a mother and daughter, Sheng Nian heard a bright voice call out, Sister. She turned to see the duo they had encountered when leaving the villa. The mother, disheveled and trembling, huddled in a corner, her eyes vacant and filled with despair. Seeing them caused Sheng Nian's hand to falter momentarily before she resumed her task. What are your names? And when did you arrive at the base? She asked again, her voice cold and unyielding, like the biting acid rain outside, slowly eroding the spirit of those around her. The little girl, trembling, crawled from her mother's side and knelt at Sheng Nian's feet, gazing up with fearful, pleading eyes. Please, can you take us away from here? Sheng Nian had seen such desperate looks far too often. She had once worn that expression herself, caught in an endless cycle of fear and hopelessness. Yet, with so many suffering souls in the world, how could she possibly save them all? Survival was the only law in this unforgiving reality. Your names? And when did you come to the base? She reiterated, her tone as frigid as before. The girl, shaken by Sheng Nian's indifference, trembled further. After documenting the last pair, Sheng Nian exited without a backward glance. Sheng Minghua, still gripping Zhang Wei's collar, dragged him along to continue the count. Once outside, he couldn't help but voice his concern. Nian, that mother and daughter seemed to be in a tough spot. They were abandoned from the vehicle and must have entered the base with Li Yuan. It's tragic to see them in such a state. Sheng Nian lowered her gaze, choosing silence. The remainder of the census proceeded smoothly, with Minghua holding the bruised Zhang Wei. The residents of that building were notably cooperative. Soon, they reached the final room. Even before opening the door, shouts erupted from within. This is my bed. Why are you occupying it? My daughter has abilities, and if she learns how you've bullied us, I swear you'll pay dearly. Recognizing the voice, Sheng Nian raised an eyebrow and pushed the door open. The sudden intrusion drew all eyes to her as a striking, confident girl appeared, exuding charm and vitality. Behind her stood a middle-aged man, effortlessly lifting a battered young man as if he were a mere child. This peculiar duo stood out amidst the chaotic, malodorous surroundings. Yet Sheng Nian remained unfazed by the stench. However, her gaze fell upon Song Junan and Zhang Qin, both looking bedraggled and unkempt, as if they had been neglected for ages. As their eyes met, a moment of silence enveloped the air. Sheng Nian soon shattered the stillness with a light-hearted quip, daughter-in-law? With someone like you, you have a daughter-in-law? Nian, I finally found you. These days without you have been fraught with worry. I feared you might be harmed. Seeing you safe brings me immense joy. Zhang Qin exclaimed, approaching with excessive familiarity, her enthusiasm palpable. Yet, in an instant, Sheng Nian's pen pressed against her shoulder, halting her advance. Someone like you? How dare you? Chapter 34. Seducing Li Yuan. Nian, do you even hear the words you speak? For all these years, I have cherished you as if you were my own daughter. If it weren't for this sudden apocalypse, we would have long been a family. Zhang Qin, with audacity, attempted to forge a connection with her. She was acutely aware that Sheng Nian was no longer the same person she once was. Yet, it mattered not. As long as she could align herself with her, life would become more bearable. The tip of the pen in Sheng Nian's hand pressed against Zhang Qin's shoulder, halting her advance. With a smile that was both sardonic and enigmatic, she observed Zhang Qin's ulterior motives. How shameless one must be to harbor such intentions. Seeing the two of you, my patience has worn thin. Her voice floated lightly, yet it was laced with a chilling madness. Zhang Qin shivered involuntarily, recalling the scene of Sheng Nian slaying Song Hua. She swallowed hard, realizing she dared not pursue any connection before Sheng Nian. Song Junan, witnessing this exchange, looked at her with disappointment. Nian, after all these years, can you truly claim to let go so easily? Reflecting on our past, I have always treated you well, accommodating your every whim. Why the sudden change? Have you fallen for another man? How dare you question Nian? Have you no shame? Just look at yourself and the despicable deeds you've committed. How can you still have the audacity to demand an explanation? Sheng Minghua could no longer tolerate the scene unfolding before him. He released Zhang Wei and strode forward, seizing Song Junan by his filthy collar, his clenched fist itching to strike. Under the weight of Sheng Minghua and Appo's imposing presence, Song Jun and Appo's, and felt as though he could scarcely breathe. How had he become so formidable in just a few days? Lost in thought, Sheng Minghua released him. Let me tell you, Song Junan, do not expect to win Nian's sympathy. If I catch you again, the consequences will not be so lenient. Song Junan fell silent, subdued. The others in the room erupted into laughter at the spectacle. Your daughter-in-law? She would take our lives? How utterly ridiculous, devoid of any self-awareness. Someone scoffed. Zhang Qin's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, her expression growing increasingly grim. Yet, with Sheng Nian and Sheng Minghua's words hanging in the air, she realized that clinging to her pride would only prolong the matter. Considering the ramifications, she swallowed her indignation. The statistics continued smoothly. After the tally concluded, Sheng Nian closed her notebook and prepared to depart, only to find Song Junan gazing at her with a heart full of regret. Nian, believe me or not, my heart has always belonged to you, now and forever. Do you take my words as mere trifles? Sheng Minggua's expression darkened as he saw Song Junan's unyielding intentions, and he stepped forward, ready to confront him. However, Sheng Nian intervened. "Dad, no need to engage with him." "Nian Nian," Sheng Minggua sighed, his raised hand falling back to his side. He could see that Song Junan sought to manipulate her with sweet words, yet she had surprisingly stopped him. Sheng Nian glanced at the fleeting glimmer of hope in Song Junan's eyes, a faint smile curling her lips as she said, "Striking him would only dirty your hands. Let us wait a while longer. I intend to ensure he has no place to hide." Her voice resonated with an icy undertone. Each word at Chapter 35, the underground passage. Why is the drainage system not yet completed? Is there a shortage of manpower? Have all the residents perished? Sheng Nian, holding a black umbrella, had just arrived at the corner of a house when she overheard a man's accusatory voice. She softened her footsteps, slipped beneath the eaves, and cautiously folded her umbrella. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the occasional flicker of flashlight beams. Sounds emanated from within the house. Leaning against the wall, her slender figure remained vigilant, her gaze peering through the window. Inside was the lecherous youth who frequently lingered around Chao Zhigao, accompanied by a young man in his 20s. "I tell you, no matter the method, the drainage work at the base must be completed before dawn, or you might as well forfeit your life," the lecherous youth shouted vehemently. The young man trembled, visibly distressed, but still mustered the courage to agree. Soon after, he departed, leaving the lecherous youth alone in the room. Sheng Nian retreated, intending to circumvent the area, when she suddenly noticed the youth picking up a pair of binoculars and approaching the window. They were merely 2 or 3 meters apart. As he neared the window, Sheng Nian swiftly concealed herself behind the wall, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain. Her focus remained on the room. Had he just taken up binoculars? Was he the voyeur? A chill coursed through her as she discreetly withdrew to the opposite side. Quickly noticing that the vicinity was deserted, she seized the opportunity to slip inside. This house belonged to him, and she was here to accomplish a mission. Reflecting on the task at hand, her spirits plummeted. Shaking off the negativity, she followed the wall to the end of the first floor. At the terminus, a staircase led downward into the abyss. Peering out from this vantage point, the corridor appeared silent and pitch black, akin to a monstrous beast ready to engulf her. Standing at the stairway's entrance, her palms grew clammy with sweat. This was the very place that had imprisoned her for 2 years in her past life. It was only after an unexplained collapse of the underground that she was relocated. At the entrance of the stairs, her complexion paled, and her nerves tensed. Gritting her teeth, she clenched her sweaty palms and ascended the stone steps. Tap, tap, tap. In the stillness of the passage, her footsteps resonated ominously. The corridor was engulfed in darkness. Following the wall, she descended for approximately 2 or 3 minutes until the space opened up before her. She found herself in a vast basement. Upon witnessing the familiar scene, her fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Every inch of this place was etched in her memory. The only difference was that the corner was devoid of a cage, candles, and the harrowing images of despair flashed rapidly before her eyes. Sheng Nian felt as if her body were disintegrating, her heart gripped painfully as if by a large hand, rendering her breathless. As she was ensnared by the grip of memories, the mission panel materialized before her. The main task flickered. Seeing this task, Sheng Nian gathered her thoughts. She forced herself to suppress the rising tide of fear and began searching within the expansive basement. After a thorough search, she found nothing of the items she had frequently encountered in her previous life but could not locate now. The basement was dimly lit, with only a faint light illuminating the center of the ceiling. After 2 circuits of searching, she still had not discovered the mission items. Frowning, she was about to leave when footsteps echoed from the staircase. Upon hearing this sound, Sheng Nian froze. The basement offered no hiding spots. Leaning against the wall, she contemplated her escape when suddenly, she felt the wooden plank beneath her shift. With suspicion, she crouched down and knocked on it. It was hollow. As the footsteps drew closer, she gritted her teeth and pried the wooden plank loose. Below lay a gaping black hole. Before she could ponder further, shadows were cast upon the wall at the staircase's turn. Without hesitation, she leaped into the opening. "Mr. Jean, I never imagined that Li Yuan could handle this matter so adeptly. I truly underestimated him before." A sinister voice echoed in the empty basement, accompanied by the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps. "Find him more work." Underneath the partition, Sheng Nian listened to the 2 eerily familiar voices from above. A chill running down her spine, her hair nearly standing on end. It was them, even in this new life. Hearing their voices stirred a tumult of hatred and fear within her, her nails digging deeply into her flesh. Most astonishingly, beneath the partition lay a long, dark passage. The passage seemed to lead to an unknown destination, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. She began to traverse the corridor, uncertain of how long she had been walking. Low growls emanated from both sides of the passage. Sheng Nian gasped. What was that sound? She abruptly turned her head to peer into the inky void, where only darkness resided. Her pace quickened. Sheng Nian sprinted down the passage, a sheen of perspiration forming on her body. After what felt like an eternity, she halted at the passage's end. Before her stood a formidable black door, intricately designed and secured with a heavy iron lock. Upon seeing the lock, Sheng Nian's heart raced, and she swiftly broke it open. Just as she pulled the door ajar and stepped outside, a sudden, urgent alarm blared. Alarm! Alarm! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! The mechanical voice echoed ominously. Sheng Nian felt a chill run down her spine. Her movements became increasingly agile. Stepping through the iron door, she found herself in yet another corridor. This passage was short, and within seconds, she emerged outside. The rain continued to pour heavily. Behind her, hurried footsteps approached. With no time to spare, Sheng Nian dashed into the torrential downpour. The raindrops pelted against her, stinging her skin. As she raced forward, her silhouette danced through the night, quickly slipping into her dwelling. Upon entering, she met the gaze of a pair of deep-set eyes that turned toward her. Sheng Nian could hardly fathom her appearance. She was drenched, her hair plastered to her scalp, her clothes clinging to her form, and a searing pain radiated throughout her body. Faintly, she could still hear the alarms blaring in the distance. Clearly, Li Yuan had also heard them. His chiseled features bore an air of indifference. He said nothing regarding the situation, merely instructing, "You should go upstairs and tend to yourself." Sheng Nian remained silent, enduring the pain as she ascended the stairs. At that moment, a series of synchronized, urgent footsteps resounded from outside. Chapter 36. The thief crying stop. Thief. Sheng Nian hastily ascended the stairs. Upon entering, her appearance startled her family greatly. Nian Nian, what on earth happened? Where have you been? Seeing her drenched in acidic rain, Kai Chiu trembled in fear. Sheng Hui quickly produced 2 buckets of water that had accumulated throughout the day. Sister, wash up quickly. The longer you wait, the worse the corrosion will become. Hurry. I will prepare more water for you, Kai Chiu urged. Before she could utter a single word, Sheng Nian was pushed into the bathroom, with the 2 buckets following closely behind. Just before entering, she glanced out the window, relieved to find no one in sight. Her clothes were mostly tattered, and while her injuries were not severe, the most affected areas were her hands, neck, and ankle. These spots had been most exposed to the rain, with the skin already eroded, and a searing pain was gradually radiating from the wounds. As she washed the injuries, Sheng Nian seemed oblivious to the pain, her demeanor almost numb. In her previous life, she had been confined in a basement for 2 years, unaware of the hidden compartments and the vast underground passage beneath. The memory of the pairs of glimmering green eyes sent shivers down her spine. Why? What on earth was happening? The shower lasted over 20 minutes. Concerned about the severity of her corrosion, Kai Chiu exerted herself to bring forth another 2 buckets of water. The cold water alleviated the intense pain significantly. After changing into a pristine white tracksuit, her fair and radiant face exuded a youthful vitality. However, her eyes resembled a vast, tranquil ocean, devoid of waves like the Dead Sea. Outside, the sound of footsteps echoed. Soon, the noise grew clearer from downstairs. Captain Li, a suspect has escaped from the base. Have you seen any suspicious individuals? A vague voice emerged from below, yet Sheng Nian recognized it instantly. Chao Zhigao, a name she would remember even if it turned to dust. What? Are you suspecting me? A slightly displeased voice responded. I dare not. This is a serious matter, and I am merely following protocol. I hope Captain Li can cooperate. Listening to the conversation downstairs, the Sheng family felt a wave of anxiety. Nian Nian, are those people outside, looking for you? Kai Chiu asked, her voice laced with concern. Sheng Nian remained silent, her lack of response implying an unsettling acceptance. Seeing her demeanor, her family was even more unsettled. She had just returned, and now the base's security team was already searching for her, indicating something had gone terribly wrong. Did you not say you were looking for Li Yuan? Sheng Mingwa questioned. Initially, he had thought there might be a budding relationship between her and Li Yuan. Yet, now, with Li Yuan back, she remained absent, and upon her return, chaos ensued at the base. The patrol outside was more intense than when the acidic rain had just fallen. Sheng Nian continued to remain silent. She had yet to come to terms with the events herself, unsure where to begin. Even if she spoke, what difference would it make? Even if they learned the truth, there was nothing they could do. At that moment, footsteps approached the stairs. Upon hearing the sound, Their hearts raced. In a low voice, Sheng Nian uttered, "Remember, I am with Li Yuan." Before Kai Chiu and the others could gather their composure, two figures appeared before them, Li Yuan and Cao Zhigao. Li Yuan's expression was cold as he glanced at Sheng Nian and addressed Cao Zhigao with a hint of disdain. "I told you, there is no one here you seek. Or is this merely a case of the thief crying stop thief? Captain Li, Mr. Jean is quite busy managing the base and has no time for petty schemes. Please do not take offense. I am here merely to follow procedure. If there is truly no connection to your people, I shall withdraw immediately." As he spoke, his gaze roamed over Sheng Nian, scrutinizing her from head to toe. With a distasteful smile, he remarked, "Miss Sheng, just finished your shower? At a time like this, while others can barely sip water, you indulge in a bath. Surely, you must have bathed after being caught in the rain?" His tone was elongated, laden with insinuation. Kai Chiu, previously anxious, was incensed by his condescending remarks, retorting firmly, "If others cannot find water, that is their issue. I possess water-based abilities. Even if my daughter wishes to bathe 10 times a day, I have the means to provide for her. Who are you to speak in such a tone? Water abilities?" Cao Zhigao regarded her skeptically, seemingly disbelieving. Thus far, they had yet to encounter anyone with such powers. Observing his skeptical expression, Kai Chiu snorted disdainfully. "You should take a good look." She extended her palm, concentrating her energy, and a thin stream of water flowed forth, splattering onto Cao Zhigao. The stream was frail and short, primarily due to her earlier exertions. Yet, this display did not escape Cao Zhigao's notice. He scrutinized Kai Chiu for a few seconds, remaining silent, before shifting his gaze back to Sheng Nian. Noticing the wounds on her neck and hand, his expression darkened as he inquired, "When did you sustain these injuries?" "I was unaware that you could be caught in acidic rain within this room. I was with Captain Li, counting the residents. Is there a problem? You may inquire further. The 12th building was entirely registered by me," Sheng Nian replied, her tone unwavering, exuding confidence that was quite striking. Cao Zhigao pondered for a moment. Unable to find any grounds for further inquiry, he realized that delaying any longer might not bode well for him with Li Yuan. Concluding this, he turned towards Li Yuan. "Feigning politeness, Captain Li, I am merely conducting routine business. Please excuse me. I shall take my leave." With a nod towards Li Yuan, he promptly descended the stairs. Moments later, the sound of retreating footsteps faded away. Kai Chiu let out a sigh of relief, her legs trembling as she leaned against the wall for support. "Nian Nian, what exactly have you done to attract this calamity?" As Li Yuan was about to exit, he paused at this question, his gaze landing on Sheng Nian's face. Under their scrutiny, Sheng Nian slowly exhaled a breath of resignation. "I went to the basement established by Genie." Chapter 37. She caught a cold. The basement? What basement? Kai Chiu was somewhat perplexed. The base had only recently been established. What kind of basement could there possibly be? Was it perhaps intended for storing supplies? Sheng Nian bit her lip, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, "I too am unaware of what lies in the basement, but judging by their reactions, it must be of great significance. Let us refrain from mentioning this to anyone outside, lest we attract unwanted trouble." She chose not to disclose what she had witnessed. The specifics remained uncertain to her, and hastily revealing them could lead to unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, Kai Chiu and the others did not press further. They expressed their concern for a moment before diverting the topic. It was only before Li Yuan departed that he cast a deep glance at Sheng Nian. Yet he did not pose any inquiries. Reflecting on the look he gave her before descending, Sheng Nian felt as though he was aware of something, yet equally oblivious. "Sister, let me apply the ointment for you." Xing Hui, unaware of her sister's thoughts, gently smeared the medicinal salve on her wounds. Observing the numerous injuries, her expression tightened. And she murmured, "Why is the rain so relentless? When will it cease?" Seeing her sister's furrowed brow, Sheng Nian withdrew from her reverie and offered a faint smile. "It's nothing. I am fine." "How can you say that? With so many injuries, what if they leave scars? You despise having scars on your body." Xing Hui blurted out candidly. Hearing this, Sheng Nian was momentarily taken aback. What was she like in the past? Her thoughts suddenly plunged into memories from an indeterminate time ago. She used to be the cherished daughter of the Sheng family, the apple of her parents' eyes. Raised in a sheltered environment, completely shielded from the hardships of the world, until the apocalypse arrived. She was devoured by countless zombies. Her long eyelashes trembled suddenly. Sheng Nian's body quivered uncontrollably, her mind becoming somewhat muddled. Xing Hui, who was crouched before her to apply ointment to her ankle, sensed her reaction and looked up, puzzled. "Sister?" Noticing Sheng Nian's pallor and uncontrollable trembling, she felt an inexplicable sorrow swell within her. as if her sister had endured unimaginable suffering unbeknownst to her. I am fine. Sheng Nian fell into a deep slumber, yet it was not a peaceful one. In her dreams, she was imprisoned, she fell from heights, and she ran through underground passages, confronted by pairs of glowing green eyes. These images incessantly replayed in her mind, akin to a nightmare that threatened to engulf her entirely. She had been reborn. But those people were still alive. They were all still alive. Sister, sister. Nian Nian, Nian Nian. Voices echoed in her ears, yet Sheng Nian could not awaken. She could not discern whether this was reality or a dream. Sister has a fever. Her forehead is burning. Xing Hui withdrew her hand from Sheng Nian's brow. Her face filled with concern as she turned to her parents, who appeared equally anxious. She must have caught a cold from being caught in the rain yesterday. Kai Chiu returned to her room to search for a bag, rummaging through it but finding no usable medicine. Ultimately, she decided not to overthink it and went downstairs. There. She happened upon Li Yuan, who was about to head out. Captain Li, Kai Chiu called out. He turned slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Nian Nian has a fever. Do you have any cold medicine here? Her fever is quite severe, and if we don't administer medication soon, I fear she may become delirious. She spoke urgently. She is ill? Li Yuan's expression hardened, and he strode back to the room, quickly retrieving a bottle of medicine and handing it to Kai Chiu. This is an antipyretic. Give it to her first. I will head out today and bring back some cold medicine. Thank you so much. Kai Chiu expressed her gratitude repeatedly as she hurried back upstairs. Upstairs, they managed to force some antipyretic medicine down Sheng Nian, yet the family remained anxious. This girl usually appeared indomitable, but now that she had fallen ill, genuine concern arose. Xing Ming was sighed. The burdens Sheng Nian carried were far too heavy. They had always known this. It was precisely because they understood that they were willing to take risks, hoping to grow stronger and no longer be a burden to her. Outside the base, after days of relentless rain, some corpses outside the base gates had begun to decompose significantly. Li Yuan and his team drove away from the base. Captain, did you know that something major occurred at the base last night? In the vehicle, Guo Qingxing excitedly recounted the breaking news from within the base. Despite the dire external conditions, the atmosphere inside the car remained relatively lighthearted. Li Yuan did not inquire further, seemingly oblivious to Guo Qing's chatter. Guo Qing, undeterred, continued. I heard that someone broke into Genie and Appo's residence last night. Initially, no one noticed, and it was only when the alarm sounded that they became aware. The people under Genie's command are a bunch of useless fools, with so many of them, they couldn't even keep watch over a single house. They ought to be fed to the zombies. He spoke with fervor, yet no one in the car engaged with him. Only Zhao Changming casually asked, Do you know who broke in? How could I know? That person is a real man, daring to provoke Genie. If I knew who it was, I'd certainly call him Big Brother. Guo Qing replied with enthusiasm. Zhao Changming inquired further, Do you know what their purpose was for breaking in? Why do you keep asking such odd questions? How would I know what they went in for? Do you know? Guo Qing rolled his eyes. Losing interest in continuing the topic, he turned his gaze to the view outside the window. When the car came to a stop in front of a pharmacy, he felt a pang of confusion. Captain, weren't we supposed to go to the granary? Why are we at a pharmacy? Li Yuan paid him no mind. Swiftly exiting the vehicle with weapon in hand and entering the pharmacy, Zhao Changming, following closely behind, replied, Sheng Nian caught a cold. Sheng Nian? With her robust constitution, she could take on 10 opponents without issue. How did she suddenly fall ill? He mumbled in bewilderment as he exited the vehicle. Just as he stepped out, a sudden realization struck him. He quickly caught up with Zhao Changming and asked in astonishment, Could it be that the person who broke into Genie's residence last night was Sheng Nian? What do you think? Zhao Changming shot him a glance. His expression akin to that of someone addressing a fool. Guo Qing paid no heed to his demeanor and, filled with excitement, pressed on. Then what significant business did she attend to last night? Chapter 38. Courtesy before conflict within the base, the incessant acid rain fell, and the survivors' provisions swiftly dwindled, leading to a state of chaos. Due to the overwhelming number of individuals, the management of the base refrained from intervening in this escalating situation. Sheng Nian had yet to awaken. Her mind oscillated between clarity and confusion. Kai Chiu and a few others anxiously paced the room, frequently glancing at their watches. The morning had slipped away, yet Li Yuan had not returned. Would venturing outside in such torrential rain prove perilous for them? Just as she uttered these thoughts, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from below, followed by the thud of footsteps ascending the stairs. Upon hearing this, Kai Chiu halted, her eyes brightening as she moved toward the staircase. Captain Li, you? Yet, upon catching sight of the figure before her, her words faltered, and even her movement stilled. It's you? What brings you here? She stepped back, her expression shifting to one of wariness. Qiao Zhigao regarded them with a smile, his gaze sweeping the room until it landed on the recumbent Sheng Nian, his grin widening as he spoke with a light, familiar tone. We come today with sincere intentions. I am aware of your water-based abilities and that Sheng Nian possesses wind-based powers. Mr. Jin hopes you both will join our family, contributing to the greater good of humanity. In return, you will receive unique privileges within our base, along with unparalleled honor. In this world of scarce resources, you will no longer need to worry about food. And even arms and ammunition will be supplied to you promptly. His voice rang with fervor, reminiscent of an orator delivering a long-prepared speech. However, the individuals in the room remained impassive. Only he seemed fervently enthusiastic. We have no such grand ambitions, nor do we seek honor or provisions, much less arms and ammunition. Seek others for such matters. Shang Mingwa waved his hand dismissively, resolutely declining. A weasel wishing a chicken well is no benevolent gesture. If what he claimed were true, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to persuade them. Qiao Zhigao's smile faltered slightly. He licked his lips, rubbed his thumb against his nose, and raised his eyelids, fixing his gaze on Shang Mingwa. Since you have received the base's protection, contributions are expected. If everyone were like you, this world would be doomed. Moreover, being the first chosen by Mr. Jin, I hope you demonstrate some insight and do not misjudge the situation. Seeing his tactic of courtesy preceding coercion, Shang Mingwa's expression darkened. If we are unwilling, must we be coerced? I refuse to believe such a large base cannot find willing participants. Or are you merely pretending to comply? Did Mr. Jin not issue such orders, and is this all your self-directed play? His words resonated with conviction. His countenance was grim as he grasped a large knife, prepared for confrontation. Noticing his intense reaction, Qiao Zhigao's gaze fell upon the weapon, suppressing his rising ire. Is this not Mr. Jin's directive? Accompany me to see him, and you shall know the truth. Or do you believe you can disregard Mr. Jin's authority merely because of Li Yuan? His words shifted the expressions of Sheng Mingwa and his companions. Could Li Yuan really be tied into this? Their ability to remain comfortably here was solely due to the base's regard for him. However, if they brought trouble upon Li Yuan, that was something they wished to avoid. This is our family's decision, and it bears no relation to Captain Li. Our refusal stands firm. Your supplies may go to whomever you choose. We are disinterested. Although Sheng Mingwa's countenance remained grim, his tone softened slightly. Perceiving the change in his demeanor, a flicker of amusement appeared in Qiao Zhigao's eyes, and he lowered his voice. Since it is not Captain Li's directive, then how about this? Who among you will accompany me to meet Mr. Jin? If you truly refuse, you may explain your position to him. After all, I am but a subordinate. I trust you would not create difficulties for me. The earlier tension in the air seemed to dissipate, as if it had all been a mere illusion. Upon hearing his words, the individuals in the room hesitated. It was evident that the visitors bore ill intentions, and failing to meet their objectives could lead to further complications for Li Yuan. Yet, should they choose to go, departing afterward might not be so simple. The impasse lingered as both sides remained resolute, neither willing to retreat. After a minute or two of mounting impatience, Qiao Zhigao broke into an enigmatic smile. Time waits for no one. Mr. Jin awaits your presence. Who among you will join me? As he pressed them, Shang Ming was steeled himself to respond when a light, airy voice interrupted. What have we done to warrant such an uproar to apprehend us? The voice, tinged with mild annoyance and the softness of someone just awakening, belonged to Sheng Nian. Upon seeing her awaken, the family felt a wave of relief wash over them. Kaichio, disregarding Qiao Zhigao's presence, turned to her with concern. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? She reached to touch Sheng Nian's forehead, relieved to find no fever, only a gentle coolness and a thin sheen of sweat. Sheng Nian shook her head, her gaze locking onto Qiao Zhigao. Standing a few meters away, no one will accompany you. Spare us your nonsense. Either Mr. Jin comes himself, or you leave immediately. Her demeanor was neither submissive nor aggressive. Although her tone was soft, it brooked no argument. Xing Hui, listening from behind, sparkled with admiration, eager to applaud her. Miss Xing, Mr. Jin values you highly. Hence my special visit today. Is your tone not excessively rude? Qiao Zhigao's face darkened at the affront. There is rudeness, and then there is rudeness. Would you like a demonstration? Facing him, Sheng Nian showed no sign of yielding, raising her hand to conjure a wind blade. Realizing she was impervious to his provocations, Qiao Zhigao felt a chill of defeat. Rest assured, I will report the truth to Mr. Jin. He turned and gestured to his companions. Let us depart. Once they had hurried away, Kaichio exhaled a sigh of relief. What on earth was that about? Why the sudden desire for us to serve the base? Do they covet our abilities? As her question escaped, she noticed Sheng Nian appearing unsteady, her complexion pale as she leaned against the wall. Nian Nian? Nian Nian? Simultaneously, a familiar figure swiftly ascended the stairs from below. Chapter 39. Grandiose Captain Li. Have you just returned? After Sheng Nian took her medication and fell asleep, Sheng Minghua and the others looked at Li Yuan with a sense of discomfort. It was evident that Li Yuan had been caught in the rain. His clothes were tattered and corroded, and even the exposed skin showed visible signs of erosion. He stood resolute, exuding an aura of righteousness. Seemingly unaffected by the numerous wounds adorning his body, his expression unchanged. Li Yuan shifted his gaze from Sheng Nian's face and, meeting their concerned looks, gave a faint nod. I've just returned. Quickly wash the wounds. I'll prepare the water for you. Kai Chiu hastily brought out the 2 buckets of water she had prepared earlier and eagerly set about filling the basin for him. The sight of Li Yuan's alarming injuries tugged at her heartstrings, but he did not decline her assistance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the base, Chao Zhigao arrived at Jin Yi's residence. Jin Yi lounged on a leather sofa, casually crossing his legs, a glass of red wine in hand, while a neatly coiffed beauty with short hair sat in his lap, tenderly massaging his shoulders. Mr. Jin. Chao Zhigao entered respectfully, stealing a glance at the woman's slender waist before lowering his head. Jin Yi looked up at him with deliberate slowness, inquiring, what is the situation? Did they agree? No. I've exhausted my efforts in persuasion, offering them status and benefits, yet they remain obstinate. Chao Zhigao responded succinctly. Upon hearing this, Jin Yi took a sip of his wine, a flicker of displeasure crossing his darkened gaze. With such a revered position and abundant resources, are they truly unmoved? Not only are they unmoved, but they have also insulted me verbally, showing me no respect whatsoever. Chao Zhigao maintained his earnest demeanor, standing with head bowed in deference, though his words subtly implied Jin Yi's involvement. If they disregarded him, it was tantamount to disregarding Jin Yi himself. Jin Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he slammed the glass onto the table. The woman in his lap trembled, her voice sultry and soft. Mr. Jin. These people are surely emboldened by Li Yuan's presence. They should be punished for their defiance. Jin Yi stroked her smooth back, his eyes lowered, masking his emotions. Yet from Chao Zhigao's perspective, he could glimpse the cold glint of his gaze. Noticing this, he lowered his head once more. As night fell, Sheng Nian finally awoke. The sound of rain outside stirred an inexplicable restlessness within her. Upon opening her eyes, she felt remarkably rejuvenated, the weariness of before dissipating entirely. As she sat up to leave the bed, a fleeting image crossed her mind. Wait, did she not see Li Yuan before she lost consciousness? Descending from her room, Sheng Nian found the 3rd floor deserted. Puzzled, she made her way downstairs, where she discovered only Xing Hui in the hall. Where is everyone? The moment her voice escaped, Xing Hui was startled. Regaining her composure, she sighed in relief upon recognizing her sister. Sister, when did you wake? You moved so quietly, you startled me. Where are Mom and Dad, and Li Yuan? Sheng Nian scanned the surroundings, confirming that they were alone in the house. Xing Hui gestured toward the door. There is a commotion in the base. Since this morning, residents have united in protest. They used to receive half a bun daily, but now even that has ceased, leaving only a bowl of thin porridge. They're demanding answers, and Mom and Dad went to assess the situation with Captain Li. As Sheng Nian recalled the unfolding events, memories flooded back. Their family resided in the residential area when spontaneous protests erupted. Chao Zhigao led a brutal crackdown, executing several instigators while announcing new reward missions. The rewards were, in fact, crystal nuclei. Many in the residential area, fearing infection, hesitated to pursue the nuclei, but the allure of resources compelled some to take desperate risks. Those who successfully awakened their abilities were absorbed by the base, while the unfortunate souls who mutated met a grim fate. Crucially, among those who succeeded was Song Junan. Following that day, he ascended to prominence, forging ties with Chao Zhigao, while she found herself ensnared in the web of fate. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Sheng Nian's expression darkened. Sister, what are you thinking? Sheng Hui, noting her troubled countenance, waved a hand before her eyes. It's nothing. I'm going out to take a look. Regaining her focus, Sheng Nian picked up an umbrella and stepped outside. The scene unfolded at the base's cafeteria. Upon arriving, she was met with a sea of heads, all adorned with various makeshift rain protection, wielding sticks or stones, and raising their fists in protest. Their voices rang out defiantly, drowning beneath the relentless rain. In her previous life, Sheng Nian had been bedridden with illness, oblivious to the events transpiring around her. The chaotic scene before her was filled with anguished and desperate cries that resonated painfully. Among the crowd, she quickly spotted Song Junin, huddled in the midst, attempting to diminish his presence as he cowered from the rain. Witnessing this, a cold smile crept onto her lips. The protest continued for another 20 minutes, the gathered individuals, drenched and weary, their clothing gradually deteriorating. Suddenly, the Cafeter Chapter 40, the desire to end his life meeting Li Yuan's gaze. Sheng Nian suddenly found her thoughts settling into tranquility. Regardless of whether history would follow the trajectory of the past, at least in this lifetime. She had encountered Li Yuan earlier, and she possessed the strength to contend with him. Noting her calm demeanor, Li Yuan relaxed his grip. He stood tall and imposing. Resembling a pine tree, his eyes fixed on the direction of the cafeteria, his expression inscrutable. Sheng Nian followed his gaze and observed Xiaoxi, who was raising a bag filled with crystal cores. The sight of such an abundance of cores made her frown. How many zombies would need to be hunted to amass this many? With the recent acid rains, where would they have found the opportunity to gather them? As Sheng Nian pondered this dilemma, Kai Chiu discreetly nudged Sheng Ming's arm, gesturing for him to look aside. Initially puzzled, he turned and, upon seeing the harmonious scene of Sheng Nian and Li Yuan standing side by side, his eyes sparkled with delight. Before he could voice anything, Kai Chiu took hold of him and pulled him away. Don't you think that Nian looks far more suited to stand beside Captain Li than with that brat Song Junin? Let us not discuss that ominous fellow. He is quite bothersome, Sheng Ming will reply dismissively. Yet, he soon began to contemplate the harsh reality of their situation. If this were before the apocalypse, their union would undoubtedly be seen as a match made in heaven. However, given the current circumstances, each day alive was uncertain, and such matters were best left unspoken. Upon hearing this, Kai Chiu, who had been brimming with enthusiasm, also deflated. Sheng Nian remained in place for over 10 minutes. After witnessing Song Junin approach to collect the crystal cores, she lost interest and turned to leave. As she did, Li Yuan cast a glance at her retreating figure and silently followed behind. The two returned to their residence, with Sheng Nian ascending to the third floor without uttering a word. In the living room, she found a discarded rag and began to meticulously wipe the blade of her knife, her eyes downcast and silent throughout the process. Having watched for a considerable time, Sheng Hui swallowed hard and made her way downstairs. Below, Li Yuan and her parents were discussing the recent events. Why are you down here? What is your sister doing? Kai Chiu casually inquired. Sheng Hui pressed her lips together, surveying them all before whispering, Sister is upstairs cleaning her knife. Cleaning her knife? They exchanged puzzled glances. It seems she is seeking revenge. It's a bit frightening, Sheng Hui remarked, having rarely witnessed Sheng Nian exhibit such an aura of desolation, as if preparing to go to war. Just as she spoke, Sheng Nian descended the stairs. Upon hearing her approach, Sheng Hui glanced at the large knife in her hand. Swallowing nervously, Li Yuan raised his eyes and followed suit. What are you all staring at? Faced with so many gazes, Sheng Nian managed a faint smile, her expression seemingly unchanged from her usual demeanor. However, the depth of Li Yuan's gaze intensified. It's still raining outside. Where are you headed? Kai Chiu asked, recalling the last time Sheng Nian left quietly, causing quite a stir, which had prompted many to guard Jin Yi's residence. Seeing her now with a large knife, her heart instinctively raced. I'm just going out for a walk. I'll return soon, she assured. Wait a moment. Kai Chiu, hastily rising to block her path at the door, expressed her concern. Nian, something significant just happened in the base. You mustn't act recklessly. What if something goes wrong? Seeing the worry etched on her face, Sheng Nian smiled. I'm merely going to search for some supplies. There is no need for concern. I know what I'm doing. Her relaxed demeanor and ease of speech belied the vengeful intent that Sheng Hui had sensed earlier. With this reassurance, Kai Chiu's apprehension lessened slightly. Just be careful. Safety is paramount. Don't push yourself too hard. Come back if it gets too much. I understand. With a nod, Sheng Nian opened an umbrella and stepped into the rain. The chaos surrounding the cafeteria had diminished, and people were now trickling back to their residences. Her slender figure weaved through the crowd, eventually halting beneath a building. The rain dripped rhythmically on the umbrella's surface. Sheng Nian's calm gaze locked onto a figure among the throng. If she were to strike him down now, gripping the hilt of her knife. Her thoughts surged with reckless intent. Yet, after a fleeting 20 seconds, she quelled this impulse and turned to leave. Just as she did, she encountered a tall silhouette standing beneath an umbrella. Li Yuan observed her with an unwavering calm. In that moment of eye contact, a tightening sensation gripped Sheng Nian's throat. Her hand, clutching the umbrella, trembled involuntarily. What brings you here? She managed to ask, forcing a smile. Li Yuan, unflustered, replied. Aren't you going out to find supplies? I'll drive you. You're injured. His exposed skin bore patches of burns, all inflicted by the acid rain. It was uncertain if he had applied any ointment, but the severity of his injuries was evident, beyond what an ordinary person could endure. In a few swift strides, Li Yuan stepped closer, shielding her with the umbrella and taking the one from her grasp. It's nothing. Chapter 41 awaits. A cacophony of screeching heralded the abrupt halt. The vehicle, propelled by excessive velocity, skidded across the asphalt before grinding to a standstill. Sheng Nian's spine collided forcefully with the seat back. Li Yuan, his grip firm on the steering wheel, turned to regard her. His profound, captivating eyes mirrored a tempest of intricate emotions. The rhythmic patter against the car's exterior seemed to punctuate the heavy silence that enveloped them. He once extinguished my existence. Would you believe it? The words echoed in Li Yuan's mind, delivered with a serene detachment, as if recounting a tale of another. Yet, beneath the placid surface, a turbulent undercurrent of emotion was palpable. Their gazes met. In the stillness, Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon her and uttered, "I believe." Sheng Nian's heart recoiled as if struck, her fingertips trembling. He believes. An overwhelming surge of emotion washed over her. Observing her downcast eyes, Li Yuan resumed their journey, steering towards the hospital. As they approached their destination, the road became increasingly obstructed. Derelict vehicles lay scattered haphazardly, interspersed with ambulances. Furthermore, macabre clusters of corpses littered the landscape. Some were remnants of days past, while others were more recent additions, the former nearly consumed by decay, the latter retaining a semblance of their original form. Sheng Nian's gaze swept over the deceased, spotting several reanimated corpses. The vehicle came to a stop before the hospital's main entrance. Under the shared protection of umbrellas, they disembarked. Battered by acidic precipitation, the hospital presented a dilapidated facade, devoid of illumination, exuding an unsettling aura amidst the misty gloom. The entrance stood ajar, and they proceeded within. Guided by faded directional markers, Sheng Nian located the pharmacy with ease, situated behind the dispensary window on the ground floor. Peculiarly, their passage from the entrance to the pharmacy had been devoid of any encounters with the undead. An eerie stillness permeated the entire institution. "Captain Li, remain here while I gather supplies." Without hesitation, Sheng Nian grasped the pharmacy door handle and pulled it open. Yet, before she could cross the threshold, a robust hand seized her wrist, yanking her backward. Her body lurched uncontrollably. In the next instant, her back met a solid, unyielding chest. With a subtle furrow of her brow, she was about to speak when Li Yuan, shielding her with one arm, wielded her blade and thrust it forward with brutal force. Crack! The sound of steel cleaving bone reverberated in her ears. Sheng Nian's heart constricted. Supported by Li Yuan's stalwart frame, she regained her footing. Before her lay a convulsing corpse, clad in a nurse's uniform. Though decapitated, its limbs continued to thrash, the severed head, now emitting a noxious odor, its mouth agape. A wave of shock coursed through Sheng Nian. Had the undead evolved? Had they reached the second tier so rapidly, even before the acidic rains had ceased? She had detected no presence within upon opening the door. Had Li Yuan been a fraction slower, she might have been bitten. Wait, Li Yuan? A sudden realization struck her, and she turned back in astonishment. Before she could voice her query, Li Yuan declared, "It is safe to proceed. I will inspect the warehouse." He returned the blade to her and strode towards the adjacent storage area. Dismissing the thoughts that had plagued her mind, Sheng Nian cleaved the struggling zombie's skull in two. Reaching into the remains, she retrieved a golden orb from the black blood. After a cursory wipe, she pocketed the gem. Simultaneously, her task interface updated. Secondary task, acquire a Tier 2 crystal core. Completed. The reward, a box of ointment, labeled simply, external use. After a brief perusal, Sheng Nian refrained from activating the reward. With her blade in hand, she stepped into the pharmacy. After a quick scan, she found no other undead. Methodically, she located boxes and sacks in a corner and proceeded to fill them with everyday medications. While her storage grid contained such supplies, resources were scarce in the post-apocalyptic world, making stockpiling a prudent measure. Though she had left her storage pack behind, Sheng Nian could still deposit items into her storage grid. She filled every available slot before emerging, lugging several bags and dragging a heavy box. The once abundant shelves were now barren. As she approached the doorway, Li Yuan emerged from the warehouse, bearing 2 crates. Their contents remained unknown. After loading the supplies into the vehicle, they started their return journey. Not far along the route, the car halted before a grocery store. "Remain in the vehicle. I will assess what edibles remain," Li Yuan stated as he prepared to disembark. Sheng Nian followed suit. "I will accompany you." The interior of the store was shrouded in gloom, permeated by a stench of decay. Spoiled produce littered the shelves and floor. Amidst the refuse, they managed to salvage a few bags of rice and some packaged meat products. Li Yuan efficiently transferred the items into the vehicle. During this interlude, Sheng Nian gazed at the sky. The daylight was visibly fading. "Captain Li," she called out. Having just carried the final bag of rice, Li Yuan turned to her. "You may address me by my given name." His words rendered Sheng Nian speechless. They re-entered the vehicle. On their return, the rain gradually subsided, but the winds intensified. The vehicle's progress was hindered by the resistance. By the time they reached the base, night had fallen. As the vehicle could not enter the base, Li Yuan awaited the arrival of Guo Qing and his team for unloading. Within minutes, Guo Qing arrived with a group of 5 or 6 individuals. They swiftly unloaded the supplies from the vehicle. After taking a few steps, they noticed Sheng Nian had not followed. "Miss Sheng, are you not coming?" Guo Qing inquired. Li Yuan turned to regard her as well. "Proceed. I have other matters to attend to. I will return shortly." She had not forgotten her purpose. Guo Qing, without further inquiry, shouldered his burden and continued forward. Only Li Yuan continued to regard her intently. His gaze made Sheng Nian uneasy, but fortunately, his attention shifted after a few seconds. "Return when you are finished. We will await you." Chapter 42. The moment of action. Sheng Nian felt a stir in her emotions as she watched the tall figure gradually recede into the distance. She tightened her grip on the hilt of the knife in her palm. Only when they were completely out of sight did she begin to stride towards the residential area behind her. The living quarters were in a state of neglect, illuminated only by a few flickering lights outside, while the interior was engulfed in darkness, revealing only fleeting shadows. Following the familiar building, Sheng Nian's slender silhouette ascended the stairs step by step. The night felt interminable. Some matters were only just beginning. The corridor was chaotic, and during her ascent, she encountered several individuals and heard unsavory sounds. As she listened to the filthy shouts mingling with the oppressive darkness, Sheng Nian's expression remained unchanged. Her steps composed and calm. It was unclear how much time had passed when she finally paused at the last room on the upper floor. Inside was a mess, an overwhelming stench permeating the entire corridor. Truly, those with diminished intellect would dare consume anything, even what was left in a zombie's brain. Believing the empty promises of the base, now they lay unconscious. Should they awaken as zombies, they would have no one to blame but themselves for the ensuing brutality. Voices emerged from within the room. Someone suggested, "He has been unconscious for several hours. He is likely to mutate. Should we just eliminate him to prevent future troubles?" "What are you doing? My son was registered with the base. If anything happens to him, you won't escape unscathed." Zhang Qin's voice, filled with anger and fear, rang out. Hearing her, Sheng Nian at the door curled her lips into a slight smile, a melodic laughter echoing in the tainted air, drawing the attention of those inside. The figure outside was tall and slender, her face obscured, yet her alluring silhouette captivated the onlookers. Just as one was about to utter a taunt, the glint of a large knife caught their eye, silencing them abruptly. Sheng Nian strode in unhurriedly, illuminated by the scant light filtering through the window, stopping before a bed. Standing by the window was Zhang Qin, arms outstretched defensively, initially wary of the others in the room, now fixated on the woman who had just entered. As Sheng Nian approached, the sight of the knife took Zhang Qin's breath away, prompting her to shout, "Sheng Nian? What are you doing here?" Chapter 43. Trouble arrives. As Sheng Nian stepped into the lobby on the first floor, she was met with a multitude of scrutinizing gazes. Kaiqiu, Sheng Minghua, Sheng Hui, Li Yuan, Guo Qing. They were all present. Confronted by so many pairs of eyes, Sheng Nian's pace faltered, and her expression slightly tightened. "Are you in a meeting?" she inquired. Kaiqiu sighed. "Nian Nian, where have you been? We've been waiting for you for nearly half an hour." Earlier, when they saw only Li Yuan return, they worried that Chao Zhigao had forcibly taken her away. Had it not been for Li Yuan assuring them she was unharmed, they would have gone searching for her. "I merely strolled around the base, familiarizing myself with the routes." Sheng Nian replied calmly. "What is there to wander about at this hour? You have no idea how chaotic the base is right now, especially in the residential area. A girl like you, wandering alone, could easily be abducted. You would regret it too late." Their family was still somewhat apprehensive. This was not an attempt to frighten her. It was a genuine concern. In a world devoid of legal constraints, compounded by scarcity of food and the exposure of human flaws, one misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Despite Kaiqiu's nagging, Sheng Nian remained unfazed, responding with a few light-hearted affirmations. Observing her composed demeanor, Kaiqiu soon ceased her admonishments. Once everyone dispersed, only Sheng Nian and Li Yuan remained in the lobby. "Have you resolved your matters?" Li Yuan asked. his voice calm and soothing, instilling a sense of tranquility within her. She nodded, replying, yes. She had vowed to repay the hardships of her past life tenfold. Only by ensuring his survival without any utility could her objective be accomplished. And now, that goal had been reached. Noticing her relaxed expression, Li Yuan refrained from probing further, his gaze drifting to her neck as he remarked, your wound has worsened. Apply some ointment when you return. Such injuries were all too common at the base. In fact, nearly everyone bore similar marks. After distributing the ointment a few days prior, the overall condition had improved considerably. However, for them, the recent acid rains had exacerbated their wounds, making them considerably worse. Sheng Nian's gaze shifted to his neck and the back of his hand, where injuries appeared even more severe, with bone visible and seemingly worsening. A sense of dread enveloped her as a thought crossed her mind. After exchanging simple pleasantries, she ascended the stairs, entered her room, and closed the door and windows. In her mind, she summoned the task. Instantly, a transparent panel materialized before her. The rewards for the completed side quest remained unclaimed. After silently reciting a thought, a tube of ointment appeared in her palm. Unsure of its efficacy, Sheng Nian opened it and applied some to her wounds. She spread a thin layer over her neck, collarbone, back of her hand, and ankle. The ointment had a thick consistency, and after applying one layer, she had used nearly half of it. The areas treated felt cool yet slightly itchy. With her strong tolerance, she refrained from scratching. After placing the ointment into her storage backpack, she retrieved a second-level crystal core she had unearthed in the hospital earlier that afternoon. After cleansing the core's surface, Sheng Nian lay on her bed and swallowed it. Not long after ingestion, her body reacted violently. It felt as though her limbs were being crushed, rendering her immobile. The pain intensified until it peaked, as if her bones were being reassembled. This cycle continued, and Sheng Nian could only endure the torment. Gradually, her consciousness began to fade. We, Nian, did not commit such acts, nor have we broken anyone's legs. It seems you are here to stir trouble again after the last incident. Had she committed such an act, she would have spoken for herself. Was she not bold enough to face the consequences? Where had the courage to bully others gone? She had yet to fully awaken. Intending to inquire further when she was coherent, Sheng Nian was roused from her slumber. As her awareness returned, she heard the voices of Kai Chiu and Chao Zhigao downstairs. Breaking legs? It must pertain to Song Junin. She opened her eyes, sitting up in bed, feeling utterly refreshed. After a brief stretch, she heard the satisfying crack of her joints. She felt an abundance of energy coursing through her. Noticing a change within her body, Sheng Nian raised her brow, her spirits slightly lifted. Before she could test her newfound vitality, the clamor from downstairs reached her ears once more. Do not think that because Li Yuan is protecting you, you can act with impunity. Let me remind you, this base is not his to govern. If you are within these walls, you must abide by the rules of the base. Chao Zhigao's voice boomed with authority, exuding an air of intimidation. Hearing his voice, Sheng Nian descended the stairs. In the lobby, a circle of individuals surrounded the scene, numbering around 17 or 18. Each bore a stern expression, wielding electric batons, making them appear formidable. They were all brought by Chao Zhigao. If you obstruct us from carrying out our duties, do not blame my subordinates for lacking mercy. Oh? And what do you mean by lacking mercy? A cool, melodious voice interjected. Chao Zhigao turned to find a strikingly beautiful face before him, fair, radiant, and delicately featured. Her exquisite visage, with well-defined features and a hint of a smile that could quicken one's heart, captivated him. In this apocalyptic world, he had never encountered a girl so pristine and alluring, igniting a sense of greed within him. Chao Zhigao's earlier aggressive demeanor softened slightly as he addressed her. Miss Sheng, it has come to our attention that you injured Song Junin in the residential area last night. He is a member who has consumed our crystal cores, and Mr. Jean is particularly concerned about this matter. It may prove difficult to handle. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that, Sheng Nian replied with a smile. Chao Zhigao, momentarily taken aback by her feigned ignorance, struggled to stifle his frustration. You injured Song Junin last night, and you wish to deny it? Not me. You have mistaken the person, Sheng Nian replied calmly, as if the matter held no relevance to her. Chao Zhigao's expression darkened abruptly. He scrutinized her with narrowed eyes and said coldly, since you refuse to acknowledge it, we shall have to pay a personal visit. Chapter 44. Helpless against her in the residential area, Sheng Nian and her family, along with Chao Zhigao and others, ascended to the top floor. Upon their arrival, the occupants of the other rooms discreetly retreated, peering cautiously from their quarters, none daring to utter a word. In the last room, as Chao Zhigao and Sheng Nian entered, The previously crowded space of over a dozen individuals stood in orderly silence. Only one person remained seated beside the window, and that was Zhang Qin. Her back was hunched. Her demeanor appeared lethargic, with her head bowed deeply, obscuring her face. Lying on the bed was Song Junin, motionless and stiff, his dim eyes occasionally blinking, almost giving the impression of being lifeless. Despite the somber atmosphere, Sheng Nian maintained an air of nonchalance, as if oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chao Zhigao glanced at the mother and son, then turned his gaze back to Sheng Nian, narrowing his eyes slightly. You broke Song Junin's leg last night, forcibly interrupting his ability to awaken his powers. The evidence is right before us. You have no defense, do you? It was not me. Must I repeat it? Sheng Nian replied calmly, a hint of impatience in her tone. Chao Zhigao, nearly amused by her denial, placed his hands on his hips and pointed at Song Junin. You have left him in this state, and you still refuse to acknowledge it? He then turned to Zhang Qin. I ask you, was it not she who harmed both of you last night? Zhang Qin, momentarily shaken from her stupor, locked eyes with Sheng Nian, her previously vacant gaze igniting with intense hatred. She sprang to her feet, reaching out to grasp Sheng Nian's face, her voice rising in a furious shriek. Wretched woman, what have we ever done to you? Why do you seek our destruction? Why did you break Junin's leg? He loved you so dearly. Before her hand could reach its target, Kaichio swiftly restrained her. What nonsense are you spouting? We have always been accommodating to you, providing you with money and whatever you desired. Why now do you slander her? You simply cannot stand to see her thrive. Cannot stand to see her thrive? She shattered our Junin's leg, and you still deny it? How can such shamelessness exist in this world? Zhang Qin's eyes reddened with fury as she glared at Kaichio, wishing nothing less than for her to suffer. Kaichio, equally fierce, met her gaze defiantly. You accuse Nian Nian, but perhaps it is you who seeks to frame her. Deliber Chapter 45. His mission upon returning to her residence, Kaichio felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, both internally and externally. She paced back and forth in her room, occasionally sighing, as if burdened by unspoken worries. Growing dizzy from her incessant movements, Sheng Minghua finally inquired, if something is troubling you, please speak openly. Do you not feel that Nian Nian seems to harbor many secrets from us? She pondered over Sheng Nian's words to Song Junin, recalling her expressions and demeanor. Even now, those images lingered in her mind, causing her heart to be restless. Upon hearing her concern, Sheng Minghua sighed deeply but remained silent. I can't shake the feeling that Nian Nian has endured countless hardships. The sorrow reflected in her eyes moves me to tears. Just the thought of it brings me to the brink of weeping. Kaichio sat at the edge of the bed, wiping her eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. Their daughter had grown up in comfort, innocent and lively, a product of their careful upbringing for over 20 years, yet they remained oblivious to the changes in her once clear, pure gaze, now clouded by a myriad of emotions. The mere thought of their daughter being mistreated while they were unaware filled their hearts with profound sorrow. Sheng Minghua gently patted her back, murmuring, regardless of what Nian Nian has faced, the fact that she stands beside us now, capable and resilient, is more than enough. I simply cannot bear to see her suffer. Expressing her innermost thoughts brought Kaichio a measure of relief. In another room, Sheng Nian was blissfully unaware of their concerns. She gazed in astonishment at the smooth skin on the back of her hand, touching her neck and glancing at her ankle. She noted that the areas treated with ointment were pristine, devoid of any scars, as if the wounds that had seemed to worsen just the day before were merely figments of her imagination. Having been preoccupied with other matters upon waking, she had failed to notice the changes in her skin until now. So, had the ointment she applied before sleeping miraculously healed all her wounds overnight? Realizing the astonishing nature of this discovery, Sheng Nian retrieved the ointment, opening the lid to inhale its scent. It bore a common medicinal aroma, accompanied by a hint of floral fragrance, the components of which remained indiscernible. Holding the nearly full tube tightly in her palm, she made her way downstairs. Li Yuan, spotting him as he entered, still damp from the rain and appearing somewhat weary, she called out to him with a cheerful tone, setting down his umbrella. He glanced at her, relief washing over him as he noticed her smiling demeanor. How was your day? Did Chao Zhigao give you any trouble? As Sheng Nian descended the stairs, her steps hesitated momentarily before she approached him, smiling. He could not trouble me. Her gaze fell upon his tattered garments, riddled with holes from corrosive rain, revealing charred skin beneath. Just by looking, she could discern numerous new wounds across his body, which caused the smile on her face to fade. In this entire base, only Li Yuan genuinely devoted himself to the welfare of humanity, yet in her previous life, he had met a tragic end, becoming fodder for idle gossip. Suddenly, she spoke up. Why do you care about the lives of those in the base? Caught off guard by the sudden shift in her expression, Li Yuan's handsome face momentarily displayed a flicker of surprise before he responded with a smile. It is my mission. This mission was etched deeply into his very being, unalterable. Sheng Nian felt a sharp pang in her heart, suppressing the torrent of emotions within. She replied as calmly as possible, I have discovered a remarkably effective ointment. Please rinse off first, and I shall apply it for you. You can keep the rest. I am strong, and these minor injuries do not trouble me. Li Yuan smiled, his voice steady and melodious, yet Sheng Nian clutched the ointment tightly. Her beautiful eyes locked onto him intently. He remained the same Li Yuan, powerful and unyielding, as if nothing in this world could shatter him. But the reality was far from that. He had met a horrific fate in his past life, reportedly leaving no trace behind. The memory of that person crouching before her, laughing as if amused, echoed in her mind. He died. Your beloved met his end. Do you now despise me? In this world, no one can save you, Sheng Nian. Do you know how tragic Li Yuan's death was? I possess his head. Would you care to take a look? This is your final warning. Since Li Yuan is dead, you shall be my obedient pet. Should I discover you still pining for him, I will ensure your parents see your current disgraceful state. That individual had violently seized her hair, striking her face as if she were a mere animal. She could hardly recall the physical pain endured. All she retained was the knowledge that Li Yuan was gone. He was dead. No one would come to her rescue again. Tears streamed down her face unbidden. The scorching tears landed on her skin, jolting Sheng Nian back to reality. Before her stood Li Yuan, his expression one of helplessness. When had he ever displayed such vulnerability? So resolute and unwavering? I apologize for the interruption, she stated coolly. Ignoring the tears on her face, Sheng Nian maintained a stern expression and swiftly walked past him. Ascending the stairs, the atmosphere in the house grew tense. Kaiqiu, Sheng Minghua, Guocheng, Zhao Changming, and even Xing Hui sensed something amiss. What is happening today? It feels rather peculiar. They exchanged glances, perplexed. Guocheng glanced towards the upper floor and queried, are the captain and Miss Sheng having a disagreement? Why have they not come down? They have always been harmonious. It is unlikely they have quarreled. Perhaps they are merely tired and need rest, Kaiqiu replied. Sheng Minghua acknowledged her statement, but said no more. Only Zhao Changming wore a thoughtful expression. Despite being in the same house, Sheng Nian and Li Yuan remained secluded, preventing any opportunity for inquiry. As twilight descended, the once still sky darkened rapidly. As night fell, Sheng Nian quietly emerged from her room. At this hour, everyone was largely in their own quarters, oblivious to her presence. Descending to the second floor, she paused momentarily, casting a glance in a certain direction before hastily exiting the house. Meanwhile, as she turned to leave, Li Yuan abruptly awoke in his room on the second floor. Chapter 46. He is a nightmare stepping outside. Sheng Nian swiftly navigated along the edge of the wall, making her way towards a nearby house. The rain tonight was light, and without an umbrella, she moved gracefully through the darkness. Acquainted with the terrain of this base, and bolstered by an upgrade to her abilities, the night posed no challenge for her. Following the last intrusion of the basement, which had yielded no capture, this house was heavily guarded both inside and out. Over the past few days, Sheng Nian had discreetly gathered information. The guards were stationed at fixed intervals of about 5 to 6 meters apart, both inside and out. Perhaps due to the cover of night, these sentinels appeared somewhat drowsy and lethargic. After crouching for a considerable time nearby, Sheng Nian finally spotted an opportunity. One of the guards stationed near a window turned and exited towards the restroom. As soon as this figure stepped out, she bent low and swiftly approached. With a nimble leap, she effortlessly slipped inside. Noticing someone glancing her way, she instinctively crouched down beside a desk, waiting until the person turned away before seizing the moment to stealthily advance towards Jin Yi's bedroom. Previously, she had failed to locate the mission item in the basement and, upon reflection, suspected it might be in the bedroom. Initially, she intended to wait until Jin Yi was absent from the base, but tonight, she could not afford to wait any longer. The room was engulfed in darkness, and as Sheng Nian cautiously surveyed her surroundings, she found it empty. A quick scan revealed nothing of interest, so she quietly approached the bedside and opened the adjacent cabinet. Inside, she discovered 2 crystal cores, which she swiftly took. The cores gleamed a pale yellow, and upon seeing them, her heart raced, and her breath became labored. A second-level crystal core. How had he acquired such a valuable item so quickly? Given the recent acid rain, Jin Yi's people had not ventured outside. A chill ran down her spine as she suppressed the unsettling thought and hastily tucked the crystal cores away. She rummaged through the desk, finding only a few notebooks filled with densely written formulas and bizarre, cryptic phrases. Despite her inability to comprehend them, she did not overlook them, swiftly storing them in her compartment. Ultimately, she reached Jin Yi's wardrobe. As her fingers brushed against it, a chilling voice echoed from outside. Keep a close watch on him. Strike the moment you get the chance. Her breath hitched, and her gaze darted around the room. The distance to the window was several meters, and with its antiquated design secured from the inside, attempting to escape now would be perilous, especially with many of Jin Yi's subordinates lurking outside. In that fleeting moment, Sheng Nian weighed the risks and quickly opened the wardrobe, slipping inside. The closet was filled with clothing, and upon entry, she was overwhelmed by a suffocating aroma that nearly engulfed her. It was Jin Yi's scent. Her complexion turned pale as she leaned against a corner of the wardrobe, the overwhelming sense of suffocation pressing down on her, making it difficult to breathe. Reflexively, her body trembled, as if her very blood had congealed. The clothes bore his essence, a haunting reminder of her past nightmares. Soon, she found it increasingly difficult to breathe as the memories of her previous life flooded her mind. Depicting the torment Jin gazing out at the inky expanse of the night, Sheng Nian's countenance grew solemn. Earlier, concealed within the wardrobe, she had overheard whispers of Li Yuan's arrival. At that moment, her mind had reeled, struggling for breath, preventing her from delving deeper into the implications. But now, upon reflection, why had Li Yuan sought out Jin precisely when she was confined? What was the reason? Her breath hitched, and Sheng Nian lowered her gaze. A tempest of emotions brewing within her heart. Suppressing the disquiet, she ascended the stairs, her expression betraying nothing. Back in her chamber, under the dim glow of the lamp, she fixed her gaze upon the iron whip laid upon the desk. The whip was pristine, its barbs yet to taste her blood. A chilling artifact. Its metallic surface gleaming with an icy sheen, the whip stretched out, a formidable 2 meters in length. Unbidden, unwelcome memories resurfaced in her mind. Does it hurt? Scream if it does. The man's voice, laced with cruel amusement, echoed in her mind as he brandished the iron whip. Each strike landing with brutal force upon the iron cage. The whip's tail lashed out, the barbs tearing into her flesh. He would then yank it back, only to unleash another merciless blow. The barbs ripped through skin and muscle, leaving the caged figure trembling, her body a canvas of raw wounds. A closer inspection revealed countless tiny lacerations etched upon her once smooth, alabaster skin, the grim legacy of the barbs. Li Yuan said he'd take you away, didn't he? Why aren't you leaving? You wretch, why aren't you leaving? Another savage lash descended. The sound of the whip echoed like the roar of a malevolent dragon, its jaws agape, poised to devour her whole. In the deathly silence of the underground chamber, stifled moans of pain escaped her lips. Take a good look at yourself. What do you think he sees in you? You're nothing but a festering, rotting cur. The whip fell silent, and the man seized her ear, his fingers digging into the rapidly reddening flesh. Leaning in close, he whispered vilely, "Little cur, afraid to speak? Afraid Li Yuan will discover your filthy desires?" The slender figure, who had endured the beating in silence, felt tears welling in her eyes at those words. Her desires, what desires could she possibly harbor? Below, a tall, imposing figure emerged from the shadows. Guoqing, who had been waiting anxiously, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Yuan's return and hurried to greet him. "Captain, you're finally back. Any later, and I would have stormed over there." "I'm fine," Li Yuan replied tersely, striding towards the stairs. Watching him, Guoqing was perplexed. Muttering to himself, what's gotten into everyone today? Miss Sheng is acting strangely, and now the captain. What about her? Li Yuan, who had already turned away, suddenly reappeared. Startled, Guoqing exclaimed, "Miss Sheng just returned, carrying a long iron whip. I have no idea where she got it." Li Yuan paused, his deep eyes unreadable. "This is not to be mentioned to anyone." "What isn't?" Guoqing asked without thinking. Li Yuan cast a cold glance at him before ascending the stairs. "Guoqing, the captain's being rather intimidating today." Upstairs, Li Yuan paused on the second floor, but ultimately continued to the third. Most of the rooms on the third floor were dark, save for Sheng Nian's. He strode towards it. Inside, Sheng Nian stood before the simple desk, the cold iron whip lying upon it. She stood motionless, her eyes downcast, concealing her thoughts. An aura of desolation surrounded her. Sensing her distress, Li Yuan frowned and knocked on the partially open door. He saw Sheng Nian flinch. After a moment, she turned. Her eyes were slightly red, and she seemed to be trembling, as if struggling to maintain control. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over Li Yuan. His handsome face, as ever, betrayed a mature composure. After a brief silence, he asked, "May I borrow your ointment?" His words broke the oppressive atmosphere. Sheng Nian glanced at him, quickly regaining her composure. As if nothing had happened, she retrieved the ointment from her backpack and offered it to him. But Li Yuan did not take it. He stated matter-of-factly, "I can't reach the wounds on my back. Could you help me apply it?" "Guo Qing is downstairs," she replied, her expression blank. "He's asleep," Li Yuan said with unwavering composure. Downstairs, Guo Qing sneezed twice, attributing it to the cold night air as he diligently closed the windows. Sheng Nian paused before asking, "Apply the ointment here?" "Yes." Li Yuan removed his shirt, revealing his muscular torso. Her gaze fell upon his back, a tapestry of scars, and her heart clenched. His entire back was covered in wounds, old and new, a sight that filled her with discomfort. Squeezing out the ointment, Sheng Nian began to apply it, her fingertips trembling as she traced the deep and shallow wounds. He had endured such pain without uttering a word. The room was silent. Li Yuan stood motionless, his posture erect. Sheng Nian stood behind him, her movements gentle, her expression hidden from view. His arms were strong, as unyielding as iron, exuding a sense of security and dependability. Suddenly, she spoke. "Thank you. For tonight." Her words were abrupt, but both understood their meaning. Li Yuan remained silent. After a long moment, he stood up straight, gazing down at her, and said with sincerity, "I thank you as well." Faced with his unwavering gaze, Sheng Nian merely pursed her lips. Her eyes drifted downwards, taking in his well-defined abs and the smooth, taut lines of his muscles. A palpable aura of virility emanating from him. Her breath caught in her throat. She took a step back, creating some distance, her ears burning uncontrollably. Noticing her reaction, Li Yuan's dark eyes grew more intense, his throat tightening. Suppressing the involuntary physiological response, he asked in a low voice, "Are you still angry?" Chapter 48. The Wrath of Genie. Sheng Nian remained silent, averting her gaze, unable to meet Li Yuan's eyes, which seemed capable of piercing into the depths of her soul. Was she still angry? What right did she have to be angry? In her past life, it was he who had sustained her for so long. To him, she had merely been a pitiable creature, so wretched that she required his salvation. Ironically, in her previous existence, she had needed his rescue, yet in this life, she dared to wish for him not to save others. With a forced smile, she concealed the tumultuous emotions roiling within her. She spoke as evenly as possible. "We are merely passing acquaintances, Captain Li. Your concerns about my feelings are unwarranted." Upon hearing her words, Li Yuan's expression tightened slightly. He scrutinized her, as if attempting to discern her true thoughts, but found nothing. She was as inscrutable as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. "Apologies for the intrusion," he said, nodding at her before turning to leave. As his footsteps faded into the distance, the tension that had held her dissipated. She sank onto the edge of the bed, gazing at the iron whip on the table, and closed her eyes. She forcefully dispelled the negative emotions that gnawed at her mind, silently repeating the word mission. The task panel unfolded before her eyes. The first main quest had been completed. In the lower right corner, a task reward awaited retrieval. Previously, while she had been in the wardrobe completing the task, she had only heard it chime without paying attention to the reward. Now, upon inspection, her brows knitted together in confusion. She chose to claim it. In the next moment, a packet of seeds appeared in her palm. Staring at the transparent bag, she scrutinized it for quite some time. The only inscription on the bag read, "Seeds." Seeds? Was this truly a reward from the resource allocation system? Doubtful, she opened the bag and peered inside. A peculiar assortment of seeds was haphazardly packed together, forming a motley collection. She suppressed an overwhelming sense of dread. After the arduous effort she had put into completing the task, this was the reward? Would these items even be useful? At that moment, the task panel refreshed once more. Side quest, acquire a Tier 3 crystal core. And as for the main quest, upon seeing the main quest, Sheng Nian nearly overturned the table in frustration. She harbored a grave suspicion that the system existed solely to torment her. Closing the task interface, she tossed the packet of seeds into her storage compartment and flopped onto the bed. Just as she was about to close her eyes, an alarming thought surged through her mind. Had she forgotten something? That night in Genie's bedroom, she had stumbled upon a notebook containing crucial information. In the ink-dark night, within a bedroom of the base, a man reclined against the headboard, one hand holding a cigarette, while the other carelessly caressed the voluptuous figure of a woman. A faint scent of smoke pervaded the air, enhancing the atmosphere of indulgence. The woman, with her neatly cropped hair, lay against Genie's chest, her fingers tracing his torso. As if casually inquiring, she asked, "Mr. Genie, I heard that Li Yuan has come. What does he seek from you?" At the mention of Li Yuan, the burly man narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening with displeasure. He harshly pinched Wei Xiaoman in a sensitive spot, prompting a pained whimper from her. "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you," he admonished. Tears welled in her eyes from the pain, yet she dared not let them fall, simply nodding obediently. As their encounter drew to a close, he brusquely pushed her away. "Handle it yourself. I do not wish to sully my bed." She quickly retreated, eager to comply. Feeling somewhat relieved, he found himself restless and unable to sleep. After finishing a cigarette, he walked to his desk, pulled out a chair, and opened the cabinet, only to find it empty. His body stiffened. And he searched again, his mood plummeting to despair. "Someone!" he shouted, his voice laced with panic and rage, echoing throughout the bedroom. The people outside trembled in fear and hurried in. "Mr. Jean, how may we assist you?" "You fools! When did you allow someone in? What are you doing?" Jean's fury radiated from him, his entire being exuding a menacing aura, as if he could tear someone apart in an instant. The dozen or so individuals at the door bowed their heads in terror, no one daring to speak. Jean continued to ransack the room. The crystal core was missing. His iron whip was also gone. An unnameable rage surged within him. He turned sharply, glaring at the useless minions at the door, and suddenly unleashed a blazing fireball that hurtled toward them. "Ah, it hurts. Mr. Jean, we truly had no idea. Could it be Li Yuan?" The flames raged, consuming them all. The acrid scent of burning flesh quickly filled the room. Jean Yi's gaze darkened, fixated on them as a realization struck him, intensifying his wrath. "You worthless lot! How could so many of you fail to keep track of a single person? What use are you? You deserve to perish." His anger reached its peak, and he concentrated his palms, conjuring two massive fireballs that enveloped the group. A cacophony of terrified cries erupted. The individuals writhed in agony, attempting to extinguish the flames. But the fire only grew fiercer. Soon, the shrieks dwindled into silence, leaving behind the overwhelming stench. Chapter 49, under surveillance at the break of dawn. A palpable tension enveloped the base. As Sheng Nian emerged from her quarters, Kai Chiu, with a hint of concern, remarked, "Nian, I heard from the others that over a dozen bodies of unnatural deaths were discovered near the garbage heap this morning. No one knows how they ended up there. It is truly terrifying." "What bodies?" Sheng Nian inquired, glancing in the direction of the conversation. The expressions on her family and Appo's faces were unusually grave, as if they had been struck by some unseen dread. Xing Hui, her shoulders trembling, swallowed hard and whispered, "I've heard those bodies were charred beyond recognition. More than 10 individuals, their noses and eyes gone, utterly unidentifiable." Upon hearing the term charred, a shadow crossed Xing Nian's face. In this space, individuals with fire-related abilities were scarce, and the one who wielded the power of life and death was singular. Unaware of the darkening expression on her face, Sheng Hui anxiously asked, "Sister, could it be that someone is secretly consuming others, only to accidentally char them?" This question left Sheng Nian momentarily speechless. She fell silent, and Xing Hui's mind began to conjure terrifying images. With another difficult swallow, she proposed, "Should we hastily gather our belongings and flee?" "We must leave," Sheng Nian affirmed. But then added, "However, not just yet." The unsettling news of the mysteriously charred bodies spread swiftly throughout the base, instilling a sense of dread among the populace. Many feared they would become the next victims. Amidst this atmosphere of anxiety, the acid rain finally ceased, although the sky remained overcast and devoid of sunlight. It was a welcome reprieve from the relentless downpour. More individuals ventured outside, gradually increasing the number of those searching for supplies. It was during this time that Sheng Nian sensed something amiss. For several days, she had noticed figures lingering around their residence, as if deliberately surveilling them. "Nian, our food supplies are dwindling. What shall we do next?" Kai Chiu sought her counsel. After days of consumption, their provisions had been exhausted, including some resources that Sheng Nian had unknowingly contributed. Throughout this period, she had become the cornerstone of her family. "Do not worry about food. I shall manage it. You all should focus on honing your abilities and refrain from venturing out," she instructed. She was acutely aware that Jean's suspicious gaze had likely fallen upon them. He had remained hidden, undoubtedly seeking the opportune moment to strike. To possess the power to confront him, they needed to grow stronger. Seeing the seriousness etched on her face, her family understood she was weighing the situation's risks and did not voice any objections. Li Yuan had departed with a group that morning at the break of dawn, shortly after the first light had begun to filter through the clouds. Among those who accompanied him were Liang Pingjiang and others who had entered the base alongside Sheng Nian. For the past few days of acid rain, she had refrained from inquiring about Liang Pingjiang's situation, trusting that Li Yuan would handle it. Reflecting on Li Yuan, although they shared the same roof, They had exchanged not a single word over the past few days, existing as strangers to one another. Casting aside such thoughts, Sheng Nian looked up to find her parents and sister watching her with concern, prompting her to smile gently. Focus on familiarizing yourselves with your abilities. Leave the rest to me. As she smiled, the corners of her eyes lifted, imbuing her with a newfound vivacity. Sheng Nian's beauty was unparalleled. When she wore a stern expression, she appeared strikingly aloof, but when she smiled, it was as if the world transformed into a more beautiful place. Kaiqiu finally felt a sense of relief. We'll do our utmost not to hinder you. Witnessing her family diligently practicing, Sheng Nian turned and descended the stairs. The smile on her face faded gradually as she stepped outside, her keen senses detecting the presence of someone watching nearby. With a swift glance in that direction, she advanced towards it. The individual, sensing her approach, feigned nonchalance as they strolled about. Yet in the next moment, Sheng Nian halted before him. With a sardonic smile gracing her lips, she asked, "Has Chao Zhigao sent you to keep tabs on me?" The man regarded her briefly before attempting to walk away in silence. As he took a step, Sheng Nian swiftly grasped his shoulder. He pivoted, drawing a fruit knife in a swift motion. Just as he raised his hand, Sheng Nian delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. In an instant, she placed her foot upon his chest, disregarding the fruit knife that had fallen to the earth. "Tell me, what does Chao Zhigao intend to do?" As the man opened his mouth, a garbled sound emerged. Sheng Nian's gaze fell upon his mouth, noting the absence of his tongue. A chill coursed through her, and she released her foot, watching as he scrambled away with the fruit knife, her heart heavy with foreboding. They were more terrifying than the undead. "Sister." A sweet, childlike voice broke through her thoughts. She glanced up to see a girl of about 7 or 8 years old, the same child who had entered the base with Li Yuan and had since resided in the living quarters. In just over 10 days, the girl appeared disheveled and filthy, resembling a fragile little monkey. Her clothing was tattered and encrusted with dirt, offering little protection. Such children were tragically common in this post-apocalyptic world, suffering more than the defenseless women. The sight stirred no empathy within Sheng Nian. She knew that compassion was a scarce commodity in this harsh reality. Who would extend sympathy to her? "Sister, I am so hungry." The little girl approached her, propping herself up on legs as thin as chopsticks. She looked up, her once dark eyes now bloodshot, likely from sleepless nights. Her delicate face appeared gaunt, and her chin seemed sharp enough to pierce bone. Sheng Nian regarded her for a moment in silence, then continued on her way without a word. The girl, undeterred, clenched her teeth and summoned her strength to chase after her. She tugged at Sheng Nian's pant leg, looking up earnestly. "They're coming for you. You and uncle and aunt should flee." At these words, Sheng Nian lowered her gaze to meet the girl's eyes. The child's hands clutched her pant leg, trembling slightly. A long silence ensued. Crouching down to the girl's level, Sheng Nian spoke deliberately. "If you alert them, they will kill you." She gestured subtly in another direction. The little girl turned to look. Against the wall, a pair of heavy eyes were fixed on them. Chapter 50, abandoned under the weight of a somber gaze. The little girl trembled all over. Her already pale face turned an ashen white. Seeing her frozen in fear, Sheng Nian lowered her eyes and rose to leave without a backward glance. "Sister." The little girl watched her sister's departing figure, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Yet she dared not cry. Sheng Nian wandered through the base. Survivors struggling to exist were scattered about, each bearing visible wounds, some were mere skin and bones. Slumped in corners, teetering on the brink of death. The devastation wrought by the acidic rain was severe. A glance revealed many buildings corroded and leaning dangerously, rendered uninhabitable. With the rain ceased, the management began to arrange for the reconstruction of the base. Standing beneath a building in the residential area, Sheng Nian's gaze fell upon a man leaning against the wall, missing an arm. In his only remaining hand, he clutched a half-eaten bun caked with dirt. She recalled the day vividly, along with the haunting words spoken to her. "I remind you, if you wish for your parents and sister to live well, you must obediently come with me and abandon any thoughts of escape." At that moment, fear had rendered her legs weak. As she passed this very building, she had dared to glance up, only to meet the gaze of a one-armed man leaning against the wall. Their eyes locked for a fleeting second, revealing a pair of lifeless orbs, reminiscent of a bottomless abyss filled with endless darkness. Sheng Nian's thoughts abruptly coalesced. She looked back at the man, who also turned to meet her gaze. Much like in a previous life, their eyes intersected for a brief moment, yet this encounter bore a subtle difference. The moment he locked eyes with her, he seemed startled, swiftly turning his head away, his face entirely averted. Suddenly, a memory sparked within her. "Xiaohong?" she called uncertainly, her gaze lingering on him with a hint of confusion. The Xiaohong she had previously seen was cleanly dressed, despite his missing arm. He had not appeared to be in such a dire state. The man before her now was ragged and filthy, his exposed skin marred with bruises. Even the arm that held the muddy bun was a patchwork of fresh and old scars, evidence of human cruelty. Realizing something, Sheng Nian stepped forward, positioning herself directly in front of the man who intended to leave. Liang Pingjiang abandoned you? Before she could finish her sentence, 3 men emerged from a side path. Oh, there is still someone here pitying the disabled? The girl is quite lovely. What is the point in pitying a cripple? You'd be better off feeling sorry for us brothers. Their crude and lascivious voices cut through the air. Sheng Nian turned to face them, observing the 3 men, their faces dirty, but their clothing intact. 2 wielded wooden sticks, while the third brandished a belt. The man with the belt gazed at Sheng Nian with an insatiable hunger, his eyes glistening with desire. How delightful. I've never seen such a clean and beautiful woman in this apocalypse. My brothers can hardly contain themselves. One man licked his lips, eyes shining as he reached towards his belt. Those filthy women can't compare to this. Let us take her back and have our fun, another chimed in eagerly. The 3 men advanced with impatience. Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of Sheng Nian. Xiaohong, his eyes aflame with determination, glared at them. Get away. You can't touch her. Just you? A one-handed waste? You can't even protect yourself, let alone a woman. The leading man swung the belt at him, striking Xiaohong's hand. The half-eaten bun fell to the ground, splattered with mud. The force of the blow left a vivid red mark across Xiaohong's hand, causing his fingers to tremble uncontrollably. The 3 men laughed uproariously, clutching their sides. You useless waste, you can't even hold on to a bun. That was probably your food for days, better eat it quickly. One man stepped on the bun, pressing down hard before picking it up to shove it into Xiaohong's mouth. This is your sustenance, eat up. Another round of raucous laughter erupted. Xiaohong let out a primal scream, summoning all his strength to swing his fist at the man's face. Yet, before his hand could connect, the belt was raised again, ready to strike. But the blow never landed. It was intercepted. Sheng Nian's icy gaze bore into the 3 men as she seized the belt, yanking it forward with force. The Chapter 51. I will follow you, Miss Sheng. Guocheng called out from behind. He cautiously turned to glance at Li Yuan, his gaze then falling upon the unfortunate individual who had lost 2 fingers, his teeth involuntarily chattering. Was this the work of Miss Sheng? Previously, he had witnessed her swift and decisive actions against zombies, but this was his first encounter with her, engaging in violence against a person. The state of these individuals was indeed quite tragic. Yet, in comparison to her earlier actions, she was now exhibiting remarkable restraint. Sheng Nian heard his voice but did not turn back. She was acutely aware that Li Yuan was watching her. Closing her eyes, her long lashes shielded the emotions within. The tone in which Li Yuan had called her just now was laced with anger, disappointment, and an indescribable sentiment. Even if she were to turn around now, what could she possibly say? An explanation seemed unnecessary. A breeze swept through the air. Xiaohong, finally exhausted from the fight, slumped to the ground, watching the nearly unconscious individuals, and the bitterness in his heart dissipated with the wind. Let us go, Li Yuan's cold voice resonated, followed by a series of footsteps. Once the group had moved far away, Xiaohong finally stood up, the adrenaline from the earlier confrontation having vanished. He awkwardly approached Sheng Nian. Miss Sheng, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. He lowered his head, not daring to meet her gaze. She chuckled softly, choosing not to address the matter directly, and instead asked, Is it convenient to discuss your situation now? I am useless. I do not wish to burden them. Xiaohong briefly recounted his experiences at the base. Their entire team had been assigned accommodations by Li Yuan's men, but due to the prolonged acid rain, dwindling supplies, and rising tensions, he became the target for grievances from the residents. Initially, Liang Pingjiang attempted to intervene, but this only provoked further dissatisfaction. Whenever Liang Pingjiang left, the others would bully him. And to avoid causing trouble for the team, he chose to withdraw. However, troubles continued to arise until today, when he encountered her once more. Throughout his narration, Xiaohong spoke with remarkable calmness, as if recounting someone else's story. Sheng Nian observed him, her eyes darkening. After a brief silence, she inquired, Do you have any family left? No, they've all passed. Xiaohong replied calmly. At that moment, a gust of wind swept by, accompanied by her soft and serene voice. Would you like to leave with me? Xiaohong's body jerked slightly, but he quickly shook his head in silence. He viewed himself as a burden. Bringing him along would only invite danger. Sheng Nian cast him a cold glance, choosing not to waste further words, and began to walk away. Once outside the living quarters, her steps suddenly halted. This scene exuded an intense sense of familiarity. I will take you away. Once, someone had uttered those very words to her. Subsequently, in her dim and desolate life, those words wielded an almost magical power, helping her endure the unbearable nights. Now, exhaling a heavy breath, Sheng Nian turned around and retraced her steps. Just as she reached the entrance of the alley, she witnessed someone restraining Xiao Hong from behind while another person, grinning malevolently as if practicing boxing, leaped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Xiao Hong's face. Blood SP Chapter 52. A conversation with her. What does it mean to talk to her without making an effort? Sheng Nian met his dark, inscrutable gaze, attempting to discern something within. However, after several seconds of scrutiny, she found nothing. He remained the same Li Yuan, deep and unfathomable like an ocean, beyond anyone's comprehension, including hers. Dismissing her distractions, she spoke in a calm tone. Thank you, Captain Li. Without glancing at the expressions of those present, she led Xiao Hong upstairs, where there were vacant rooms. She turned on 2 buckets of water, bringing along the most basic toiletries and a set of clothes to give to him. First, clean yourself up. Xiao Hong stood dumbfounded at the sight of the 2 buckets of clear water, feeling an almost surreal sensation. Water? The very thing that had caused chaos in the living quarters was now being used for bathing here? When Sheng Nian left, Xiao Hong leaned over the bucket and drank his fill. He hesitated to use the water for bathing, but the thought of Sheng Nian's potential disdain pushed him to make up his mind and utilize it. Sheng Nian stood by the window in the room, casting her gaze in a certain direction. A pair of binoculars covertly peered in her direction through the window, and her disdain peaked once more, igniting a desire to act. However, the distance was too great, and with her current abilities, her wind blade could not reach. The man's intentions were becoming increasingly evident. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he acted forcefully. Her immediate task was to complete the main mission before he did so. With thoughts of the task system's updated mission, Sheng Nian exhaled, suppressing her inner turmoil. She then retrieved a few supplies from her storage backpack, primarily food, along with some daily necessities and a few medical supplies. Miss Sheng, Xiao Hong's voice called from outside. She stood up, casually carrying a small bag as she stepped out. Xiao Hong, now clean, appeared refreshed, though the wounds on his face were more pronounced. Sheng Nian handed him the bag, and he looked puzzled upon seeing its contents: water, food, ointment, and bandages. A swell of indescribable emotion stirred within him. Last time she saved him. This time, once again, she was his savior, feeling a long-lost sense of care. Xiao Hong's emotions became difficult to contain as he stood before Sheng Nian, head bowed, unable to utter a word. No need to call me Miss Sheng. From now on, just call me Sheng Nian or Nian Nian. She looked at him and added, also, there's no need to thank me. Xiao Hong nodded obediently. Just as Sheng Nian was about to return to her room, Xiao Hong suddenly spoke up. My surname is Yin. She momentarily failed to grasp his meaning and turned back to look at him. He fixed his gaze upon her and repeated, my surname is Yin. My name is Yin Hong. Downstairs, Guo Cheng patted Zhao Changming's shoulder, inquiring, do you sense something off between the captain and Miss Sheng? Zhao Changming simply stared at him, his expression inscrutable. His silence did not dampen Guo Cheng's curiosity. Had they quarreled? Yet it seemed they had tea still. It had been a full 2 hours since Miss Sheng had returned with a man, and the captain hadn't spoken a word in that time. With a sigh, Guo Cheng felt rather perplexed. Zhao Changming regarded him as if he were a fool. Meanwhile, upstairs, Sheng Nian placed the crystal core into Yin Hong's hands. Whether this succeeds depends entirely on you, she stated. He nodded resolutely, without a hint of doubt, and lay back on the bed, swallowing the crystal core. He had requested it. Previously, there had been talk in the base about crystal cores potentially igniting supernatural abilities, and he wished to test this theory. Yet, unwelcome memories surged forth, memories he preferred to forget. Sheng Nian exited the room, intending to organize her tasks, only to find herself face-to-face with Li Yuan, who stood mere inches away. The scent of blood clung to him, likely from his earlier outing. His tall, solid frame exuded an unspoken pressure as he stood before her. As she attempted to sidestep him and leave, a large hand grasped her elbow. Turning back, she met his gaze with her cool, piercing eyes. Caught off guard by her stare, Li Yuan hesitated, then released her and spoke in a calm tone. I wish to have a conversation with you. What about? She asked bluntly, her expression composed, though her heart raced beneath the surface. Noticing her calm demeanor, which mirrored her interactions with others, a fleeting discomfort washed over Li Yuan. He gestured for her to enter the room. Inside Sheng Nian's room, they sat facing each other, the atmosphere slightly awkward. However, both wore expressions of tranquility, as if their inner thoughts mirrored their outward calm. What do you wish to discuss? Sheng Nian inquired, her cat-like eyes reflecting his handsome, resolute visage. He too regarded her intently. After a lengthy silence filled with unspoken words, he finally spoke. I'm uncertain if you harbor any misunderstandings about me. I hope we can discuss this openly. There is no misunderstanding, she replied almost instinctively. Realizing her response was too quick, she pressed her lips together. Attempting to clarify, what I mean is, they both began to speak simultaneously. You go first. No, you go first. Their voices echoed together, amplifying the already awkward atmosphere. After a brief silence, observing that Sheng Nian had no intention of speaking, Li Yuan parted his lips. I sense that you have been distant from me lately, and I wish to understand why. Sheng Nian felt her throat tighten. Under the weight of his steadfast and puzzled gaze, her heartbeat faltered. Why? Because she knew he was destined to die. Yet she continued to pursue the same path she had trodden in her previous life? Or perhaps it was because she could not confront the memories of her past life? In her previous life, that person had scorned her for her impure thoughts, ridiculing her for harboring forbidden notions. The stinging mockery had laid bare her hidden feelings under the harsh light of day. Is there something I did that troubled you? You may tell me, Li Yuan pressed. Her breath quickened once more. Sheng Nian bit her lower lip, feeling a surge of emotions welling up within her, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. Struggling to contain her overwhelming feelings, she gazed at him and asked, why do you insist on concerning yourself with the lives of those people? Chapter 53. He remains himself what? Faced with her restrained gaze, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp her meaning. Care about those people's lives? Which people? What was she referring to? As a flicker of confusion surfaced in his deep-set eyes, Sheng Nian abruptly regained her composure. This was not the time. He had yet to undertake those actions. Her palms were tightly clenched together, then relaxed. If one day, the people at the base required your salvation, would you save them? Sheng Nian gazed intently into his eyes and asked. Her heart hung in suspense. She thought, the events of the past life had not yet come to pass. Everything still held a chance. Li Yuan pondered seriously, though he did not comprehend her words. He ultimately replied after careful consideration. Yes. The moment those words escaped his lips, Sheng Nian's heart plummeted, filled with an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Why must he concern himself with the fate of those people? Could he not ignore them? As she spoke, a trace of sorrow tinged her voice. Li Yuan was still the same Li Yuan. He had never changed. Unfazed by her expression, he replied solemnly, I have stated before, this is my mission. He had indeed said so. It was precisely because of this statement that they had not engaged in direct communication for many days. Hearing the word mission once again, Sheng Nian felt an indescribable emotion swell within her. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, if the path ahead is fraught with thorns, if it leads to irreversible doom, if it results in utter annihilation, would you still persevere? Yes. Without hesitation, he affirmed. No matter the obstacles ahead, no matter the dire consequences, no matter the potential for obliteration, I will endure to the end. Li Yuan's voice rang out, resolute and powerful, akin to his ironclad resolve. His posture was upright, exuding an aura of righteousness, resembling an unyielding fortress, crafting a shield for multitudes. Upon hearing his unwavering response for the first time, Sheng Nian felt a chill in her heart. She envisioned once more the tragic end he had met in his past life. Outside, people spoke of how Li Yuan perished at the jaws of a zombie. Yet, she knew he had fallen at the hands of humanity. Before this moment, she had once believed that if Li Yuan were to learn of the impending outcome, he might reconsider his stance. Now, she realized he would not waver. Do you know who I am? She suddenly asked. Her voice was soft and devoid of emotion, a calmness that unsettled the heart. After a few seconds of contemplation, Li Yuan replied in a deep voice, intelligent, wise, formidable, yet in need of protection. I do not require it. Sheng Nian vehemently countered his assertion. Protection? She possessed extraordinary abilities. She had a robust physique. She was not the same as in her previous life. She did not need anyone's protection. Witnessing her sudden emotional outburst, Li Yuan fell silent. Do you have any idea who stands before you? You surely do not. Sheng Nian rose, meeting his gaze with a fiery intensity, her eyes reddened, and her voice tinged with restrained anger. I am selfish and narrow-minded, ruthless in my methods. I can break my former fiancé's legs, and I can sever a stranger's fingers. I harbor no lofty ideals, nor do I possess a grand mission. I have never concerned myself with the lives of others. I only wish to survive. Her tone was fierce, her emotions barely contained, beginning to unravel. You are upright, you live without fear, willing to risk everything for your mission, even your life. But I am not like you. I will never sacrifice for a group of self-serving, cowardly individuals. We are not on the same path, neither then, nor now, nor ever. Sheng Nian's expression was fervent, her words rapid and urgent, while Li Yuan stood before her, a towering figure, serene in demeanor, embodying two extremes. He lowered his head, absorbing the struggle and torment reflected in her eyes. She had never before displayed such raw emotion. For so long, she had maintained an air of tranquility, rarely allowing others close, exuding an indomitable strength. This emotional collapse was unprecedented. After expelling so many words, upon seeing his inscrutable gaze, Sheng Nian bit her lip, longing to explain, yet found it futile. The room was enveloped in a profound silence. After a considerable pause, as she began to regain her composure, Li Yuan's voice resonated, laced with a hint of magnetism. What I wish to protect is not solely those individuals. Hearing his sudden declaration, Sheng Nian's despondent gaze turned towards him. Li Yuan continued with unwavering determination, there is also you. And others. Sheng Nian shook her head. I do not require protection from anyone. We are not allies. Captain Li, during this time at the base, thank you. The composed Sheng Nian possessed a clarity of purpose. She understood her intentions and recognized that he would continue on his path. Their lives were destined to remain parallel, never intersecting. It was so in the past, and it would remain true in this lifetime. Li Yuan wished to say more, but he watched as Sheng Nian turned away, heading for the exit. As she opened the door, she was met with several pairs of eyes. Kai Chiu, Sheng Minghua, Sheng Nian, Guocheng. Her gaze was as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. They looked on, startled, each wanting to ease the tension, but before they could speak, Sheng Nian's eyes swept past them as she descended the stairs and left. Observing Sheng Nian's retreating figure, Guocheng felt a mix of confusion as he glanced back into the room. Li Yuan remained at the window of Sheng Nian's room, gazing outside, his tall silhouette radiating an air of solitude. What is happening? He looked towards Kai Chiu and the others, who were equally perplexed. Lately, there had been an undeniable tension between the two, yet due to their lack of interaction, it felt inappropriate to inquire. Little did they expect that today. They had heard some commotion from downstairs, prompting their assent. Clearly, a dispute had arisen, and the situation seemed serious. However, before they could intervene, it had already concluded. Li Yuan remained within the room, and they sat quietly, not daring to intrude. After Sheng Nian had descended the stairs, she vanished from sight. The sky had darkened, casting the entire base into shadow. Few roamed the premises, save for some members of the security team patrolling. Sheng Nian had distanced herself from her quarters. She understood that only by moving away could Li Yuan lose track of her whereabouts. There were matters he had never articulated, yet she was fully aware of them. The gates of the base were locked at night. As she pondered her escape, she suddenly heard a muffled cry, Chapter 54, Ruthless measures I implore you. Do not take my daughter. Mother, mother. Cries echoed through the residential area. Already somewhat agitated, felt her annoyance surge upon hearing these lamentations. She pivoted from her position near the perimeter wall and strode purposefully toward the source of the disturbance, which was located near the refuse heap behind the residential zone. The area was shrouded in gloom, with only a faint glimmer of light emanating from the distance. However, with her enhanced senses since her ability upgrade, could discern the scene with reasonable clarity. Two men were perpetrating violence against a mother and daughter. The woman, disheveled and kneeling on the ground, was being prevented from stopping the men from dragging her daughter away. One of the men, growing impatient, kicked her in the face. You ungrateful wretch. We're doing your daughter a favor by taking an interest in her. Who would want you, a filthy, used-up woman? Don't presume we'd be interested. The woman clutched at the man's trousers, only to be kicked away once more. In response, the young girl bit the man's hand with ferocious intent. You little viper. Dare to resist. The man bellowed, pinching the girl's cheek. You ignorant cur, you've offended Chao Guo, and before you die, you'll learn the consequences of crossing him. He released her cheek and moved his hand down to grab the girl's thigh. Before his hand could make contact, a stone struck him squarely on the forehead. The rock, about half the size of a fist, caused him to see stars and immediately raised a large bump. Which scoundrel did that? Come out here and face me. I'll kill you, he roared, looking around wildly. Emerged from the shadows. The area's darkness prevented them from seeing her until she was close. Upon recognizing her, the men recoiled in alarm. The woman and girl, however, looked out with tearful relief. What do you want? We're just having some fun here. And it's none of your business. You'd best be on your way, one of the men said, his voice attempting to sound fierce, but his nervous retreat betrayed his fear. Seeing their bravado for what it was, advanced slowly, pushing them back until they were cornered against the garbage pile. Then, with a sardonic smile, she said, "Having fun? I'm afraid I'm also in the mood for some amusement." With that, conjured 2 wind blades, which flew toward the men's groins before they could react. Ayayoa. The agonizing screams reverberated through the area, reaching the nearby residential zone. The residents, terrified, huddled in their dwellings, too afraid to investigate. Since the apocalypse, no one dared to interfere lest they lose their lives. Crossed her arms, watching the 2 men writhe on the ground, clutching their groins, drenched in cold sweat, and paralyzed with pain. The mother and daughter, embracing each other, showed no sympathy for their tormentors. Approached and crouched before them, observing their agony with what seemed to be a faint, cruel smile. The sight of her filled the men with terror. Rumors had circulated in the base about a stunningly beautiful woman who was also ruthless and cunning, outmaneuvering even Xiao Guo. Now, they realized that the rumors did not do her justice. She was not only ruthless but also a demon, devouring people without remorse. Their pain was her entertainment. They regretted their involvement in this affair, but it was too late. "I have some questions for you, and you will answer truthfully," said. Her voice, though melodious, sounded like a death knell. Without hesitation, they saw that the woman in front of them was closer, and her eyes were thinking about how to torture them. One of the men, unable to bear it any longer, stammered, "Xiao Guo wants to have the base capture you. He said whoever captures you will receive a large amount of supplies and a promotion to management." "Capture me?" chuckled softly, a sound that sent shivers down their spines. Another man, his composure shattered, "What, uncontrollably? We're just low-level grunts. We don't know anything else. We were just given a task tonight to kill this girl. We didn't expect." He dared not finish the sentence, fearing the loss of another body part. Seeing their state, knew they were telling the truth. She turned her gaze to the girl, whose clothes were torn and dirty, making her look like a beggar. Then, looked at the woman, who lowered her head in shame. A cold wind swept through the area, carrying the men's moans. After a while, rose to leave. The little girl looked at her imploringly, wanting to speak, but afraid to do so. "Miss Sheng," the woman called out. Stopped but did not turn around. Addressing her back, the woman hesitated before kneeling and saying, "I beg you to take Bai He with you. I know it's a sudden request, but I have no other choice. Please." "Mother," the girl said, clinging to her mother's arm, her voice filled with tears, finally turned around, observing the scene before her with a detached expression. Chapter 55. She is a bandit. Sheng Nian took the little girl and settled her on the 3rd floor. The night was deep, and most of the residents were asleep, except for Guo Cheng, who kept watch on the 1st floor. Seeing Sheng Nian return after 2 hours with a 7 or 8-year-old girl made him gawk in disbelief. "Miss Sheng, what is this?" He had never seen her bring anyone back before, and now she had brought 2, one with a severed hand and the other still quite young. Guo Cheng's expression grew solemn. If Miss Sheng continued to bring back such varied individuals, wouldn't it increase the captain's stress? However, the Sheng family had never demanded anything in return and often provided them with supplies. Reflecting on this, Guo Cheng relaxed, harboring no further objections. Although he remained puzzled about the seemingly inexhaustible supplies they received, Sheng Nian glanced at him, nodded slightly, and ascended the stairs. Watching their figures, one large and one small, Guo Cheng sighed. He wondered what kind of disagreement had transpired between Miss Sheng and her partner, as the atmosphere in the house had been tense for days. He questioned whether things could ever return to normal. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Sheng Nian assigned Bai He to another room, observing her downcast eyes, which hinted at melancholy despite her attempts to appear strong. Sheng Nian placed a crystal core on a nearby simple cabinet. "I do not harbor the useless. If you wish to stay by my side, you must possess strength. Decide for yourself if you truly wish to remain." With that, she did not linger and returned to her own room. Bai He gazed at the dimly colored orb, hesitating for a long moment before reaching out with her small hand. As night turned to dawn, just past 5 o'clock in the morning, Sheng Nian departed from her dwelling, heading directly to the base's entrance. Before leaving, she extracted a considerable amount of supplies from her storage backpack. Just as she exited the base, she noticed someone rushing off in the opposite direction. The weather had been overcast for days, and the horizon was shrouded in gloom. Sheng Nian casually commandeered a nearby vehicle and set off. While driving, she retrieved a map from her pocket. This was the most comprehensive map of Xinchuan City, detailing numerous building locations. Today, she intended to visit a particularly remote site marked on the map, the explosive depot. This facility was specifically designated for storing explosives, with a nearby area dedicated to their production. Such places were typically off-limits before the apocalypse, but times had changed. The base was over 30 kilometers from the explosive depot, and Sheng Nian planned to complete her journey before nightfall. Her vehicle sped swiftly, and there were few zombies in the vicinity of the base, most having been cleared out by the base's supernatural teams. As she drove, she occasionally spotted a few zombies along the roadside. As her car whizzed by, the zombies belatedly reacted, trailing after her vehicle. Glancing in the rearview mirror, she noticed 5 or 6 sparse zombies, but remained unfazed. Suddenly, after traveling for over 10 kilometers, a motorcycle caught up with her. Upon closer inspection, she saw 2 figures on the bike. Before long, the motorcycle was parallel to her car. "Pull over," shouted the passenger, brandishing a gun at Sheng Nian. The dawn light was just beginning to brighten the sky. Sheng Nian, unfazed, casually glanced sideways as the two, clad in helmets, obscured their identities. Her gaze then drifted down to the fuel gauge. Raising an eyebrow, she abruptly yanked the steering wheel, slamming on the brakes, causing the tires to screech against the pavement. The car came to a halt, and the two approached with their weapons drawn. "Hand over all the food in your vehicle. I advise you to cooperate, or we will open fire." They inched closer, one aiming a gun at her while the other reached for her car door. "Raise your hands and exit the vehicle," the armed man barked. Sheng Nian complied, raising her hands and quietly stepping out of the car. The other man quickly rummaged through the vehicle, cursing, "A dam broke. There's nothing here." Just as he turned to vent his frustration, he saw his companion collapse to the ground, and the striking woman had inexplicably commandeered their motorcycle. He spun around to chase her, only to witness her revving the engine and speeding away. "Stop right there. Do you believe IW Chapter 56, Farewell to the Old" with a loud bang. The approaching zombie, intent on lunging at Sheng Nian, crashed to the ground. Following this, a flurry of gunfire erupted, and the nearest zombies were swiftly dispatched, their heads exploding in a gruesome display. Sheng Nian lowered her hand, her gaze drifting towards the source of the shooting. A truck was parked nearby, manned by a dozen individuals. As they fired, the surrounding zombies shifted their focus and surged toward the noise. Sheng Nian observed the horde of zombies converging near the truck, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Besides Li Yuan, were there others like him? Noting the zombies turning to swarm the distant truck, she immediately revved her motorcycle and departed. Shortly after her exit, the truck followed suit, speeding past the zombies. The vehicle barreled through, and any agile second-tier zombies attempting to climb aboard met the same explosive fate. The sound of gunfire faded into the distance. After riding several kilometers, Sheng Nian halted on a secluded road by the mountains. She glanced back, having traversed through an industrial area with no zombies in sight. The firearms and ammunition wielded by the earlier group had likely been acquired from this vicinity. With her eyelids lowered, she recalled the map she had previously studied. Unfortunately, she had left it behind in her car, and now she could only rely on her memory to navigate. After resting for about 10 minutes, the rumble of wheels reached her ears. She lifted her head to see a red truck approaching. It was the same group that had assisted her earlier. Within a minute, the truck came to a stop before her. "Miss, why are you out here alone? Do you need any assistance?" inquired a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s. The truck had stirred up dust as it came to a halt. Sheng Nian scrutinized the occupants in the back of the truck. Earlier, the distance and tense situation had prevented her from observing their features closely, but now that they were before her, she had the opportunity to take a better look. The truck was filled with both men and women, most of whom were unfamiliar faces. Just as Sheng Nian was about to redirect her attention, her gaze abruptly landed on one of the women. The woman appeared dusty and disheveled, her hair slightly unkempt, and though she was not particularly striking, there was an air of confidence about her. Sheng Nian recognized her. Her name was Dong Yunhui, the only woman who had stood by Li Yuan in her previous life. Her gaze lingered on Dong Yunhui's face for several seconds. The latter seemed to sense it and looked back. Their eyes met, and an odd atmosphere enveloped the air. The middle-aged man, who had initially spoken, inquired again. "We are heading to search for supplies, and will seek refuge at the Xinchuan base tonight. Would you care to join us?" "No, thank you," Sheng Nian replied firmly. Before departing, her bright, cat-like eyes regarded them as she expressed her gratitude. "I appreciate your help earlier." With that, she revved her motorcycle and rode away without a backward glance. The people in the truck watched her retreating figure, each feeling a sense of perplexity. Did anyone else feel something was off? "I can't shake this strange sensation," one remarked. As the truck began to move, the occupants exchanged glances, each reflecting uncertainty. "I find it odd too, but I can't quite articulate why," another added. "Could it be that the girl is simply too beautiful? It's been ages since the apocalypse. And I've yet to see such a bright and pristine girl, a young man blurted out. In that moment, realization struck them all. The girl was unnaturally clean. Her hair was styled into a neat bun, and she wore a black hoodie and fitted pants, complemented by a pair of ankle boots. Her skin was fair and luminous, devoid of any grime, presenting a stark contrast to their own disheveled appearances after enduring the apocalypse, where bathing had become a luxury. The truck fell silent, some occupants discreetly swallowing hard. That girl, does she possess some unique ability? Otherwise, how could she venture out alone? A young man ventured. Initially, they had assumed she was a helpless girl at the entrance of the industrial park, but now they understood, if she truly were weak, she would not dare to roam alone. I don't know, but anyone willing to journey solo must possess some skill, the middle-aged man mused, gazing ahead. Where does this road lead? The motorcycle traversed the bumpy terrain. Time passed, and eventually it came to a stop before an unremarkable, dilapidated building. Her gaze sharpened. This was the site of explosives production. She had previously studied the map, noting that this building was the gateway to the explosives depot. Surrounding the structure, shadows of zombies loomed, clad in faded gray work uniforms. At least 20 to 30 were visible. After careful consideration, Sheng Nian resolved to navigate behind the building. She refrained from using her motorcycle, as the noise would attract more zombies, complicating matters. She approached quietly, moving toward the rear. As she drew near, several nearby zombies stirred. Before they could lunge, blades of wind erupted from her palms, swiftly severing the heads of the approaching undead. The sound of skulls hitting the ground echoed around her. Unfazed, Sheng Nian stepped over the fallen zombies, continuing her advance. Some of the zombies lay twitching, not yet fully deceased. Her nimble movements attracted little attention. Casting a glance back, she saw the zombies still swaying mindlessly. Upon crossing the building, she found herself among trees and small hills. It was a secluded area with only a dirt path. Following this path for about 200 meters, she halted at a rectangular storage facility, seemingly inconspicuous from the outside. A sign read, Explosives Depot. Seeing those words, a thrill coursed through her. She approached eagerly, only to disco chapter 57. Collecting explosives, a sudden tension gripped her heart. Before Sheng Nian's palm, the blade of wind had yet to strike the lock, but sensing imminent danger from beside her, her body instinctively leaned back, forming an extraordinarily contorted posture. A fierce gust of wind swept past her chest. With her body bent, Sheng Nian caught sight of a dark, claw-like appendage. After narrowly evading the blow, she quickly straightened up. Before her loomed a decayed, putrid face, infested with writhing maggots, its dry hair a chaotic mess resembling a bird's nest, with grotesque substances clinging to it. The exposed arms and legs were darkened, as if poisoned. It was a zombie. Swiftly, a blade of wind coalesced in her palm as Sheng Nian aimed for the zombie's neck. However, just as the wind blade was launched, the creature contorted into an eerie position, evading the lethal strike. This was a second-tier zombie. Sheng Nian had seldom faced one directly. This was her first encounter. The evaded zombie lunged at her once more, its movements remarkably agile, were it not for the unmistakable features of a zombie on its face. One might almost mistake it for a human. A howl erupted from the creature. Its long, dark claws reached for Sheng Nian's face. She retreated repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of wind blades, yet the zombie's speed was overwhelming, allowing it to dodge even the most deadly of attacks. After over 20 wind blades, only one managed to embed itself in its shoulder, severing an arm. The others merely grazed its skin, inflicting negligible harm. As her stamina waned, her wind blades diminished in size, nearing exhaustion. Meanwhile, the zombie before her exhibited no awareness or fatigue, relentlessly attacking her. Another howl erupted, and the remaining clawed arm lunged again. Sheng Nian's expression hardened as she swiftly retrieved a handgun from behind her waist, squeezing the trigger at the advancing zombie. Her movements were somewhat abrupt, and the zombie reacted just a fraction too late. The bullet struck its left eye. It felt no pain, but its assault was momentarily slowed. Seizing the moment, Sheng Nian raised her gun again. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire shattered the zombie's skull, creating multiple gaping holes from which black blood oozed. The bullets ran out, and the zombie gradually collapsed. Its limbs continued to thrash, but Sheng Nian, ensuring it posed no further threat, wiped the sweat from her brow. Dealing with just this one chapter 58, calling him a Yuan, what was she doing? As Sheng Nian leisurely ignited the explosives and tossed them into the distant horde of zombies, the people in the large truck behind her were left utterly astonished. They had painstakingly procured those explosives, typically reserved for dire emergencies. Yet this girl seemed to toss them away with reckless abandon after enduring countless hardships to acquire a whole box of them. The question arose, was she deliberately seeking trouble with the zombies? Amidst the bewildered gazes, Sheng Nian hurled the last 2 explosives into the fray. A wave of force surged forth, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. A substantial number of zombies were obliterated, leaving only a few scattered and non-threatening remains. Sheng Nian mounted her motorcycle, exuding a lazy yet effortlessly cool demeanor. Turning her head, her gaze fell upon the large truck that had been stationary for an indeterminate time. In that fleeting moment, the occupants of the truck instinctively held their breath. The young girl radiated a carefree elegance that evoked envy in others. The motorcycle roared to life. Swiftly maneuvering past the fallen zombies, her silhouette a striking and captivating image against the backdrop of destruction. This scene was etched into the memory of the truck's occupants. As twilight descended, Sheng Nian came to a halt at the entrance of the base, just as the guards were about to close the gates. Upon spotting her, they showed no intention of pausing their actions. Realizing this, Sheng Nian accelerated towards them. "Stop, or we will shoot." The guards, perceiving her intent, drew their weapons, aiming at her. "What is the meaning of this?" Sheng Nian asked, her dark eyes reflecting indifference. One guard boldly replied, "The base closes at 6 o'clock. If you return late, you must wait until dawn to enter." "Who established this rule?" "I was unaware," she retorted, her narrowed eyes piercing through them like a blade. Their lack of fear was evident as they replied, "It was decided today." Clearly, someone had orchestrated this. At that moment, the truck arrived and its occupants disembarked, politely negotiating at the gate. Their responses mirrored hers. The gates would remain closed until morning. Upon hearing this, the group from the truck erupted in a flurry of discussions. "What do we do if we can't get in? Are we really expected to endure a night here?" Someone questioned. "This rule is inhumane. We haven't been infected. Why can't we enter? Who made this ridiculous rule?" Their voices were filled with agitation, while Sheng Nian stood a few meters away, composed in her solitude. Just then, a soothing female voice cut through the chaos. "Everyone, please remain calm and patient. A friend of mine will come to receive us." Her gentle tone acted like a sedative, calming the anxious crowd. "Yun Wei, which friend of yours is at the base? When will they come for us?" Someone urgently inquired. Dong Yunwei smiled reassuringly. "Soon. Please don't worry." Hearing her voice, Sheng Nian glanced toward them, and at that moment, Dong Yunhui's gaze met hers. Like a proud peacock, she lifted her chin and disdainfully averted her eyes. This sudden display caused a brief moment of stillness in Sheng Nian's expression. Truly, she had not changed at all. In a span of merely 2 minutes, the recently shut gates of the base began to slowly open. A tall and striking figure emerged into view. Upon seeing his chiseled features, Sheng Nian's palm instinctively clenched. Before she could react, Li Yuan ignored her presence and walked directly toward Dong Yunwei. The two stood side by side, their height difference harmonious yet unsettling to Sheng Nian. So, they were already acquainted? Not merely since arriving at the base. Witnessing this, Sheng Nian felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, her body enveloped in a chill. Her expression tightened, and even without a mirror, she was aware of how ghastly she looked. Outside, the group of more than 10 could hardly contain their eagerness to enter the base, leaving only the 3 of them behind. "A Yuan, let us go," a cheerful voice rang out, piercing Sheng Nian's ears and wrenching at her heart. "A Yuan? A Yuan? A Yuan?" In her previous life, she had called out in the same manner, during her confinement in that sunless place. Such joyful calls had ensnared her mind like a curse. The smile before her began to merge with the distorted face from her memories. Gritting her teeth, Sheng Nian fixed her gaze on the 2 figures a few meters away, struggling to resist the overwhelming tide of recollection. This woman was truly an eyesore. With her palm tensing, a sharp wind blade began to take form, just as she was about to unleash her emotions. Li Yuan's deep and shadowy gaze turned toward her. His eyes fell upon Sheng Nian's pained and reddened ones, and with a sigh of resignation, he called out, "Nian Nian, it's time to go home. I still have unfinished business, no need for Captain Li to worry." After coldly delivering this statement, Sheng Nian discreetly withdrew her hand, turned, and mounted her motorcycle, speeding away. Watching her hastily retreating figure, Li Yuan's expression darkened as he stepped forward to drive. Noticing his movement, Dong Yunwei bit her lip, then gravely remarked, "A Yuan, the task you entrusted to me has encountered a significant issue. The situation is urgent. Can we discuss this upon our return?" Li Yuan glanced back at her, his eyes afath. Chapter 59. The night was as dark as ink. A chilling breeze swept by as a motorcycle sped through the darkness. The cold wind struck Sheng Nian's face, causing her heart to shudder. Ahead, she noticed a small grocery store on the roadside. With a swift drift, the motorcycle came to a steady halt at the entrance. The shop was modest, merely a few square meters in size, and there were no other buildings in the vicinity. Dismounting from the motorcycle, Sheng Nian gazed at the half-open wooden door. Just as she was about to push it, a small car raced up behind her, stopping directly in front. "Sheng Nian," Li Yuan called out, his long legs swiftly descending from the vehicle, striding toward her. Turning around, she saw him emerging from the thick shadows of the night. His previously indistinct outline quickly became clearer. Upon seeing him, Sheng Nian's expression hardened, and she instinctively stepped back, creating distance between them. "Come back with me," he commanded. His voice deep and resonant, his dark eyes concealing unfathomable emotions. At that moment, Sheng Nian realized that she had never truly understood him. What kind of person was Li Yuan? She was uncertain. "I can handle my own affairs without needing Captain Li's intervention," she replied coolly, her tone laced with detachment and frostiness. Observing her rejection, Li Yuan pressed his lips into a thin line, studying her face. The events of the past few days had unfolded with disconcerting abruptness, leaving him bewildered by her erratic emotions. "If there is something to discuss, we can be honest. You need not keep it bottled up. If you remain silent, there will never be a resolution," he said, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. He had never been one to patiently engage in trivial conversations with anyone, yet she was the first. In response, Sheng Nian simply regarded him in silence. "Be honest? About my painful past? My blood-soaked history?" she thought. "You wouldn't understand." She shook her head, stepping back with a sense of despair, her dull eyes reflecting her desolation. "Li Yuan, you will never comprehend, nor do you need to. You can pursue your own endeavors, but do not meddle in mine." She was like a hedgehog, bristling with spines, refusing to let anyone near or reveal a hint of vulnerability. Without waiting for Li Yuan's response, Sheng Nian pushed open the door to the grocery store and entered. Inside, the darkness was so thick that one could barely see their hand in front of Chapter 60. No chance left, the anguished cries of pain once again radiated from their center. Li Yuan moved with astonishing speed, so swift that they had no time to react. The two men at the forefront heard the sickening crack of their own bones. The others, upon witnessing the contorted faces and desperate screams, swallowed hard, their expressions etched with terror. Who exactly was this individual? Merely a casual display of force had reduced them to such a state of agony? In the midst of their bewildered thoughts, they quietly retreated. Fearful of being next in line, Li Yuan retracted his hand, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining individuals. Meeting his eyes, they instinctively shrank back, striving to diminish their presence. "Are we returning now?" Noticing their hesitation to advance, Li Yuan turned back, his gaze landing on Sheng Nian's face. Under his scrutiny, she fell into a brief silence for 2 seconds before responding with a mere nod, mounting her motorcycle towards the base. No sooner had she departed than Li Yuan followed suit. Observing their departure, the others hastily assisted the two incapacitated men back to their feet. "What are you afraid of? With so many of us, can we not overpower just the two of them? Isn't it embarrassing to admit this?" One of the men, whose bones had been shattered, glared at them in indignation. The others, showing no signs of embarrassment, retorted, "That man is an ability user. You should be grateful we didn't engage, or we would have met a far worse fate." "An ability user? How could you tell?" Sheng Nian and Li Yuan arrived at the base, the sun now shining brightly as the gates swung open. The guards, seeing them return simultaneously, exchanged knowing glances, though their expressions remained neutral. Upon entering her residence, Sheng Nian sensed an unusual atmosphere. Particularly after she stepped through the door, the expressions of her family grew increasingly intriguing. Before she could speak, a figure descended from the staircase on the second floor. Sheng Nian looked up to find Dong Yunhui. The moment she saw her coming down, her palm unconsciously clenched into a fist. "Ah Yuan, where were you last night? I waited for you all night." As those words escaped her lips, every face in the room subtly shifted. Sheng Nian chose to ignore it and descended the stairs. Kai Chiu and the others observed her silence, glancing between Dong Yunhui and Li Yuan. As seasoned observers, they surmised that something was amiss. "Are you two a couple?" Sheng Hui asked curiously. Dong Yunhui glanced at Li Yuan, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she pursed her lips and shook her head with a smile. "No." Upon hearing no, Sheng Hui pondered aloud. "If you're not a couple, why do you care where he went last night? Are you his mother? Why so nosy?" "You." Dong Yunhui's demeanor shifted dramatically, her initial shyness replaced by defiance as she glared back. Unfazed, Sheng Hui continued, "Am I wrong? Captain Li is an adult. He knows what he is doing and doesn't he need to report to you. With that, she proudly lifted her chin and marched upstairs. Seeing the tension escalate, Kai Chiu and his spouse exchanged glances before silently retreating upstairs. Dong Yunhui felt stifled, ready to respond, but caught Li Yuan's imposing gaze, prompting her to silence herself. He regarded her with an icy indifference. I hope what you have to say is of utmost importance. Upstairs, Sheng Hui bounded up, finding Sheng Nian tidying her clothes in preparation for a shower. Sister, I just stood up for you. That duplicitous woman, I gave her a piece of my mind. And she was left speechless. Seeing her sister's exuberance, Sheng Nian gently ruffled her hair, her previously cold demeanor softening slightly. There's no need to dwell on her. We are leaving soon. We want to see her again, and these matters can be disregarded. Upon witnessing her sister's nonchalance, Sheng Hui's bright expression dimmed. When are we leaving? What about Captain Li? Will you never see him again? She ventured tentatively. Sheng Nian fell into silence. Would they ever meet again? Naturally, the answer was no. Their family was bound for the northwest, while Li Yuan would remain at the base indefinitely. In 2 years' time, he would perish in the Valley Industrial Park. Suddenly recalling the name, Sheng Nian's expression tightened. No wonder she felt an eerie familiarity with it. It was the very place where Li Yuan had met his demise in her previous life. Noticing her sudden change in demeanor, Sheng Hui cautiously inquired, but here? With Captain Li's protection, no one dares to bully us, nor do we need to fear zombies. Why must we head northwest? This question had long puzzled their family. But due to Sheng Nian's consistent reluctance to discuss the matter, none had dared to ask until now. Hearing the cautious, confused tone, Sheng Nian lowered her eyes, concealing her tumultuous emotions. What if one day Li Yuan dies? What? The gravity of her words shocked Sheng Hui, who initially thought she had misheard. What if one day Li Yuan dies? The question echoed relentlessly in her mind. She could hardly fathom such a scenario. If someone as formidable as Li Yuan were to fall, what hope would others have of survival? Confronted by her sister's detached gaze, Sheng Hui found herself at a loss for words. Finally, she managed to voice. No matter what you decide, we will support you unconditionally. Whether you choose to stay here or head northwest, we will follow your lead. Sheng Nian remained silent, taking her clothes to the bathroom for a shower. More than 20 minutes later, as she emerged, she found Yin Hong and Bai He waiting for her. They no longer bore the disheveled appearance from before. Now, they looked clean and revitalized. Did you succeed? Even without a demonstration. Sheng Nian could tell from their aura that they had awakened their abilities. At that moment, both Yin Hong and Bai He wore expressions of sheer excitement. I activated Earth abilities, Yin Hong announced. I'm fire-based, Bai He added. Eagerly, they demonstrated their newfound powers. A small earthen shield and a tiny fireball floated above their palms. Observing this, Sheng Nian's expression remained largely unchanged. You are still quite weak. Spend time practicing to master your abilities and understand their nuances. We will, they replied in unison. Seeing her with a serious expression, the two of them dared not be the slightest bit careless and responded earnestly and resolutely. Each of them returned to their respective rooms and resumed their training. Kai Chiu approached. She was unable to discern Sheng Nian's current mood, yet her concern lingered, prompting her to inquire, where did you go with Captain Li last night? Did something happen? Nothing happened. No need to worry, she replied. As she spoke, Sheng Nian's expression remained unchanged, appearing natural and straightforward, as if nothing had transpired. Observing this, Kai Chiu let out a faint sigh. Who was that woman who checked in yesterday? It seems her relationship with Captain Li is rather unusual. Did they know each other before? I am not quite sure, came the exceedingly simple response. Recognizing that further inquiries would yield no answers, Kai Chiu pondered for a moment and said, if you truly like Captain Li, you should seize the opportunity. Otherwise, it may be too late. There is no more opportunity, Sheng Nian abruptly interjected. Her voice was low and slightly hoarse, causing a deep discomfort in Kai Chiu's heart. She grasped Sheng Nian's hand and reassured her, it's not too late yet. It is too late, Sheng Nian thought. After missing the chance to be taken away by him in her past life, there was no longer any possibility. She had endured so much and had painfully come to realize the chasm between them. How could they possibly be together? They had not been together in the previous life, and it seemed impossible in this one as well. Seeing her silent, with a thin sheen of sweat forming in her palms, Kai Chiu felt a pang of sympathy. She squeezed Sheng Nian's hand and spoke soothingly. Nian Nian, don't bear such heavy psychological burdens. If you are certain of him, then steadfastly be with him, without considering anything else. Do you understand? Her daughter, now in her 20s, had never revealed such a helpless and lost expression to her parents. It was as if she had become a lamb ensnared in a hunter's trap, wanting to break free but unable to do so. The tension that had built up over time nearly spilled over due to Kai Chio's words. Ultimately, she slowly shook her head. I have not committed to him, nor have I ever planned to be with him. Let's not discuss this matter any further. Had she not endured more than 2 years of torment in her past life, perhaps she would still have a chance in this one. But now, it was no longer feasible. She was utterly exhausted, having nothing left to stand beside him. Meeting her gaze, which resembled a lifeless void, Kai Chi was taken aback and found herself at a loss for words. What had transpired in her daughter's life during the time they were unaware? Chapter 61. He comes on strong. The atmosphere in the residence had taken on a subtle shift since Dong Yunhui moved in. For 3 consecutive days, Sheng Nian had not descended the stairs. Only Kai Chio and a few others occasionally ventured downstairs for fresh air, yet upon encountering Dong Yunhui, they found little inclination to linger. Sister, you have no idea. Dong Yunhui carries herself as if she owns the place. She insists on managing every little detail in this house. I can barely navigate the stairs without her warning me to be cautious and not make a sound. Sheng Hui complained with evident displeasure. Before she arrived, none of this was ever an issue. Now, her presence has inexplicably introduced a myriad of bizarre rules. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Sheng Nian, who sat at the table, pen and paper in hand, seemingly engrossed in her drawing. Sheng Nian appeared oblivious to her sister's words, intrigued by her actions. Sheng Hui leaned closer. The paper depicted a scene that resembled either a room or a tunnel, dark and profound, obscuring its true nature. Sister, what are you drawing? Sheng Hui inquired again. These past few days, Sheng Nian had confined herself to her room, leading the others to speculate that she was suffering from some emotional setback. However, witnessing her artwork, Sheng Hui began to suspect there was more to the story. Without lifting her gaze, Sheng Nian replied, It's a depiction of a basement. A basement? Are we planning to build one beneath this house? Confused, Sheng Hui scrutinized the drawing but still failed to grasp its meaning. At that moment, Dong Yunhui's voice resonated from the 3rd floor stairwell. Sheng Nian, someone is looking for you. Upon hearing her voice, Sheng Hui pouted, expressing her displeasure. That bothersome person is back. Sheng Nian set aside her work, folded the drawing, and rose to leave the room. Dong Yunhui observed her serene yet radiant face, her own expression icy as she stated. There are individuals from the base downstairs seeking you. Sheng Nian cast a brief glance at her before descending the stairs. She quickly spotted Xiao Zhigao, who had brought 2 companions along. Upon seeing Sheng Nian, he let his gaze wander over her graceful figure, a fleeting glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. Miss Sheng, our reservoir at the base is nearing depletion. We urgently require water. Thousands of people are relying on us for survival. We hope your mother can accompany us to the base. Once the situation is alleviated, she can return immediately. There was no room for negotiation. You may leave. Sheng Nian retorted coldly, dismissing his request without hesitation. Xiao Zhigao's expression darkened as he replied, This is a matter of life and death for thousands at the base. Are you truly so selfish? If people die of thirst at the Chapter 62, unafraid of troubles feeling a presence on her shoulder, Sheng Nian's entire body stiffened. Someone had arrived. Instantly, her hair seemed to bristle with alarm. Do not make a sound, it is I. A steady and grave voice emanated from behind her. It was Li Yuan. Upon hearing his voice, Sheng Nian's racing heart began to calm, yet her complexion remained somewhat pallid. She had been in a heightened state of concentration, and his sudden appearance sent shivers down her spine. Retracting her legs, she turned to face the tall figure that seemed to emerge from nowhere, her expression slightly darkening. When did you return? This evening, he replied. Noticing her distress, Li Yuan's deep-set eyes revealed emotions that were difficult to decipher. He reached out, grasping her arm. Casting a glance at the house, and said in a low voice, We should return. Without allowing her to protest, he pulled her back to their residence. The living room on the 1st floor remained shrouded in darkness. As she felt the warmth of his hand at her elbow, Sheng Nian lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions. Suddenly, the grip on her wrist loosened, and the lights in the living room flickered to life. Li Yuan pulled out a chair for her, and once she was seated, he took a seat beside her. I need to understand why you have approached Jin Yi and Appo's residence once again. This matter seems unrelated to you, Sheng Nian replied almost instinctively. The atmosphere grew tense, lingering in silence for 2 or 3 minutes. Finally, Li Yuan spoke again. You have entered that house twice. Jin Yi now has his premises heavily guarded. Should you attempt to enter, it will undoubtedly alert his men, resulting in more harm than good. His voice was calm and composed, words carefully considered. Although he could not comprehend her inexplicable actions, her repeated attempts to infiltrate Jin Yi's residence were indeed ill-advised. Sheng Nian remained silent. She was well aware of the stringent security surrounding that house. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, she would not have acted so recklessly. But now that she had been discovered, there was no need for haste. Do you understand the consequences of your rash actions? Li Yuan's tone deepened as he noted her silence. Faced with his frigid demeanor, Sheng Nian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Consequences? She had already disregarded the repercussions of her intent to destroy the items hidden in the basement. Someone had to take action. In her previous life, she had been confined in the basement beneath Jin Yi's residence for an extended period, long enough that she had lost track of time. One day, a collapse occurred in a section of the basement. It was after this incident that she was moved to the building behind. At that time, she had not perceived any issues and lacked the energy to contemplate whether the collapse was a normal occurrence. Now, however, her mind was filled with doubts. Why did the basement collapse? She had been unable to find answers or verify any details, yet she was unwilling to take a gamble. Lost in thought, Sheng Nian suddenly blurted out, "I intend to move out." Her unexpected declaration left Li Yuan perplexed, his handsome brow furrowing in confusion. Meeting his gaze, she spoke with composure. "Our numbers are too many. Residing here will only cause you unnecessary trouble. I appreciate Captain Li's care during this time, but I will no longer trouble you." Zhao Zhigao had clearly issued an ultimatum today. If they continued to live in the same place as Li Yuan, it would inevitably bring him considerable inconvenience. This was something she wished to avoid. In her previous life, she had been reluctant to burden him, and in this life, she felt the same. Observing her indifferent demeanor, Li Yuan remained silent for a moment before responding coldly, "Since you have made your decision, I shall not interfere." The room fell into a lengthy silence. The two sat facing each other in silence for 2 minutes. Sheng Nian, feeling somewhat stiff, stood up, intending to go upstairs. It was then that he finally spoke. "I have never considered you a burden." Her footsteps halted abruptly, facing the staircase with her back to Li Yuan. A tremor surged through her heart. She had never wished to see him placed in danger because of her. That sentiment had never wavered. She exhaled softly, choosing not to linger any longer as she ascended the stairs, offering no further response. The room fell silent. The following day, after waking up, Sheng Nian registered at the residential building behind the base, expending 2 crystal cores to secure a suite. The suite was spacious, comprising 4 rooms. Under the current circumstances, the accommodations arranged by the base were all of mediocre quality, lacking any environmental considerations. Such suites could only be obtained through considerable means. Upon completing her registration, she returned to Li Yuan's residence, only to find not only her family gathered on the first floor, but also Dong Yunhui and Guoqing among them. "Mom and Dad, pack your things, we are leaving." Ignoring the expressions of those around her, Sheng Nian stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Guoqing grew anxious, quickly rising from his chair to inquire, "Miss Sheng, why the sudden departure? Where are you going? Have you discussed this with the captain?" "I mentioned it last night," she replied succinctly, showing no inclination to address other inquiries. In contrast to Guoqing's disappointment, a smile that could not be concealed adorned Dong Yunhui's face. She feigned surprise, saying, "Why leave when you are living so comfortably? Are you afraid we will use your water? You are being overly cautious. We meant no harm. But since you insist on leaving." Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp blade of wind sliced through the air towards her. Sensing the attack, Dong Yunhui instinctively crouched down. A faint sound echoed above her head. Moments later, a chill enveloped her scalp. A portion of her hair had been severed. She reached up to touch it, feeling the roughness of the cut. Sheng Nian, realizing her hair had been cut, Dong Yunhui's eyes instantly turned red with fury. "Ha! Ha ha! Sister, you are killing me." Sheng Hui laughed uncontrollably, witnessing Dong Yunhui's transformation into a bald figure, her once polished image utterly destroyed. Even Guoqing struggled to suppress his laughter, finding it increasingly difficult to contain himself. "Is this what frightens you?" Sheng Nian remained expressionless, her beautiful eyes fixed on the enraged Dong Yunhui, a chill evident in her gaze. The latter, meeting her eyes, felt a shiver run down her spine, her anger turning to fear. She could clearly sense that Sheng Nian truly intended to harm her. Had her reflexes not been quick enough, that gust of wind would have done more than just sever her hair. It could have claimed her life. This woman was truly ruthless. Faced with the icy gaze that radiated unyielding resolve, Dong Yunhui found herself rendered speechless. The Kaichio family moved along with Sheng Nian to the suite in the residential area behind. The entire building housed suites, primarily occupied by those who had exchanged crystal cores or supplies for accommodation. In comparison to the floors where the refugees reside, this place is considerably cleaner and more spacious. Kaichio shares a room with Sheng Minghua, while Sheng Nian occupies another room with Baihe. Yin Hong has his own room as well. The allocation of the 4 rooms has just been completed. As they entered, Kaichio was still tidying up when the door of the opposite room swung open. Did you just move in today? It took you. Before the person opposite could finish their sentence, upon seeing Kaichio's face, they exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister-in-law? Is it you and second brother? When did you move in?" "Jiangmei, you are here too?" Kaichio's expression mirrored her surprise. She set down her broom and walked to the door, glancing towards the opposite room. "How is your family doing? Has everyone come to the base? I hadn't heard from you and was quite concerned." Kaichio remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "We've been here for quite some time. Just the 3 of us. The base has issued a mission to eliminate zombies, and Li Hua along with Dong Hao have joined the main force to hunt them down. I am merely waiting for their return," Jiangmei replied, making her way into their home. Observing their room, which appeared significantly larger, she expressed her envy. "How did you manage to rent such a place? Are all 4 of you living here?" Nian arranged the rental. "We are not entirely sure. Besides the 4 of us, there are also 2 friends of Nian's," Kaichio responded with a smile, handing her a bottle of mineral water from her backpack. Upon seeing the bottle, Jiangmei's eyes widened with surprise. She accepted the water without hesitation, her gaze fixating on Kaichio's backpack as she bluntly inquired, "Do you have so much food? How did you acquire it?" At her question, the smile on Kaichio's face slightly faded. All of this was painstakingly gathered by Nian from outside. Nian has become so capable? In my memory, she was still the little girl who couldn't even twist off a bottle cap, and now she has transformed so remarkably? Jiangmei said, astonished. As she glanced into the room, seemingly curious to see where Sheng Nian resided. Faced with Jiangmei's incredulous tone, Kaichio offered polite responses but refrained from elaborating further. As Jiangmei surveyed the room, she suddenly noticed Baihe emerging from within. Upon seeing her petite figure, Jiangmei's eyes filled with disdain. "Sister-in-law, why are you taking in such a little girl? She only wastes food and serves no purpose. If you have extra provisions, it would be better to share some with us," she lamented. Kaichio smiled, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to this remark. "Sister-in-law, could it be that you are reluctant? You have surplus food to support a girl with no ties to you, yet you do not consider your own siblings?" If Li Hua and Dong Hao were to find out, they would surely be disheartened, she sighed wistfully. Unsure of how to reply, Kaichio felt a tinge of embarrassment. Suddenly, one of the doors opened. Both women looked up simultaneously to meet Sheng Nian's cold and distant expression. She fixed her gaze on Jiangmei and abruptly asked, "Aunt, where is cousin?" Upon hearing this question, Jiangmei's countenance changed abruptly. Chapter 63. Where is it hidden? Your cousin was unfortunate at the onset of the apocalypse. She was bitten by a zombie, and there was nothing we could do to save her. As she met Sheng Nian's gaze, Jiangmei sighed, her face etched with regret. How did she get bitten by the zombie? Hearing her words, Sheng Nian's eyes, filled with a complex blend of amusement and knowledge, scrutinized her. As if she held secrets untold. Jiangmei felt a wave of unease wash over her. Her gaze became uncertain and elusive. She coughed softly and said, "Our family intended to escape to the base. She was at the forefront, and we were powerless to save her. Looking back now, it pains my heart. After all, she is our niece, and as her aunt, my inability to protect her burdens me with guilt." After speaking, she shook her head in dismay, her expression radiating profound remorse. Watching their brief exchange, Kaichio was left bewildered. She regarded Jiangmei with suspicion. Was there something more sinister at play? I heard that the zombie was supposed to target my aunt. Why did it end up attacking my cousin instead? Or perhaps, my aunt used her as a shield? Sheng Nian's cold laughter met her inquiry. She had witnessed this incident in her previous life. After the catastrophe struck, both families rushed towards the base. They encountered 2 zombies while passing a convenience store. One lunged at Jiangmei, but she instinctively pulled her closest cousin in front of her, using her as a shield. Following the zombie's demise, her cousin began to succumb to the affliction of zombification, even after entering the base. Upon learning that surrendering her would grant their family resources and special protection, Jiangmei and Apos' family unabashedly pressed her to comply. They resorted to every tactic imaginable, nearly resorting to binding her and delivering her directly to Genie. The recollection ignited a fierce glint in Sheng Nian's eyes, sharp as a blade, as if it could strip the flesh from Jiangmei. The latter's legs weakened, and she gazed at Sheng Nian in astonishment, the smile in her eyes now appearing ominous. This was a secret that their family had never disclosed to outsiders. How could Sheng Nian possibly know? Kaichio was similarly taken aback, recalling the moment before they reached the base when Song Junin had pulled her father towards the zombies. Such a thing had also occurred within their family. In that instant, intense disdain and wariness surged in Kaichio's eyes as she regarded Jiang Mei. The latter, sensing the shift in perception, grew fidgety and awkwardly stood up, offering a forced smile. You mustn't listen to the gossip outside. We treated your cousin as our own daughter, showering her with affection. How could we commit such an act? Yet, deep down, Jiang Mei knew the truth. After all, the girl was already deceased, and there was no evidence to investigate. As long as they remained silent, no one outside would be the wiser. Sheng Nian wore a smile, but it was laced with a quiet mockery. Her clear eyes seemed to pierce through to Jiang Mei's very soul. The invasion of her thoughts left Jiang Mei's composure fraying. We are family. How can you doubt your aunt? I had thought I felt joy upon seeing you, but now it seems you fear our family would cling to you, deliberately disparaging me. In all my years, I have never encountered relatives such as you. With that, Jiang Mei's face elongated in anger as she stormed back to her house, slamming the door behind her. Feeling the gust from the closing door, Kaichio remained momentarily stunned, gazing at Sheng Nian with a look that questioned. Did your aunt truly commit such a heinous act? I merely speculated, Sheng Nian replied, withholding further details. Father Sheng Minghua had 2 brothers. Over 20 years ago, he prospered in the electronics industry, becoming a prominent figure in Xinchuan City. Upon achieving success, he extended a helping hand to his brothers. During that time, familial bonds flourished, and the household appeared harmonious. However, in her previous life, her uncle and younger uncle had trampled their family, using them as stepping stones to survive the apocalypse. The night before she was to be delivered to Jean E, her parents' hair turned white overnight, and her sister wept inconsolably, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Meanwhile, the 2 families reveled in their fortunes. Reflecting on these events stirred turmoil within Sheng Nian. Her nails dug into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. After a long silence, a shadow fell over her eyes. She vowed that this lifetime, having clawed her way back from hell, would see those who tormented them pay dearly. On the other side, upon returning, Li Yuan was met with the sound of Dong Yunhui's wailing. He appeared indifferent, seated in the living room, studying a map with an air of concentration. Guo, patrolling the first floor, noticed him and glanced upstairs. Seeing that Li Yuan showed no inclination to inquire, he felt compelled to divulge information. What do you wish to say? After Guo paced back and forth several times, Li Yuan finally lifted his gaze. Noticing he had garnered attention, Guo eagerly sat beside him, brimming with gossip. Captain, while you were away, Miss Sheng and Dong Yunhui clashed. You should have seen it. It was utterly terrifying. Miss Sheng cast a wind blade that nearly severed Dong Yunhui's throat. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, and it only clipped a layer of her hair. Guo animatedly recounted the scene, yet Li Yuan's expression remained stoic. Get to the point, he commanded. The chill in his demeanor dampened Guo enthusiasm. Miss Sheng's family has moved out. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment, his face betraying no emotion. Then, as if he had never heard the statement, he shifted the conversation. How is the search for the items progressing? Zhao Changming reported that there were still no leads. The guards were excessively vigilant, making it impossible to approach. Now addressing the matter at hand, Guo expression became serious. Li Yuan maintained a grave demeanor, his focus fixed on the map. After 2 prior missteps, the individual would undoubtedly be on guard. But where could the items be concealed? Chapter 64. Executing the mission. The day after moving into the suite, Sheng Nian arrived at the task hall of the base. Following the cessation of the acid rain, the base had begun to issue a series of mission rewards. The primary objectives of these tasks were to gather supplies and to cultivate the survival skills of the populace. In her previous life, Sheng Nian had only heard whispers of such undertakings and had little understanding of them. Sister, should we take on this task? Xing Hui, who had come along to practice, pointed to an unclaimed mission. Isn't this task a bit too unprofitable? Yin Hong expressed his doubts. Sheng Nian glanced at the details. The mission offered minimal rewards. It required the elimination of 10 zombies and the collection of 10 crystal cores, with a reward of merely 2 buns. Her expression darkened upon realizing that this task was even less rewarding than what the system had provided. As she perused the other missions, her initial interest waned. Most of the remaining tasks involved scavenging for supplies alongside base personnel or forming teams to exterminate hordes of zombies. Although these missions offered slightly more generous rewards, they were still insignificant in her eyes. Working with others posed the risk of ambushes, placing her in jeopardy. For her, the utmost priority was to adeptly harness their extraordinary abilities. Let us proceed with this to hone your skills, she decided, heading to the task hall to complete the necessary formalities. After signing, she led Sheng Hui, Yin Hong, and Bai He out of the base. The zombies near the base had been largely exterminated. Only by venturing further could they encounter any. The four of them drove approximately 7 to 8 kilometers to a small village. The village lay in ruins, with remnants of walls scattered about, trees completely eroded, leaving only bare trunks and the ground devoid of any signs of life, no greenery, no insects, no birds. An eerie silence enveloped the area. This was Sheng Hui's first outing since the acid rain, and upon witnessing the desolation, she and the others were rendered speechless. They had only observed the damage within the base. They had not anticipated the external world had transformed so drastically. Is there anyone who can survive in such an environment? Sheng Hui stared blankly at the dark lake, her heart heavy with unexpressed emotions. The lush greenery and tranquil village had morphed into this lifeless scene, a stark contrast that was almost unbearable to accept. Young Bai stood silently beside them, lips pressed together, unable to utter a word. Only Yin Hong busied himself, searching for zombies. Suddenly, Bai shouted, "There's one here." The group swiftly made their way over. Bai had opened a door, and a decrepit zombie stumbled towards them. This zombie had likely been around 70 or 80 years old during its life, clad in tattered black clothing, its head shrouded in a black veil. Its face had deteriorated to little more than a skeletal structure, with most of the flesh decomposed, leaving only writhing white maggots in its eye sockets. Seeing such a wretched creature still yearning for human flesh, Sheng Hui spread her palms, channeling her energy. A green vine shot forth, ensnaring the old zombie's neck. Bai He, mimicking her, conjured a small fireball that struck the zombie's black veil. The fire ignited rapidly, and smoke billowed from the zombie's head. It remained oblivious to the pain, drawn closer by the scent of flesh, its movements growing increasingly frantic, as if poised to bite them at any moment. Observing this scene with a furrowed brow, Sheng Nian was about to intervene when a sudden earthen shield materialized before them. Surprised by this unexpected barrier, she turned to Yin Hong, who had evidently improved significantly, as this shield was ample enough to block the zombie's gnashing teeth. With this development, Sheng Nian felt a measure of relief. Before long, the zombie's head was nearly incinerated, leaving only a half-charred body and a crystal core that had fallen nearby. But he quickly retrieved the core with a transparent bag and looked up at Sheng Nian, saying, "Sister, we've killed a zombie." Her movements were cautious, as if seeking her approval. "Well done. Keep up the good work." Sheng Nian praised her without reservation. As time progressed, they formally undertook their mission. The zombies in the village were sparsely scattered, making their task relatively simple, and they completed the majority of it swiftly. Throughout the process, Sheng Nian refrained from intervening, opting to observe from the sidelines. Fortunately, all the zombies they encountered were at a basic level, unmutated and thus far easier to handle. Although the encounters were somewhat taxing, they were not overly challenging. After eliminating several zombies, their control over their abilities became more adept, far surpassing their previous solitary practice. By midday, they had successfully dispatched all 10 zombies. They sat by the still, dark waters of the lake, and Sheng Nian retrieved some food and water from her black backpack. "I finally feel somewhat useful, no longer a burden," Sheng Hui declared contentedly, her clothes soiled. It had been over a month since the onset of the apocalypse, and every day had been fraught with tension, especially as she watched her sister toil tirelessly, making her feel inadequate. Only now did she realize she had a semblance of value. Beside them, Yin Hong and Bai He quietly consumed their rations, remaining silent. After hastily satisfying their hunger, the four of them packed up and returned to the base. The operations at the base had resumed normalcy, with a noticeable influx of people. Their spirits appeared somewhat diminished. Yet there was an undeniable sense of life compared to the earlier days. "Sister, can we keep the crystal cores for ourselves? It seems unfair to exchange 10 cores for just 2 buns," Sheng Hui suddenly inquired as they approached the base. The other 2 pairs of eyes turned toward Sheng Nian, sharing her sentiment. "The base has regulations. Failure to undertake a mission for over a month results in expulsion, but a few first-level crystal cores are of little consequence," Sheng Nian replied. Previously, when she resided with Li Yuan and the others, such matters were inconsequential. However, circumstances had changed. Upon arriving at the base to report their mission, the 4 of them headed toward their living quarters. However, as soon as they ascended the stairs and beheld the scene within the house, Sheng Nian's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 65. To kill him, have we been robbed? Sheng Hui, still reeling from the shock, stood at the doorway, her heart racing as she beheld the disarray of their home. Just that morning, the house had been immaculate, her parents cautioning them to be vigilant in their tasks. Yet, after merely a morning away, had thieves invaded their sanctuary? The scant furniture lay haphazardly strewn about, the dwelling in utter chaos, as if maliciously ransacked. Before she could voice her concerns, Sheng Nian swiftly scoured the 4 rooms. Each chamber was in disarray, every item displaced. The remaining supplies and drinking water had vanished without a trace. Even their parents were nowhere to be found. Realization dawned upon her, and Sheng Nian's eyes darkened, a terrifying glint illuminating her gaze. Witnessing such a look on her sister's face sent a chill down Sheng Hui's spine. Calm down, sister. Perhaps they merely wandered to the base and will return shortly, she attempted to soothe her. Stay here and do not leave. Gripping a large knife, Sheng Nian's expression was grim as she exited the house. A sense of impending doom enveloped Sheng Hui. She had never before seen her sister's countenance so grim. What on earth had transpired? Should they pursue her or remain behind? Sheng Hui, what misdeeds have you committed at the base these past few days? One must adhere to propriety. Straying from the path invites dire repercussions. Suddenly, the door across the way swung open, revealing Jiang Mei's face, twisted with malicious delight. Where are my parents? Sheng Hui inquired, disregarding her anger. Ask me? Who should I inquire of? Jiang Mei retorted sarcastically, unceremoniously slamming the door shut. Meanwhile, Sheng Nian, wielding her knife in fury, stormed towards Jin Yi's residence, where numerous supernatural beings stood guard. As they observed her brazen approach, they heightened their vigilance. Bring Jin Yi and Xiao Zhigao out, she demanded, her gaze fierce, as though she might strike at any moment. One of the supernatural beings retreated into the building, and shortly thereafter, Jin Yi emerged. His face bore the marks of age, twisted into a menacing expression, his body bulked with excess flesh. Upon seeing Sheng Nian, his eyes narrowed, brazenly roaming over her form like a serpent, contemplating how best to ensnare her. In that moment, Sheng Nian felt a surge of fear intertwined with profound hatred. If not for him, she would not have endured such inhumane torment. If not for him, she would not feel such crippling inferiority before Li Yuan. Clenching the knife's handle tighter, her eyes blazed with fury and loathing. Hand over my parents. I know they are with you. Her voice strived for calm, but the tempest of emotions was impossible to mask. Jin Yi regarded her with intrigue. It was the first time he had seen this girl, and he found it difficult to look away. No wonder Li Yuan guarded her so fiercely. She was a prized possession. Rest assured, I have not harmed your parents. They are merely here for tea, to chat and rekindle old connections, and perhaps to discuss. He stepped out from the doorway, halting before her, extending the word marriage with a sinister tone. Pervert. Shameless. You deserve to die. Memories crashed over her like a tidal wave, igniting Sheng Nian's rage as she swung her knife at him. Jin Yi swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding her strike. Such fire. I relish the challenge of conquering a woman like you. Chapter 66. Mutual destruction confronted by the tempestuous blades of wind. Jin Yi's gaze sharpened. The velocity of these wind blades was astonishing, their momentum formidable, as if they sought to cleave the heavens and rend him to pieces. He had never encountered such a grand display of wind-based powers. Even Xiao Zhigao could not achieve this. A fleeting moment of astonishment flickered in his heart, soon eclipsed by an overwhelming desire to conquer. With all his might, Jin Yi extended his hands, unleashing 2 colossal fireballs that surged forth. The blazing flames seemed to possess a resistive force, engulfing the furious wind blades until they posed no threat. Witnessing this scene, Sheng Nian felt her fingers tremble uncontrollably. The fireballs could actually counter the wind blades. This strike had drained most of her energy. Only someone with a far superior power level could dissolve it with such ease. Realizing a certain possibility, Sheng Nian observed Jin Yi's sinister visage, her clear eyes now clouded with boundless despair and reluctance. I heard your family calls you Nian Nian? From now on, I shall call you Nian Nian as well. Jin Yi appeared oblivious to her turmoil, instead drawing closer with a familiarity that sent chills down her spine. His face was marred with numerous scars, and when he smiled, it rendered his features somewhat grotesque. He was older than Kai Chiu and Sheng Minghua by a few years, and the passage of time had etched deep lines into his face, mingling strands of white in his hair, giving him an aura of obsession and ruthless ferocity. As memories of his past grotesque deeds flashed through her mind, Sheng Nian gritted her teeth, refusing to retreat an inch. picking up the large blade from the ground. Her gaze turned resolute and defiant. What do you think you are? At your age, can you not discern reality? I will say it one last time. Hand over my parents. In this life, she only wished to protect her family and would never allow them to suffer harm. If Genie insisted on encroaching upon her, then even in death, she would not allow him to succeed. Upon hearing Sheng Nian's words about his age, Genie's previously jovial expression transformed drastically. He twisted his palm, gathering a small fireball within it. I will give you one last chance to reconsider. If you submit to me now, I may spare your family. If you choose to defy me, do not blame me for taking action. Age was Genie's most sensitive topic. In her previous life, SH Chapter 67, Mutual Destruction Sister, what happened to you? How did your hand end up like this? As Sheng Nian returned to the suite, Sheng Hui and a few others hurriedly surrounded her, their hearts racing at the sight of her extensive burns, each feeling a pang of pain just by looking. At that moment, Sheng Nian's face was pale, and she leaned weakly against a chair. The fabric of her left arm was charred. The foreign substances clinging to her burnt skin were a gruesome sight that sent chills down one's spine. Yet, Sheng Nian remained silent. Apart from her ghastly pallor, she did not utter a word of pain, as if the scorched arm did not belong to her. Kai Chio's eyes brimmed with tears of worry. Nian Nian, should I fetch a doctor for you? Or should we help you? It's fine, I can handle it myself. You needn't worry, Sheng Nian replied, taking a few deep breaths. Understanding her family's reluctance to intervene, she rose and retreated to her room, locking the door behind her. In her storage bag, she retrieved tweezers, alcohol, cotton swabs, and gauze. The damage to her clothing was severe, the burnt fabric fused to her flesh, making the task at hand quite challenging. Meanwhile, on the other side of the base, Guoqing paced anxiously back and forth on the first floor of his residence, his footsteps heavy with impatience. Observing his behavior, Dong Yunhui regarded him with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. What is troubling you today? Is there something urgent waiting for Yuan to handle? It's none of your concern. You don't need to know, Guoqing said curtly, turning his head away, having no intention of divulging anything. However, his silence only deepened Dong Yunhui's suspicions. What is it that you're not telling me? Surely it can't be something shameful? Or have you quietly made a mistake? Hearing her insinuations, Guoqing glanced at her. Recently, Dong Yunhui had taken to wearing a hat, obscuring her bald head. Yet he was well aware of her disdain for Sheng Nian. Don't waste your breath. I will never divulge anything to you, he said, turning away from her completely. Infuriated by his resolute demeanor, Dong Yunhui stormed over to Zhao Changming. Zhao, has something significant occurred? Please tell me. Perhaps I can assist. Sheng Nian's parents have been taken away. It's said that not long ago, she confronted Jin Yi to demand their release, leading to a conflict. The details are still unclear, Zhao Changming replied. What? She dared to confront Jin Yi directly? Has she lost her mind? Dong Yunhui exclaimed, her attitude shifting immediately, filled with agitation. The extent of Jin Yi's power was still unknown, even to Yuan, who only had a 50-50 chance of success. For her to recklessly engage him was akin to courting death. If she wants to self-destruct, that's her choice, but she mustn't drag Yuan down with her. Zhao Changming pondered her words, lost in thought, while Guoqing, visibly displeased, interjected, Zhao, why are you even discussing this with her? She knows nothing and just keeps chattering. What do you mean by chattering? Didn't Sheng Nian's family previously associate with Yuan? Regardless of whether they intended to exploit him, Jin Yi will undoubtedly suspect him. Where does that leave us? Dong Yunhui argued passionately. At her words, Guoqing, typically reticent, found himself at a loss for words. Frustrated, he stormed out of the house, unwilling to engage in trivial disputes. Rather than waste time here, I should explain the situation to the captain. As he exited, Zhao Changming remarked gravely. I've heard that Jin Yi has now set his sights on the captain. If this continues, it certainly won't bode well. What do you suggest we do now? Dong Yunhui inquired. I have a plan, but it requires you to make a trip. Inside the suite, Sheng Nian carefully removed her outer garment. The charred sleeve of her left arm adhered to her flesh. With great caution, she grasped the tweezers, extracting the fabric bit by bit. Each grasp sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through her, occasionally revealing the tender flesh beneath, intensifying her agony. Her teeth chattered, yet she persevered, extracting the burnt remnants. Outside the suite, silence reigned. No one dared to utter a sound, all anxiously attuned to the commotion within Sheng Nian's room. The silence lingered, as if she were merely asleep. Yet the scene inside was harrowing. Once she managed to remove a Chapter 68, Recollections resurface upon meeting Sheng Nian's gaze. A fleeting sense of guilt washed over Dong Yunhui for reasons unbeknownst to her. Yuan is aware of your visit to Genie today, she stated. At this, Sheng Nian merely cast a cursory glance her way, remaining silent, urging her to proceed. Her right hand continued its meticulous disinfection, unfazed by the pain. The antiseptic flowed over her wound without eliciting even the slightest furrow of her brow. Noticing Sheng Nian's apparent indifference, Dong Yunhui pressed on. Yuan has consistently protected your family. You must realize this. However, your actions today were exceedingly reckless. Genie now harbors suspicions regarding Yuan. Do you comprehend the troubles this could bring him? As Sheng Nian continued her disinfection, she remained unresponsive, as if Dong Yunhui's words had fallen upon deaf ears. After a few seconds, perceiving Sheng Nian's continued silence, a sense of agitation began to rise within her. Yuan has been so kind to your family. Surely you wouldn't deliberately cause him distress? This statement struck a nerve within Sheng Nian. She halted her disinfection, her gaze lifting to meet the woman before her. The features of this face began to meld with the dim visage she had encountered in the basement long ago. I heard that Yuan intends to take you away. The woman stood against the orange glow of the light, her face shifting between shadows and illumination, her piercing gaze as if it could bore through one's very essence. In her cage, she lifted her head, grasping the bars with a blend of desperation and faint hope. He promised to take me away. And then what? What do you plan to do? Place all the burden upon Yuan? Will you entrust the survival of your family to him? The woman half squatted beside the cage, looking down at the humbled Sheng Nian with disdain and mockery. Sheng Nian, what makes you believe Yuan should bear all this? Is it your lowly demeanor? Your broken body? Your tainted soul? You are merely a pet raised by Genie. What gives you the audacity to aspire to Yuan? He only feels pity for you and wishes to lend a hand. Do you truly think you can climb the ladder from such a position? Dong Yunhui's words quickened in pace, her expression sharpening, her spittle seeming potent enough to drown the woman in the cage. The flicker of hope in Sheng Nian's eyes gradually dimmed, her countenance turning despondent. You have become so tainted. Instead of venturing out to trouble Yuan, it would be wiser to find your worth here, at least to protect your family. Before you leave, let me offer you one last piece of advice. His feelings for you stem merely from sympathy. Even if someone else were in your place, he would act the same. Do you understand? Observing the woman kneeling in the cage, teetering on the edge of despair, Dong Yunhui smirked and turned away, her figure slowly merging into the darkness. As her thoughts coalesced, she remarked, I have spoken at length, yet you show no reaction? Has your heart truly grown so cold? Noticing Sheng Nian's distracted demeanor, annoyance flickered in Dong Yunhui's eyes. After all this, you haven't absorbed a single word? Is it possible for you to be so utterly unresponsive? Seeing the flush of indignation rise in Dong Yunhui, a peculiar smile graced Sheng Nian's lips. What does my affair with him have to do with you? After a brief pause, she added, when has Li Yuan ever been so timid as to avoid addressing me directly? Does he require a messenger? Dong Yunhui was momentarily taken aback by these words. Gazing at Sheng Nian's oddly smiling face, she felt a shiver of trepidation. What was this woman playing at? How could she disregard logic entirely? With the conversation reaching such a critical juncture, instead of reflecting on her own issues, she deflected the blame onto Yuan. Observing Sheng Nian's unflinching demeanor, Dong Yunhui began to question Zhao Changming's assertions. Could this truly be effective? I heard your family initially intended to head northwest. Why have you lingered here at the base? Is it not to cling to Yuan? Dong Yunhui suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Sheng Nian merely regarded her coolly. Offering no response, she neither displayed anger nor negated the assertion, her indifference unsettling. Before her arrival, Dong Yunhui had not anticipated the difficulty of dealing with Sheng Nian. Thus she steeled herself to continue. If you insist on provoking Genie, do not blame Yuan for his inaction when trouble arises. I hope you can be sensible. Those who aspire to ascend by his side are numerous, and to him, you will be nothing but a nuisance and a burden. Do you understand? As her words fell, Dong Yunhui was startled when Sheng Nian suddenly raised her arm, followed by a chill cascading over her head. Sheng Nian had removed her hat. Reaching up, Dong Yunhui felt the bristly hair atop her head, panic setting in as she shielded her scalp and shouted, Return my hat. Quickly, get out and retrieve it. Sheng Nian tossed the hat towards the doorway, where it landed on the ground. As Dong Yunhui hurriedly picked it up, she shot a fierce glare at Sheng Nian, her voice dripping with malice. Do not revel in this. Without Yuan, you are nothing. Are you not leaving? Sheng Nian regarded her with a cool gaze. Witnessing her composure in such a moment, Dong Yunhui simmered with frustration but dared not unleash further. She yanked the door open and stepped outside, only to be met by a chorus of glaring eyes. We cannot accommodate your presence here, so please vacate promptly. Should you return, we shall be prepared with brooms. Kai-Chiu remarked, her expression decidedly displeased. Consider yourselves fortunate. I hope you remain this resolute, lest you find yourselves begging later. Fuming, Dong Yunhui stormed out. Just then, the door to the adjacent suite swung open. A young man glanced over, inquiring, and, I heard you were taken away this morning? Is there a problem? Upon seeing his earnest face, Kai-Chiu's expression turned complex. Nothing serious. Is Nian Nian around? I wish to discuss something with her. Xing Donghao spoke courteously, devoid of any hint of offense, reminiscent of their interactions before the apocalypse. Kai-Chiu, who typically responded better to gentleness than harshness, found it difficult to maintain her stern demeanor in light of his politeness. She is not feeling well at the moment. Please wait a moment. All right. I'm in no rush. He settled down in a chair, behaving respectfully without any prying intent. Meanwhile, Dong Yunhui returned to her quarters, seething, when she collided with a cold, unforgiving visage. Chapter 69. He knew as she faced Li Yuan's ice-cold gaze. Dong Yunhui felt a sudden jolt in her heart, rendering her somewhat uneasy. Li Yuan scrutinized her for several seconds before coldly inquiring, Did you go to see Sheng Nian? Though framed as a question, his tone carried an unmistakable air of certainty. Yes. What was your purpose in visiting her? Upon her confirmation, Li Yuan's expression grew even more frigid, instilling a sense of dread within her. Dong Yunhui understood that this was the menacing aura he exuded only when angry. She swallowed hard and replied, I heard her parents were taken away, so I went to check on her situation. She refrained from revealing the entire truth, acutely aware of Li Yuan's temperament. If he discovered that her visit was intended to provoke Sheng Nian, she knew her place in the team would be untenable. The mere thought of this reality left her feeling profoundly uneasy. What is the situation? Li Yuan pressed. They have returned, and the situation is manageable. However, Sheng Nian sustained minor injuries and is currently receiving treatment. Dong Yunhui recalled the scene she witnessed upon entering the room, and even now, a shiver ran down her spine. A normal person's arm, afflicted by such extensive burns, would surely be agonizing to the point of incapacitation. Yet, Sheng Nian remained composed, even tending to her own wounds. This alone made Dong Yunhui question whether she was an ordinary person. At this, Li Yuan remained silent. He turned and strode away. No sooner had he departed than Zhao Changming emerged from the first floor. How did it go? Your method was ineffective. Sheng Nian is utterly unyielding. She seems devoid of any sense of pride and is completely indifferent to Yuan. Her heart is as cold and hard as stone, despite my forthrightness. She showed no sign of embarrassment. The frustration was evident in Dong Yunhui's voice. She had initially believed this plan to be brilliant, one that would resolve many conflicts without any confrontation. However, they had all underestimated Sheng Nian, failing to anticipate her true nature. Zhao Changming furrowed his brow in contemplation. What did she say? She questioned why the captain lacked the courage to confront such matters directly. Why must I relay these words? Dong Yunhui repeated with irritation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changming's expression shifted dramatically. Noticing his sudden change, Dong Yunhui questioned, What is the matter? Did you sense something amiss? She may have inferred that your words do not reflect the captain's true intentions. She guessed. How is that possible? The possibility sent a wave of panic through Dong Yunhui. If Sheng Nian truly deduced this, and Li Yuan were to find out, her position in the team would be irrevocably compromised. Zhao Gu. What should we do now? Chapter 70. Fixated on her, I previously believed that Captain Li was distinct from others, but it appears there is no difference after all. In times of trouble, he hastily came to drive us away, and now, not content with one visit, he must come again. Kai-Chiu expressed her indignation. Dong Yunhui's harsh words made it seem as though we were clinging to Li Yuan, unwilling to let go. Today's incident was not initiated by us. Why then is the blame laid solely at our feet? She could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Their cherished daughter, who had never been scolded throughout her life, was now reprimanded by a young girl who seemingly appeared from nowhere, causing her frustration to swell. Seeing her incensed demeanor, Sheng Nian contemplated before saying, Dong Yunhui's arrival was not Li Yuan's intention. If it wasn't Li Yuan's intention, whose could it be? Dong Yunhui had barely left when he followed closely behind, fearing we would cause him trouble. The truth is, their acquaintance with Li Yuan has been brief, and they do not truly understand his character. As Sheng Nian faced their relentless reproaches, she instinctively took up the role of a protector. Indeed, Captain Li had been safeguarding us until now. That much is undeniable, and does not require further mention, sighed Sheng Minghua. Upon hearing this, Kai Chiu fell silent, recognizing that her earlier outburst was merely a fleeting expression of frustration. Deep down, she understood whether Li Yuan had truly assisted them. Observing their demeanor, the usually composed Sheng Donghao inquired, Sister Nian, what did Li Yuan mean when he mentioned heading northwest? Do you intend to leave? Kai Chiu's family turned their gaze towards him, yet no one responded. Even Sheng Nian, who remained silent, merely cast him a glance. None of them answered his query. Finally, Sheng Donghao felt a sense of discomfort. Had he asked something inappropriate? He merely wished to express concern, for they were the only kin he had left. His voice sank, tinged with sadness. Kai Chiu, intending to offer words of comfort, hesitated, worried about Sheng Nian's injuries. She hurriedly brought out a basin of clean water, hoping to assist Sheng Nian in freshening up. After a brief period of silence, during which Sheng Donghao could extract no information, he sensed he had become invisible and stood up. Uncle, Aunt, if you need any assistance, please feel free to reach out. I shall take my leave. After a simple farewell, he noticed their perfunctory response and felt a twinge of discomfort as he exited through the opposite door. Once he departed, Kai Chiu regarded Sheng Nian with suspicion. Nian, do you harbor any grievances towards Donghao? He appears the same as before, polite, well-behaved, and respectful. Could he truly be different from his parents? Observing her doubt, Sheng Nian simply smiled faintly and replied, Can two wolves give birth to a rabbit? Kai Chiu instantly understood. Considering the harsh realities of survival in this apocalyptic world, she felt little inclination to extend kindness. Yet, the transformation of once familiar relatives into their current state stirred a pang of sorrow within her. After a brief wash, Sheng Nian returned to her room. Standing by the window, she gazed at the distant horizon, her eyes heavy with contemplation. How did Li Yuan come to know of this? Next door, Jiang Mei, noticing the door across the way had closed, stealthily descended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, she found herself before a house that Sheng Nian recognized all too well. I have come to see Mr. Chow, she said with a servile smile. An ability user turned and called for someone. Moments later, Chow Zhigyao emerged. Upon seeing her, his gaze scrutinized her from head to toe, his expression tinged with disdain. What do you want? Here to climb into bed? I have no interest in an old, spoiled woman like you. Stung by his blatant disdain, Jiang Mei felt a surge of anger, yet she forced a smile of obsequiousness. Leaning closer, she lowered her voice. I am here to inform you of news regarding Sheng Nian. Not long ago, Li Yuan mentioned for them to leave towards the northwest. Are they truly set to depart? Chow Zhigyao asked, regarding her with suspicion. Under his gaze, Jiang Mei felt slightly unsteady, but maintained her forced smile. They have not made a definitive statement, but I suspect they intend to leave. Keep a close watch on them. Should they make any move, inform us immediately. Mr. Jean will ensure you receive your due reward, came the reply. For 2 consecutive days, the base appeared to be tranquil. Only Dong Yunhui's heart raced incessantly, she could not concentrate on anything, frequently stealing glances at Li Yuan's expression. This reaction did not escape Guo Cheng's notice. What is wrong with you these past few days? Have you killed someone or set something ablaze? Feeling guilty, are we? What nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish to show concern for the captain, Dong Yunhui instinctively retorted. Hearing her words only deepened Guo Cheng's suspicions. You are acting strangely, very strangely. You used to refer to him as A Yuan, fearful that others might misunderstand your relationship with the captain. Now, you are changing your tune? If you Haven't committed some grievous error, I am not Guo. Feeling the weight of his scrutinizing gaze, Dong Yunhui glared at him in frustration before hastily retreating upstairs. Noticing her reaction, Guo Cheng found it suspicious and promptly sought out Li Yuan to discuss the matter. Are you saying she is acting abnormally? Li Yuan, deep in thought, turned his sharp gaze towards him. Guo Cheng nodded, contemplating. Her behavior has been peculiar these past few days. I cannot pinpoint what exactly is amiss. He held little fondness for Dong Yunhui's arrogant demeanor. In contrast, he preferred the sight of Sheng Nian wielding a sword against the undead. Keep an eye on her, Li Yuan instructed calmly. Understood. Guo Cheng departed, while Li Yuan focused on the detailed diagram he had recently drawn. If Sheng Nian were present, she would recognize that the illustration depicted the bustling scene within Jin Yi's basement. However, a portion of the drawing remained blank, representing the crucial missing element. Li Yuan slowly closed his eyes, his mental energy expanding from this focal point. Gradually, his consciousness reached out to Jin Yi's residence, penetrating the depths of the basement. As he attempted to delve further, his mental energy encountered an invisible barrier, halting its expansion. Chapter 71. The Choice to Depart Li Yuan. within the confines of the room, made repeated attempts. Each time his mental energy brushed against the threshold of that passage, he found himself unable to delve further. Despite countless efforts, it bore no fruit. Ultimately, he withdrew his mental strength, leaving his mind throbbing painfully, rubbing his temples. Li Yuan's gaze fell once more upon the sheet of paper. What secrets lay hidden in Jin Yi's basement? Sheng Nian had spent the last 2 days resting in her room. During this time, she engaged in little else but occasionally cleaning her blades with a discarded rag. Her injured left hand remained motionless beneath the lengthy sleeve of her sweatshirt, as if it had never sustained any injury at all. Yet, her family, whether intentionally or not, seemed to avoid that hand, fearful of touching her wound. November had already arrived. Sitting by the window, Sheng Nian gazed at the overcast sky, her eyes reflecting an almost imperceptible emotion. Nian, what are you staring at? Kai Chiu, who had brought her some water, noticed her dazed expression and remained concerned. Coming back to her senses, Sheng Nian concealed her feelings and replied, "We depart the day after tomorrow." "Where to?" The words set off momentarily bewildered Kai Chiu. It wasn't he until she voiced her question that realization dawned on her. "Are you saying we're heading to the northwest?" "Yes," Sheng Nian affirmed, rising to take a few sips from her water cup, choosing not to elaborate further. Aware of her strong-willed nature, Kai Chiu refrained from pressing for more information, turning to consult with Sheng Minghua and the others. They had never opposed Sheng Nian's decisions. Once she expressed her intention to leave, they would promptly gather their belongings and cooperate fully. The family's preparations did not go unnoticed by the Jiang Mei family across the way. "Are they planning to leave?" Jiang Mei inquired anxiously, observing the flurry of activity. "It appears so," Sheng Liu remarked. Sheng Minghua was his second brother. Yet he had harbored little fondness for that family over the years. Years ago, when he had lowered himself to suggest a partnership in running the company, he had been met with rejection and had ended up with nothing more than a meager sum. Reflecting on these memories, his dark eyes fixed intently on the door opposite. That night, Sheng Nian changed her clothes, revealing her left arm wrapped in bandages. The white gauze had become stained with dried blood, adhering to her flesh. As she removed it, it pulled away a layer of skin. The wound had healed significantly, no longer causing the intense pain it once did, though the scar remained rather grotesque. After cleaning it once more, she applied fresh ointment and rewrapped it in clean gauze. The left hand was still weak, yet it was considerably improved compared to the previous days. She attempted to make a fist, finding she could grip it. After a couple more days of rest, she would likely regain much of her strength. Thinking about the impending journey, a profound stillness enveloped Sheng Nian's heart. 2 days later, in the early morning, Sheng Nian and her family stepped outside with their packed belongings. As they opened the door opposite swung open almost simultaneously. Jiang Mei, upon seeing them, caught sight of their numerous bags, her expression flickering momentarily. "Second brother, second sister-in-law, where are you off to? With the chaos outside and the flesh-eating zombies everywhere, aren't you worried about encountering danger?" Kai Chiu had no intention of engaging with her. Sheng Hui, unable to contain herself, observed Jiang Mei's scrutinizing gaze and replied with boldness, "You all are far more dangerous than those zombies." Jiang Mei's smile froze. "How can you speak like that? I am your aunt. Where is your courtesy? When you pushed my cousin towards the zombies, did you consider she was your niece?" Sheng Hui retorted sharply. After a few terse exchanges, Kai Chiu turned to pull her away. "Why waste words with her? Let us hurry and go." The family descended the stairs in haste, disregarding Jiang Mei, who continued to watch them with keen eyes. As they departed, Jiang Mei headed in the opposite direction towards the base. Their group, consisting of 6 people, attracted attention with their variously sized packages as they navigated through the base. Approaching the main gate, they encountered Li Yuan and Guo Qing, who had just returned from outside. Upon spotting them, Guo Qing was taken aback, hesitating to greet them. "Miss Sheng, are you planning to leave?" "Indeed," Sheng Nian replied, casting a casual glance at Li Yuan's chiseled features, as if unconcerned. Guo Qing's expression turned regretful. "I had wanted to learn your zombie fighting techniques, but it seems I won't have the chance before you depart. There will be future opportunities," she replied, her gaze warmly meeting Li Yuan's as she offered him a smile. "Captain Li, take care in the future." Li Yuan regarded her, his expression, reminiscent of an iceberg, softened ever so slightly, though imperceptibly. He nodded in acknowledgement. "You must take care as well." No further words were exchanged as the two groups passed each other. This brief exchange became their final farewell. Sheng Nian and her family walked away without a backward glance, moving toward the base's exit. Once they had distanced themselves, Li Yuan, who had not looked back, abruptly halted. He turned to glance at the direction they had gone. That slender figure moved away resolutely, not even casting a glance back. She had indeed made her choice. Observing their retreating silhouettes, Li Yuan's countenance remained impassive, yet his deep-set eyes harbored an inscrutable emotion. Guoqing, who had already moved ahead, suddenly grasped the gravity of the moment. Turning back, he noticed Li Yuan's unwavering gaze fixed on the base's entrance, his expression as cold as ever. Yet for some reason, Li Yuan's tall and slender frame seemed imbued with an air of solitude at that moment. Startled by the thought, Guoqing questioned himself. Solitude? Surely. He must be imagining things. Captain, Miss Sheng, and the others have already departed. What are you still watching? As Guoqing spoke, Li Yuan gradually withdrew his gaze. His eyes, sharp as blades, met Guoqing's. Under that penetrating stare, Guoqing instinctively shrank back. Li Yuan spoke suddenly. I fear they may not be able to leave. Chapter 72. Who's armed, Sheng Nian? Why do I always feel as if someone is watching us? Shortly after departing from the base, Kaichio frequently glanced back, increasingly sensing something peculiar. Yet, when she turned to look, there was nothing to be seen. Sheng Nian did not turn. She was focused on driving ahead. Sheng Minghua and the others, upon hearing her words, also turned to look, but saw only emptiness. Unable to discern anything. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? Sheng Minghua inquired. Could it truly be my imagination? Kaichio murmured. Her doubts growing as she looked back once more, still seeing nothing. They were en route to the West City. Following this road, they would pass through West City and several provinces to reach the northwest. The car felt a bit cramped. Sheng Nian was at the wheel, while Sheng Minghua occupied the passenger seat. Kaichio, Xing Hui, Yin Hong, and Bai He were seated in the back. Not long after setting off, Kaichio rummaged through her bag and produced some ham and compressed biscuits, distributing them among the group. As she witnessed the diminishing supplies in her backpack, a sense of unease crept in. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had not ventured out to forage for food. It had all been provided by Sheng Nian. Given their family's unique abilities, if they remained in one place, they would eventually find sustenance. Before this, she had sensed that Nian intended to stay at the base for an extended period, and it was only after they were taken away that they left in such haste. Reflecting on these matters, Kaichio cast a glance at the driver. If not for Nian, their circumstances might have been far worse. The vehicle sped onward. Hours later, it came to a halt at a fork in the road, where the ground was littered with an abundance of zombie corpses. The sight of the piled bodies, stretching for meters and swarmed by flies, caused a wave of nausea among the occupants of the car. How could there be so many dead zombies? Did they all perish at once? Who was responsible for this? Sheng Hui exclaimed, leaning out the window, her shock evident. The visual impact was overwhelming. In response, Sheng Nian merely raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression unchanged. Nian, with so many corpses, can we even pass through? Sheng Minghua remarked, appearing somewhat steadier than the others. He scrutinized the bodies, which seemed to have been dead for some time, most of them decomposed beyond recognition. Aside from their factory uniforms, little else was discernible. The skeletal remains were quite large. A few corpses might have been surmountable, but the sheer volume rendered it impossible for the car to navigate through without becoming stuck. After a few moments, Sheng Minghua realized that Sheng Nian had not responded to his question, as if she had not heard him at all. He turned to see her gazing toward the fork in the road, where a wall bore the inscription, Valley Industrial Park. Bai He, come down with me. Sheng Nian called out. As Bai He exited the vehicle, her complexion paled at the sight of the countless bodies. She had never encountered so many zombies at once. Even if they were merely corpses, some bodies were reduced to dismembered limbs, appearing more horrifying than the intact ones. Burn all the corpses along this path with fireballs. Sheng Nian instructed, indicating a route with fewer zombies. It would be simpler and quicker to incinerate them here. Following her direction, Bai He nodded and extended her hands, silently conjuring a fireball. Whether due to nerves, fear, or some other reason, the fireball was relatively small, sufficient to ignite only one corpse. Speed up. Time waits for no one, Sheng Nian remarked coolly, returning to the car to take a drink of water. At her feet lay a severed hand and a dismembered torso. Unfazed by the grim scene, she continued to sip her water while guiding Bai He in casting fireballs. After several attempts, Bai He became more adept, though her stamina was waning. Observing the burning corpses, Sheng Nian called out, "Take a break. Come over and replenish your energy." Bai He always heeded her words without question, feeling her body grow increasingly fatigued as she obediently approached. Before she could come close, Sheng Nian tossed a packet of compressed biscuits her way. "Eat this." "Thank you," Bai He said softly, lowering her head in gratitude. Just as she tore open the packet, The sight of the severed hand nearby made her stomach see Chapter 73. She must return as darkness enveloped the sky. Sheng Nian's vehicle came to a halt at a bend in the road. A mere crossing of this road and a journey of several kilometers would lead them to the West City. This particular bend presented a slight depression, making it an ideal spot for erecting a tent. Sheng Nian and her companions descended from the car and began extracting the tent from the trunk. Their roles were distinctly defined, and while they set up the tent, Sheng Nian took a moment to patrol the vicinity. The area appeared desolate, devoid of any human presence, and not even a single creature could be seen. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, void of any sound. After a thorough inspection, confirming the absence of threats, Sheng Nian returned to the vehicle. Upon her return, Kai Chiu was distributing food. Nian, shouldn't we find time to gather some provisions? Our supplies are dwindling daily, and if this continues, it will become untenable. After distributing what little food they had, the already scant supplies seemed even more unsettling. Bai He, upon hearing this, quietly set down the biscuit she had just picked up, lowering her head to minimize her presence. Witnessing her thoughtful gesture tugged at Kai Chiu's heart, prompting her to return the biscuit to Bai He's hand. Anti-ISN and Oppos, T blaming you. We and Oppos, Re merely discussing our current situation. Don't overthink it. Bai He nodded obediently, yet remained silent. Sheng Nian opened a box of biscuits, leisurely consuming a few while gazing into the distance. The horizon was cloaked in darkness, and the sharp night wind lashed at her face, leaving a stinging sensation. We should hasten our departure from this place. Something feels amiss during our journey today. Perhaps conditions will improve once we leave West City, Shang Minghua remarked. He understood that the issue of food was not the most pressing concern. The paramount issue was ensuring their safety. Previously, they had been taken by Jin Es men, subjected to various threats and temptations, attempting to coerce them into submission. Had it not been for Sheng Nian's formidable demeanor, they might still be in captivity. It was evident that Jin E intended to keep them, yet curiously, as they departed, the base was eerily tranquil, as if indifferent to their exit. That, in itself, was peculiar. Do not worry, I have considered all these matters. Noting their discussions, Sheng Nian turned to them after finishing her biscuits. Tonight, you will take turns keeping watch to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I must attend to some matters and will return by dawn. Return by dawn? What could you possibly need to do at this hour? Upon hearing of her plans, Kai Chiu grew anxious, her gaze fixed on Sheng Nian's calm demeanor. Shang Ling's expression remained composed, as if she were fully aware of everything. Yet, the more serene she appeared, the more unsettled Kai Chiu felt. Besides her, Shang Minghua and Xing Hui also looked at Sheng Nian, their concern for her safety palpable. There's no need for concern, it is merely a trivial matter, Sheng Nian replied casually, unwilling to delve deeper. Recognizing her reluctance to discuss the issue, they could not press further. Kai Chiu merely voiced her worry. It is rather late. Could it not wait until tomorrow? You must wait for me here. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. It must be addressed tonight, Sheng Nian asserted. Seeing her determination, they refrained from further protest. How long will we be waiting for you? When will you return? Kai Chiu asked with uncertainty. Wait for me through the night, if I am not back by dawn. You must leave first. If anything seems amiss, depart towards the northwest. Sensing their apprehension, Sheng Nian produced a newly acquired map and briefly outlined their route, including the cities they would pass along the way. These were the very paths she had intended to take. However, she now had pressing matters that required her immediate attention. Realizing the meticulous planning she had undertaken, Kai Chiu and the others understood the gravity of Sheng Nian's undertaking, recognizing that it was of utmost importance. We will not interfere with your decisions, but Mother wishes to know, how dangerous is this task you're undertaking? As she listened to the detailed planning of routes and various considerations, Kai Chiu suddenly posed an unrelated question. She was not particularly concerned with the route or the cities ahead. Her primary worry was the potential danger of Sheng Nian's imminent endeavor. Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Sheng Nian paused. After a brief silence, she replied, there is no significant danger. If all goes well, Chapter 74. Her purpose, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, permeated by a faint scent of charred remnants. In Sheng Nian's gaze, only the few prominent characters on the wall emerged faintly. Shangu Industrial Park. Amidst the inky night, her footsteps gradually led her deeper into the industrial complex, which resembled a miniature ghost town. With a swift motion, she stepped into the heart of the park from a fork in the road. Her vision, undeterred by the night, allowed her to discern the nearby scenes, revealing objects even in this pitch-black hour. The roads within the industrial park were littered with an assortment of vehicles, most of which lay abandoned and rendered inoperable. Although only a month had passed since the apocalypse, These cars appeared as if they had been forsaken for years. In addition to the vehicles, the ground was strewn with corpses, their decay suggesting they had met their end some time ago. Each step deeper into this forsaken place stirred an indescribable complexity within Sheng Nian's heart. She vividly recalled that in her previous life, Li Yuan had perished here. At that time, a room once secured was suddenly devoid of guards, and one after another, individuals approached her, revealing the grim fate of Li Yuan. Dong Yanhui, Wei Xiaoman, Xiao Zhigao, Genie. Each laid bare the circumstances of his death with unrestrained malice. In that moment, Dong Yunhui, with reddened eyes, glared at her accusingly. If it weren't for you, Yuan would never have died, not even leaving a corpse behind. It's all your fault. You wretched creature. Wei Xiaoman, with a sway in her step, looked down upon her disdainfully. Truly, a beauty brings disaster. No wonder Captain Li can't forget you. We ought to thank you. If it weren't for you, Li Yuan would never have fallen into this trap, nor would he have met such a tragic end. Xiao Zhigao crouched before her, gripping her chin and rubbing his thumb across her delicate lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face. To be honest, isn't Li Yuan also infatuated with your body? Like me, to the point of obsession? These haunting memories replayed relentlessly in Sheng Nian's mind. They all claimed that Li Yuan had died because of her, even though he ultimately perished in Shangu Industrial Park, and she remained oblivious to the cause of his demise. They exploited this to assail her with insults, derision, and scorn. Reflecting on these events intensified her resolve as she ventured further into the industrial park. Approximately 2 years remained until the fateful events of the past. If she could dismantle this industrial complex now, Li Yuan's trajectory would inevitably shift. He would not succumb within the confines of Shangu Industrial Park, and she would be spared the shadowy days of her previous existence. With this thought, Sheng Nian gripped the large blade in her hand, emboldened by newfound courage. Even as she prepared to journey northwest, she refused to let the light of her life extinguish, even if their paths would never converge again. She wished for his future to be filled with promise. For these reasons, the destruction of Shangu Industrial Park was an imperative task for Sheng Nian. The industrial park sprawled before her. After walking for a while, she encountered a bifurcation leading in different directions. She paused at the junction, deep in contemplation. In her previous life, in which direction did Li Yuan meet his demise? Chapter 75. A veil of mist. As Sheng Nian recalled the details of Li Yuan's demise from his previous life, she gripped her large blade tightly, pondering which path to take. She vaguely remembered that he had embarked on a mission to retrieve medical supplies, and ultimately, he never returned. Within the base, the accounts of his death were rife with speculation, each version more fantastical than the last. However, Sheng Nian was aware of two predominant narratives. One claimed that Li Yuan had perished at the hands of the undead, his remains utterly obliterated. The other, inferred from Genie's taunts, suggested that he had fallen victim to humans, his head severed from his body. Genie would often use Li Yuan's death for amusement, frequently threatening to present her with the severed head as a form of mockery. To prevent such humiliations, she was coerced into undertaking even more degrading tasks. Those painful memories took root in her heart, causing her teeth to clench. A chilling breeze swept through, jolting her back to the present. Sheng Nian stood at the fork in the road, her gaze fixated on the two crooked signposts by the roadside. With a resolute determination, she chose the path on her left. The signposts offered no extraneous information, they merely indicated directions, one pointing west, the other east. The road ahead was deep and long, cloaked in an unsettling darkness. The quiet of the night was profound, with not a whisper to be heard. The surrounding factories and buildings were shrouded in pitch blackness, as if abandoned for an eternity. The night felt particularly profound. Even as she walked, her vision was limited to the immediate surroundings, rendering the distance a mere shadow. After roughly 10 minutes, she passed several factories. These establishments once produced a variety of goods before the apocalypse, yet now, conspicuously absent were any related to medicine. She frowned slightly, her eyes continuing their search in the vicinity. Prior to the cataclysm, Sheng Nian had never encountered an environment so chaotic and filthy. The industrial park was strewn with unkempt factories, dilapidated shops, and aging residential buildings, evoking a poignant sense of nostalgia. While she searched for a pharmaceutical manufacturing site, a sudden rustling noise caught her attention. Clenching her blade tighter, she approached the sound with cautious steps. She found herself at a parking lot, where the exit was obstructed by numerous vehicles, effectively trapping anyone inside. Among these cars, some individuals clung desperately to their vehicles, accompanied by the sounds of muffled collisions. Sheng Nian stood at the parking lot's exit, her gaze sweeping over the occupants within the vehicles. Most appeared to have attempted to flee in their cars before succumbing to the infection, now trapped in their current state. Upon a cursory glance, she estimated that at least 20 vehicles bore witness to this grim fate, while a few others stood empty, their doors ajar. Observing this scene, Sheng Nian merely noted it without letting it weigh heavily on her mind, and continued deeper into the parking lot. Yet, just as she took a few steps, the sporadic scratching sounds transformed into a cacophony of violent collisions, as if the creatures sensed their prey. The sounds rang sharply in the stillness of the night. Just as she turned to investigate, a swift gust of wind rushed past her from the right. Her reflexes were quick, before the wind could reach her. She evaded to the side and raised her blade in defense. She felt the impact of bone against the edge of her weapon. When she focused her gaze on the ground, she discovered a zombie clad in a tattered suit. Her decisive strike had cleaved off a significant portion of its head, which now lay grotesquely on the ground. Though her blow was not deep, the zombie continued to struggle to grasp at her. In that instant, Sheng Nian was fully alert, and with a swift motion, she struck down at its neck once more. A heavy thud resonated as the zombie collapsed to the ground. Just as she intended to press onward, she looked up to find a scattering of zombies approaching her from the path ahead. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, casting a sinister aura in the quiet surroundings. How could there be so many zombies in this industrial area? As the creatures drew nearer, Sheng Nian and Appo's brow furrowed deeply. She recalled that not long ago, she had detonated a box of explosives, effectively decimating a vast Chapter 76. Arrival at the pharmaceutical factory. Sheng Nian was utterly exhausted, despite her psychic abilities having ascended to level 2, significantly enhancing her stamina and overall capabilities. She had never engaged in such an intense battle against zombies as she did last night. Now, seated upon a stone, her body felt weak and painful, utterly reluctant to move, especially her arms, which could not even sustain the large knife that lay beside her. She lowered her head slightly, striving to relax her hands in hopes of recuperating swiftly. During this time, her gaze wandered around the area. The previous night had been too dark for her to observe the surrounding structures clearly. Only now did she notice that the nearby factories appeared rather dilapidated, seemingly aged. A bit farther away stood an old apartment building, its outer layer peeling away, giving the impression that it had been long abandoned. Given this condition, could there truly be so many people in this area? Contemplating this, Sheng Nian continued to rest in place. She retrieved some food from her storage backpack and hastily wrapped it around her stomach. Her current condition was far from ideal. Rising to venture further would not be beneficial for her. However, lingering here indefinitely left her uncertain about her parents' well-being. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her pace of eating quickened. Meanwhile, at the bend in the road, as the dawn broke with a hint of light, Sheng Hui, yawning on the roadside, remarked, "It's already dawn. Why has my sister returned yet?" As she spoke, she stretched languidly, her gaze drifting to another direction. What began as a casual glance suddenly turned into a startling revelation. Her eyes widened in alarm. "Mom, Dad, Yin Hong, Bai He, get in the car. Someone is coming." With her urgent call, they quickly huddled together. From the road they had traversed, 2 cars and several motorcycles sped towards them, though still at a distance. Their rapid approach suggested unfriendly intentions. They hastily piled into the vehicle, leaving the tent unassembled, as Sheng Mingwood decisively ignited the engine and pressed down on the accelerator. "Dad, step on it. They're gaining on us." Sheng Hui, seated in the passenger seat, frequently glanced back. The pursuers were relentless, their speed alarming. If they did not accelerate, they would easily be caught. "Did you see who they were?" Sheng Mingwood asked, his expression grave as he tried to increase their speed. "I didn't get a good look, but their pursuit is aggressive. I suspect they are not good people," Sheng Hui replied earnestly. Known for her lively temperament, she only displayed such seriousness when Sheng Nian was absent. Sheng Minghua took her words to heart, flooring the accelerator. In the back seat, Kai Chiu nervously turned to look behind. What if we leave and Nian can't find us? She'll be frantic. Perhaps she has already considered this. She instructed us to head northwest, assuring us she would come for us. Sheng Hui reassured. Her faith in her sister was unwavering. Kai Chiu remained anxious, but the gravity of the situation overrode her concerns. "Quickly, we must outpace them." The pursuing vehicles surged forward with fervor. In the Valley Industrial Park, after resting for a brief 15 minutes, Sheng Nian gripped her large knife and ventured deeper into the complex. The industrial area was expansive, and having traversed a considerable distance the previous night, she realized there was little distinction between the interior and exterior, one factory after another, with the occasional dilapidated shop. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a set of large characters on a wall. Hong Kong Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Company. This is a pharmaceutical factory? The name immediately conjured thoughts of Li Yuan. From the night prior to this moment, she had surveyed many factories, yet only this pharmaceutical facility stood before her. Was this the place where Li Yuan had encountered his fate in her past life? As this thought emerged, she quickly scanned the vicinity. She then noticed that this particular factory was situated at the end of the industrial park S road, bordered only by a barren hill, devoid of paths or inhabitants. Feeling a sudden wave of fatigue, she tightened her grip on the knife and stepped inside the pharmaceutical factory. The factory comprised 2 floors. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, even mundane, lacking any distinctive features within the industrial park. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness and silence, with no sign of life. Upon entering the production area, she faintly detected the lingering scent of medicine. Numerous tables displayed an array of bottles, some filled with finished products, yet most contained semi-finished goods. This pharmaceutical factory was vast. The machinery in the production area was aligned in orderly rows, a sight that would have been awe-inspiring in a pre-apocalyptic world. However, Sheng Nian held no interest in the semi-finished products. After searching a couple of rounds, she halted before the warehouse door, which was somewhat concealed, nestled at the innermost part of the factory. With a swift swing of her knife, she struck the lock, which fell to the ground with a clatter. She pushed the door open, waiting a few seconds for any sound from within before stepping inside. Warehouse. Upon entering the vast, empty room, Sheng Nian was immediately filled with doubt. A cursory glance revealed only a sparse stack of a dozen boxes of medication against the far wall. Apart from these scant supplies, the room was utterly barren. How could such a large pharmaceutical factory possess so little stock? Moreover, a thin layer of dust coated the floor, indicating that nothing had been disturbed in the warehouse. With a frown, Sheng Nian approached the boxes. She gently sliced the edge of a box with her knife, revealing its contents, simple cold medicine granules. The other boxes contained the same type of medication. Grabbing a sizable packet, she glanced at the production date. 3 years ago? How peculiar. What could possibly explain this situation? Chapter 77. The Secrets of the Pharmaceutical Factory. Sheng Nian meticulously examined all the boxes, discovering that they contained solely one type of medication. The cold remedy granules from 3 years prior had long expired, yet remained untouched in their original packaging. Aside from these, the storage room held no other pharmaceuticals. Why had Li Yuan come to this place in search of medical supplies? Had she mistakenly arrived at the wrong location today? Or was it possible that Li Yuan was not seeking supplies at all? In this dust-laden space, Sheng Nian's long, willow-like brows furrowed deeply. She stepped out of the warehouse and into the production area, inspecting the medications on the production table. The items here were all semi-finished products, primarily powders, rendering their specific nature indistinguishable. As she reached out to touch the fine powders, their delicate texture offered no clarity about their composition. However, it was unmistakably evident that these powders could not be transformed into cold remedy granules. Where then had the finished products gone? After thoroughly searching the entire factory, Sheng Nian made her way to the rear of the building, an area seemingly designated for machinery. Upon pushing open a door, she was greeted by a neat row of equipment that appeared remarkably new, untouched by the apocalypse. The machines were unfamiliar to her, and their advanced design surpassed that of the production area she had just left. Against the wall, she noticed a concealed door. The sight of this door deepened her sense of suspicion. What kind of place was this? Was it truly just a pharmaceutical factory? Cautiously, she approached the hidden door. Just as Sheng Nian reached out to push it open, footsteps echoed from outside. She quickly concealed herself behind a large machine, attentively listening to the commotion beyond the door. Did she know who had caused the bodies outside? A familiar, somber voice reached her ears, accompanied by 2 rapid, heavy footsteps. It was Jin Yi. Upon hearing his voice, Sheng Nian's brow tightened. If her memory served her correctly, Li Yuan had discovered this place 2 years later in her previous life. Why had Jin Yi arrived here so early this time? Could it be that Li Yuan's demise was orchestrated solely by Jin Yi? Her thoughts tangled like unraveled yarn, intertwining chaotically, forming an insurmountable knot. It remains unclear. I just examined the wounds. They are fresh, with blood still wet. It is highly likely that the perpetrator is still within the industrial park, having not yet departed. Another familiar voice resonated throughout the room. Genie scoffed, declaring, "We must root this person out. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. If this delays my plans." His threat hung heavily in the air, unspoken yet palpable. "Indeed," Chao Zhigao replied. Soon after, their footsteps faded from the room. Emerging from behind the machine, Sheng Nian's gaze fell upon the concealed door. Had they both entered? Their combined strength was formidable, and confronting them alone left her with no chance of victory, even if she intended to destroy this place. Now was not the opportune moment. With their presence, the probability of her plan's success had drastically diminished, realizing the danger of early exposure, which would only alert them to her presence and prompt further defensive measures. She quietly retreated from the area. Once outside the pharmaceutical factory, she scanned her surroundings and, confirming that no one was present, prepared to leave. Before departing, she cast a final glance back at the factory. What unspeakable secrets lay hidden within? Following the path she had taken, she soon encountered the aftermath of her previous night's endeavors. A multitude of zombie corpses littered the ground, their blood converging into a small river, exuding a chilling aura of death. Even the distant horizon was tainted with a sinister crimson glow. This color again. Upon seeing it, a heavy sensation gripped Sheng Nian's heart. Upon reaching the outskirts of the industrial park, she spotted a small car parked by the roadside. This must be the vehicle that Genie and his companion had driven. Testing the door, she found it easily opened. Sitting in the driver's seat, she noticed the car keys on the right. A smirk crossed her face as she started the engine and drove away. In this chaotic world, where order had unraveled, they likely believed no one would dare to linger outside, much less steal their vehicle, hence their carelessness in leaving the keys inside. The car sped along the road, arriving at the site where she had spent the night. Only a solitary tent remained, with the vehicle and its occupants vanished. A wave of unease washed over her at this sight. She exited the car, peering inside the tent, only to find it completely empty. Had they left? Settling back into the car, she intended to head northwest when suddenly, a convoy came into view, comprised of 2 small cars and 2 motorcycles. An oddity on this desolate road. Her gaze fell upon the faces of those within. They were Genie and Apos, as associates. Recognizing the familiar faces sent a chill down her spine. Had they gone in pursuit of her family? Upon closer inspection, she discerned that no one else was with them. This meant they had not succeeded in their search. Realizing this brought her a measure of relief. At that moment, the group noticed her vehicle and immediately slowed down, intending to greet her courteously, to avoid being caught. Sheng Nian pressed the accelerator, swiftly speeding past them. The individuals who had just intended to approach her were left bewildered, turning to stare at the car that was now emitting exhaust fumes. One of them inquired curiously, what urgent matter could Brother Chow be attending to? Is he planning to personally retrieve them? Another replied, the driver didn't seem to be Brother Chow. Not Brother Chow? Surely it couldn't be Mr. Jean himself driving? Someone else questioned, skepticism evident. All eyes turned to the man who had spoken, eager for further clarification. After a brief, tense silence, he gravely stated, it appears to be a woman. Chapter 78, is it a woman? Could it possibly be Wei Xiaoman? Upon hearing that it was a woman, some were taken aback. As soon as the name Wei Xiaoman was uttered, disdain washed over the crowd. She was merely a tool for Mr. Jean and Brother Chow to vent their frustrations. Having not left the base for many days, it certainly could not be her, so do not even entertain such thoughts, scoffed a middle-aged man. Then who else could it be? Mr. Jin's car is missing, and we have not recovered the person. Returning today will surely bring considerable trouble. Their conversation was brief, and the atmosphere grew somber. As they made their way back, they passed the fork in the road near the industrial park, where they spotted Jean Yi and Chao Zhigao standing by the roadside, their expressions dark and foreboding. Mr. Jean, Brother Chow. The convoy halted abruptly, and everyone disembarked, standing with their heads bowed in a display of respect. Have you seen my car? Jean Yi's face was grim, exuding an aura of terror. As he spoke, the tension among them escalated, and they dared not utter a word. One individual, head lowered, spoke up. We saw it on our way back. Who took it? I couldn't see the face clearly, but it appeared to be a woman, he continued. Just as his words left his lips, a massive fireball suddenly struck a nearby zombie. The explosion sent flames engulfing the corpse, emitting a nauseating smell of charred flesh. The group shuddered, their nerves taut. Did you manage to retrieve her? Jean Yi's piercing gaze bore down on them. They hesitated, shaking their heads with uncertainty. Witnessing their incompetence only fueled Jean Yi's rage, which threatened to consume him entirely. What use are you? You couldn't even keep track of my car, let alone capture the person. What is the point of your existence? As his fury escalated, 2 fireballs began to coalesce in the palms of his hands. The group was stricken with fear, some pleading desperately, Mr. Jean. Those individuals were exceedingly cunning and alert. They slipped away the moment we approached, and we were hindered by the zombies, forcing us to retreat. Please, calm your anger. They were acutely aware of Jin Yi's volatile temperament, and the deaths of the previous dozen or so supernatural beings weighed heavily on their minds. They understood that provoking his ire could very well lead to their demise. The fireballs erupted from Jin Yi's hands, crashing into the ground beside them. Yet, he refrained from unleashing his wrath upon the supernatural beings. With the base lacking manpower, their deaths would make it challenging to find replacements. With this thought, Jin Yi forcibly quelled his rage. He fixed a dark gaze upon them and inquired, "What did the person driving my car look like? Any distinguishing features?" We could not see clearly. She was in the car, and we intended to greet her, but it suddenly sped away. We only noticed it was a woman from behind. One replied. Jin Yi struggled to contain his frustration. He harbored serious doubts that the woman who drove away in his car was the same one who had slain so many zombies in the industrial park. But in this apocalyptic world, what woman possessed such formidable strength? Could it be? With this thought, Jin Yi inquired once more. Was Sheng Nian in the car when you pursued her? She should have been. The car was moving quite fast, and there were several people inside. So I speculate she was present, the individual responded. Upon hearing this, Jin Yi's eyes darkened ominously. He conjured a fireball and hurled it directly at the man's face. The fireball swiftly spread, singeing his hair, causing him to collapse in agony and plead for mercy. Jin Yi continued to glare at him. I require a definitive answer. Not speculation. Yes, Sheng Nian was in the car, the man stammered. Without casting another glance at him, Jin Yi turned and entered one of the vehicles. Taking a seat in the back, the others watched the writhing figure of the supernatural being, their hearts heavy, yet none dared to intervene. On the return journey to the base, Jin Yi's expression remained grim due to these events, and the atmosphere within the vehicle was suffocating. No one dared to speak. After a prolonged silence, Chao Zhigo broke the stillness. Mr. Jin, there is no need to worry about this matter. It has yet to be discovered by outsiders. Perhaps we can turn this to our advantage. As he spoke, Jin Yi's agitation gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Sheng Nian drove steadily northwest. However, the journey revealed nothing but desolate fields and an interminable road stretching into the horizon. Hours passed, and the sky bled a deep crimson, casting a surreal hue over the land, as if the entire world were enveloped in a bizarre shade of red. The unpredictable weather of this apocalypse darkened once more. In concern for her family and Appo's safety crept into Sheng Nian and Appo's mind. Although they all possessed abilities in this uncertain world, no one could predict what might transpire next. An hour later, the once endless road revealed a cityscape. This was Shishir. As dusk descended, heavy clouds loomed overhead, shrouding the city in a thick gloom, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Sheng Nian drove straight into the heart of Shishir. Just as she crossed into the city limits, a tall, lanky zombie charged toward her. The creature pressed its body against the windshield, obstructing her view. Its long, bony claws scraped against the glass, producing a shrill, piercing sound. Unable to see the road ahead, Sheng Nian was forced to slow down. Yet, even then, the tires struck something solid, bringing the vehicle to a halt. As the car came to a stop, Sheng Nian sensed something was amiss. Strange noises emanated from all directions. Before she could deal with the lanky zombie, shadows began to converge from every side. A horde of zombies approached, surging toward her like a tidal wave. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sheng Nian furrowed her brow, calmly surveying the oncoming threats. The nearest zombies were merely 10 meters away. Seeing this unfold, a chill ran down her spine. How could so many zombies appear so suddenly? Most alarmingly, these zombies were moving with incredible speed. Chapter 79. A calamitous predicament for Sheng Nian upon discerning the disparity between these animated corpses and those of Xinchuan City. A disquieting sensation washed over Sheng Nian. The density of these creatures was unnerving, their velocity alarming as they converged upon her from all cardinal directions. Proximity loomed. Imminent danger spurred her into action. With a resolute bite, Sheng Nian shifted into reverse, her foot pressing the accelerator to its limit. The abrupt maneuver dislodged the zombie clinging to the windshield. A cacophony of metallic crashes and dull thuds echoed as the vehicle collided violently with the encroaching horde. Her velocity propelled the car forward, impacting the assembled throng and pushing them back several meters. However, their sheer numbers proved insurmountable. The accumulated mass impeded her progress, effectively immobilizing the vehicle. A cursory assessment revealed an approximate count of 100 or more zombies. Realizing the dire consequences of inaction, Sheng Nian compelled herself to remain composed amidst the grotesque cacophony and the overwhelming presence of the undead. Zombies clambered onto the vehicle, their forms draped over the trunk, the roof, and even clinging precariously to the side windows. With unwavering resolve, Sheng Nian's gaze darted about, seeking an avenue of escape. Finally, her eyes alighted upon a narrow passage amidst the throng, a path leading over a curb, appearing treacherous yet offering the only visible means of egress. As the zombies converged once more, threatening to completely engulf the vehicle, Sheng Nian executed a swift maneuver. With a decisive turn of the steering wheel and a forceful stomp on the accelerator, the tires ascended the curb, propelling the vehicle onto the dilapidated sidewalk. Her actions thwarted the advances of numerous zombies. Navigating the narrow path with unwavering focus and decisive movements, Sheng Nian steered the vehicle forward. However, their escape was short-lived, as the path terminated abruptly at the edge of a field. With insufficient time to decelerate, Sheng Nian instinctively applied the brakes, yet the vehicle plunged forward, colliding heavily with the earth. The car overturned, its wheels spinning skyward before coming to a halt. Silence descended. As twilight painted the horizon, an eerie stillness permeated the scene. Within the wrecked vehicle, Sheng Nian stirred. Her body contorted in an unnatural position, blood trickling from her forehead, and her limbs racked with excruciating pain. Despite repeated attempts, she was unable to release the seatbelt. Her trusty blade lay out of reach in the back seat, and her inverted position rendered it inaccessible. Exhaustion compounded her predicament, sapping her strength and preventing her from conjuring even a meager wind blade. A suppressed groan escaped her lips as she struggled in vain. Immobility reigned. The encroaching darkness amplified the unsettling silence. The vast expanse of the field offered no immediate threat, yet the possibility of olfactory-driven zombies loomed large. Overwhelmed by fatigue, Sheng Nian succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Xinchuan city base, a frigid aura accompanied Li Yuan's nocturnal return. His countenance was stern, his handsome features radiating an intimidating presence. "Captain, what news? Have you located Miss Xing and her family?" Despite the captain's forbidding demeanor, Guocheng ventured forth. Li Yuan, who had already reached the staircase, halted abruptly, turning back with a suspicious gaze. "What did you say?" Guocheng appeared bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Witnessing his confusion, Li Yuan retraced his steps. "Who informed you of this?" "Dong Yanhui." Guocheng's heart skipped a beat upon witnessing the captain's reaction. He had evidently erred in his inquiry. A weighty silence ensued. "What transpired within the base today?" Li Yuan inquired. "The specifics remain unclear, but I overheard that Jin Yi and Chao Zhigao departed this afternoon, accompanied by a convoy of vehicles, their mission unknown." Upon relaying this information, Guocheng observed a palpable shift in the captain's demeanor. Had he erred once more? Sensing Li Yuan's unease, Guocheng attempted to rectify the situation. "They likely sought to intercept Miss Xing and her family. I maintained a vigil at the base entrance throughout the day, but the outcome remains unknown. Given Miss Xing's capabilities, Jin Yi's convoy poses little threat." His attempt at reassurance only deepened Li Yuan's displeasure. "Were they brought back here?" "No. But curiously, Jin Yi and his cohort departed in vehicles, yet returned without them." Guocheng noted. Jin Yi had driven that off-road vehicle for an extended period, never replacing it throughout the apocalypse. His abandonment of the vehicle after a single excursion struck me as peculiar. Li Yuan paused, his gaze fixed upon Guocheng. "Maintain a close watch on their activities. Inform me immediately if Sheng Nian and her family are brought back." "Captain, perhaps they have already ventured far," Guocheng blurted out. If they had evaded Jin Yi's grasp, their departure from Xinchuan City seemed inevitable. Consequently, the captain's directive appeared somewhat superfluous. However, the utterance of these words elicited an immediate and chilling response from Li Yuan, his gaze hardening with icy intensity. Confronted with this piercing stare, Guocheng shuddered, attempting to retract his statement. "I merely speculated." Li Yuan dismissed the matter, shifting his focus. "What has Dong Yunhui been doing these past few days?" "She has remained confined to her residence, exhibiting a newfound compliance," Guocheng replied truthfully. Li Yuan offered no response, simply stating, "Continue to monitor her." With that, he ascended the stairs without hesitation. Upon entering his quarters, Li Yuan settled at a makeshift desk, retrieving a blueprint from his person. With pen in hand, he resumed his work, meticulously refining the details of the schematic. Upon the blueprint was drawn, daybreak was just beginning to tint the sky when Sheng Nian regained consciousness. Her body was completely numb, and she was still trapped upside down in the driver's seat, her head throbbing with congestion, peering through the car window at the eerily silent world outside. She couldn't and oppose to help but wonder if she was destined to perish not at the hands of enemies or amidst a horde of zombies, but in this desolate expanse, and in such an ignominious manner. A faint rustling of footsteps, growing steadily closer, broke the silence. Someone was approaching? She strained her eyelids open and with considerable effort turned her neck, her gaze piercing through the window. Two figures were advancing, a man and a woman. Upon seeing them, Sheng Nian furrowed her brow, attempting to reach for the broadsword beside her, only to find her fingers utterly unresponsive. "Brother, there's a woman inside, and she's still alive," a woman's voice announced, her face pressed against the window beside the driver's seat. Sheng Nian watched her warily. The man approached as well. They scrutinized her through the window for a long moment, ensuring she bore no signs of zombie bites, before endeavoring to pry open the door. The jarring clang of their efforts echoed in the air. Sheng Nian gazed up at the car's ceiling, her body still immobile. After what felt like an eternity, the car door finally yielded. The young woman eyed her with amusement. "Which driving school did you attend? You're the first person I've ever seen manage to wedge a car in here." As she jested, she and the man worked together to pull Sheng Nian from the wreckage. Her leg, ensnared beneath the steering wheel, was dragged out, leaving a trail of blood. The sight of the raw, mangled flesh was gruesome. The young woman gasped, and when she realized Sheng Nian's expression remained unchanged, she asked with a hint of astonishment, "Your leg is injured so severely. Doesn't it hurt terribly?" "Thuing," the man reproached sternly. The young woman pouted, reluctantly stepping aside. "I was only joking," she muttered under her breath. Sheng Nian, utterly drained, sat on the ground, her limbs paralyzed from prolonged compression. The man knelt before her, examining her leg with a grave expression. "Your leg has a fracture, and the inflammation is quite severe. It requires treatment." Sheng Nian simply stared at him. "Mute? Brother, is this woman mute? She doesn't cry out in pain, nor does she speak. Could there be something wrong with her upstairs?" the young woman inquired, tapping her head. The man glared at her. Thuing fell silent once more. After a long pause, the man finally spoke. "Stay here and watch over her. I and Appos. I'll be back shortly." As soon as he left, Thuing settled down directly in front of Sheng Nian, scrutinizing her. Her face was streaked with dried blood, obscuring her features and lending her a somewhat disheveled appearance. Her immobile limbs rendered her utterly defenseless, an easy target for any passing zombie. "Where did you come from? Why were you alone in the car?" Perhaps out of sheer boredom, Thuing cupped her face in her hands, attempting to strike up a conversation. But Sheng Nian remained silent. Could she really be mute? "How did you survive this long in the apocalypse? Can't you say a word?" After rambling on for a while without eliciting any response, Thuing sighed deeply. When the man returned, she turned to him and remarked, "Such a beautiful girl. What a pity she's mute. Say less and help me lift her up." The man chided and began to hoist Sheng Nian onto a stretcher. Sheng Nian was light, and they easily carried her along a faint trail through the fields, heading west towards the city. Lying on the stretcher, Sheng Nian felt every jolt. Sensing no malice from her rescuers, she remained silent throughout the journey. After approximately 20 minutes, they stopped at a small clinic. The air was thick with the mingled scents of disinfectant and medicine. Sheng Nian was placed on the clinic's only bed. "Brother, her blood is so pungent. Won't it attract zombies?" Thuing stood in the doorway, surveying the surroundings with concern. "Close the door and bring me the flashlight," the man instructed, without turning around. The clinic had two doors, an iron gate on the outside and a reinforced wooden door on the inside, providing a sense of security. Thuing obeyed without argument, shining the flashlight on Sheng Nian's bloodied leg. A patch of skin had been torn away from her calf, a gruesome sight. "Her leg is so badly injured, and she hasn't uttered a sound," Thuing said with a hint of pity. Fu Jian ignored her, using professional tools to clean Sheng Nian's wound. The clinic was silent save for the occasional clink of medical instruments. Sheng Nian and Appos' forehead beaded with sweat. The wound was being treated without anesthesia, and every sensation pulsed clearly to her brain. "Brother, she looks like she's in terrible pain," the young woman said, noticing Sheng Nian's pale face. Beads of sweat dripped from her temples onto the white sheet. Fu Jian glanced up, meeting a pair of dark, cat-like eyes. They were beautiful, luminous, and seemed to possess a captivating allure. He looked away and said, "Almost done." His movements became even more swift. A few minutes later, Sheng Nian's leg was encased in a splint. As she struggled to sit up, Fu Jian cautioned, "Your leg is fractured. It's best not to move around. You need to rest for at least a week, or the inflammation will worsen, and you might lose the leg. Have you seen my family?" Chapter 81. Siblings, do you have family? As soon as Sheng Nian spoke, Thuing eagerly leaned closer. Before Sheng Nian could respond, she impatiently asked, "Wait, you're not mute? Why didn't you speak before?" She was so near that her face was merely a foot away from Sheng Nian's, her eyes brimming with excitement. Had it not been for the wound on her leg, her enthusiasm would have been even more palpable. Faced with her overwhelming demeanor, Sheng Nian furrowed her brow slightly. her expression becoming somewhat serious. Beside them, Fu Jian inquired, "Are your family in the Western City?" "They drove an off-road vehicle and just arrived from Xinchuan City a couple of days ago," Sheng Nian replied. "I'm not entirely sure. The Western City is vast, and our area has a notably high number of zombies. Under normal circumstances, no one would venture here." The implication of her words was clear. She was not in a normal situation. After all, in this apocalyptic world, it was rare to see a woman driving alone, especially someone so severely injured yet silent. For the time being, Sheng Nian resided in a small clinic, rescued by a pair of siblings. The elder brother, Fu Jian, was a doctor, while the younger sister, Fu Ying, was still attending university before the apocalypse struck. That very afternoon, Fu Jian had helped her retrieve her large knife. Over the next few days, Sheng Nian focused on recuperating her right leg, remaining indoors. She appeared serene and composed, seemingly unfazed by her surroundings. However, Fu Ying noticed that every night before sleeping, Sheng Nian would take out a map and study it intently, though the specifics remained a mystery. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Sheng Nian's leg had nearly healed. One morning, she stood outside the clinic, gazing at the blood-red horizon, her brow furrowed as if lost in thought. "Are you planning to leave?" Fu Jian stood beside her, following her gaze to the crimson sky. "Yes," she replied softly. After a moment, she added, "Thank you for your care these past few days. If possible, you might consider heading northwest. There is no need to linger here." "What difference does it make?" Fu Jian chuckled gently, his refined demeanor radiating warmth. "As long as family is by your side, whether in the Western City or the Northwest, it makes no difference to us." This was the first time Sheng Nian had encountered someone exuding such innate gentleness since the world fell into chaos. She was slightly taken aback by his words. Turning her gaze to Fu Jian's eyes, which held a hint of regret, she seemed to grasp something deeper. "Thank you for your hospitality these days. There's no need to mention it. It was merely a small gesture." After exchanging a few more words, their conversation dwindled. The siblings had matters to attend to and soon departed, leaving Sheng Nian to contemplate her own departure. Before leaving, she placed some supplies in their room from her backpack and then set off toward the city center of the Western City. This route was essential to reach the northwest, where her family would undoubtedly pass. The city center bustled with activity, yet it was also teeming with zombies, lurking at every corner. Armed with her large knife, Sheng Nian navigated through the less populated areas, swiftly dealing with any approaching threats. After dispatching several zombies, she reached a corner just as an armored vehicle passed down the opposite street. She hesitated, retracting her step, and concealed herself by the wall, peering out. When her gaze fell upon the occupants within the vehicle through the glass, her heart tightened. It was Chao Zhigao. What brought him to the Western City? Was he pursuing her family? Realizing this, Sheng Nian's brow knitted in concern, recalling the previous encounter at the industrial park. Did they suspect her involvement? What secrets lay within that industrial park that warranted such caution? These questions remained unanswered, and she had yet to find an opportunity to investigate. Once her leg healed, her plan was to locate her parents before delving into those mysteries. Yet now, confronted with the current situation, a sense of urgency gripped her. She needed to uncover the truth behind the industrial park before seeking her family. The longer she delayed, the more restless she felt. With a slight closure of her eyes, she weighed the pros and cons, feeling lost in her indecision. She had never been so torn before, even in her previous life. When Li Yuan had offered to take her away, she had not felt such turmoil. Family or the secrets of the industrial park? Which should she address first? As she pondered, the armored vehicle continued its patrol, moving down another street. Following in its wake was a throng of zombies, a grotesque sight that sent a chill down her spine. Once the vehicle was out of sight, Sheng Nian steeled herself and headed northwest. She had vowed that in this new life, her priority was to care for her family above all else. As she made this decision, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. They had said that Li Yuan died because of her, a guilt she had carried for nearly a year. If she could uncover the secrets of the industrial park, perhaps the shadows of her past could finally disperse. But her family was waiting for her. Li Yuan or her family? In this excruciating dilemma, her eyes were tinged with red, her spirit fraying at the edges. She found a vehicle by the roadside and drove straight toward the northwest. Yet, the zombies in the Western City were overwhelming, forcing her to take convoluted routes. By nightfall, she had yet to escape the city limits. As darkness descended, she spotted a small restaurant along the roadside and decided to rest for the night. However, as she pried open the roll-up door to enter, a dark gun barrel was aimed at her head. "Don't move." The atmosphere froze instantly. Inside, The dim flicker of candlelight revealed a group of 6 or 7 men, all armed. Aside from the leader wielding a gun, the others brandished makeshift weapons. As she surveyed the scene, one of them suddenly shouted, "Boss, she looks like Sheng Nian." Chapter 82. Descent into the lair. Upon hearing them utter her name with such precision, Sheng Nian felt a subtle alarm resonate within her. Were these individuals affiliated with the Xian Chuan base? Their countenances seemed unfamiliar, as if she had never encountered them before. How, then, did they come to recognize her? The man brandishing the firearm narrowed his gaze, his eyes traversing Sheng Nian's visage with a scrutinizing intensity. "Are you Sheng Nian?" he inquired. Sheng Nian regarded them warily, her grip tightening around the large blade, poised for imminent combat. Noticing her subtle movement, the man with the gun advanced, pressing the weapon against her temple. "I caution you against any treachery," he warned. "Answer honestly, or I shall consign you to oblivion." His apprehension was palpable, detecting her grip on the blade. His finger hovered over the trigger. The remaining 6 individuals arose from the ground, encircling Sheng Nian, effectively trapping her. Sensing their readiness, Sheng Nian held her breath, meticulously observing each of their actions. "Drop the blade," the gunman roared. Outnumbered, Sheng Nian reluctantly relinquished her weapon, allowing it to fall to the earth with a resounding clang at her feet. Only then did the men exhibit a semblance of relief. "I ask again," the man persisted. "Are you Sheng Nian?" "Yes." "Where are the others? And what are your intentions?" He fired off a barrage of questions. The others clutched their blades, eyes fixed on her, wary of any sudden movements. Sensing their apprehension, Sheng Nian deduced their likely connection to the base. They possessed some knowledge of her circumstances. After a moment of rapid deliberation, she replied calmly, "They are on the street ahead. I came to find some sustenance before heading northwest in the morning." Her words were a blend of truth and falsehood, leaving them uncertain of their veracity. The men exchanged glances, unable to discern the truth. "Crouch in that corner," one instructed. "Tomorrow, you will lead us to them. Cooperate, or you shall not see the dawn." The man issued a verbal threat, then gestured with the gun for her to retreat to the wall. Sheng Nian complied, settling onto the ground, her gaze sweeping over the interior of the small eatery. There were only 7 of them, the leader armed with a pistol, likely with limited ammunition. Her own blade had been confiscated and placed on a table near the entrance. Having absorbed these details, Sheng Nian lowered her eyes, concealing her thoughts. The other 6 men in the diner surreptitiously observed her by candlelight. The dim, flickering light cast a warm glow upon Sheng Nian's face, accentuating her serene beauty. Like a blooming flower inviting admiration. Even in the harsh environment of the apocalypse, she appeared immaculate, her skin as smooth as a peeled egg. Her long, dense eyelashes resembled fans, framing a delicate nose and alluring lips, stirring a sense of unease. Most of the men were in their 20s and 30s. In the prime of their lives. One man swallowed audibly, the sound amplified in the silence. The others turned to him. Embarrassed, he chuckled nervously. "It's been so long since the apocalypse started, I haven't been with a woman. Sheng Nian looks so delicate, she even seems to have a fragrance about her. I'm a little tempted." Another man, nearing 30, eyed Sheng Nian's slender figure with regret. Even the leader, Song, upon hearing their lustful remarks, glanced in Sheng Nian's direction. Previously focused on the mission, he had overlooked her beauty. Now, he was captivated by her curves and alluring face. "She's a siren," he muttered to himself. A man beside him, sensing his interest, offered, "Song, before we return her, why not let us have some fun?" "What nonsense are you spouting? This woman is coveted by Mr. G. Do you have a death wish?" Song snapped. The man recoiled, but emboldened by desire, he continued. "A woman like her has probably slept with countless men. What difference will a few more times make? No one will know." Song's expression softened. He glanced at the woman in the corner, her slender figure and soft lips igniting a desire within him. Seeing his reaction, the man pressed on, "Song, you're the boss here. After you're done with her, the brothers can have their turn." Song licked his lips, his mouth suddenly dry. "Damn it," he exclaimed, rising and approaching Sheng Nian. The others followed suit, surrounding her. Sheng Nian had been aware of their movements. As they closed in, her eyes narrowed, her gaze as sharp as a blade. "I'm telling you, if you let us have some fun, we might spare your life. If you resist, we'll throw you to the zombies," Song threatened, standing before Sheng Nian and unbuckling his belt. The air within the restaurant grew palpably heavy as Song began to disrobe. His 6 cohorts were visibly elated, their hands instinctively moving to their own belts. With his trousers pulled at his feet, Song lunged at Sheng Nian with unbridled haste. Yet, the instant his hand reached out, Sheng Nian retaliated. She raised her palm, unleashing a swift, invisible blade towards his groin. The velocity defied reaction. A piercing shriek of agony erupted, startling the others. They glanced down to witness an unrecognizable mass amidst a spreading pool of blood. Each crimson drop a testament to their shattered lust. Writhing on the floor, Song clutched at his ravaged nether regions, his body convulsing. In a voice laced with venom, he croaked, "Kill her." The six, jolted back to reality, brandished their weapons, poised to strike. But before they could advance, a barrage of wind blades sliced through the air, embedding themselves into their flesh. Each gust was as sharp as a razor's edge. Upon contact, they relentlessly pierced the skin, inflicting deep wounds. Some were left clutching their arms, others their bellies, while some had bones cleanly severed. The restaurant was now a symphony of anguish cries. Two, less severely wounded, were momentarily stunned by the carnage, but, fueled by desperation, charged forward. "Bitch, daring to harm our brothers. You'll pay with your life. What makes you so confident?" Sheng Nian retorted, her eyes fixed on them. As the metal pipes descended, she unleashed two formidable wind blades from her palms. With sickening thuds, blood splattered. The two assailants, their bravado evaporated, retreated, clutching their wounds. Sheng Nian advanced, crouching beside Song, whose face streamed with sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Her beautiful face was now a mask of icy indifference. "Who sent you?" she demanded. Song glared back, his eyes burning with animosity, seemingly resolved to remain silent. His comrades attempted to aid him, but were incapacitated. The wind blades inflicted pain far surpassing any blade, as if any movement would cleave them in two. Sensing his defiance, Sheng Nian picked up a nearby knife and plunged it into the back of his hand. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the restaurant. The remaining six shuddered, their eyes reflecting the image of a demon risen from hell. Song's hand was pinned to the ground, his fingers twitching uncontrollably. Blood flowed freely, painting a gruesome tableau under the dim light. "Speak," Sheng Nian commanded, her feline eyes devoid of emotion. Her stunning beauty was offset by an aura of chilling menace. They had underestimated the ruthlessness she possessed. "It was Cao Cao sent us," he confessed, his teeth chattering. Sheng Nian, unfazed, inquired, "How many teams did they dispatch?" "Many. The base has issued this as a task, open to multiple teams. When we registered, there were already over 20 ahead of us," Song admitted. Silence hung heavy in the air. Sensing Sheng Nian's lack of response, Song pleaded, "I'm telling the truth, nothing held back. You must believe me." He trembled at the sight of the knife in her hand. Sheng Nian ignored him, casually pulling up a chair, crossing her legs, and exuding an unsettling aura of power. The defeated thugs dared not move. "Each of you, tell me something I don't know." "Failure results in a pierced palm," she said, twirling the knife. The candlelight danced on the blade, casting a macabre glow. Her words sent a chill down their spines. "If you don't speak quickly, I might change my mind," she added. Her voice soft, yet laced with menace. A young man in his early 20s stammered forward, "The Jiang Mei family, claiming to be your relatives, have sided with Chao Ji Gao and plan to harm you." Sheng Nian waved dismissively, signaling his release. He retreated, relieved. Emboldened, the others surged forward, vying to speak first. "Genie is plotting against Li Yuan, planning to lure him out. Genie leaves the base every week, seemingly heading to the Mountain Valley Industrial Park. The base residents are dissatisfied with Genie and want Li Yuan to replace him." As she absorbed this information, Sheng Nian's expression darkened. Genie was making moves this early? Once they had all spoken, Sheng Nian turned her gaze to Song, still writhing on the ground. "Your turn." His body tensed at her words. The others had revealed most of the information. He racked his brain, struggling to think of anything else to say. As he sweated and stammered, a soft count began. 1, 2. Each number was a death knell, tightening the noose around his neck. Song trembled uncontrollably. 3. At the count of 3, Sheng Nian ceased twirling the knife. I'll talk, he cried in desperation. Chapter 84. She strikes. Observing the sheer terror etched across his face, Sheng Nian impatiently rapped her fingers against the table. "Recently, Genie has been frequenting the Valley Industrial Park. I suspect he may be plotting something." Song trembled as he voiced this concern. Only then did Sheng Nian set down her knife, casting a glance at the pool of blood on the floor, pondering the implications of his words. Had Genie already begun laying traps in the Valley Industrial Park? Were these snares intended for her or for Li Yuan? This question lingered in Sheng Nian's mind. Shrouded in uncertainty, the outside world was engulfed in darkness. The air within the restaurant was thick with the stench of blood and an indistinguishable odor. The men huddled together in fear, none daring to speak, apprehensive of provoking Sheng Nian's wrath. Time trickled by, and gradually, some succumbed to drowsiness. Yet Sheng Nian remained acutely alert, seated in a chair, her eyes gently closed as if in a state of feigned slumber. The sight of her closed eyes only intensified the torment of the men, each bearing wounds of varying severity, with some teetering on the brink of shock, if not treated promptly. They risked becoming crippled for life, but none dared to voice their plight. As night gave way to dawn, Sheng Nian rose, gripping her large knife, and approached the restaurant's roller shutter. The moment she pulled the door open and stepped outside, the 7 men within collectively exhaled in relief. Her departure was decisive. She did not glance back. As she reached the corner of the street, she suddenly spotted a horde of zombies shambling toward her. Unlike the usual aimless zombies, these seemed to have caught a whiff of something or heard a sound, advancing purposefully in her direction. Their numbers were considerable, at least 20 or 30, by rough estimation. Realizing this, Sheng Nian glanced back toward the restaurant before swiftly retreating into a nearby alleyway to evade the approaching undead. Not long after her departure, from several streets away, she faintly heard the echoes of anguished cries. Her gaze remained indifferent, devoid of any notable change throughout. After dispatching a few wandering zombies, Sheng Nian drove westward, prioritizing the search for her family. Though there was still time before the incident involving Li Yuan unfolded, her family could not afford to wait any longer. Once she identified the pharmaceutical factory's location and learned of Genie's ambush, she would be better prepared. With these thoughts in mind, her driving grew increasingly urgent. Noon. Xinchuan base. Chao Zhigao paced back and forth at the entrance of the base, his expression stern and his demeanor ominously heavy, creating palpable pressure among the guards who dared not utter a word. A young man frequently in his company ventured, "Brother Chao, what are you waiting for? Why haven't Li Song and the others returned? Didn't he mention on the pager that he had news about Sheng Nian and her group? Why is there still no word today?" Yesterday afternoon, it was reported that they had discovered Mr. Jin's vehicle in the West City. From last night until this noon, he had done nothing but await news. As noon approached without a single beep from the pager, irritability began to gnaw at him. The young man glanced outside the base, noting the comings and goings of those on missions, yet there was no sign of Li Song's team. He too found it peculiar. What if their pager had malfunctioned? If such a vital device was lost, it likely meant the worst for them. Chao Zhigao snapped. "What are you clamoring about? Just speak plainly." "Li Song and his entire team have perished, none survived," the man blurted out, panic evident in his voice. Chao Zhigao's face darkened further upon hearing this. How could they be so foolish as to not flee upon seeing zombies? Were there no others around? His tone was harsh. The informant bowed his head respectfully, responding, "They must have all been injured, unable to resist the zombies, which led to their demise. Only those 7 were present. No others were seen." "Injured? How could they all be wounded? Are you certain you're not mistaken?" Chao Zhigao scrutinized him, searching for the truth in his words. After a moment's reflection, the man affirmed, "Indeed, they were injured. The specifics elude me, but there were too many zombies. We dared not approach closely." With that confirmation, Chao Zhigao waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage in further trivialities. He pressed his fingers against his temples, pacing as he pondered the situation. Although Li Song and his men were mere civilians, they were armed with guns and blades. Unless their adversary was extraordinarily powerful, they should have stood a chance against 7 opponents. Who could have orchestrated this? Could it have been Sheng Nian and her companions? She alone possessed formidable combat prowess among them. The mere thought of her single-handedly overpowering them sent a chill through Chao Zhigao. He could only hope it was not Sheng Nian behind this. Otherwise, with her capabilities, he would have to contemplate whether she could be left unchallenged. Meanwhile, in another residence within the base, Guocheng hurriedly returned from outside, racing up the stairs. Upon observing his haste, Dong Yunhui blinked and casually inquired, "What is the rush? Has something happened? Is there anything I can assist you with?" The trio of questions caused Guocheng to slow his pace, casting a wary glance back at the seemingly innocuous Dong Yunhui, his eyes now filled with suspicion. Chapter 85, Protect Her Departure. "This matter, I presume you would rather not know," Guocheng stated candidly. Dong Yunhui, upon realizing he was finally willing to converse with her directly, did not dwell on it further and responded immediately, "It's fine. You may speak. Li Song is dead." Seeing her eagerness to hear more, Guocheng did not hesitate and spoke bluntly. As soon as the words left his lips, Dong Yunhui's expression soured. She was well aware of who Li Song was, her cousin. Just a few days prior, he had left in good spirits, fervently promising to complete a task at the base, aiming to ascend the ranks and gain more power. And now, just days later, news of his demise had reached her. Noticing her distress, Guocheng shrugged and remarked, "I told you, you wouldn't want to hear this, yet you didn't believe me. How did he die? Are you deliberately provoking me? There are so many in their team. It is improbable for them to encounter trouble so easily." Dong Yunhui initially thought that Guocheng was deliberately saying such things to irritate her. Why would I want to provoke you? Haven't you been wandering around the base these past few days? Go inquire for yourself, and you will uncover the truth. Seeing her pale face, Guiqing grew weary of the conversation. He finished speaking and promptly ascended the stairs. In that fleeting moment as he turned away, he failed to notice Dong Yunhui's legs giving way, her entire form nearly toppling over. Captain, it has come to our attention that Li Song and his companions discovered Jin Yi's vehicle. It seems they might have news concerning Miss Sheng. However, I have just learned that Li Song and the others have perished, and there has been no sight of Miss Sheng. Guiqing knocked on Li Yuan's door. Getting straight to the point, Li Yuan's deep-set gaze met his calm countenance exuding an inscrutable depth, leaving others pondering his thoughts. After a few seconds, his steady voice resonated. What movements are being made on Jin Yi's side? It is still unclear, but I observed that Chao Zhigao is quite agitated. He may suspect a connection between the death of Li Song and Miss Sheng, Guiqing speculated. This was merely conjecture on his part, lacking confirmation. Given Chao Zhigao's dark inclinations, it was highly plausible he would entertain such a notion. Li Yuan's demeanor grew solemn, his handsome yet aloof features revealing an expression that eluded understanding, at least to Guiqing. He stood by, feeling somewhat awkward and uncertain of what Li Yuan intended to convey, choosing simply to remain silent. Have those individuals obtained any leads or whereabouts concerning Sheng Nian? It is hard to ascertain, their numbers are vast, effectively saturating the entire West City, while our manpower is comparatively limited, and we have yet to uncover any trace of Miss Sheng. In truth, it was not only Jin Yi's men who were searching, even Li Yuan had dispatched his personnel. However, the distinction lay in his intention to escort them safely out of West City towards the northwest, rather than obstruct their passage. Li Yuan, seated at his desk, scrutinized a nearly completed blueprint, his brow furrowed as he instructed, "You must personally go and eliminate any obstacles they face in West City. Do not let her see you." "Captain, why not inform?" Guiqing began, but as he met Li Yuan's frigid gaze, he instantly grasped the unspoken understanding. The captain had always been this way. Perhaps even if Liang Pingjiang's team were to depart, Li Yuan would extend the same consideration. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed an underlying difference. What precisely was altered? He could not articulate. Shaking off the disarray in his thoughts, Guiqing acquiesced and departed. The door closed behind him. Li Yuan's slightly rough fingers traced the blueprint, his profound gaze harboring inscrutable emotions. West City was vast. Sheng Nian had driven several kilometers before being halted. The streets of West City were in utter disarray. A chaotic tableau before her. Various vehicles lay strewn across the ground in bizarre configurations, some even having crashed into nearby shops, their fronts embedded within the structures. These disordered vehicles completely obstructed the thoroughfare, rendering it impassable. With no choice, Sheng Nian exited her vehicle and proceeded on foot. Along the roadside, she encountered an array of zombies, each grotesque and repulsive, their decaying faces and tattered, filthy clothing eliciting revulsion. Among them were a pair of zombies that stood out. As she passed a fireworks store, she spotted two zombies stumbling towards her, their heads drooping as they approached. Remarkably, their upper bodies were entirely hollow, the flesh seemingly vanished, allowing her to see the ground through the gaping hole in their chests. This was the first time she had encountered such a peculiar breed of zombie. As she observed them, they limped closer, reaching out towards her. With a swift motion, she brandished her blade, and two jets of dark blood sprayed forth as they collapsed simultaneously. These were the most primitive of zombies, lacking any significant aggression, making them easy to dispatch. Sheng Nian severed their heads and extracted two crystal cores. The apocalypse had long since passed, and during this era, whether ordinary or evolved, zombies generally possessed cores within their skulls, differing only in grade. After collecting the cores, Sheng Nian examined the hollow chests of the fallen zombies, which appeared to have been blasted apart, devoid of any organs yet still capable of movement and consuming flesh. Their initial mutation stemmed from the brain. The sudden onset of this catastrophe remained a mystery to her. Just as this thought surged within her, she dismissed the irrelevant musings and continued her journey forward. The path ahead was entirely blocked. An old building had collapsed at an angle, completely sealing the route. The structure resembled a ruin, devoid of any human presence. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated an alternative route when suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by strange, guttural sounds. Woof, woof, woof. The noise resembled barking yet held a distinct quality. She raised her head, following the sound's direction. In that instant, she witnessed a shadowy figure leaping towards her face. Chapter 86. The zombie dogs growl with a piercing roar. Sheng Nian swung her large blade, cleaving downwards with precision. The blade sliced cleanly through the head, dividing the dark, grotesque form in two, which collapsed onto the ground. It was only then that Sheng Nian discerned it was a zombie dog. The creature was entirely shrouded in darkness, its head split in half, oozing thick, black-red blood that seemed impervious to dissolution. Had the emergence of zombie dogs occurred so soon? The moment she beheld the carcass, Sheng Nian and Appo's slender brows furrowed. In her recollection, zombie dogs typically surfaced only after 6 months into the apocalypse. Had merely a few months elapsed? The zombie dog bore little distinction from the common undead. Its body was largely decomposed, leaving behind little more than a skeletal frame, with the exception of the viscous black blood. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a pearl-sized crystal lodged within the remnants of one half of its skull. She crouched down and extracted the crystal core, which was a pale yellow and bore no significant difference from ordinary ones. After securing the crystal, she turned and proceeded westward. However, after traversing only a few streets, she heard voices nearby. Instinctively, she concealed herself, straining to discern the source of the commotion. Yesterday, a few individuals mentioned that over 20 teams had been dispatched to capture them in the Western market. In such dire circumstances, caution was paramount. What a miserable task this is. The streets are teeming with zombies, yet we've seen not a soul in 2 days, and we've already lost several lives. At this rate, everyone will flee, and we'll be left here to perish. A voice of impatience echoed through the air. Keep your voice down. You'll attract the zombies, came a cautionary reply. Am I wrong? It's just one woman. There are plenty of women in the base. Why are they fixated on one who has escaped? Dispatching so many teams and losing so many abilities seems profoundly unjust. The disgruntled individual's anger only intensified, burning with indignation. Mr. Jean must have his reasons. We can only comply. There's no point in further discussion. Hush, something is approaching, one person said, cautiously peeking outside. At that moment, Sheng Nian also directed her gaze towards the commotion. The man emerged fully from hiding, scanning left and right. As he turned his head, his eyes met Sheng Nian's. In that instant, his mouth opened, eyes widened, and he raised a hand to point at her, ready to shout. When suddenly, a zombie lunged forth from nowhere, sinking its teeth into his neck. The man's eyes remained fixed on Sheng Nian's direction. But before he could utter a word, his breath ceased. The others, witnessing the horror, rushed to attack the zombie but were too late. Sheng Nian averted her gaze and leaned against the wall, contemplating her route. This path was occupied by Jean's men. They likely possessed communication devices if they spotted her. It would undoubtedly invite unwarranted complications. Yet, diverting her path would cost her precious time. After a brief moment of deliberation, she resolutely opted for a change in course. Continuing onward, she passed through a commercial street and spotted a shopping mall. Just as she contemplated entering to scavenge for supplies, she noticed a somewhat familiar group emerging from within. Leading the group was Liang Pingjiang. Seeing him, Sheng Nian felt a flicker of surprise. What brought them to the Western market? She concealed herself, inching closer to eavesdrop. Brother Liang, do you think Genie has lost his mind? Is it worth expending so much manpower and resources to come to the Western market? Is that family truly so significant? Questioned a newcomer, puzzled. Liang Pingjiang hesitated momentarily at the inquiry. Was it worth it? The memory of their first encounter with Sheng Nian surfaced, shortly after the onset of the apocalypse. Many of them had awaited their chance in a convenience store. At that time, Sheng Nian had effortlessly dispatched numerous zombies without so much as breaking a sweat. From that moment, he had perceived her as extraordinary. In this desolate world, she was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. It was then that he resolved to follow her, only to discover that she had no intention of accepting him. Reflecting on the past, Liang Pingjiang turned to the young man and remarked, if you had encountered her, you would never pose such a question. The earnestness in his tone left the young man bewildered, rendering him speechless. The others surveyed their surroundings, noting the absence of Miss Sheng, but spotting several unsavory characters. Look at these rascals. They engage in all manner of nefarious deeds without fear of divine retribution, one spat, expressing his disdain. As they proceeded, they lamented over the absence of Miss Sheng and wondered if she had already departed the Western market. Listening to their voices drift from a distance, Sheng Nian felt a surge of complex emotions. She understood that Liang Pingjiang was now under the command of Li Yuan. His presence here was unambiguous. Once they had moved on, she emerged from her hiding spot and headed in another direction, towards the opposite side of the Western market. A girl stumbled into a narrow alley. Glancing back in terror, a clear bullet wound marred her shoulder, blood seeping through her fingers as she pressed against the injury. Exhausted, she leaned against the wall. her face pale with fear as gunfire echoed behind her. Just as she prepared to flee again, a door beside her swung open, and an arm reached out, pulling her inside with force. Sheng gasped, startled, and was about to scream when a large hand clamped over her mouth. She stared fearfully at her captor, a young man of refined appearance. "Do not cry out. We mean you no harm," he assured her, while a similarly youthful girl beside him regarded her with curiosity. Seeing they did not seem malicious, Sheng nodded in astonishment and confusion. The hand covering her mouth was then released. Yet, the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Chapter 87. Finding them after an entire day's detour. By evening, Sheng Nian had reached the outskirts of the West City. At this pace, she would be able to completely depart from the city by tomorrow morning, following the path leading northwest. She anticipated that it would not be long before she caught up with her family. This area was not as bustling as the city center, yet amidst the apocalypse, it presented a landscape filled with ruins, desolate and devoid of human presence. There were not many cars blocking the road nearby, and she casually selected one, intending to drive away the next day. Just as she was about to find a place to rest for the night, a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, suddenly appeared beside her. The boy appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothes damp and his hair greasy and matted, as if he had not washed since the onset of the apocalypse. Yet, his deep, dark eyes held a certain calmness, quite uncharacteristic for a child of his age. Noticing the boy who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, Sheng Nian glanced around. There were no zombies in sight, nor any normal humans. The boy did not seem to have been bitten. After a brief assessment, she chose to ignore him. The little boy edged closer, and when he saw that she remained unresponsive, he could no longer contain himself. "Sister, I am very hungry. Could you spare me some food? I am also quite thirsty. Could you give me something to drink?" Sheng Nian turned to look at him seriously. The boy did not refuse, but instead pondered for a moment and said, "Then open your mouth." Suddenly, he stretched out his hands, and from his palms, a small stream of water shot forth, splashing against Sheng Nian's foot. "Sheng Nian?" She looked down at her wet shoes, pausing in silence for a couple of seconds. Subsequently, she retrieved a packet of instant noodles from her backpack and handed it to him. "Keep your distance." The boy said nothing, snatching the noodles and devouring them ravenously. As he munched on the noodles, he looked up and asked, "Sister, where are you going?" "There are many people in the underground passage nearby. If you are afraid, you can stay with them." Having taken a few steps, Sheng Nian turned back, her gaze fixed on the boy's grimy face. "Many people? Have you seen someone missing an arm?" "Follow me," he replied after a moment of contemplation, leading her to a nearby underground passage. This passage had once been a commercial street but had since been abandoned, leaving it empty yet intact. Upon entering, a heavy atmosphere enveloped her. The air was stagnant, filled with a foul odor and a musty scent. As she stepped further in, Sheng Nian instinctively furrowed her brow. After passing through an iron door and walking a short distance, she was confronted by a disheveled group of people sprawled out in the passage. They lacked vitality, nearly lying together and living aimlessly. Sheng Nian's gaze swept rapidly over them. After glancing at dozens of faces without spotting anyone familiar, her impatience began to surface. Just as she was about to inquire further, the boy pointed to a direction ahead. Raising her eyes, she found herself meeting several pairs of eyes staring back at her. The air seemed to still. She paused momentarily, and after 2 seconds, she could no longer hold back and rushed over. "Mom, Dad, how are you? Have you been eating well? Are you safe? Is there still food?" "We're fine." Kai Chiu seemed hesitant to elaborate, ultimately only stating these 4 words. Gripping her wrist, Sheng Nian examined her parents. They appeared somewhat travel-worn, dusty, and disheveled, yet they were healthy and unharmed. Although relieved, she sensed something was amiss. Her parents were present, along with Yin Hong and Bai He, but Xing Hui was conspicuously absent. Noticing this, her expression darkened. "Where's Hui Hui? She got separated from us." Kai Chiu's eyes reddened as she spoke. "This morning, some people were chasing us. Hui Hui took the initiative to divert their attention and separated from us. The situation was urgent, and we had no time to make any arrangements before we got split up. They were numerous and a significant target. Moving slowly each day made them susceptible to notice. After several days of fear, they were discovered this morning just as they were about to exit the city." As Kai Chiu recounted the details, her companion's eyes glistened with unshed tears, their emotions barely contained. Sheng Nian's face turned dark as she absorbed their words, her expression cold and resolute. "She is still in West City?" "Yes, but we do not know her exact location." Upon hearing this, Sheng Nian felt a surge of anxiety. Yet she forced herself to remain calm. She sat on the ground and, with a voice that appeared steady, said, "Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow, we will go find her." Understanding her reasoning, the others recognized that they had no better options. Meanwhile, those nearby in the passage began to cast glances in their direction. A few filthy youths, resembling beggars, approached with ill intentions. "Is this your daughter?" "She is quite pretty," one of the young men leered, running a hand along his lower lip as his gaze roamed over Sheng Nian. Sheng Mingwa immediately stood up, ready to confront him. Another man audaciously interjected, "Letting so many of you stay here for the night is already generous of us. In return, let your daughter spend the night with us brothers. Wouldn't that be fair?" The first young man's laughter erupted. "Exactly. If we enjoy ourselves enough, we might even allow you to stay here long term." Hearing such despicable words from their lips, Sheng Mingwa's complexion turned ashen, and he clenched his fists, prepared to retaliate. However, before he could act, Sheng Nian, gripping the hilt of her knife, swiftly made a decisive slash. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the underground passage as the first young man's eyes were rendered useless. Bloodpoe Chapter 88, A Life at Stake. Nian. Sheng Mingwa and Kaichio were taken aback. They had just witnessed Sheng Nian wielding a knife, and her movements were astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, the young man's eye had been slashed. Blood gushed down his cheek like a fountain, sending chills down the spine of onlookers, making their hearts tremble with fear. What is happening? Hearing her parents calling her, Sheng Nian turned to them. A faint smile gracing her lips, her voice light and unaffected. Her tranquil demeanor suggested that nothing had transpired, leaving Kaichio and her husband speechless. The young man who had spoken moments ago, now shaken, trembled uncontrollably as he witnessed her calmness after such a violent act, the wetness from his fear trickling onto the ground. This woman was terrifying. She was a devil, a heartless demon capable of murder without a second thought. Surrounding bystanders hastily moved away, seeking distance from the scene, their movements swift yet cautious, careful not to provoke Sheng Nian's ire. Kaichio, Sheng Mingwa, and their companions Yin Hong and Bai He stared in disbelief at the crowd's reaction, momentarily stunned. Just that afternoon, upon arriving at the underground passage, many had approached them, seeking supplies. It was only when they recognized the family's extraordinary abilities that they dared not press further. The only one who instilled such fear was Sheng Nian. In a mere 10 minutes, the area surrounding their family was deserted, with no one within a 5-meter radius. Even the small boy who had entered with Sheng Nian, witnessing the terror unfold, was left bewildered. He clutched the half-eaten instant noodles in his hand, lost in thought about whether his sister was frightening or not. The young man blinded by Sheng Nian was dragged away, and no one dared to provoke trouble that night. When dawn broke, the family shared a simple meal before leaving the underground passage without looking back. The moment they vanished around the staircase, a collective sigh of relief swept through the remaining individuals in the passage. Sheng Nian entered the vehicle she had discovered the previous day and drove through the city of Shishir. She had previously avoided these individuals to prevent being burdened. But today was different. Today, she specifically sought them out. Xing Hui, who had become separated from the group, faced insurmountable odds in escaping their clutches. The mere thought of her being captured by genies sent shivers down Sheng Nian's spine, fueling her rage. Seething with hatred, she wished to dismantle these individuals piece by piece. She revved the engine, her expression grave, an aura of intimidation enveloping her. The family remained silent, unwilling to disturb her focus. No one had brazenly traversed the streets of Shishir as she did. Upon sensing the presence of the living, the zombies stirred with excitement, pursuing their vehicle. As the car sped ahead, the horde of zombies swelled behind them. Feeling the growing number of zombies trailing them, Kaichio's brow twitched anxiously. "Nian Nian? Shouldn't we change our approach?" "No need. It's manageable," Sheng Nian replied, glancing in the rearview mirror. The most formidable zombies among them were only of second-tier strength, unable to match the speed of the car. The urgency lay with Hui Hui. Every minute spent searching for her increased the likelihood of her peril. She could not afford to wait any longer. However, soon enough, zombies caught up to the rear of the vehicle. In response, Bai He opened the window, her hands forming fireballs which she hurled backward. Her fireballs had significantly improved since the last time she had incinerated zombie corpses, now much larger. The zombies, impervious to pain, continued their relentless advance despite being engulfed in flames. This extraordinary spectacle unfolded across Shishir, startling nearby survivors and task forces alike. Who were these individuals, capable of such reckless actions? One curious member of a nearby squad leaned out to catch a glimpse. The moment he did, Sheng Nian's eyes locked onto him. "Is that one of Genie's men?" she thought, immediately steering the vehicle toward him. "Is she insane? Why is she driving toward us?" The squad, initially resting in a water shop, had merely intended to take a break, But the sudden approach of a vehicle filled with chaos sent them into panic. They stared in horror at the dense throng of zombies behind the car. If those zombies reached them, survival was uncertain. In a frenzy, the group scrambled to close the door, but it was too late. Sheng Nian parked the vehicle directly at the entrance, blocking their escape. Without hesitation, she seized one of them, demanding, "Where is Sheng Hui?" Recognition dawned on their faces as they realized she was Sheng Nian, the very person they had encountered during their mission. However, in the face of her fierce and decisive demeanor, they could only retreat into the safety of the shop, prioritizing their lives over the mission. "Let me go, please, you insane woman," cried the young man, who had foolishly peered outside, struggling against her grip. He cast fearful glances toward the approaching zombies. "They're getting closer. I ask you again, where is my sister Sheng Hui?" Sheng Nian tightened her grip, pulling him closer to the window, her gaze piercing through him. Overwhelmed, the young man broke down in tears, his fear palpable. "Yesterday, our people spotted her. She seemed to have been shot, but we couldn't capture her. With so many zombies in Shishir, she might already." In his sheer terror, he hesitated, realizing the gravity of his words. Upon hearing that Sheng Hui had been injured, Sheng Nian's expression morphed into one of terrifying rage. She flung the young man to the ground. "You will pay for this." Chapter 89. Sheng Hui lives. The low rumble of the accelerator reverberated deafeningly. Sheng Nian drove away, leaving those behind in a heart-wrenching cacophony of screams that pierced the ears of everyone nearby. Soon, the gnashing of zombies could be heard. Many present, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, felt their hearts tremble uncontrollably. Only Sheng Nian remained unperturbed. She maneuvered the vehicle, evading the pursuing zombies, and veered into another alley. Kai Chiu glanced back, her mind replaying the horrific image of the dismembered man, causing her heart to race with trepidation as thoughts of Hui Hui surfaced. The man had mentioned that Hui Hui had been shot and might already be. At this thought, her heart clenched painfully. Nian Nian. Hui Hui has been silent for so long, could it be that? She dared not voice the rest. She simultaneously hoped the man's words were untrue while fearing that something dreadful had indeed befallen Hui Hui. Sheng Nian's stoic demeanor only added to the weight in their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. Behind their vehicle, another horde of zombies gradually followed. Throughout that day, the spectacle in the West City unfolded, cars racing ahead with zombies in relentless pursuit. Until dusk, there was no news from Sheng Nian. The teams dispatched by Jean E instinctively kept their distance upon spotting their vehicle, offering no chance for proximity due to this very factor, leaving them with scant information about Sheng Nian. As darkness enveloped the city, Sheng Nian returned to the underground passage where they had been the previous night. Upon entering, the previously scattered crowd immediately fell into an orderly formation. One moment, it had been as chaotic as a marketplace. The next, it resembled a disciplined classroom. The crowd's behavior was an instinctive response, which Sheng Nian's family chose to disregard as they found a place to rest. Once seated, those nearby silently shifted to another spot, the atmosphere growing heavy with tension. Sheng Nian pulled out several packs of biscuits from her backpack, distributing them among the group. They all lacked appetite, merely nibbling to stave off hunger. "Nian Nian, how shall we find Hui Hui next?" Sheng Minghua could no longer contain his worries. With no means of communication and uncertainty about Sheng Nian's exact location, aimlessly searching as they had done that day seemed futile. Yet, they had no alternative means to seek her. Still chewing on her biscuit, Sheng Nian paused at his words, contemplating before responding. "First, I will take you to the Yang City base, and then I will search for her." Their larger group posed challenges for mobility. Perhaps her solo endeavor would yield better efficiency. Upon hearing that she intended to venture out alone again, Kai Chiu's anxiety heightened. What if a situation like this arises again? "Where shall we wait for you?" Sheng Nian lifted her gaze to her. Kai Chiu, speaking hastily without considering her feelings, was nonetheless fearful of a repeat of the earlier incident. The previous decision had been made in haste, leaving them no time to react, forcing them into action. Her words struck a painful chord in Sheng Nian's heart. She began to ponder whether her last decision to return to the industrial park to confront the pharmaceutical factory had been right or wrong. Not only had she failed to resolve the issue, but it had also led to Sheng Hui's disappearance. Closing her eyes briefly, she suppressed the surge of emotions within. "Nian Nian, Mom spoke thoughtlessly just now. Please don't take it to heart. We harbor no blame. We merely wish to stay close to you for mutual support." Kai Chiu attempted to soothe her. Sheng Nian maintained her calm facade. "It's all right. The Yang City base is relatively safe. You can settle there. And once I locate Hui Hui, I shall join you." Her resolve remained firm. Seeing her determination, they refrained from further discussion. The next morning, as dawn broke, Sheng Nian procured another vehicle and transported them to the Yang City base. Compared to the Xinchuan base, the Yang City base was smaller but deemed safer at this time, primarily due to the absence of Jin-es men, allowing her some peace of mind. At midday, Sheng Nian exchanged a certain number of crystal cores to temporarily rent a house for them and left behind some supplies before departing in haste. Watching her retreating figure, Kaichio couldn't help but sigh. Uncertain of Hui Hui's condition, seeing Sheng Nian like this stirred her compassion. Mind your words. Don't burden the child with unnecessary worries, Xing Mingwa cautioned. Meanwhile, in the West City, Sheng Hui awoke from her unconsciousness, her eyes meeting the refined face of a man. Alarmed, she attempted to sit up, but winced as the movement strained her shoulder wound, causing her to pale. Noticing her discomfort, Fu Jian reassured her. There is no need for alarm. The bullet in your arm has been removed. With proper care, you will be fine. As he made no further advances and stood to leave, Sheng Hui felt her guard lower slightly. At that moment, she heard a girl's voice from outside. Brother, why do you keep bringing home beautiful girls? The last one was run over by a car, and this one was shot. What will the next one be like? Be quiet if you can't speak sensibly, Fu Jian replied coolly, casting her a sidelong glance before entering another room. Fu Ying pouted and walked into the room, her eyes landing on Sheng Hui. Observing her closely, she remarked, Isn't my brother experiencing a stroke of luck? He keeps finding such exquisite girls. What do you mean? Sheng Hui replied, puzzled by her insinuation. Had they indeed rescued many girls before? Although my brother has picked up 2 girls before, I still think you are better. The last one was so cold, her gaze frightened even me. Seeing Sheng Hui's frail appearance, her eyes brimming with vulnerability, Fu Ying found her much more approachable than the previous girl. As she contemplated this, Fu Ying scrutinized her even more intently. Meanwhile, Sheng Hui seized upon a crucial detail, eagerly asking, what did the last girl look like? Did she resemble me? Chapter 90. The hatred in one's heart. Miss Sheng, it has been quite some time. You remain as radiant as ever. In a different part of the West City, Sheng Nian had just driven into the territory when her path was abruptly obstructed by 2 armored vehicles. A figure emerged from one of the vehicles, regarding her with a smile that was anything but genuine. It was Chao Zhigao. To her surprise, aside from the numerous teams, even he had personally come out. The armored vehicle was equipped with an array of weaponry, and the occupants were all watching her with predatory intensity, prepared for combat at a moment's notice. It was evident that her actions from the previous day had reached their ears. Despite the tense atmosphere, Sheng Nian maintained a calm demeanor, her expression unruffled. She fixed her beautiful gaze upon Chao Zhigao, unflinchingly declaring, It has been a while. You continue to be utterly repugnant. Her words were blunt and lacking in courtesy, causing a wave of apprehension among the onlookers. Chao Zhigao, known for his pettiness and penchant for holding grudges, was now at the pinnacle of power within the base, with only Genie able to overshadow him. Outside of that, he was accustomed to reigning supreme, and being mocked in such a manner by Sheng Nian would undoubtedly bruise his ego. True to his nature, he would not easily swallow such an insult. Yet, to their astonishment, Chao Zhigao retained that ambiguous smile, showing neither anger nor irritation. Miss Sheng, you're what remains as sharp as ever. I heard that you were with your family yesterday. How is it that you find yourself alone today? Could it be that they have gone underground to keep your sister company? As he spoke the final words, a sinister smile spread across his face. Sheng Nian's expression darkened in an instant. Clenching the large knife in her hand, fury surged from the depths of her being. Chao Zhigao, what do you think you are? Merely Jin Yi's most obedient dog. Without him, you are nothing. Indeed, your entire family has perished, leaving you as the sole survivor. It would be a shame not to protect your pitiful life. When it came to scorn, Sheng Nian had never been bested. She had a knack for returning mockery tenfold, whether through verbal taunts or physical pain. The previously grinning Chao Zhigao could no longer maintain his composure upon hearing her words. The demise of his family was a secret known to very few within the base. How did she know? His eyes darkened with malice as he glared at her. In response, Sheng Nian smirked. I heard your family met a rather tragic end, starvation, violence, or perhaps they fell victim to the undead. It seems their deaths were not sufficiently harrowing. Should I encounter them, I would ensure they are reduced to ashes to fully comprehend the hatred in my heart. Chao Zhigao was taken aback by her sharp tongue. In the past, she had been cold and reticent, the type to silently accomplish her tasks. Now, however, her words had the power to infuriate. As he felt his rage boiling over, Sheng Nian tightened her grip on her weapon, matching his intensity with her own. She had long yearned to kill him, a desire that had lingered from her past life. Without further ado, Chao Zhigao raised his gun and aimed it at Sheng Nian. Pulling the trigger, I had considered sparing you, but now it seems your life is forfeit. I shall send you and your sister to meet in the underworld." The deafening gunfire echoed throughout the area, reverberating for miles. Even the surrounding undead were drawn toward the commotion. In a split second, Sheng Nian darted behind the vehicle, evading the barrage of bullets. Qiao Zhigao, now enraged, could not comprehend why she seemed to know his deepest fears. All he desired was her life. After dodging the relentless gunfire, Sheng Nian unleashed a flurry of wind blades from her palm. Upon witnessing her use of supernatural abilities, Qiao Zhigao discarded his gun and summoned his own wind blades. The two forces clashed in the air, concealed within the tumult of wind. The onlookers, brought by Genie, were eager to intervene but found themselves powerless. Sheng Nian's abilities far surpassed theirs, leaving them no opportunity to assist without risking disaster. Consequently, they held back, seeking shelter from the impending onslaught of wind blades. The air was filled with the faint sounds of wind blades slicing through space. With a fierce determination to eliminate Qiao Zhigao, Sheng Nian unleashed a multitude of sharp blades. Though both wielded second-level abilities, Qiao Zhigao found himself at a disadvantage, his proficiency not matching hers. After several exchanges, a sense of dread settled over Qiao Zhigao, observing the relentless onslaught of wind blades from Sheng Nian. He pondered in disbelief at her remarkable mastery. If this continued, even Genie might not stand a chance against her. Recognizing the potential threat, he steeled himself, intent on ending Sheng Nian and Apos' life swiftly. His subordinates, equally aware of his intent, watched intently as she reached into her black backpack. They exchanged glances of confusion when, in the next moment, she retrieved a lighter. Before they could react, Sheng Nian ignited the object and hurled it toward them. It was a fuse. Realization struck, and they widened their eyes in horror, scrambling to escape. But it was too late. Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted into the sky, and a tremendous explosion resonated throughout the area. The shockwave FR Chapter 91. The detonation of the explosive package by Sheng Nian created a crater in the area. The shockwave propelled Sheng Nian backward. Only the two armored vehicles in the vicinity remained relatively intact, while other structures and objects sustained varying degrees of damage. The area where she had thrown the explosive package was near Qiao Zhigao, but he was nowhere to be seen. Emerging from behind the vehicle, Sheng Nian's eyes rapidly scanned the area. The ground was pockmarked with craters, but Qiao Zhigao was not where he had been standing. She furrowed her brow slightly. Just as she was about to approach the armored vehicles, a menacing voice sounded from the side. "I didn't expect you to carry explosives with you. You were the one at the Mountain Valley Industrial Park." Qiao Zhigao stared intently at her, his narrow eyes seemingly piercing through her. He said ominously, "It was you, wasn't it, Apos, Tia?" The explosion had indeed affected him. He no longer possessed his former arrogance, appearing disheveled. But his eyes held the same sinister glint as in her previous life. A scene suddenly flashed in Sheng Nian's mind. It was the first time. Qiao Zhigao squatted in front of a cage, holding a sharp fruit knife. He held the knife to the girl's eyes in the cage, smiling wickedly. "Your eyes are beautiful. I wonder if they and Apos, LL still be this pretty after this knife?" She looked at him, terrified and helpless. Even now, she vividly remembered the cold glint of the blade. The icy blade felt as if it was peeling off a layer of her skin as it touched her cheek. Sheng Nian never wanted to recall such a chilling scene. But at this moment, the memories of both lifetimes seemed to merge. She gripped the greatsword in her hand even tighter. She was no longer the person she used to be. She would never allow him to control her again. Still want to resist? What kind of deal did you make with Li Yuan? Do you really think he can give you a bright future? Let me tell you. If you had been sensible and followed me before today, you might have survived in this apocalypse. But now, you must die? Qiao Zhigao's hatred had not dissipated. He had no intention of extracting any information from Sheng Nian, nor did he want to waste time. He directly pulled the trigger. In the nick of time, Sheng Nian jerked her head to the side, and at the same time, the greatsword in her hand swiftly swung up. Bang slash, two sounds rang out simultaneously. Sheng Nian's greatsword plunged straight into Qiao Zhigao's abdomen. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. Her speed was simply too fast. "Brother Qiao." Some of those nearby who had been affected by the aftermath of the explosion were shocked by the scene. Some wanted to rush out to help, but were quickly pulled back. He's done for. Going out now is suicide. This woman is insane. Qiao Zhigao's strength far surpassed theirs. Before this, they could only look up to him, but today they watched him get killed. Moreover, this woman was carrying explosives. Who in their right mind would do that? None of Qiao Zhigao's men dared to come out, each staying far away. They continued to watch the scene from afar. Sheng Nian approached Qiao Zhigao, looking at his eyes. which were wide with shock, his face full of unwillingness, and watching him fall straight to the ground, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. She slowly crouched down, her gaze scrutinizing him, watching him struggle to breathe, and coldly laughed. Have you ever experienced the feeling of losing your head? Want to try it today? Hearing her deranged words, Qiao Zhigao's chest heaved up and down, and the blood from his abdomen flowed even faster. The great sword was still stuck in his body. Seeing his face twisted in pain, Sheng Nian gripped the hilt of the sword and slowly pulled it out. The blade was covered in blood, dripping down from the tip. Qiao Zhigao was still conscious, but unable to speak. His pale eyes stared at the beautiful girl with a devilish heart in front of him, and for the first time, he knew what fear was. Seeing the slight emotion in his eyes, Sheng Nian slowly moved closer to him and whispered, Qiao Zhigao, can you guess why I know the most unspeakable things in your heart? He stared at her, wanting to speak, but unable to utter a word. Because Sheng Nian chuckled softly, leaning down and saying, you told me these things yourself in my previous life. Her voice was clearly clear and pleasant, but it sent chills down his spine. Devil. She's definitely a devil. I wanted to tear you to pieces, cut you into 1,000 pieces, but you died so quickly. It's a bit boring. Looking at his rapidly fading life force, Sheng Nian sighed leisurely and raised the great sword in her hand. The moment Sheng Nian's great sword fell, a young man who had witnessed the scene from not far away was so frightened that he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. She's too terrifying. The young man was covered in goosebumps, his face ashen, and his hands shook uncontrollably. The others were not much better. They were all people who had followed Qiao Zhigao and lorded over the base, enjoying high-level treatment on weekdays. They had never seen such a scene before. How could such a beautiful and delicate young girl do such a thing? This place was like a slaughterhouse, making them afraid to stay for even a second longer. They hurriedly ran to the armored vehicles, started the engines, and tried to leave this place. Seeing them drive away, Sheng Nian didn't care. After all, they would meet again soon. She took what she needed, took off the thin black shirt Qiao Zhigao was wearing, wrapped it together, tied it into a knot, and carried it in her hand. Before the zombies surrounded her, Sheng Nian got into the car, put the packed items on the passenger seat, and headed straight for the Xinchuan base. And ahead of her, those who had been scared out of their wits and fled back started shouting as soon as they entered the base. Mr. Jin, Brother Qiao has been killed. Soon, the news spread quickly throughout the base. Chapter 92, The Return of Sheng Nian Captain. At the moment Guo Qing learned this news in his residence, he was both astonished and bewildered as he gazed at Li Yuan seated before him. He struggled to find the right words and stammered, Miss Xing is truly formidable. Having directly killed Qiao Zhigao? I reckon Qiao Zhigao never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of a girl. At that moment, Dong Yunhui and Zhao Changming were also present, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Who was Qiao Zhigao? He was Jin Yi's right-hand man, endowed with a formidable wind-based ability. Coupled with his domineering and fierce demeanor, few within the entire base dared to oppose him. Yet, this very man had quietly perished outside, with the news reaching them only through hearsay. Zhao Changming pondered for a moment before remarking, I never expected Miss Xing's abilities to have grown to such an extent that even Qiao Zhigao fell before her. Upon hearing this, and noticing no one dared to contradict him, he glanced at Li Yuan. Individuals of Miss Xing's caliber were rare. If they could persuade her to join their ranks, perhaps they could alleviate some of their burdens. Upon hearing his words, Guocheng regarded him with skepticism, unable to fully agree. It was evident that he had not felt this way prior. Li Yuan's gaze remained inscrutable, neither opposing nor endorsing the notion, leaving everyone uncertain of his thoughts. Dong Yunhui, on the other hand, felt a twinge of anxiety. While Sheng Nian indeed possessed strength, she carried the weight of family and exhibited impulsive tendencies, often acting recklessly without regard for consequences. Inviting such a person into their team could prove detrimental, rendering her more of a liability than an asset. As she considered this, she cast a discontented glance at Zhao Changming. At that very moment, as Dong Yunhui's gaze flicked towards Zhao Changming, she met Li Yuan's chilling stare. A sudden chill swept over her. For reasons unknown, she felt as though all her thoughts were laid bare before Li Yuan, as if he could see right through her. What did you say? Who has died? Who killed them? In another residence within the base, Genie had just emerged from the basement. He surveyed the trembling individuals before him, suspicion etched across his weathered face. Instinctively, he felt that they were speaking of someone else, the one who had just spoken. Seeing Genie's demeanor, stuttered, struggling to articulate it. It was Brother Qiao who was killed by Sheng Nian. Qiao Zhigao was killed by Sheng Nian? Do you understand the gravity of what you're saying? Genie fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes shimmering with a threatening glint. The man flinched, instinctively retreating a step, shrinking his neck, too fearful to utter another word. The others mirrored his caution, terrified that Sheng Nian might turn his wrath upon them. No one dared to speak further. Sheng Nian, too, refrained from pressing for details. Walking to the window on the first floor and gazing out at the rows of buildings, his eyes narrowing with an intimidating glint. The others in the room were caught in a state of limbo, unsure whether to stay or leave, too frightened to even breathe. Regarding the particulars of Cao Zhigao's demise, Sheng Nian did not inquire, and they were too afraid to speak, fearing they might invite calamity upon themselves. At that moment, a guard rushed in, breathless. "Mr. Jin, it's bad news. Sheng Nian has arrived." Upon hearing this, Sheng Nian's expression darkened. He waved his hand, and a fireball engulfed the guard. The scene sent shivers down the spines of those who had returned, witnessing Sheng Nian's merciless nature that left no room for dialogue, swiftly condemning the man to death. The guard writhed on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames, but the more he rolled, the more intense the pain became. Observing his agonized cries, Sheng Nian's gaze remained cold and unyielding. "A mere woman has frightened you to this extent? What use are you?" With that, Sheng Nian turned on his heel, striding toward the base's entrance. He had been troubled by the inability to locate her. Now, she had come to him, saving him the trouble of expending resources to find her. At the same time, the entrance of the base was abuzz with activity. Numerous survivors gathered, watching the imposing figure of Sheng Nian standing resolutely outside the gate. Her expression was icy, her left hand gripping a black cloth-wrapped object, while her right brandished a gleaming blade. Her mere presence exuded an overwhelming pressure, deterring the guards from admitting her. The iron gate stood firmly shut as those nearby prepared for a show of force. Before long, Sheng Nian arrived, draped in a thin black cloak, his expression one of cold indifference. He scrutinized the delicate yet fierce countenance of Sheng Nian outside the gate and remarked with a hint of mockery, "Miss Sheng possesses quite the prowess to have dealt with Cao Zhigao, merely a pawn. Do you truly believe that by killing him, you have achieved something significant? Since you have returned today, do not harbor thoughts of leaving again." As he spoke, he gestured for the guards to open the gate. The iron gate creaked open, and the moment it did, Sheng Nian stepped forward. Hearing her demand, Sheng Nian's smile grew more derisive. He leisurely adjusted his fingers, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "I presume you have yet to locate your sister? Have you come to ask me for her? Sheng Nian, your actions have made me reluctant to take your life," he taunted. In response, Sheng Nian held his gaze steadily, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Should I then express my gratitude for your mercy?" With that, she loosened her grip on the wrapped object and tossed it toward Sheng Nian. It rolled to a stop at his feet, the blood-stained wrapping unfurling to reveal a familiar face. Those closest to the scene were overcome with nausea, unable to suppress their retching. "This serves as a token of gratitude. Are you satisfied?" Sheng Nian beamed at him, her beautiful smile contrasting starkly with the horrific sight, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld her. Sheng Nian's smile gradually faded, his gaze fixated on the face that had emerged from the wrapping. He could not discern the cause of death, but the terror in Cao Zhigao's wide, bulging eyes haunted him. He had not been present at the scene, yet he could feel the fear that had gripped Cao in those final moments. He stared intently at Sheng Nian. "Did you personally sever his head?" Judging by Mr. Jin's reaction, it seemed he was quite pleased with my gift. Chapter 93. Inversion of Truth. Sheng Nian smiled softly, her eyes, reminiscent of a sky full of stars, arched charmingly, and her pink lips curled upward, illuminating her entire face with a radiant smile. Under ordinary circumstances, anyone who beheld her would be entranced. Yet, the current atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. The more she beamed, the more trepidation rippled through the hearts of those around her. Sheng Nian, Sheng Nian was incensed by the provocation. In his lifetime, no one had dared to confront him so brazenly. This young girl was audacious beyond measure. Witnessing her fury, Sheng Nian remained unperturbed, her smile unwavering. "Is Mr. Jin uninterested in my grand gesture? That would pose a dilemma, for with my abilities, this is the utmost I can achieve." In that fleeting moment, Sheng Nian finally grasped why Li Yuan had gone to such lengths to protect her. However, losing a mere dog, did he truly think he could manipulate me? Instead of ruminating on such matters, he should contemplate how to extricate himself. As his anger surged, Sheng Nian gestured to the people beside him. They instantly swarmed around Sheng Nian, encircling her. Perceiving their intentions, Sheng Nian's smile slightly waned, yet she maintained an air of tranquility and composure. "You think your underlings can impede my path?" With those words, she turned and strode toward the base's exit, leaving them no choice but to follow her, albeit begrudgingly. In mere seconds, the previously tense atmosphere shifted dramatically. Sheng Nian's figure danced deftly among her pursuers. Wherever she passed, the sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed, accompanied by muffled cries of pain. Her proud and dignified demeanor commanded attention, an innate aura that compelled onlookers to steal glances. Within a few brief minutes, those who had attempted to hinder her escape lay defeated on the ground. Her speed was almost terrifying. As the onlookers processed the scene, their astonishment left them momentarily speechless. Their breaths held in anticipation, fixated on her striking presence. A bunch of useless fools, what purpose do you serve? Jin Yi's face darkened, his fury boiling over. Since assuming leadership of the base, no one had dared oppose him so openly. Now, before the entire base, his dignity and authority were brazenly challenged by a mere girl. If he did not eliminate her, he would struggle to command respect. As this realization dawned on him, Jin Yi began to conjure a fireball in his palm. His gaze fixed menacingly on Sheng Nian, cold and terrifying, infused with a boundless malice. A young girl like you truly believes she can stir up a tempest? Today, you will remain here, whether standing or lying down. As he uttered these words, the fireball in his palm swelled larger and larger, causing the surrounding breaths to collectively hitch. They began to sympathize with Sheng Nian. Should Jin Yi harbor murderous intent, none could survive his wrath. Observing the immense fireball, Sheng Nian understood his intentions well. Gathering blades of wind in her palm, the atmosphere became increasingly charged. Some timid individuals had already retreated, fearing the fallout of their confrontation. Soon, Jin Yi halted his movements. The fireball fully formed and ready to unleash. But at that moment, a voice, cold and out of place, pierced through the tension. Mr. Jin, are you truly prepared to commit fratricide in front of so many? It was Li Yuan. Sheng Nian, with wind blades coalescing in her palm, lifted her gaze to meet his indifferent eyes. Li Yuan, I am merely resolving a personal matter today. It would be best if you do not interfere. Li Yuan's presence only intensified Jin Yi's displeasure. Accompanying him were his subordinates, armed and glaring, prepared to act should Jin Yi release the fireball. Realizing this, Jin Yi's frustration escalated, the fireball almost slipping from his grasp. At this critical juncture of survival for humanity, Mr. Jin, as the base's leader, your primary duty should be to safeguard humanity, not to engage in self-destructive conflict. Such behavior may incite discontent among the entire base. Li Yuan's voice was calm, yet his words resonated powerfully, clearly reaching the ears of every individual present. As expected, many ordinary survivors nearby nodded in agreement. They had long harbored grievances against Jin Yi's tyrannical governance but had refrained from voicing them due to fear of the base's guards. Now, with someone speaking up, Chapter 94, a simple gesture for the greater good, Jin Yi reluctantly retracted the fireball. With a stern expression, he stormed away in anger. The onlookers around him exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Sheng Nian, caught off guard, had not anticipated such an effortless resolution to the situation and withdrew the wind blade from her palm. She glanced at Li Yuan, who was also looking her way. Their eyes met, and a silent exchange occurred in the air. Thank you, she said politely. Li Yuan slowly shook his head, his voice calm and detached. It was but a simple gesture, there is no need to dwell on it. After this brief exchange, a palpable awkwardness enveloped them, leaving them momentarily speechless. Behind Li Yuan stood his subordinates, including Guo Cheng, Dong Yunhui, Zhao Changming, and Liang Pingjiang, collectively numbering around 30 to 40 individuals. Noticing the unusual tension between Sheng Nian and Li Yuan, Guo Cheng approached boldly. He intended to catch up with Sheng Nian, but as he stepped forward, his foot kicked something unexpectedly. Looking down, he found himself staring into a pair of lifeless, pale eyes. Good heavens! A shiver ran down his spine as he instinctively stepped back. His reaction drew the attention of Li Yuan's entourage, who turned to see what had startled him. They beheld the head of Cao Zhigao. No, to be precise, it was merely his head. The expression frozen on his face was one of sheer terror, as if he had encountered something horrifying in his final moments. No wonder the news of his demise had spread so swiftly. The manner of his death was indeed peculiar. Even Dong Yunhui, at that moment, appeared dazed. She stared at the head, trembling both inside and out. Was this head brought back by Sheng Nian? Had she truly killed Cao Zhigao in such a manner? The wind blade she had thrown earlier was indeed intended to kill, not merely to intimidate. Realizing this, Dong Yunhui reached up to touch her own short-cropped hair, contemplating how, had she been just a fraction slower in evading that attack, her fate might have mirrored that of Cao Zhigao, leaving behind nothing but a head. With this unsettling realization, she attempted to withdraw into the crowd, seeking to diminish her presence. In that instant, she recognized that Sheng Nian was a reckless individual, a woman far too terrifying to provoke. Her movements were subtle enough that few noticed. Only Liang Pingjiang glanced at her with curiosity, inquiring, Miss Dong, are you feeling cold? Although the weather has cooled recently, it shouldn't be cold enough to cause such shivering. Seeing Dong Yunhui shake uncontrollably, even her legs quaking, Liang Pingjing struggled to comprehend the situation. His question broke the tension, and Dong Yunhui offered a sheepish smile, attempting to explain but finding her words inadequate. It is a bit chilly. Meanwhile, Guo Cheng had kicked the decapitated head, looking at Sheng Nian with incredulity. Miss Shang, did you truly behead Xiao Zhigao? His gaze lingered on her, curiosity evident. Despite suspecting that she was responsible, he felt no fear. Sheng Nian had never acted without reason. If she had resorted to such measures, it indicated that Xiao Zhigao's previous actions were utterly reprehensible. Noticing the glimmer of understanding in Guo Cheng's eyes, Sheng Nian smiled lightly, relieved to have not misjudged his character. In her previous life, he had been the only one among Li Yuan's men to show her kindness. In Chapter 95, no one to collect the corpse. Have you not committed any wrongdoings? Then why are you so anxious? Sheng Nian observed her with a half-smile, her beautiful cat-like eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery. In her previous life, Dong Yunhui had arrogantly confronted her, incessantly referring to a yuan and insisting that she understand her place. At that time, she had carried herself with the pride of a peacock, as if she were the beloved of Li Yuan. But now, she stood timidly to the side, too afraid to approach, her flustered demeanor rendering her utterly contemptible. Faced with Sheng Nian's derisive gaze, Dong Yunhui felt a mix of shame and anger, culminating in overwhelming panic. She had never encountered a woman as shameless as Sheng Nian. Despite the harsh words she had spoken, she had not anticipated that Sheng Nian would not only remain but would return in such a manner, catching her completely off guard. In her state of turmoil, she turned pleadingly to Li Yuan. Captain, please do not listen to her nonsense. I have done nothing wrong. Li Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction, uttering not a single word. His gaze shifted to Sheng Nian, and he finally remarked, very well. After their group departed, the atmosphere shifted, and the remaining survivors of the base dared not linger, hastily vacating the area. The once bustling scene was now reduced to a solitary head, abandoned and unclaimed. Some who had been bullied by him in the past even took the opportunity to vent their frustrations upon it. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the residence, in Li Yuan's lounge, Sheng Nian and Li Yuan ascended together, while the others were barred from following. Guo Cheng stood guard at the staircase, watching them closely. Dong Yunhui attempted to ascend, but he blocked her path with an outstretched hand. The captain and Miss Sheng are discussing matters upstairs. What business do you have going up? I have had a long day and merely wish to rest. What is it to you? I am not interested in their conversation, so why can't I go upstairs? Dong Yunhui felt an intense loathing for Guo Cheng. He was always the one to obstruct her, and he was as stubborn as they come. Listening only to Li Yuan's orders, he shot her a glance, his tone indifferent. You must rest at this moment? Can you not wait until they have finished their discussion? Are you not trying to eavesdrop and then spread the information? I tell you, Guo Cheng, one can eat haphazardly, but one cannot speak carelessly. I am loyal to the captain and would never betray him. Do not project your sordid thoughts onto me. Enraged, Dong Yunhui glared at him, her teeth clenched. He merely raised his chin, continuing to block the staircase, exuding an air of finality. I do not care about your reasons. You simply cannot go up. How infuriating. Constrained by Guo Cheng's insistence, Dong Yunhui had no choice but to suppress her frustration, her gaze continually darting upstairs. Would Sheng Nian reveal the deeds he had committed? Surely she would. Why else would she have gone to such lengths to return? Was it not to displace her and take her place? Realizing this possibility, Dong Yunhui grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, upstairs, in the room, Sheng Nian and Li Yuan sat facing each other. I wonder if Captain Li has noticed any anomalies at the base? Sheng Nian initiated the conversation. Li Yuan regarded her with a steady gaze and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Do you know of the irregularities in the Valley Industrial Park? Upon her inquiry, Li Yuan fell silent for a few seconds. Noticing his reaction, Sheng Nian briefly pondered if she had overthought the situation. He likely had a grasp of the matter already, for he was far too composed, as if he were privy to everything. With the atmosphere in the room growing tense, neither spoke further. Realizing the implications of his actions, Sheng Nian felt a tumult of emotions within her. She thought that since Li Yuan was evidently aware, her prior concerns were unwarranted and perhaps even unnecessary. She rose, intending to leave. Just as she stood, Li Yuan spoke. The specifics are still under investigation. I do not know much. His voice was calm and reassuring, imbued with an inexplicable strength that instilled a sense of security. He had become aware of the issues at the Valley Industrial Park only after Jin Yi and Xiao Zhigao pursued the matter following the family's departure. prompting him to conduct a cursory investigation. However, his knowledge was superficial. Deeper insights remained elusive. Hearing this, Sheng Nian paused. She looked at Li Yuan's indifferent yet handsome face and said, "There is a basement beneath Jin Yi's residence." A chapter 96. Let her go. Not long after Sheng Nian stepped out of her residence, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind her. "Sheng Nian, wait for me." Dong Yunhui called out, her tone lacking the previous arrogance. Noticing that she had halted, Dong Yunhui quickly approached her, faced with Sheng Nian's icy expression, devoid of any warmth. She recalled the grim fate of Cao Zhigao. After a brief moment of hesitation, she inquired, "Have you said anything to the captain that you shouldn't have? What constitutes something that shouldn't be said?" Sheng Nian found amusement in Dong Yunhui's evident panic. Seeing her feign ignorance while wearing a subtly mocking expression nearly made Dong Yunhui choke with anger. "You know precisely what I mean. My visit last time was not intended to be malicious. I merely thought you might hinder our entire team. I may have spoken a bit too harshly, but there's no need for you to hold on to this grievance and use it to threaten me." This matter had been festering within Dong Yunhui for too long. The moment she saw Sheng Nian unexpectedly appear and conferring privately with Li Yuan upstairs, her taut nerves snapped. She felt a deep sense of foreboding. Sheng Nian's return would undoubtedly undermine her standing and image within the team. Sheng Nian merely offered a cold smile. "Those who have nothing to hide need not fear the knock at the door. Why are you so flustered?" "Flustered? If you hadn't startled me with your sudden appearance, I wouldn't have wasted so many words on you." Dong Yunhui felt a surge of frustration with nowhere to direct it. She considered softening her approach to persuade Sheng Nian not to disclose their previous encounter, but was interrupted when Sheng Nian gestured with her chin towards behind her. At this gesture, a chill crept down Dong Yunhui's spine. She stiffly turned her head and met Li Yuan's indifferent gaze. In that instant, two words flashed through her mind. "It's over." She could hardly believe that the captain's presence here was no coincidence. He had likely overheard much of their conversation. "Captain, please let me explain. It's not as you think. I merely... You need not remain in the team any longer. Move out today." Li Yuan's tone was detached as he spoke, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, as if addressing a stranger. Upon hearing his apathetic tone, which seemed to strip her of any chance to explain, Dong Yunhui felt as though she had been doused with icy water, standing there in a daze. This was the Li Yuan she had faithfully followed all this time, denying her even the opportunity to speak. Her heart sank. As she stood speechless, Li Yuan's gaze remained as frigid as ever. Threatening Sheng Nian, notifying Jin Yi, colluding with Cao Zhigao, what else are you capable of? Dong Yunhui's face drained of color, turning pale as paper. Her hands nervously grasped at her clothing, desperate to clarify, "No, it wasn't me." Yet, as the words left her lips, even she sensed their insincerity. The captain had never spoken without foundation. She had always known that. She just never anticipated that one day he would treat her in such a manner. Standing nearby, Dong Yunhui observed the scene with a hint of astonishment. Had Dong Yunhui truly engaged in such acts? Was this behavior unique to her current life, or had she done the same in a previous existence, merely escaping detection? In that fleeting moment, Sheng Nian suddenly realized why, in her past life, Dong Yunhui could freely enter the basement where she was confined. It was, after all, Jin Yi's private domain, known to very few within the base. Yet, as one of Li Yuan and Appo's subordinates, Dong Yunhui faced no obstruction in entering the basement. In fact, she had unfettered access. Why was that? At that moment, the answer became painfully clear. While Sheng Nian pondered these revelations, Li Yuan coldly stated, "There is no need to argue. I am fully aware of your actions. Out of respect for our past, I will spare your life. The debts of this period have been balanced, and I can only afford to let you live." Dong Yunhui completely abandoned any hope of explanation. She stood there, utterly despondent. And when she looked up, she found Sheng Nian watching her from a distance. In that instant, a flash of resentment ignited in her eyes. Meeting her gaze, Sheng Nian smiled unhurriedly. Sheng Nian left the base without hindrance. The guards at the entrance, having witnessed Cao Zhigao's demise, knew better than to obstruct her. They were well aware of what was appropriate and what was not. Departing the base, she casually took a vehicle. Since Hui was not at the Xinchuan base, she must be in the West City. By searching diligently through West City, she was confident she would find her. Resolved, she drove towards West City. Her parents were settled and would not encounter any issues for the time being, allowing her the peace of mind to continue her search for Sheng Hui, no matter how long it might take. West City. Inside a clinic, Sheng Hui sat by the sealed window, staring blankly at the cramped room while the sounds of gnashing teeth echoed from the alley outside, leaving her feeling numb. She could not venture outside. For some unknown reason, the number of zombies had increased. Even their door was frequently assaulted by sharp scratching sounds. Despite the 2 layers of protection at the front, the piercing noises still instilled a sense of dread. Brother, our food supplies are running low. This situation cannot persist. What should we do now? Don't worry. We can last another 2 days. The conversation came from a pair of siblings in the back room. They had been unable to leave for several days. The zombies outside seemed increasingly agitated, with scratching and biting sounds filling the air, accompanied by some distressing howls. In such a tense environment, prolonged exposure could lead to an emotional breakdown. Before long, Fu Ying emerged from the inner room, noticing Sheng Hui lost in thought by the window. She sighed and reassured her, "Don't be anxious. Your sister will not abandon you. Just hold on for another 2 days, and once the zombies disperse, we will send you out." Initially, when they learned that the last girl rescued was Sheng Hui's sister, they found it rather intriguing. The 2 sisters were the latest in a series of rescues. Yet, their circumstances were quite peculiar. One was trapped upside down in a car, while the other was being pursued and had been shot. Upon hearing Fu Ying's words, Sheng Hui remained unresponsive. Fu Ying, undeterred, leaned in with a serious expression and inquired, "What misdeeds have you sisters committed to be perpetually on the run?" Chapter 97. Lay a hand on her and face the consequences. At long last, Sheng Hui stirred. She turned her gaze, her voice resonating with resolute force as she addressed Fu Ying. The latter, taken aback by this sudden reaction, recoiled slightly before retorting with a pout. "Your sister is an enigma, divulging nothing when questioned. She departed without a word, leaving us ignorant of even her name." Sheng Nian had vanished as silently as a phantom. Upon their return, they found the dwelling stocked with provisions, the very sustenance they now relied upon, thoughtfully left behind by her. Hearing these words, Sheng Hui felt a pang of remorse. "My sister has always been a woman of few words. I extend my gratitude for your benevolence in rescuing us." Confined within the confines of the small clinic, her composure had frayed, her temper ignited, leaving her in a state of profound disquietude. Now, upon learning that their provisions were dwindling, while the clinic remained besieged by a multitude of ravenous undead, she feared they would succumb to starvation, if not to the gnashing teeth of the zombies. Observing her courteous expression of gratitude, Fu Ying waved her hand dismissively, stating with nonchalance, "The preservation of life is an intrinsic duty of we who practice medicine. Fortunately, you two appreciate our efforts. Unlike a certain ungrateful wretch my brother once rescued, who, after being healed, absconded with our provisions without so much as a word of thanks." As she recounted this incident, Fu Ying heaved a melancholic sigh. Sheng Hui's attention was finally piqued. She turned to face the sighing Fu Ying, a hint of incomprehension in her gaze as she inquired, "Why did you endeavor to save him? Had it been my sister, she would have remained indifferent to the plight of a stranger, and such a predicament would never have arisen. Perhaps it is an inherent impulse within us as healers?" Fu Ying conjectured, her tone tinged with uncertainty. "Perhaps it is a consequence of our vocation." Sheng Hui remained silent, unable to fully grasp such altruism. After all, such a scenario would never transpire in her own life. The undead continued their vigil outside, their shuffling and moaning permeating the air, day and night. 2 days elapsed. Their provisions were entirely depleted. The 3 gathered within the confines of the clinic, deliberating on a means of escape. "I shall spearhead the vanguard. You 2 must follow closely behind. Should the situation turn dire, abandon me and flee. Do not hesitate." Fu Jian distributed baseball bats to each of them, the atmosphere heavy with foreboding. His countenance, typically refined and gentle, his frame slender yet tall, exuded an aura of cultured grace even amidst the desolation of the apocalypse. Hearing his words, Sheng Hui felt a surge of conflicting emotions. She raised her gaze to meet the eyes of this slightly gaunt yet indomitable man, her lips pursed in contemplation. In the past, her sister had always been her protector. This was the first time she had been shielded by an outsider. Fu Jian proceeded to swathe his arms in thick layers of bandages, salvaged from the clinic, in an effort to bolster his defenses. Throughout this entire process, not a single word was uttered. Finally, brandishing the clinic's sole steel rod, he turned to face them, inquiring, "Are you prepared? If the worst should befall us, may at least one of us survive. Do you understand?" Fu Ying's lips trembled as she fought back tears. Sheng Hui, gripping her baseball bat, gazed at the tall, slender man before her, her silence unwavering. "Remember, only by surviving can we hope to witness the dawn." With these words, Fu Jian led them towards the door. The outermost barrier was an iron gate. As soon as it creaked open, a zombie was drawn near. Without hesitation, Fu Jian seized the steel rod and brought it down with tremendous force upon the zombie's neck. The creature did not perish, but its head lolled downwards, struggling to rise. Seizing this opportunity, Fujian led them down the alley and towards the outside world. As they reached the alley's mouth, Fujian abruptly halted. Blocking their path was not a horde of zombies, but a band of armed individuals. Each clutched firearms, clad in immaculate, form-fitting attire. Upon spotting them, they leveled their weapons in unison. This sudden turn of events sent a jolt of fear through the trio, causing them to recoil instinctively. Sheng Hui felt her heart plummet. She knew these individuals sought her. "Raise your hands, or we shall open fire," barked the apparent leader, a young man. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Sheng Hui, keenly observing her every move. Under the menacing gaze of so many dark muzzles, the three were compelled to relinquish their weapons and raise their hands in surrender. The armed group visibly relaxed. "You've led us on quite a chase, hiding in this forsaken place for days. Do you have any notion of what your sister has done? And now you attempt to flee? Let me assure you, you shall answer for your sister's deeds." The man strode towards Sheng Hui, leveling his pistol at her, his voice laced with venom. Sheng Hui recognized him. He was frequently seen in the company of Cao Zhigao, serving as one of his lackeys. But what was this talk of her sister's actions? What actions? What do you intend to do? Fujian, witnessing the man's attempt to restrain Sheng Hui, stepped forward to intervene. Smack. The man unleashed a vicious blow, striking Fujian squarely across the face. "Who do you think you are? Do you dare interrupt me?" Sheng Hui felt a pang of anguish. She instinctively turned to behold the aftermath. The force of the blow had left Fujian's cheek flushed crimson. Overcome with fury, she roared at the man, "If you possess the courage, then kill me. My sister will avenge me. She will not only slay you, but also Cao Zhigao and Genie. In that case, my death would be worthwhile." Her outburst fueled the man's rage, yet he restrained himself from pulling the trigger. "Mr. Jean had explicitly stated that she was to be brought back alive." Suppressing his anger, he glared at Sheng Hui, his voice dripping with malice. "Death is too good for you. I assure you, you shall yearn for death, yet find no release. You won't kill me?" Sensing his hesitation, Sheng Hui suddenly gained confidence. She lunged towards the gun muzzle, declaring, "Release these two, and I shall accompany you willingly. Otherwise, I would rather die than leave with you." "Damn you!" The man, infuriated by her defiance, seized Sheng Hui by the throat, his grip tightening, his voice seething with rage. "You dare threaten me? Who do you think you are? Do you honestly believe I lack the resolve to kill you?" Sheng Hui gasped for air, her face flushed crimson. Fujian and Fu Ying, witnessing her plight, attempted to intervene. At that very moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Lay a hand on her, and face the consequences." Chapter 98. What are you afraid of, sister? Upon hearing the voice, Sheng Hui, who was being choked, suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling as she gazed toward the man behind her. Sheng Nian stood behind the group, clad in a sleek black leather jacket, her long hair tied high in a ponytail. Gripping a large knife in her hand, the wind tousled her hair, lending her an air of fierce elegance. Her strikingly beautiful face bore no expression, yet her cat-like eyes glinted with a hint of coldness, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Her sudden appearance caught the assailants off guard. Even the man choking Sheng Hui felt his grip tremble uncontrollably. A sudden chill crept down his neck, causing his entire body to stiffen as he dared not turn around. Memories of Cao Zhigao's gruesome demise flooded his mind, recalling how his head had been kicked around like a ball by the base's henchmen. The more he thought about it, the harder it became to maintain his composure. How could Sheng Nian arrive so swiftly? However, he had no time for such thoughts. In that fleeting moment when his grip weakened, Sheng Hui bit down hard on his hand, forcing him to instinctively loosen his hold. Just as she broke free, several others aimed their guns at her, plunging the scene into a tense standoff once more. The man turned to face her, and he beheld the striking and formidable figure standing at the entrance. He had seen this girl many times before, but each encounter deepened her impression in his mind. Initially, she had appeared delicate and naive, like a simple college student, easily led astray with a bit of coercion. Subsequently, she had demonstrated her adeptness in dispatching numerous zombies, surprising him with her prowess. Later, she had clashed with Jean E at the base, reaching a point of no return, ultimately emerging victorious and successfully rescuing her parents. Most recently, he had witnessed her ruthlessly kill Cao Zhigao, her demeanor unchanged as if it were merely an everyday occurrence. Over the past few months, he had observed Sheng Nian in various states, and these experiences had stripped him of any lingering romantic notions, leaving only fear and trepidation. At that moment, Sheng Nian's gaze fell upon him, her voice clear and melodious, akin to a refreshing spring in summer. "You have two choices. 1. Leave now. 2. Stay and become fodder for the zombies of Shishir." The young man's nerves tightened, his face flushing and paling in an intricate dance of emotions. His companions, too, felt their grips on their weapons weaken. They had all heard of Sheng Nian's deeds, and her brutality sent shivers down their spines. Given her past actions, they had no doubt about the truth behind her words. In an instant, their eyes turned to their leader, seeking his counsel. If they returned empty-handed, Genie would undoubtedly punish them. Yet, confronting Sheng Nian would likely mean they would never return to the base. As they weighed their options, Sheng Nian's impatience cut through the tension. 1, 2. She counted at a normal pace, not deliberately slowing down. Just as she reached 2, the leader, in a moment of panic, declared, "Let's go." Upon hearing his response, Sheng Nian merely smiled, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Her smile resembled a flower blooming in a dark corner, visually stunning yet laden with peril. Meeting her gaze, the man felt a surge of frustration that he dared not express. Recently, Genie had issued a strict order, increasing manpower and demanding the retrieval of Sheng Hui, offering a substantial reward. Yet, just as they neared success, Sheng Nian had appeared. "You may leave," she said coolly. The group hesitated momentarily, reluctant but recognizing the futility of resistance. Once they departed the alley and climbed into their vehicle, they remained puzzled. "Brother, are we really just going to slink away like this? Doesn't it feel a bit cowardly?" one young man remarked uneasily. They cast another glance back at the alley, where Sheng Nian's striking figure still commanded attention. The young man shot him a glare, his tone sharp. "Dissatisfied? If you're that unhappy, go back and shoot them all. I'd still believe you're a man. If Sheng Nian hadn't shown up, we might have succeeded. She's a devil, we can't provoke her, or we'd all be finished here." Another man offered a sober analysis. They all fell silent, tacitly agreeing to bury the incident, opting not to report it back to the base. Meanwhile, Chapter 99. Stark contrast, sister. Are they truly afraid of you? Sheng Hui inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Even she found it rather perplexing. When those individuals initially captured her, they mentioned that her sister had committed acts for which she must take responsibility. What exactly had her sister done? Faced with their inquisitive gazes, Sheng Nian casually remarked, "It's nothing of great consequence. I merely eliminated Xiao Zhigao." Her tone was light, almost dismissive. Yet Sheng Hui was taken aback. "You killed Xiao Zhigao? Were you injured? He was so vicious. How did you manage to do that?" They had always regarded Xiao Zhigao as a madman, a bloodthirsty lunatic. His methods were notoriously ruthless, and his infamy within the base was unparalleled. Normal individuals would avoid him at all costs, yet her sister had directly taken his life? The Fu siblings were unfamiliar with Xiao Zhigao, but they could surmise from Sheng Hui's tone that he was a formidable figure. "Rest assured, I was unscathed." Sheng Nian chose not to elaborate on the details. There was simply no necessity to disclose such matters. Besides, her actions were undeniably brutal and sanguinary, a fact she never denied. However, regarding Xiao Zhigao, if circumstances had permitted, she would have skinned him alive and drawn his tendons, avenging the humiliations of her past life. She felt no remorse for what she had done, regardless of how others perceived her. The journey to the Yang City base was fraught with difficulties. The number of zombies in the area had markedly increased. It was not until dusk that they finally reached the outskirts of West City. As darkness loomed, Sheng Nian led them to an underground passage where they had previously taken shelter. This passage was secured with iron bars and was sufficiently long, ensuring a high degree of safety without the need to expend time searching for alternative accommodations. Sheng Nian parked outside while the three of them approached the iron gate. Noticing it was closed, Sheng Hui called out to the man inside, "Sir, could you please open the door for us? We would like to seek shelter here for the night." "Thank you." The man, a burly figure with a scruffy beard, was dozing on the ground. Upon hearing her voice, he merely lifted his head, glanced at them, and turned away, resuming his slumber. Unfazed, Sheng Hui then addressed an elderly woman nearby. "Ma'am, would you kindly assist us by opening the door? We only wish to stay for one night. How do we know who you are? How do we know you haven't been bitten by zombies? If we let you in, what will happen to us?" The elderly woman shot her a disdainful glare and ignored her. Others in the vicinity were growing impatient, eyeing them with annoyance. "What are you making a fuss about? It's a vast West City. Why must you insist on staying here? You're just causing us trouble." Observing that they carried no luggage and appeared to lack supplies, the individuals' expressions shifted, and they showed no intention of opening the gate. Sheng Hui had not anticipated such an unwelcoming reception. She attempted to reach for the iron gate, hoping to reason with them, but her injured arm from the gunshot wound wouldn't cooperate. At that moment, Sheng Nian parked the car and entered. Seeing them still lingering at the stone steps, she felt puzzled. "Why haven't you gone in?" "They're reluctant to open the door," Sheng Hui replied. Oh, Sheng Nian stepped closer to the iron gate, her gaze cold as she surveyed the passage within. I hear you are unwilling to open the door? Her voice, though soft, resonated throughout the passage, audible to those nearby. Even if we don't want to open it, what can you do? Initially, the individuals were still somewhat impatient, and some even contemplated provoking her. However, upon catching sight of her face, they suddenly fell silent, as if their tongues had been tied. The once carefree group, devoid of decorum, now sat rigidly, resembling schoolchildren in the presence of a strict teacher, their nerves taut and breaths held. That's not the case. We would be more than happy to open the door. The bearded man hurriedly stood up, a wide grin plastered across his face, as he eagerly approached to unlock the gate. Xinghui, Fujian, Fuing. What just transpired? The iron gate swung open, and Sheng Nian stepped inside first, followed by her two companions who were left questioning their very existence. Still reeling from the unexpected shift in atmosphere, Sheng Nian calmly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Oh no, no need for thanks. The bearded man waved his hands in a flustered manner, his words somewhat jumbled. As Sheng Hui walked in, she glanced back at the man, still bewildered by the transformation in his demeanor. Even the elderly woman who had previously been so curt now wore a radiant smile, appearing as warm and welcoming as a neighborly aunt. The individuals within the passage, despite their weary appearances, greeted them with smiles, exuding an unexpectedly amiable aura. What is happening here? Sheng Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. The Fu siblings, trailing behind, were equally perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Sheng Nian paused in a vacant area, and they all settled onto the ground. Just as they settled, a few individuals nearby hastily rose and moved away, seemingly attempting to distance themselves from the newcomers. Sheng Hui? She was increasingly bewildered, her gaze fixated on a man who was blindfolded, and she asked, Sister, what is wrong with these people? Why do they shy away from us? Hearing this, Sheng Nian glanced at the blindfolded individuals, discreetly retracting her gaze. They have a fear of women. Sheng Hui nearly dropped her jaw. What sort of affliction is that? She looked questioningly at Fujian and Fuing. You two are doctors. You must be familiar with this condition? We're not sure. Fuing shook her head, providing an honest answer. Fujian, however, observed the panic and trepidation on the faces of the blindfolded individuals and began to form a hypothesis. The once bustling underground passage was now eerily quiet. Even as Sheng Nian distributed food to them, the others dared not cast a glance in their direction. As Sheng Hui nibbled on her bread, she noticed the blindfolded man being assisted to the restroom and whispered, Sister, that man's blindfold seems to be stained with blood. Did you see that? Just then, the two individuals passed by them, and upon hearing Sheng Hui's words, the blindfolded man nearly collapsed to the ground. Sheng Hui?